I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1000. Mad charge. With eyes narrowed with determination, Leon glared at Xianxia. He was trapped on Arknavi. The darkness magic that inundated the plane interfered with the silver twig's creation of a spatial portal. Without the twig, he couldn't return home. The only hope he possibly had to survive Arknavis' destruction if he wasn't able to report back to Ambrose lay in Tel Kiran, the seat of Kowalik. So, he had to get to Tel Kiran. He just had to get through Tel Kiran first, and any more cultist strongholds in his way. Easy enough when laid out, he thought somewhat sarcastically. Giving these cultists a black eye would be fun. Too, he and Teresa's had spent several hours planning out what they could from the limited information they had. They couldn't get too detailed since they didn't have complete information on what was going on in the city, but thanks to Zafin, they at least had a target, whatever was generating the purple light deep in the city's heart. Get there, destroy the big purple light, Leon silently summarized as Teresa's finished up his prayers. Once the old monk was finished, he walked over and asked, "Has valiant Ashitar filled your heart with iron?" "If you're asking if I am ready, then yes, I am as ready as I'll ever be," Leon flatly responded, his eyes not wavering from Xianxia. He was scanning the outskirts for any sign that the cultists or husks they'd fought earlier were still around. He also kept his eyes open for anything else that may show itself. Zafin and the Thunderbird had both warned him that primal gods and devils liked to twist creatures into unnatural monsters, and while the husks were certainly terrifying on a visceral level, Leon had yet to see anything that could qualify as a twisted monster. He was hoping he wouldn't see anything like that. If Zafin was right and the primal devil poisoning Arknavi was still imprisoned, then it would need all the power it could siphon away, and might not reserve too much power for anything else. Even that hope had a glaring problem with it, though. Leon had seen 4 cultists clad in darkness when retreating from Xianxia, and he refused to believe they were alone in the city. There would have to be more, and if they were all similarly garbed in devilish power, then it would raise the question, if the primal devil had enough spare power to give its cultists, then might it not also spare some to creature monsters? No matter, Leon thought. Well, get this done regardless. Whatever power those cultists have, they can't measure up to a universe fragment. Iron Pride was reassuringly sheathed at his waist, his power already flowing through the weapon as freely as it would his own arm. "Let's go," Leon growled, his patience running out. Teresa's didn't verbally respond as Leon leapt off the hill and down to the barren wasteland that had once been fertile fields surrounding the city. Hardly any remnant of those farms and ranches remained, however, leaving little else other than a flat, empty plain to get across before the city. There was no cover, but Leon had expected that and prepared accordingly. The enchantments on his armor activated, shrouding him in magical darkness. Teresa's was similarly obscured as he channeled his power. The two then invisibly sprinted for the city's outskirts, hoping to reach some cover before anything potentially revealed them. Fortunately, Leon whipped together a pair of steel rings that when worn allowed him and Teresa's to keep track of each other's position. They'd need it if they were to remain invisible. Unfortunately, it seemed that such preparations were in vain, as they'd barely crossed a single mile of the 20 between them and Xianxia before something in the city pulsed with magic, sending a ripple of darkness rushing over the plains. Leon's shroud of invisibility was sundered almost on contact. Teresa's invisibility lasted only a moment longer before he, too, was rendered visible. "Keep moving," Leon shouted, though a moment later he noted that the 4 darkness-clad humanoid figures had reappeared in various places around the city's outskirts, all watching them approaching the city. The single red eye in each of their heads tracked them unerringly, but rather disturbingly, nothing happened for several more miles. Leon was quite put off by this and was preparing to attack when another pulse of magic roiled across the plain. Just as had begun pushing magic into Iron Pride, the blackened dirt beneath his boots darkened even further, making even running difficult as his feet sank into the darkness like tar. Teresa's not too far away was similarly hampered. Leon had no interest in seeing what would happen should they sink fully beneath the surface of this darkness, as this power seemed keen on facilitating, and shouted in defiance as he let loose with a storm of power. He put his 10th tier power on display as, with a single swing of Iron Pride, silver-blue lightning erupted from him and arced down upon the field. The ground shook from the thunder as the air filled with the comforting stench of lightning. The darkness surrounding Leon and Teresa's shrank back like the sea at low tide and then dissipated as Leon's power almost literally erased it. Leon didn't stop with this success, though, and swung his blade again. He could sense a buildup of power in xianxia and wasn't interested in seeing the next move of whatever was coordinating its defense. Instead, he fired off another dozen lightning bolts targeting the 4 cultists he could see. The darkness surrounding the cultists expanded like clouds just as Leon's lightning bolts struck their targets. The darkness was torn away, giving glimpses beneath that were as disturbing as they were brief. Leon was emaciated bodies wearing elaborate black robes, while the heads of the cultists were entirely missing, replaced by a hovering orb of red light. Only a moment later, the cultists' dark shrouds enclosed them again, with only the red eye, now revealed to be that orb, visible. Leon shouted again in frustration but was gratified to see all 4 cultists disappear by melting away into the shadows. Had never gotten that particular power to work with his armor, but he wasn't keen on trying again while he was on Archnavi. Teresa's, who'd taken Leon's retaliation against the cultists to pull ahead of him a bit, drew Leon's attention to another problem as bright white light streamed behind him like he was wearing a cloak of stars. This light rose about 30 or 40 feet into the air and then shot at the city. The streets of the city that opened onto the plain had been filled with charred, emaciated husks while Leon had been attacking the cultists, and Teresa's light sliced and cleaved into them like falling stars. The husks were torn and ripped asunder, but their sheer numbers were so great that it hardly seemed to matter. The air began to fill with the shrieking of the husks, and even Teresa's wasn't able to keep them from spilling out onto the plain. Leon added his lightning to the mix, blasting and incinerating hundreds of the dark creatures with every swing of his blade, the rate of his advance slowing only marginally. They'd cut their way through the horde into the center of the city. Now that they were prepared for this, even seeing the horde rushing out to meet them didn't deter them from this task. However, as they reached the halfway point, only 10 miles from the city's outskirts, the source of power in the city's heart, the focus of xianxia's devilish power, pulsed again, and this time with much greater power. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. The wave of darkness washed over xianxia like a tsunami, dark purple lightning flashing within as the only source of light that could be seen beyond the black curtain. In barely more than a moment, it blew past the city's outskirts and bore down on Leon and Teresa's. Hold, Leon roared, and Teresa's halted. Brace, Leon added as he stood shoulder to shoulder with the orange-skinned monk. Teresa's projected a shield of light, which Leon did his best to reinforce with clear day's pearl set in his armor. The power of the Tao seemed to be drawn to Teresa's power, as if it picked up on Leon's desperation and intent. The shield protecting them grew powerful and almost opaque, shining like a tiny sun had fallen to the plain. But it shone only for a moment before the wave of darkness hit them. The shield shook terribly, and Teresa's was thrown to the ground while Leon squeezed iron pride and called upon the strength of the iron needle. At the same time, he summoned his anti-darkness gem into his gauntlet and attempted to use it, but the sheer overwhelming strength of the devilish power outside of the shield was simply too much for the gem to affect. Instead, silver-blue lightning exploded outward, banishing darkness everywhere it went, but there was so much that it simply crashed back inward as Leon's lightning dissipated. Under this pressure, the shield cracked, then shattered, and the darkness bore down upon Leon and Teresa's. Leon felt the enchantments in his armor that protected his mind activate, while the silver-blue lightning in his body kept the darkness from penetrating beyond the surface of his armor. However, dark purple lightning began striking all around them, but he could feel it and found it much easier to redirect this lightning away than the darkness. Beside him, Teresa's went still, though Leon could still feel the light magic in his body resisting the darkness. Unfortunately, it seemed that the old monk was out of commission, too busy dealing with the darkness that pressed into his body to do anything else. Leon could hardly move through the darkness, and he could barely see more than a few dozen feet. However, he could easily hear the shrieking of the husks as they stampeded toward him and Teresa's, while further away, he could hear deeper roaring from something else. Hells, Leon thought as he summoned more and more lightning to relieve the pressure of the darkness around them. Why die when the hells can come to us? He raised iron pride and let loose with a storm of power. He held nothing back, forcing away the darkness with all of his strength. Lightning poured from him while the air whipped around faster than a tornado. The darkness was pushed back somewhat, but not nearly far enough for Leon to feel comfortable. Fortunately, it was enough to relieve the pressure on Teresa's, and the old monk banished the darkness assaulting his body and shot back to his feet. "To the city!" he shouted. Leon redirected his power, carving a path through the darkness with enormous bolts of lightning. The dark purple bolts that filled the vast black cloud lit their way, giving brief glimpses of the horde of husks charging toward them. Teresa's, as Leon took the lead, summoned a dense field of motes of light that spun around them. In only a matter of seconds, they met the horde head-on. Leon became a whirlwind of death, lightning carving deep fissures into the horde's ranks. Teresa's nebula ripped apart any husks that Leon missed, letting them keep going unimpeded. Thousands of husks were destroyed in their mad dash for the city's outskirts, now only 5 miles away. However, the purple lightning flashed again in the city's heart, and Leon thought he saw shadows of something in the air. He couldn't be sure with the cloud of darkness surrounding them, but he directed a few lightning bolts that way. These bolts struck new horrors, reptilian creatures with narrow, elongated skulls and burning red eyes. They had a single pair of arms, legs, and wings, but the wings appeared to be covered in leathery skin, while the wing membranes were made entirely of opaque darkness. Their elongated jaws were filled with razor-sharp teeth, their arms ended in vicious claws, and the scales covering their bodies were blackened and peeling, leaving the creatures to bleed endlessly. In these wounds, Leon could see countless eyes peering through the blood and the scales, all swiveling around as if unable to focus on anything. All of these eyes were of a size and color that he thought them human. Perhaps even more disturbing than that, he could tell that these weren't the creatures he could hear roaring above even the screeching of the husk horde that continued to press against them. But Leon didn't let any of this slow his feet down at all. He kept moving, more lightning bolts erupting from his body than drops of sweat, carving his way through the apparently endless horde. And finally, the outskirts of the city drew near. The hordes couldn't stop him and Teresa's, and they managed to cleave their way into the sparse outskirts of the city. At the same time, the flying many-eyed reptilian creatures finally drew close and began diving at Leon and Teresa's, completely ignoring those of their fellows that Leon blasted to ash in their attempt. "Hold!" Leon shouted again as he and Teresa's crossed into a large, paved area. Figured it might have been a small forum or some other gathering place at one point. Amidst the pressure of fending off the husks, the flying creatures, and the darkness that continued to try and press down upon them, Leon spared a few strokes of his blade to cut deep furrows into the stone. "Fill with light," Leon ordered, and Teresa's, to his relief, didn't need any more instruction. As the old monk continued to fill the air with white motes of incinerating light, he also stomped his foot and conjured light to fill the furrows Leon carved. In a matter of moments, a glowing rune had been carved into the pavers, a large ancient rune identical to the core rune of the enchantment Leon had made to push back some of the darkness in the environment during the past week and which had protected Teresa's monastery from being filled with that same power. Without hesitation, Leon used his magic to reinforce Teresa's, and to his immense relief, the rune activated. Even under this pressure, had carved it well. The darkness around them for almost a mile dissipated, leaving Leon and Teresa's relatively free to focus on the horde and the flying creatures. Now that he was able to see the revolting things, Leon was more able to blast them out of the sky. Fortunately, they appeared in vastly inferior numbers compared to the effectively limitless husks. Light and lightning blasted outward in almost equal measure, and soon enough, the horde pulled back. Leon was almost surprised until he looked around and saw miles away, standing atop the largest towers in the city, a dozen darkness-clad cultists, staring at him and Teresa's with their glowing red eyes. As soon as he saw them, however, they vanished into darkness, though that didn't stop him from swinging Iron Pride a few more times to strike those buildings with powerful silver-blue bolts. And then, it seemed almost over. Leon and Teresa's were left panting in the center of the carved rune, surrounded on all sides by the rapidly disintegrating remains of thousands of husks, while thousands more had turned to dust along their path into the city. The darkness emanating from the city center was still pressing against them, however, only held at bay by the power of the ancient rune. And while the screeching of the husks died away, the roaring of more creatures in the dark only intensified. They'd cut their way to the outskirts of the city, but they still had a long way to go to reach the devilish focus. From the safety of her 30-foot-tall armor, the young girl stared at what was happening before her. The sheer mass of husks had almost forced her to retreat from the hills before she could be seen, but as the second wave of darkness hit, she found herself transfixed. Two men, both obviously spectacularly powerful, cutting their way toward Eunuch Tor with a savage determination she'd never seen before. The husks terrified her, let alone everything else in the city, but the way those two had slaughtered their way through had been both horrifying and mesmerizing in equal measure. The thought of that much power directed toward her had her legs trembling, which in turn caused her armor to shake. She quickly forced herself back under control, then checked that her systems were still functioning well enough to keep her massive war frame from being seen. When everything seemed all right, she relaxed a minute amount. With terrible fascination, she watched using her armor's magic sensors the progress of the two she'd been trying to track for the past several hours enter the city, weather the dark storm called upon them, and then quite literally cut a place of safety into existence. It was inspiring. She'd been intending to seek their aid in retreating further away from the center of the plain, reasoning that moving in numbers would only increase their chances of survival. She certainly didn't want anything to do with the interior of the plain. She shuddered again as images of the past few months ran through her head, made all the worse from the hope she'd felt in the beginning, and the hopelessness she'd felt when running away. But seeing those two keep going despite all that was thrown against them, she couldn't help but feel some slight stirring in her heart, valiant Ashitar lending her a few specks of iron. She grimaced, she silently cursed herself, she glared at the light screen giving her this information, but her enormous suit of armor began to move back toward Unoktor. Whatever those two were doing, they were going to need her help. Chapter. Prologue. What makes a good king? The grave warden idly wondered as he dangled his legs off the edge of his great tower's roof. Power, ruthlessness, the strength to take something, and the will to use violence to that end. Or is it humility, the willingness to listen to others? To acknowledge one's own wisdom is never sufficient to rule a kingdom. Or maybe he closed his eyes and pondered the question, as had often done over the many long millennia had stood vigil over the plain of Eternaofen from the exact spot he now sat, reveling in the charms of the paradisical island had crafted for himself. He wished that meant he had some special insight, but he could never definitively answer his question. There were so many qualities that a king needed, many contradictory, that settling on any felt wrong. It all comes down to what a king ought to be, I suppose, he thought, his heart sinking as it often did whenever that thought drifted through his head. In the far distance, lightning flashed and thunder boomed, reminding him why the question weighed so heavily on his mind on this day, of all days. It seemed the uninvited guest who'd been squatting on his plain for several decades was finally coming to pay his respect to the grave warden, Eterna's plainer lord. His island sat in the center of a great sea, which itself sat in the exact center of the plain of Eterna. At the center of his island sat his tower, a monolithic thing, built as a perfect cylinder made entirely of stone that stretched so far into the sky that the grave warden was often able to dangle his feet into the clouds whenever he sat atop its perfectly flat roof. The grave warden rarely allowed the weather around his island to be anything less than perfect, but as was his guest's wont, the month's arrival was heralded by bone-shaking thunder, ice-searingly bright lightning, and storm clouds thick enough to shroud the grave warden's island in darkness. These storm clouds rushed closer to his tower, borne by a howling gale, and poured freezing rain all over his warm, tropical home. Despite the strength of these winds, though strong enough to pick a mortal man right up and carry him dozens of feet, the grave warden sighed and pushed himself to his feet, completely unaffected. The wind hardly concerned him. His feet remained solidly planted atop the flat roof of his immense stone tower. Neither did the rain bother him, it simply vanished before touching his clothes. The thunder and lightning that would have blinded and deafened a mortal, likewise, had little effect upon him, aside from serving to irritate him for disturbing the serenity of his home. The grave warden could sense his guest coming, and it seemed he wasn't alone. He was bringing his entire clan with him, or so it seemed. Dozens of enormous arrowhead-shaped arcs, bristling with magic weapons, cut through the clouds as they moved to encircle his tower. Thousands of men and women emerged from the massive magical flying machines to complete the encirclement. Powerful mages all, for they flew under their own power. The auras of so many powerful mages caused the ambient magic power around the grave warden's island to roil and churn, and might they even killed any magicless mortals around if the grave warden had allowed any to live on his island. None of these mages were the guest he was waiting for, though. Their king, the man who'd led them to his plane, to Eterna, who had ordered the conquest of all the lands over which the grave warden's tower loomed. Jason Karanos, the Storm King. Only after the grave warden had been surrounded did the Storm King reveal himself, appearing 100 feet over the roof of the tower in a flash of lightning. He was a tall and broad-shouldered man, armored in beautiful golden plate that had images of eagles embossed in fine detail over every available surface. A magnificent sword hung at his waist, its handle and guard gilded and shaped to look eagle's talons. The blade was long and straight, though the Grave Warden could sense a tremendous amount of magic flowing through it. The Storm King's features were well defined and evocative of the masculine ideal: square jaw, long, proud nose, and sharp cheekbones. His eyes and short hair were both the same shade of dark brown. He was a handsome man, cutting the image of the perfect warrior king. The Grave Warden, in contrast, was about as close as a man could be to average, appearance-wise. His was a face that could be lost in just about any crowd. His medium-length hair was a neutral brown, as were his eyes, and his skin wasn't pale or tanned enough to unambiguously belong to any ethnicity. But it was no contest of looks the two were about to have. The Grave Warden took a few steps away from the edge of his tower, while the Storm King floated downward until he hovered imperiously a couple dozen feet over the tower roof, staring quite literally down his nose at the Grave Warden. Half a dozen others followed him, 5 men and 1 woman, all bore similar appearances to the Storm King. He brought his children here, the Grave Warden thought with some shock. Bold, missing 2 sons, though welcome, he called out aloud. He spread his arms in a gesture of hospitality and repeated, "Welcome." Though he acted genially, with but a thought, the Grave Warden silenced the storm with but a thought and the barest expression of his magic power. The wind blew its final gust, the rain vanished, the last peals of thunder rolled across the suddenly calm sea, and the storm clouds dissolved away, leaving the island bathed in warm sunlight once again. Many of the mages in the air around the tower prepped for combat in response, their auras betraying their violent intentions. The Storm King, however, only had to cast his gaze around him for his clansmen to relax. The Grave Warden continued, "I was wondering when you would finally arrive, King Jason. You made me wait a long time." "A long time," the Storm King softly snorted. His lips turned upward in a confident smirk, and he said, "A king arrives whenever he pleases, it is for all others to wait. Do you know why I've come, plainer lord? Hopefully not to stifle me in pointless court ceremonies," the Grave Warden replied. "I am known as Ambrose. Feel free to use my name. Feel free." Ignoring him, Jason Karanos gravely intoned, "I have come to receive your submission, plainer lord, and to take possession of the treasure you guard. Your plane has fallen to my forces, you have no alternative. Surrender now or face the might of my clan. Surrender now or be crushed by the strength of 1,000,000 planes." The Grave Warden's welcoming demeanor faded, though didn't disappear entirely. With a snap of his fingers, a pair of simple, though comfortable, chairs appeared on the roof. He sat in one and wordlessly offered the other to Jason Karanos. The Storm King chose instead to remain hovering above the tower's roof. "Answer me a few questions, King Jason," Ambrose called out, unperturbed at the tacit refusal of his offer to sit. "Perhaps I might consider your offer if you do." "Answer me, fool," one of the Storm King's children shouted from behind Jason's eldest, if the Grave Warden's relatively sparse knowledge of the Storm King's clan was accurate. "My royal father has." The prince was silenced with but a gesture from Jason Karanos. The Storm King glared over his shoulder at his eldest son, and not another interruption was had. A moment later, Jason turned his deep brown eyes back to the Grave Warden. Finally, he floated downward, landing perfectly in the chair the Grave Warden had prepared for him. He sat there for a moment, Ambrose giving him a moment to get comfortable, and when it became clear that the chair was no trap, the Storm King looked almost disappointed. "Ask your questions, plainer lord," the Storm King commanded. "Wonderful," Ambrose gushed. "It's been so long since I last had a good debate partner." "So long. I apologize if I ramble." The Storm King's expression turned a bit irritated, but Ambrose pressed on regardless, his demeanor growing more serious and his gaze sharpening now that he was implicitly being promised answers to his questions. "For hundreds of years have you reigned as Storm King. Do you believe that you are a good king?" Whatever Jason Karanos had been expecting, this clearly was not it, his features contorted in surprise before lighting up with hubristic pride. In a voice booming as loud as any clap of thunder, he replied, "I am not a good king. I am the greatest king. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it." The army of his clan roared in response, their joined voices rumbling louder than the fiercest storm. Ambrose, however, focused entirely on the Storm King. With a flick of his finger, a bubble of complete silence surrounded him and Jason Karanos, preventing even the loudest sound from outside from reaching them. "Of all the answers you could have given," Ambrose said, a grin spreading across his face, "that was the best. Now, tell me, Storm King, why do you think yourself great?" Jason Carranos didn't take even a moment to think about the question. In all respects, my power is without equal. My armies are endless. My fleets ply the void in numbers beyond counting, matched by none. My power shames the primal gods and devils, and my numerous children honor our clan. A king can ask for nothing greater than this. Yes, the grave warden responded, your children. Jason Carranos' eyes narrowed in displeasure. Watch your tone, plainer lord. I am a generous king, but deviant eyes turned on my family shall be plucked from the skulls that house them. Quite protective, Ambrose observed. Is that why 2 of your sons are missing? You've brought all the rest. I would have thought you'd bring the whole set. Speculate not on business that is not yours, the Storm King growled. Ambrose dismissively waved his hand, though he still dropped it. He supposed he could always find the other 2 later, if the need for doing so arose. Your answer, he said, is that the extent of your virtues. Have you no other claim to greatness than the size of your armies, fleets, family, and power? You can name no others. There are no other metrics worth measuring, the Storm King definitively declared. Such a limited view, the grave warden responded, his expression falling in disappointment. Limited. I had hoped a man who ruled over thousands of planes might have aided me in my errant thoughts, but alas, you have proven yourself no better than the countless petty lords that sprang up after the primal age. No better. You do not have the proper respect for strength, Jason Carranos responded. He rose from the chair and menacingly loomed over the grave warden. If you do not hurry and present me with what I came for, and prostrate yourself before me as my newest vassal, then I shall impart upon you a lesson in strength that you shall never forget. To punctuate his threat, the Storm King drew the sword at his waist. Its blade hummed in the air, sparks of silver lightning with a blue halo flashing across the sparkling metal. But the grave warden only grinned. You desire my universe fragment? He whispered, not shifting at all in his seat. His expression, one of disappointment only a moment before, swiftly shifted to reflect his utmost confidence. Why should you come here for that? Your clan already has 2 more than just about any other power in the universe, if my information remains up to date, though I see you only brought 1 with you. His plain brown eyes drank in the sight of the sword, gleaming in the light of the sun, flashing with lightning. With more magical senses, he could feel the cataclysmic power radiating from the weapon, and the artifact lodged in its tang. A king does not need to explain his whims to anyone, the Storm King declared. Surrender your universe fragment to me. I shall not ask again. How did you even hear of it? The grave warden pleasantly asked, as if his unarmored form was not being confronted with one of the most powerful weapons in existence. Such mighty powers cannot be hidden forever, Jason Carranos simply replied. In this one, would you still rob me of it even knowing that it was bestowed upon me by the great Lord Khosrau? He did not give it to me on a whim. Invoke his name all you wish, plainer lord, it will deter me not, for I do not fear the dead. You will not back down, then? The grave warden quietly, almost pleadingly, asked. The Storm King responded only with a wave of power, his aura surged in strength, not doing the grave warden any harm, but causing the sky to darken with storm clouds once again. Outside of the soundproof bubble the grave warden had summoned, he could sense the rest of the Storm King's clan preparing themselves for battle, too. You are a terrible king, the grave warden sadly stated, his smile fading as he slowly took to his feet. Ambition is an enviable trait among royalty, but you have led your clan to my plane on a fool's gambit. You and your clan have destroyed yourselves, all because you attempted to take what is not yours, what you have no right to claim. All I desire is mine, for I have the power to take it, the Storm King stated. You don't have the power to take this, the grave warden said with a tone of finality. Before the Storm King could answer, a meteor, appearing in a flash of light, crashed into one of the largest arcs the Storm King had arrived with. The meteor punched clean through the ark's defenses and splashed so harmlessly into the sea that it was clear this was no accident. Fire poured from the arc as its engines struggled to keep it in the air with such a massive hole torn through it. Metal screeched as the superstructure failed to hold the veritable flying fortress in the air, and it began a nosedive into the sea. Neither Ambrose nor Jason saw it hit the water, for the moment that the meteor struck the arc, the Storm King moved. His body flashed with lightning, his aura shining as brightly as the sun itself to the grave warden's magic senses. The wind howled all around the tower as the Storm King's power inundated their surroundings. Jason Carranos called a storm of unbelievable proportions down upon the grave warden's tower and Ambrose weathered it with ease. He was a rock amidst the tsunami, a mountain within the typhoon. Meteors came raining down upon the arks, and the arks dove enlisted to avoid them. From deep beneath the waves of the sea, enormous stone hands rose to catch the arks, shattering them with incalculable strength. The arks responded in kind, firing their weapons, bathing both the island and the giants in light and lightning, but to no avail. The Storm King and the Grave Warden exchanged hundreds of blows in a matter of seconds, so quickly that it seemed almost an eternity for the Storm King's children to charge. For a brief moment, the Grave Warden's tower at the center of the Plain of Eterna became one of the most dangerous places in the universe. Such power shook the plain, cracking its surface, breaking cities dozens and hundreds of miles away, and causing untold numbers of deaths. The water of the sea boiled as lightning fell into it as thickly as rain. Bodies fell just as thickly around the Grave Warden's tower, splattering to paste as they hit the ground. The blood of thousands of powerful mages soaked the island, and after several minutes, so too did the first of the Storm King's children. The Storm King and his family roared as one in grief and anger and redoubled their efforts to kill the Grave Warden, but their efforts were for naught. A moment after the first, the Grave Warden sent another prince falling lifelessly to the ground. One by one the Storm King's family fell, but even when Jason Karanos was left alone, battered and bloodied, he refused to surrender. His pride simply wouldn't allow him to. And in only a matter of seconds, he joined his family and clan in death. The battle was as short as it was destructive. Countless bodies littered the island just as all of the Storm King's arks burned in the raging sea. The Storm King himself, as well as all of the children and clansmen that had brought with him, had been laid low by the Grave Warden. Ambrose himself, once the fighting was finished, stood upon the beach where the Storm King had fallen. He bled from 100 wounds, and his skin had been burned black over more than half of his body. However, now that the fighting was over, his wounds healed rapidly, leaving him looking none the worse for wear in mere seconds. The Storm Kings, however, did not. Jason Karanos, who had invaded his plane 50 years prior, now lay dead at his feet. How many thousands of your clan members have you condemned to die over this mistake? The Grave Warden wondered aloud as he stared down at the dead Storm King. How many will die when the rest of the universe hears of this? Will your clan survive? He darkly chuckled. Will those who are left seek revenge against me? Ambrose's eyes drifted from the Storm King's body over to his sword, now lying on the beach and sparking with brilliant green lightning. Such a weapon could not be left unsecured, but before Ambrose could take a single step toward it, the weapon's hilt dissolved from the green lightning, leaving the sword's tang bare. Lodged within it, Ambrose could see what might have appeared to a mortal's eyes to be nothing more than a thin sliver of discolored iron embedded within the sword's shining metal, though it was almost blindingly radiant to more magical senses. The Iron Needle, a universe fragment, an artifact of incalculable power. With a clap of thunder that shook the island and a flash of lightning that almost blinded Ambrose, the sword, and the universe fragment within it, shot into the sky, leaving Ambrose behind. The Grave Warden could only smile and laugh. Universe fragments were fickle, and if they did not allow themselves to be wielded, then the cataclysmically powerful artifacts were as useful as paperweights. And the Iron Needle, it seemed, would not allow him to wield it. Ambrose took no offense, though he tracked the Iron Needle as it shot northward. He wondered how long it might stay in the air, and where it might land. Repairing Eterna wouldn't be easy if he had a universe fragment flying around it for a millennium. As his eyes turned back to the Storm King, he wondered again what would happen to the rest of the Storm King's clan, both on Eterna and elsewhere. One of the strongest men in the universe had just died, as had the most powerful members of his clan. Who will replace you, I wonder? Ambrose asked Jason's corpse. Will they come here to accomplish what you did not? Or will they just forget about you? Will your clan be destroyed, all traces of it lost to time? Will all knowledge of their foolish king that led them here, to die at my hand, be lost? Ambrose sighed as, with a wave of his hand, the bodies of the Storm King and all of his immediate family were gathered before him. You were a strong adversary, he said with great respect. By your metrics, I suppose, you were a worthy king. Now, be at peace. Jason Karanos and his family's bodies disappeared as Ambrose took flight once more. How long until a new Storm King rises? He wondered aloud. 1,000 years, 10,000, 100,000, or even longer. I hope that whoever they are, they show more wisdom than you. I hope. Ambrose once more took a seat on the edge of his tower, unblemished from the terrible battle that had just taken place around it. He sighed again and turned his mind toward fixing the terrible damage done to Eterna in this battle. though he knew that it wouldn't be long before he returned to the question he'd been pondering before Jason Carano's arrival, only now he had much more to think about. Chapter 1001, Streets of Nok Tori Teresa's, how are you doing? Leon asked, both men standing in the rune Leon had carved, their eyes wild and jumping from shadow to shadow. The horde may have pulled back, but that didn't mean they were safe. The brothers of war, valiant Ashitar and strong Ashagan, strode with me this day, Teresa's replied. Which Leon took to mean he was fine. If you don't mind, ask them if they'll walk with us for a little longer yet, Leon responded. He was then rudely interrupted by the roaring of what sounded like a titanic beast deeper in the city, though as the sound died, he continued like nothing had happened. Well, take a minute or two to catch our breath and then proceed. As you say. Teresa's then took Leon's instruction a little more literally than had been intended and kneeled to silently pray. Leon kept a silent vigil, his eyes locked on the taller structures closer to the heart of Nok Tor. The darkness-clad cultists were still watching them, he could practically feel their eyes upon him. The darkness permeating the plain, despite the rune head carved, still stuck to him too, leaving him feeling rather unclean. Should have used that twig earlier, he ruminated. Maybe it would have worked back in the monastery. Maybe he cut himself off. There wasn't much use crying over spilled milk, he could linger on his mistakes later. For now, he had to focus only on finding some way off the plane, some way to reach Tel Kiran, some way to maybe, just maybe, find out what was happening there and stop it. Hey Zafin, Leon called out to his soul realm. Ancestor, any ideas what he'll be facing? The closer we get, the more this feels like a power siphon, Zafin confirmed. Do you remember the channeler we once encountered? Leon grimaced. He remembered the channeler all too well. A sacrificed human being, chained and broken beneath the arena of Andalus, capital of the Cortuban Alliance. The arena, when Leon had been there, had been built to funnel the power of the gladiators within it down to the channeler, where it would then be transferred to the demon at the other end, and that demon had been Aemon, Leon had learned. The arena, a place where the masses were meant to be entertained by blood sports, had been subverted into one giant ritual circle, where every drop of blood shed upon its sands would have its power stolen, for Amon's gain. Yes, he answered. This is a more powerful version, Zafin quietly responded. I never used channelers myself, but I know the magic involved. This is older and stronger, but still recognizable. You should brace yourself, though, because I don't know exactly what kind of fuckery you're going to see at the end of this, even if I can identify its purpose. Dead people would be a safe bet, the Thunderbird stated. Power like this transferred from one being to another over a great distance can rarely be accomplished without using another being as some kind of medium. How does that work, exactly? Leon asked. My dear ambitious boy, the Thunderbird exclaimed. You're not thinking of making one for yourself, are you? From her tone, Leon couldn't tell if she was impressed or disgusted. Teasing, at the very least no, he replied. But knowing how it works may make it easier to break. Lightning will break it, the Thunderbird confidently stated. And if that doesn't work, then just apply more until it does. Despite the bleak surroundings, Leon had to fight not to break out laughing. I suppose that's as good a plan as any, blast the problem with lightning until the problem no longer exists. That method, I've found, works for any problem you can think of, the Thunderbird proudly added. Lightning is the world's greatest problem solver. Fire works better, Pigeon, Zafin loudly muttered, and Leon felt a quick expression of power in his soul realm, followed by a pained grunt from the former Lord of Flame. Care to revise that assessment? The Thunderbird asked. Fuck no, Zafin coughed. Looks like you're going to need more discipline. Leon, I trust that you have all of this under control. I'll be here if you need me, but this insolent demon needs to be taught. Don't maim him, permanently, Leon joked. Traitor, Zafin shouted, though without too much bite. I make no promises, the Thunderbird responded with altogether far too much seriousness. Leon spared his soul realm a quick glance, curiosity and concern getting the better of him. However, he noted that the Thunderbird's punishment wasn't that extreme, mostly involving annoying Zafin with lightning, though fortunately not doing much of any damage to the demon. The greater damage was likely done to his pride, as the demon couldn't stop even these relatively weak bolts from breaking through his defenses. So long as they didn't harm each other permanently, or his mind Palace didn't mind them letting off a bit of steam and turned back to the matter at hand. A quick word was all that was needed to get Teresa's back on his feet. Ready? He asked the old monk. I am ready, he replied. And I believe the gods favor us this day. Let us back up my prayers with action. Leon nodded. It wasn't a straight shot to the center of the city, unfortunately, but the street before them was fairly long. Other than the drastic increase in darkness magic in the air, the street was as forlorn and abandoned as the city had been upon their arrival. But it was with all due caution that Leon and Teresa's stepped out of the protection of the carved rune, relying once more only on their own magic, smaller enchantments, and in Leon's case, armor. The street they stepped out onto was fairly wide, though no main thoroughfare. Almost as soon as they stepped out from the ancient rune's protection, the wind picked up, and Leon could sense it wasn't natural. He readied himself for combat, Teresa's doing likewise right beside him. However, though the hair on the back of his neck stood up, the wind didn't increase in intensity or otherwise resemble any kind of attack. With no small amount of disquiet, Leon and Teresa's eventually got moving again, though with the wind now blowing constantly at what would have otherwise been a pleasant speed. They moved down the street at a fairly cautious clip, Leon noting as they went that the streets were growing dustier with every intersection they passed, or, as he quickly realized, ashier. The buildings, likewise, were becoming less dilapidated, though none looking undamaged, all while the wind kept blowing. Leon didn't like it, it was too strange, too eerie. He grew more and more on edge with every step he took, and he could tell that Teresa's, though the monk didn't vocalize it, felt the same. Finally, the tension broke. A voice, softer than a whisper, carried by the wind to their ears, pleaded. No further. Leon froze, iron pride sparking with lightning in his hand, while Teresa's neck almost snapped as he looked all around them, his fists glowing with light magic ready to slice any enemies either of them saw to pieces. But nothing else happened. No husks leapt out from the shadows, no cultists appeared upon distant buildings, no flying monstrosities fell upon them. The wind blew, the ash whirled, and the buildings remained dark and silent. Where did all those creatures go? Leon couldn't help but wonder, noting also that the roaring of large-sounding creatures didn't seem to be getting any nearer again. The voice, almost lighter than the air that carried it, whispered, "They're hunting. Hide. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it." "What is this?" Leon asked aloud in a hushed tone. With a quiet voice to match, Teresa's replied, "By wise Faranjan, I don't know. Run." With that statement, the wind picked up, though not nearly enough to inconvenience either of them, throwing a large amount of street ash at them. With a swish of his blade, Leon pushed all the ash away, overpowering the wind so easily he figured even a freshly ascended 5th-tier mage could have done the same. Leon. Teresa's whispered, "Let's get off the street at least for a moment." Leon turned to answer and froze for a second. Teresa's had been looking all around them while Leon concentrated on what was ahead, yet the monk hadn't said anything about this, nor had Leon picked up on it with his magic senses, leading Leon to think what he now beheld had sprung up only in the past few seconds. Hundreds of ashen statues of people in the street, looking like they'd been frozen as they went about their day-to-day business. In fact, Leon thought they looked like people who'd been covered in ash, not ash sculpted into human shapes. Their faces were largely indistinct because of this, though all appeared to wear faint expressions of agony. More than a few had their mouths open in silent, unnerving screams. Teresa's hand clapped Leon's shoulder, and when Leon glanced at the old monk, he found Teresa's quietly staring ahead of them. More statues had appeared after Leon turned, all nearly identical. Hundreds of people going about their business, frozen in ash. Not one emitted a magical aura or gave any kind of discernible sign that they were alive or animate. Without a word, Leon glanced at Teresa's and agreed with his suggestion just a moment before. They darted off the street and into the nearest building. It was a fairly nice-looking building, made of wood and stone that could have given the building a certain rustic charm had it been intact and untarnished by the devil's pollution. Once inside, Leon realized it was some kind of bar or restaurant, with booths along the outer wall where windows once were, and an actual bar on the other side, complete with wooden stools. There were no ashen statues, thankfully, but before Leon was able to relax, movement in the far corner caught his eye. A human figure stood there, rubbing the bar's counter with a rag that was barely more than rough scraps of fabric, stained dark gray from ash and unspeakable filth that might be accumulated. The figure resembled a husk, with a frame so emaciated that Leon couldn't tell if it had been male or female, and its skin was blackened and mottled, as if dried and charred by dark magic. The figure had no hair upon its head nor any clothes upon its body, but it was little more than skin and bone anyway, with all softer parts of its body long gone. Most disturbingly was its face, with empty eye sockets, a missing nose and ears, and its lips shriveled and pulled back in a terrible, almost nauseating grin, showing off teeth as black as coal. The figure seemed hardly to notice them, contenting itself with wiping the same spot on the counter over and over again. The spot had been worn down, indicating it had been there doing this for a while, its motions practically sanding down that one specific spot of the wooden counter, though Leon hadn't noticed it through the windows or with his magic senses until entering the bar. Barely a second passed between Leon and Teresa's noticing the husk in it stopping its movement. Its head cricked and cracked as its eyeless face turned in their direction. Darkness magic in the bar spiked, and Leon moved. The building shook from the thunder he summoned in his wake, but he didn't want a repeat of their earlier retreat from the city. He took the husk's head in one clean slice. Instead of collapsing, the husk's body dissolved into black ash and seemed to disappear instead of adding to the ash already spilling into the bar from outside, leaving hardly any trace that it had been there at all, save for the worn-down spot on the counter where it had been endlessly wiping. Mothers above and below Teresa's whispered in disgust and trepidation. "Maybe we just suck it up and continue," Leon said, deep unease settling into his stomach like a rock. "None of this is going to change while we wait. Let's just keep moving." Teresa's gritted his teeth and bowed slightly. Together, the two left the unsettling bar, only to find that all the ashen statues outside were now slightly different. Their heads had all turned to face the bar, though their bodies hadn't. Many of the statues had been facing away, leaving their heads twisted at unnatural and unnerving angles. Hundreds of eyeless faces confronted them, as if accusing them of some crime just committed. Leon frowned as his heart rate spiked. "I hope I didn't sound too judgmental when discussing your strategy, ancestor," he said into his soul realm. Without waiting for a reply, he burst into action, Teresa's following suit only a moment after him. Leon charged forward so quickly that the ash beneath his feet practically exploded behind him. With thunder and lightning he shot through the ashen statues, his blade singing as lightning coursed through it and it cut through the statues. To Leon's immense relief and, to some degree, further disquiet, statues were ash all the way through. He cleaved through not a single speck of flesh or bone. By thunder and lightning, light and steel, Leon and Teresa's mowed the statues down, and in only a few seconds, none were left standing. Once more, they were alone on the street. "By all the hells," Leon whispered after the deed was done, and not feeling any calmer. His eyes swiveled around, searching for the cause of all of this, yet finding nothing to latch onto. There didn't appear to be any sign of anyone in their immediate vicinity doing anything magical, yet he knew there were ways to avoid detection. Teresa said something, but Leon didn't think it was specifically directed at him. Sounded somewhat like a prayer, though he closed his eyes and focused on his magic senses, so he couldn't tell for sure. He bathed their surroundings in his magic senses, searching for something, anything, that might explain this. Surely, there were a handful of cultists in nearby streets trying to manipulate them, trying to get them to turn around since their attempt at direct confrontation failed. Leon concentrated on the shadows, reasoning that if there were any guiding hands nearby, they'd be hiding in darkness. However, on a 5-story building only a few hundred feet further down the street, he found something rather curious. Clinging to the side of the building over the street was a strange gap in the air. His eyes didn't see anything, but the wind peeled around it and no magic flowed through it. It was like there was some kind of hole there in the air, or something invisible is hiding itself poorly. Leon pointed his blade at the spot as a frown spread across his helmeted face. A lightning bolt thick as his arm shot from the tip of Iron Pride and slammed into this empty space almost instantly, revealing it to be far more tangible than the emptiness implied. A horrible shriek of pain filled the air as something appeared, a mass of dark, though not quite charred black, limbs and heads and glowing red eyes, all mashed together into some new, horrific creature that had Leon's skin crawling. The creature fell to the ground, its dozen pairs of arms and equal number of legs thrashing about in pain as its body burned from Leon's lightning. Its main body was wide and flat, almost like a plate, while stuck to it between every pair of arms was a human head, all male, all apparently from different men, all stuck on slightly differently, giving the creature an awful sense of asymmetry, and all with glowing red eyes, as if their eyeballs had been replaced with red lanterns. Every one of the creature's heads screamed its shrill, eardrum-piercing scream. Leon didn't think too long about it before he shot toward the creature. He felt darkness magic swirl around it right before he reached it, but had buried Iron Pride almost to the hilt into the creature before it could even react to his charge. Silver blue lightning filled the creature, obliterating it from the inside out. Its shrieking rose in pitch and intensity for a moment before it went silent, Leon's lightning and the sound of popping flesh the only things filling the air with sound. All of the creature's eyes popped within half a second of each other, and blood poured from the sockets for the slightest of moments before Leon's lightning charred the sockets dry. The limbs, already rather dark, blackened further before falling from the creature's main body, as if whatever magic holding them there had dissipated under the pressure from Leon's lightning. The heads followed suit a second later, leaving only the body circular, disc-like main body. Leon ceased his blast and removed his sword. He took a few steps back to survey his work, noting the relative lack of features on the creature's main body, and the distinct features of every head that had been stuck to it. He had a fairly strong stomach, but as the stench of charred meat filled the air, he felt his stomach grumble a bit in discontentment. And then the creature's main body shot 20 feet into the air. A long, straight slit on the bottom of the disc-shaped body that Leon hadn't noticed split open, revealing a huge, inhuman, perfectly symmetrical eye, glowing red and radiating power like almost nothing Leon had ever felt before. Even with his 10th tier strength, he felt almost like an ant in the gaze of that eye, and it was more the iron needle than the muscles in his arm that raised his blade between himself and the eye. Leon heard something fall behind him, but he was transfixed by the gaze of the eye, he couldn't turn away from it. It was only with his magic senses that he was able to see that Teresa's had fallen to his knees, fear and fury warring for dominance on his face. The eye focused, the red light shining from the pupil-less eye shone more intensely down upon Leon as power gathered, and silver-blue lightning raced through Leon's body, unlocking his limbs and mind. The muscles in his legs tensed as lightning surged through them, readying him for another charge, but in the fraction of a second before he was about to leap at the eye, something huge fell from the sky and impaled the huge floating eye upon wide blades of blue light. It was a massive golem, or so Leon immediately assumed. An armored body 30 feet tall, with powerful limbs and a thick chest and waist, though it still had a vaguely feminine shape to it. Its head was largely featureless, though still with the faint impression of human features, making it more human-like than Nestor's head. A single blue eye glowed in the center of its face, and Leon could sense a tremendous amount of power flowing through the golem. The golem and the eye crashed to the ground, and with a few more swings of its blue light blades, the golem cut the eye into several pieces, and Leon sensed the eye's death, as all the body in the creature vanished. It didn't burst out of its body and into the environment, as magic was wont to do when someone or something was killed, but rather the magic vanished, as if something had reclaimed it from far away. Just behind Leon, Teresa's shot back to his feet. Both he and Leon readied themselves for another fight, as even though the golem had just killed the eye, neither were feeling particularly charitable about its intentions. Chapter 1002. Streets of Enoch Tortu. Leon brandished iron pride at the golem, silver blue lightning racing along the blade, when the golem stood up straight and the 10-foot blades of blue light emanating from its wrists deactivated. Before the situation turned violent, or more violent than it already was, the golem straightened out, and a voice resounded from it. The voice sounded young and feminine, taking Leon somewhat by surprise, but he couldn't understand the words as it spoke a different language than what had learned from Teresa's. Without knowing what the golem said, Leon didn't lower iron pride, but Teresa stood down, a look of incredulity on his face. The old monk replied to the golem apparently in its language, before glancing at Leon and adding another phrase. "Of course I speak Azarian," the golem said. "It's my mother tongue." "Then you are from the kingdom of the blue sky?" Teresa's asked in a rather confrontational tone. "Is this the time to discuss my origins?" the golem asked as it folded its arms in an uncanny display of human body language. "You two are doing something here, aren't you? I was going to try and help you to escape, but since it seems like you're doing something specific, I'd like to help." "Why?" Leon asked, his mouth struggling to form the word. He and Teresa's had continued to mostly speak their own languages with each other since they understood each other's tongues but lacked the muscle memory to speak them well. The golem turned its head to regard him curiously, its armored frame gleaming in the light of the lightning that still flickered across iron pride. You're not from Arknavi, are ya?" the golem asked. Leon gave the golem a suspicious look, though he nodded anyway. "I can explain more later," the golem said, "but for now, I'll say that I worked with another mage who arrived here from elsewhere, like, 2 months ago." Leon frowned, glanced at the dead creature the golem had just killed, and decided to take a gamble. He classified the golem as a potential threat, but if it was going to offer to help them reach the center of the city, "We're getting to the heart of the city," Leon explained. "We're going to destroy whatever's making all that purple light." The golem turned its back on them to look deeper into the city. "You're going after the ritual focus?" it asked. "I can help. I've done this before. Come on." The golem waved for them to follow as it took off running down the street, the ground shaking as its massive 30-foot frame shattered the street tiles beneath it with every step. A quick questioning look was all Leon needed to send Teresa's way before the old monk responded. The core of the Azarian army were mages inside heavy suits of armor much like this, though I've never seen one so large. She's probably trustworthy at least, for now, may she be judged harshly by just Hellier if she should turn on us. Leon responded, "Fine, let's go." Despite his agreement, he quietly resolved to keep his guard up. However, now that he was relaxing a bit, he couldn't help but study the golem as best as he could from a distance, admiring how the armored plating formed a smooth and nearly seamless exterior. He could barely sense anything from its internal workings and magics, though that didn't seem to impact its maneuverability at all, judging from how quickly and surely the thing moved. "I need to find out how that thing works," Leon thought to himself. He and Teresa's quickly caught up to the mage in the massive golemor suit or armor. Leon honestly wasn't quite sure how to classify this thing, and the three pushed deeper into the city. The mage piloting the suit, however, hardly let a few seconds pass before striking up a conversation. "Ya handled that watcher pretty good, didn't ya? I've seen them with fewer heads stop whole armies. Is that what those things are called?" Leon asked, looking briefly back at the many-headed and many-armed creature that the newcomer had killed. "You got the killing blow." "I did, didn't I?" the newcomer said proudly, "but it was looking at you, made it easy. For me." Chat later, Teresa's growled. "This city's beasts are not done with us, yet." As if on cue, an earth-shaking roar interrupted their push further into the city, and a 10-story building practically exploded as an enormous black-scaled creature came barreling through it, the brick putting up about as much resistance to its charge as wet paper. The creature was only about 6 stories tall, but resembled the Raylon in some respects, with a long, elongated snout, and a pair of arms that ended in wickedly sharp claws that looked like they could cut even stone giants into pieces. It stood upon 4 stout legs, each as thick as a large hardwood tree, and its upper body was built and toned, almost looking like the torso of a dedicated human athlete. Set in its skull were a pair of large eyes, glowing red much like all the other creatures Leon had faced since arriving on this plane. Radiating from the new monster was a robust 8th-tier aura, though its sheer physical size would greatly augment that magical strength. "Colossus!" the newcomer shouted as the blue blades of light in her suit's wrists reactivated. Her suit's legs then glowed red-hot for a moment before leaping at the creature. Leon, not one to let any ally, even a newly made one of convenience, fight alone, leapt after her, iron pride blazing with silver-blue lightning, and Teresa's followed only the briefest of moments later. Lightning fell upon the monster, drawing its attention to Leon as the Colossus' black scales were burned and blasted off. He kept up the pressure, dancing around the buildings even as the monster lunged after him, swiping with its massive claws at a speed that belied its massive size. Buildings were crushed and obliterated as the creature pursued Leon, roaring in rage and pain as more and more lightning rained down upon it. At the same time, Teresa's targeted its now exposed skin as scales were destroyed and fell away. The newcomer eschewed that entirely and sliced and cut around the creature's legs, apparently hoping to trip it up or disable its surprising mobility. Leon figured that she might know what she was doing and redirected a few lightning bolts to tear off scales around the Colossus' ankles. With the 3 of them working together, the Colossus fell in less than a minute. None of them had been harmed by it, though the city around them couldn't say the same. "Woo!" the newcomer shouted in elation as the monster fell. "I've never seen one of these things meet the red bitch so quickly." Leon heard a strangled cry of disbelief from Teresa's, though the old monk remained otherwise quiet. "Let's keep going," Leon shouted, not even waiting for the dust to settle. Yeah, the newcomer agreed, and the 3 once again barreled further into the city. As they moved, the newcomer said, "All of the creatures are summoned by the big crystal thingy over there. It'll summon almost anything as we get closer." Leon nodded in understanding. "This crystal thingy is the focus, right?" he asked for clarification. "Yep," the newcomer confirmed. "Big flower plug thing, lots of dead people inside." Leon wasn't sure he could picture what she described, but he figured he'd know it when he saw it. At the very least, he figured it had to be glowing purple to be casting all the purple light that he could see. Teresa's, however, he could hear muttering something about shame and impropriety and praying to the mother below. He knew they were drawing close when his magic senses, already limited to only 1 mile in range thanks to the darkness magic in the air, hit a large circular area they couldn't penetrate, amounting to some 3 city blocks in diameter. The area was surrounded by Tor's tallest buildings, which had Leon feeling somewhat concerned, but what had him even warier was that, after the Colossus, the group of 3 faced little opposition to pushing deeper into the city. The streets certainly grew darker and filled with more and more ash, but he couldn't see even a single hair on a cultist head, let alone anything more dangerous. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The newcomer offered an explanation. I've seen this happen before. The bitches in the center of the city are feeling the pressure, so they're probably pulling back to the crystal to guard it. Let's not keep them waiting, Leon replied, his trust in the newcomer growing. The newcomer laughed giddily and charged ahead, Leon only keeping up thanks to his lightning magic. Again, he couldn't help but marvel at the suit the newcomer wore, given the speed and power it was showing off. The purple light grew more intense as they drew closer, and Leon could practically feel the darkness magic held at bay with the ancient rune enchantment head inscribed pushing against those defenses more and more with every step. He could also feel weak magical probes rattling against his armor, unable to penetrate the armor's defenses. The newcomer hardly seemed to notice, though Leon could hardly say that for certain, given she was concealed within the armor, but Therese's was having to noticeably channel with greater strength as they approached their destination. The old monk seemed to still be going strong, however, so Leon didn't make a big deal out of it, though he kept an eye on the man anyway. Finally, they made a final turn and were able to stare down the street unobstructed, and Leon was able to see what the crystal thingy was. And he almost wished had never laid eyes upon it. It was a huge purple crystal, perhaps 3 stories tall, and shaped like a frozen candle or drop of water, though he could easily see why the newcomer had called it a flower. It seemed to have several layers, making it resemble a furled flower, though he wasn't sure where she got the plug part from. It gave off a tremendous amount of purple light, though most of it was directed upward. Far more disturbing was what was within the crystal, at least 100 bodies, all with eyes glowing red with power, staring outward. Their bodies greatly resembled the husks they'd been fighting, emaciated and charred, while what little flesh remained on their faces was twisted in grim expressions of anguish. The bodies were almost stacked on top of each other in a chaotic pile, and the one at the top seemed to be trying to reach for the top of the crystal, though they'd frozen in place only a few feet from the top. The bodies inside the purple crystal seemed to be staring at the one at the top, but the red eyes of the one at the top seemed to eerily follow Leon as he and his group made their final approach. Just like a channeler, Zaffin observed, his punishment at the hands of the Thunderbird over. Magic flows through the people in that devil's cage and into the devil. I've never seen one before. I have, at a distance, the Thunderbird said. Lightning will free them, one way or another. A soft whisper had heard after pushing through the husks outside the city reached his ears again. You found us, the voice said. Please end us by Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, Therese's murmured. Grim, ain't it? The newcomer asked. They're not dead in there, though that ain't much to brag about. We should kill em, nothing else to do. Let the red bitch take her due. Do not anger the gods, Therese's chastised. The newcomer chuckled but didn't otherwise respond. Leon rather agreed, and if the voice he heard on the wind was coming from the people in the crystal, it was what they wanted, too. They're coming, the voice from the crystal said, and a moment later, the shadows around the crystal deepened. Figures formed from the shadows, resolving into 12 humanoids cloaked in smoky darkness, one glowing eye in each of their faces. These fuckers, the newcomer bemoaned. Too bad they don't run anymore. No one else got a chance to vocally react before darkness rushed over the ground like a flood. Leon reacted almost instantaneously. He thrust Iron Pride forward and let loose with a cataclysmic torrent of lightning that cut through the darkness with ease. The figures scattered, though one was caught in his barrage. The darkness was torn from him, revealing the headless body beneath, and the red eye hovering where his head once was. With the backing of Leon's power and the Iron Needle, the cultist was only seen for a moment before he was vaporized. Leon was given no time to savor this small victory as the crystal pulsed with power as soon as the cultist was destroyed. A tsunami of darkness magic erupted from the crystal and crashed into Leon's group, sending them reeling backward and submerging them into a dark, featureless abyss. Pressure built around Leon's helmet, but Leon responded with more lightning. He gripped Iron Pride tighter, letting the Iron Needle fuel his power, and the darkness around him melted away, leaving him standing in a dome of normalcy surrounded by darkness that shrank away from him. "Press forward," the Thunderbird insisted. "Reach the crystal and destroy it." Leon followed her urging without hesitation. However, had barely taken a single step before an enormous gaping maw the size of Red's head came snapping out of the darkness. Had Leon not already been channeling his lightning magic, he would have moved too slowly to dodge, but as it was, he leapt into the air just in time for the jaw to catch nothing but air beneath him. He twisted in the air as the darkness was pushed away from him and swung Iron Pride in the direction the offending attack had come from. Lightning pierced the veil of darkness and struck something, which responded with a shrill shriek, but Leon spared no time to see what it was. He hit the ground and ran for the crystal. Hands and tendrils of darkness attempted to stop him, each one increasingly desperate, but his lightning tore through them all, resulting in nothing more than a temporary and marginal slowdown. He pushed forward as the pressure on the darkness around him increased, but the Thunderbird's power had inherited didn't let him down, and the darkness found no purchase upon him. A cultist appeared in front of him brandishing a large axe made of darkness, but Leon didn't miss a step and attacked. The cultist tried to block his strike, but the darkness was banished by his lightning and Iron Pride bit into the cultist, shredding his shield of darkness and obliterating his physical body. The dark sea around Leon shuddered in response and grew stronger, but he was able to orient himself when he caught a glimpse of purple light. Alone, Leon pressed forward again, his footsteps requiring more and more effort the closer he got to the crystal. 3 more cultists appeared, each surrounded by 3 carriage-sized spiders. The spiders, their eyes glowing red, their dark mandibles snapping, charged at him while the cultists tried to tie him down with tendrils of darkness. Each tendril sought a chink in his armor through which his mind might be assaulted, but Leon's lightning and his armor proved their worth. His fingers flexed around Iron Pride and he was free in a burst of silver-blue lightning. He could feel his magic being taxed, but he didn't allow himself to slow even a bit as his body flashed and Iron Pride made quick work of the attacking spiders. The cultists again tried to stymie his advance with their darkness magic, but Leon simply gritted his teeth and cut through, killing all 3 in short order. And then he found himself standing in front of the crystal, though its surface had been covered in a protective sheen of darkness that didn't shy away from him. The darkness was deeper than what surrounded him, and he could feel eyes within swiveling to him. Something was watching him through the crystal. Something powerful. Something as great compared to him as he compared to an ant. The primal devil. Strike! The Thunderbird shouted, and Leon moved almost on instinct. He brought Iron Pride down upon the crystal and channeled what felt like more power than had ever channeled before. Silver-blue lightning exploded over the crystal, but this deeper darkness was stronger and more stubborn than what Leon had yet faced, clinging to the surface of the crystal even under the pressure of the Thunderbird's lightning. But Leon was stubborn, too, and he wielded a universe fragment. He hit the crystal again, noting that something hit his armor from behind and tried to wrap around his chest, attempting to constrict him. A bolt of lightning saw him freed and he hit the crystal a 3rd time, then a 4th. He was making progress, cleaving through the darkness further with every strike. His sword hit the crystal's surface on the 5th strike, and he summoned all the strength he had, wound up for a 6th, and then froze as a red eye appeared on the crystal's surface. The eye stared down at him, as large as a small house, as steady and uncaring as the sun. Leon felt naked beneath its gaze. He felt as small and insignificant as he had when he faced Krithis beneath the Serpentine Isles. But he was stronger now, and after a moment, he roared in primal fear and frustration. He brought Iron Pride down a final time upon the crystal, his emotions fueling the strike. Lightning erupted from Iron Pride like it had never before, and even Leon had to fight the instinct to squint from the light of his own power. Darkness shrank from his power, and the crystal beneath it shattered. The bodies contained within remained in place only just long enough for every corpse to turn its head in Leon's direction before collapsing into dust. The darkness flooding out from the crystal ceased, and in a moment, Leon stood in the center of the unobscured city. Teresa's was being restrained by 3 cultists while the newcomer's armor was scuffed and scratched, but otherwise unmarred by the 5 cultists trying to contend with her. But above them all loomed the red eye, exactly where it had been before the crystal was destroyed. The eye pulsed and the cultists disappeared, then regarded Leon coldly. It didn't do anything else, but Leon still had to fight just to remain standing as this thing, this ancient power so far beyond him he doubted he could even scratch it, stared down at him. He couldn't discern any emotion or attitude from the eye, and it didn't explain itself. After a moment, it vanished, leaving Leon, Therese's, and the newcomer alone in the center of Tor. None of them spoke a word despite their victory. They felt no great relief, no sense of achievement. The red eye lingered in their minds, making it clear, this was temporary. They could call this a victory, but they'd achieved nothing, in truth. Leon, panting and exhausted from such intense use of magic over such a short period of time, sat down on a piece of stone rubble only a few steps away, one word filling his head even as the dark pressure on his armor dissipated. Fuck. The pressure and the constant sense of being watched at the edge of his awareness slowly dissipated, but it soon became clear to Leon that the darkness magic polluting the air wasn't dissipating by any appreciable amount. Combined with the lingering sense of futility that the red eye had left him with, he just about collapsed in exhaustion. Right there in the center of Tor. Therese's followed suit, seeming as affected by lingering thoughts of the red eye as Leon. The armored newcomer, on the other hand, was well enough to still be in the mood to speak. Sheet, she murmured, I'd almost given all knowledge of how much it kinda sucks to break one of these things to old Mulidan, Lord of Memory, Therese's corrected, his exhaustion clearly not enough to make him forget the proper way to address his gods. Whatever you say, old man, the newcomer said. Therese's just grunted and didn't otherwise respond. After a moment of silence, during which Leon just sat there trying to clear his head, he asked the newcomer in a slow, deliberate cadence so that his Azarean was intelligible, so, what's your name? The newcomer turned to him, her enormous suit of armor turning quite lightly and swiftly for its size. Marika, she replied, well met, I'm Leon Rame, from the plane of Eterna. He's Therese's, Mari asked incredulously. You look like the red-eyed bitches hovering over your shoulder, but your name is Therese's. Are you a child? Therese's grew more and more embarrassed with every word, and Leon didn't need to wonder why it was easy for him to forget since after more than a week, he'd internalized the word as referring to the old monk. But the word, Therese's, essentially meant, nobody. Given the way that Mari responded, though, he wondered if he was missing some other cultural reference to the name. Wise are the young, who respect their elders, Therese's growled. Don't quote the Mandean canticles at me, Nellian. I'm not old enough to be a Nellian, Therese's argued. And I hope you remember disparaging me for my age when you're older. I'm not that much past middle age, kid, and the red-eyed one will come for you swifter than you'll ever hope for. In this God's forsaken land, of course she will, Mari muttered. Eager to shift the topic away from what had started the argument, though Leon noted for the first time since Therese's had introduced himself to at some point ask the monk for his real name. Leon said, Marika, you've destroyed these foci before. I have, Mari answered. A bunch, actually. There was a big push out of the blue sky to try and stop this planar degradation, and me and my father were called up to help. The kingdom of the blue sky yet exists? Therese's excitedly asked. Mary's armor folded its arms, and though Leon couldn't see the woman herself, he could practically see her trying to avoid eye contact. In a way, she hesitantly and quietly confirmed. Most of the Mandean lands are fucked. Like, gone. The armor unfolded its arms and gestured to the ruins of Tor all around them. Looks kinda like this city. And King Ardheal. Therese's pressed. Mari hesitated even longer to answer, and when she did, her tone was halting and apologetic. Ardheal was taken by the red-eyed one more than 20 years ago. His brother, Ardkin, has run the kingdom since. Or, until last month, anyway. Therese's paled when Mari reported the death of the king and sat down in shock. Mari didn't add anything more, so the silence dragged on for several seconds until Leon decided to break it. Why don't you tell us more? He asked. I'm obviously from Eterna, not Arknavi, and my friend here has been living further west for some time, so neither of us are in the know about the current situation in the Mandean lands. I don't suppose you could fill us in. Mary's armor shifted, but after a moment, she replied, sure, I'll tell ya what I know. But, this is actually a little uncomfortable, so let me. The armor kneeled with more grace than its 30-foot frame seemed to allow, and then the armor's chest plating opened like the petals of a flower, revealing the armor's interior. Leon found himself looking at Mari herself, sitting in a seat with wide armrests covered in a dense web of runic control enchantments. Mari hardly waited until the armor finished opening before unstrapping herself from the seat and leaping down, showing Leon that the back of the chair had a large black crystal set right about where the base of Mary's skull would rest when piloting the huge suit of armor. Mari herself was a bit on the short side, and had a paler skin tone than Therese's, giving her a more peach-colored skin than the monk's orange. She was lithe and fit, and dressed in an almost skin-tight all-black one-piece suit, while around her neck was a silver neckpiece that had a black crystal on the back that would touch the crystal in her armor when she sat in it. Most surprising to Leon, though, was her apparent age. He doubted she was older than 20 in her 6th tier aura. "You are a lot younger than I expected," Leon said. "Didja think I was a granny?" Mari asked with a smile and a wink. "I may be a young bitch, but the Ulta suit I built is more powerful than 3 Ultian pilots thrice my age." "You built this Ulta suit?" Leon asked, nodding at the armor. Mari grinned. "Sure did, Lele." Her grin faded slightly, though, and she added, "My dad, well, I mean, it's based on his designs. He was the best Azarian Ulta smith this side of anywhere, I should think. I learned all I know from him." "Your father sounds like an amazing man," Leon said appreciatively, noting her hesitation to speak of him, and his absence even though she told him not long ago that she and her father had participated in the Kingdom of the Blue Sky's recent push. "By Mandius, Lord of all in heaven," Teresa's interjected, "tell me of the kingdom. Tell me of the blue sky." Mari sighed, her eyes bouncing from the monk to Leon and back again several times. Finally, she launched right in. "Shit's been going to shit for a long time," she explained. 70 years, Teresa's murmured. "Longer than that, but not that much," she corrected. "The blue sky have been trying to stem the tide, but they did it alone. The red sky was like, nah, whenever the blue sky was like, we should ally. And those idiots in the Silver Hall were like, ew, why would we do something that would actually help people, so gross. So when all the shit went down, the blue sky was like, on its own. And we stayed on our own for like, forever. Cities were lost, borders were thrown back, all that. Much ruin and desolation. You speak of it so casually," Teresa's quietly complained. Mari smiled bitterly at him. "Don't take it to mean I don't care, old man. Please," Leon interposed before they could start an argument. "Continue." Mari glared at Teresa's before doing as Leon requested. When all the darkness and stuff was able to get past the blue sky's borders and reach the red sky, those dumb bitches finally realized that they were fucked unless they made the alliance the blue sky had been asking for. They still dragged their feet, like, no, we'd rather all die than do the right thing. But finally, they got their heads out of their asses and allied. Their princess married Ardnera, Ardheel's son, and Ardkin's heir. There was a big party celebrating the union of the two skies, and then we went to war. She paused and grimaced for just a moment, but Leon noticed. "We got our asses handed to us, really. I think this was 5 years ago. We lost most of our Ultian pilots in that last push. My father had retired years ago after designing a bunch of Ultas for the army, but he decided to build more back home. My Ulta suit and his was the result of this work. When the call came that some new people arrived and a new offensive was being planned, he and I were conscripted. We didn't want to go, but the officer was like, it's a matter of life and death for the two skies, you're coming with us or we'll put you to death for desertion." "Dick, these new people," Leon said, "were they from other planes?" "Yeah," Mari exclaimed. I think it was 2 10th tier mages. They came all swaggering in and looking to get to tell Kieran, and I can get why the two skies thought that they had a better chance with them on our side." "Do you know which ones?" Leon asked. No, I only saw them once, they weren't asking to meet me." "Kinda stuck-up bitches, really." Leon nodded and called upon what little light magic he knew, which was still more than the earth magic he knew, to project the profiles of the 10 mages sent ahead of him that Ambrose had shown him. "Can you point them out?" Mari stared at the profiles, and when she wrinkled her nose like she'd caught a whiff of something rotten, he knew she'd recognized at least one. "This one," she said, pointing to the profile of a middle-aged woman with bright orange hair, dark blue skin, and scars on her face. The profile gave her a neutral expression, but Mari said, "I'd recognize that bitch anywhere. Walked around like she pissed old Mandy's holy oils." Teresa strangled off a cry of complaint. "This one, too," she said, pointing to the portrait of a handsome dark-skinned man with short black hair. "He wasn't publicly dicky to anyone, at least." Leon nodded. "Queen Larcoina, from Discaria, and first man of the people Alakan Hari, from Neostaria." "Makes sense, she was a fucking queen," Mari grumbled. "So, yeah, they came down, and the two skies were like, we can finally do something. By the mother's great swingin' tits. Must you blaspheme with every breath?" Teresa's complained. "Yes," she replied with a challenging smile. Without waiting for him to respond, she continued. We formed the last army we could, pooling all of our resources. All who could be conscripted, were, and then we were off. We took a bunch of cities, but, she paused and her voice hitched before she kept going. We lost a bunch of people, too, Ardkin among them. My dad, too, Leon sighed in commiseration, and as she choked back some tears. He walked over and laid his hand on her shoulder as she visibly shuddered with effort to control herself. After a few seconds, she managed to calm herself down. Sorry, she murmured. No need to be, Leon responded. I understand well the pain of losing one's father. She gave him a sympathetic look before taking a few more seconds to steady herself. This war made progress, but we still got shafted in the end. We lost too many retaking cities, destroying their crystal thingies in the center, and then moving on. The blue sky was never made whole, and the effort failed. Around Tel Satur, we were met by the largest dark army I'd ever seen. Monsters stretched as far as the eye could see. We were surrounded and crushed. I barely got away thanks to my ulta, thanks to the engine my dad designed. Leon glanced at the suit again, a slight smile on his face. He desperately wanted to study it, but he sensed that this was the wrong moment to ask. What can you tell me about these foci? He asked as he gestured at the place where the purple crystal was once. Not much, she answered. That red ball was new. I've helped to break them before, and they've always kinda made me sick when they shattered, but this one was kinda intense. Leon cocked an eyebrow. The eye showed itself for him, or was there something special about this particular focus? How did you come this far west? Teresa's inquired a little interrogatively. Mari scowled at him for a moment before answering, the ways back home were blocked. I ran westward, had to stop a few times to charge my batteries, but the monsters chose to go northeast instead of follow me, to the remnants of the kingdom of the blue sky, Teresa's whispered. May the brothers of war, valiant Ashitar and strong Ashagan be with them. Invoke the gods all you want, old man, it won't change anything, Mari bitterly spat. Teresa's glared at her, but again, Leon headed off a potential conflict before it could arise. Let people take comfort in whatever they wish in times of great need, he said. For now, I need to get to Tel Kiran. Marika, will you accompany me to the Mandian lands? Mari stared at him like he was crazy, but to his relief, didn't immediately turn him down. That's a real ask there, Lele. You're cute, but are you cute enough to follow into the devil's den? She gave him a quick scan, her eyes rolling all over his body. You're going to let the fate of Arknavi depend on someone's looks? Teresa's asked in disbelief. Yes, she nonchalantly replied, her eyes never leaving Leon. He wasn't sure whether her reply was serious or just intended to get under Teresa's skin. After spending a good few seconds evaluating Leon, she said, my dad was eager to see this through. For his sake, I'll join you. I didn't much like the idea of running away to die in some forgotten corner of the plain all that endearing, anyway. I'd rather face the red-eyed bitch herself than have the bitch run me down. Curb your blasphemy, Teresa's growled. No, she replied, though this time Leon was sure she wasn't being too serious. Great, Leon said with a wide smile. I'll certainly be encouraged to have someone else join us. We invite the gods, wrath with one as impious as her joining us, Teresa's argued. We have less than 9 months before this plane is destroyed, Leon retorted. What the fuck, Mari responded. We need all the help we can get, Leon finished. Teresa scowled deeply, causing so many wrinkles to appear on his face that he started to appear as old as Mari claimed he was in her teasing. I'm sure we don't need her, the monk stated. The red-eyed one will stalk our path because of this. Hey, Mari shouted, no that bitch won't, and what the fuck is this about Arknavi being destroyed? Leon jumped in before Teresa's could get too heated, cutting the monk off as he was taking a deep breath readying himself to launch into a legendary castigation, Leon was sure. Arknavi is part of a planar cluster called the Divine Graveyard, Leon explained, quickly filling Mari in on the most important pieces of information, such as the Grave Wardens, who was sent, why they were sent, and the costs of failing in their task. So, Mari said, looking like she was reeling from all that Leon shared, if we fail, then all these other, Grave Wardens, will destroy Arknavi. Because we have primal devils buried beneath the ground here. Yes, Leon confirmed. Mari stared at him for a long moment, then simply said, fuck. A look of existential dread began to slowly spread across her face. It's important that we reach Tel Kiran, Leon said. My method for getting off this plane was ineffective at its only job. The only way I can think of that we might be able to escape would be by reaching Ko Walik's palace at the center of Tel Kiran. There might be some way to get off Arknavi there, and I'll be able to report to my grave warden what's been happening here. He'd probably be able to fix it all with a wave of his hand. And, lest we forget, any other mages sent by the other grave wardens will be heading that way, too. Leon paused a moment and gave Mari a significant look. Larkoina and Alakan Hari. Did they survive that final battle? Mari frowned. I didn't see 'em fall, but if they survived it's because the bitches ran away or were captured. The devils won the battle that day. Leon nodded. We'll assume they're gone. That means there are still 8 other mages from the other planes unaccounted for. If we're lucky, we might run into them at some point. Our chances of reaching Tel Kiran will be greater together. We had 2 in an entire army, Mari riposted. And you escaped, Leon pointed out. 3 people can move a lot faster and more nimbly than an army. We're also not trying to take and hold territory. That means we can skip centers of devilish power wherever we can. He paused and gave Teresa's a look. We're going to have to update our path. No swinging around to check up on the kingdom of the blue sky. From here, we're heading as straight for Tel Kiran as we can. Teresa's looked like he wanted to argue, but after a few seconds with his mouth hanging open, he simply closed it and nodded. Thank you, Leon said. He glanced at his 2 comrades. We may not be the best companions for each other, but we're all we have. Let's not let any petty rivalries or potential dislike for one another get in the way of our mission. The mages from the other planes may all be dead, and we know the kingdom of the blue sky failed to solve this. All of Arknavi may be depending on us. The entire plane may be resting upon our shoulders. So let's try and keep the peace between us. He fixed Mari in his golden gaze. Try to refrain from blasphemy. Please. You may have problems with the gods of Arknavi, but they mean a lot to Teresa's. There are other ways to express frustration. Mari took a deep breath while glaring at Teresa's. She then gave him a thin-lipped smile and turned back to Leon. Fine. I can hold my tongue if some thin-skinned people can't handle me. That's all I ask, Leon said. He then glanced at Teresa's. He didn't say anything to the monk, but he was hoping he wouldn't have to. If she does not take the gods' names in vain, Teresa said, if she keeps a lid on her blasphemy, then I can tolerate her. Mother above grant me strength. Mari snorted derisively but didn't say anything. Great, Leon exclaimed. Now, Marika, since you have the most experience dealing with all of this, I hope you're willing to give us more information on what we might be facing. Chapter 1004. Devilish Filter. So, Marika began as she scrunched up her face and conjured a few light projections depicting what she was talking about, starting with the wrinkled and charred husk that had formed the bulk of the horde that Leon and Teresa's had been fighting in the city. This one is a husk. They're basically just the tattered remains of the people in the cities who were sacrificed to the devils. I think they're summoned by the ball bags who watch over the crystals in the cities, and they don't leave corpses when they die, so I don't really know what they are, and only heard like 4th or 5th hand about them from my father. They struggle to reflect strong Ashagan's blessings on their own, Teresa said. Do they have some hidden capabilities they haven't yet displayed? None that I ever saw, Mari replied. Then again, I only ever saw the fuckers when fighting with other Ultians, but I heard some stories of others who had harder times with them. Though I kinda think that those guys were fighting husks summoned by this fucking thing. Mari switched her projected image to the creature with a circular body, a dozen heads and as many pairs of arms, and scars filled with eyes covering its main body. Watchers, she identified. They can summon husks on their own, but they tend to prefer fucking with our heads. Worst thing is that they don't use illusions. They're strong enough with darkness magic to fiercely defend themselves, but they are more designed for subterfuge and to knock people off their game. And I do mean designed if what I've heard is accurate. That arrogant buyer, guest, or whatever, the blonde one Queen Larkoina, Leon offered. Yeah, her. I once overheard her saying something about the Watchers being created by the devils to keep an eye on the cultists. I've got no damn clue if that's real, but that's what I heard. Hand to the gods. I believe you, Leon replied with a friendly smile, though at least a part of the expression was due to the relative ease with which he could pronounce Azarian. Mari smiled back. How did you find that thing, by the by? My squad of Ultians had a ton of problems finding and destroying them. Leon frowned and shrugged. Its invisibility was rudimentary. Usually with darkness-based creatures, they can hide in shadows, but that can be detected. This one decided to try and become properly invisible, but it was close enough that I noticed where it wasn't. Everything around it was filled with magic power. It was that fucking easy, Mari said, looking aghast. I wouldn't say easy, Leon replied. Don't forget that I am a 10th tier mage. My senses are sharp. If you say so, Mari replied with a frown of her own. Why don't we continue, unless Meliter, Lord of Memory, has taken any further knowledge of these creatures from you, Teresa's interjected. I remember it just fine, guy, Mari shot back. Old Meliter hasn't taken shit from me. You wouldn't know if he had, Teresa's coolly replied. Mari ka, Leon sternly said, drawing the young woman's attention. This is not you holding your tongue. Mari scowled but dropped the issue, to Leon's relief. I am done with the Watchers, she said a little testily. There's a bunch more, though. Every city has some new horror to show us. Those flying things that attacked you while the horde was rampaging through the area were new to me. Leon recalled the perpetually bleeding creatures with eyes in their wounds and darkness for wings that had attacked them and had to suppress a shudder. They weren't particularly strong, but they were just viscerally awful, especially the way the eyes in the bleeding wounds kept moving around, as if the creature wasn't in control over them, unlike the Watcher. Mari continued to explain what she knew about the various monsters she fought against during the push the Kingdom of the Blue Sky made, running through quite a few dark monstrosities, few of whom Leon recognized. Even Zaffin and the Thunderbird, who were quietly listening in on the conversation, had little to add to shine any light on these creatures. A primal devil makes new creatures according to its current situation, Zaffin said. There isn't much planning to occur, so I was told by the Prince of Flame. They make whatever they can from what they have to accomplish their tasks. Leon filed that information away and continued listening to Maris' explanations, though there wasn't much he could use aside from familiarizing himself with what he might potentially see later. As far as he could tell, his lightning would remain effective on all these creatures should they reappear as Mari had last seen them. When she was finished, Leon nodded back to where the focus had been near where they were resting. When we first faced that Watcher, I heard voices. I thought that they may have just been the Watcher until I heard them again when dealing with the focus. Yeah, fuck those things, Mari stated. Most of them whisper like that. I can't say anything for sure, but I did hear a rumor that the husks inside them aren't actually husks. That they're still the people they used to be, only trapped inside and tortured for years without end, and that's what caused the curse. Not too far off, Zaffin said with some amusement. The torture is incidental. Channeling the power of the plane through them to the primal devil is the point. They're still alive, the power passes through them, into their soul realms, and then through a connection forged between them and the devil. The process, as you can imagine, isn't pleasant. Leon had to suppress another shudder. Before he could ask anything new, he felt a flicker of power far above, and when he glanced upward, he sensed that the darkness permeating the environment was starting to clear up, if only slightly. A lightning bolt had flashed through the black clouds above, and a moment after it drew Leon's attention, the accompanying thunder resounded through the city. He grinned, but the power he could sense about to come down wasn't one they wanted to get caught up in. It was going to rain, but rain from those black clouds was going to be dreadfully polluted. Let's find someplace we can get shelter, he said. The weather's turning, and I don't think we want to get caught up in it. This place must have been spectacular in its day, Leon thought as he poked around the place he and his small team had holed up in. It was a large temple close to the center of the city, not far even by mortal standards from where the focus had stood. It was perhaps the most intact building in the entire city, which made a degree of sense given that Teresa's had explained that it was meant to be the city's central place for worship and would have had a much greater degree of care put into its construction than other buildings. The temple as it stood when Leon and his team ducked under its eaves was a round, drum-shaped building with a peristyle running around its length. The temple's facade consisted of travertine and white marble, though it was almost all gone, crumbled or dissolved away, leaving only the brick and concrete skeleton of the temple remaining. But while much of the stone facade was now gone, the murals on the walls beneath the eaves held up by the peristyle were vivid depictions of the many gods of the Archnavian pantheon, most of whom Leon hadn't even heard Teresa's invoke yet. The roof of the eaves, likewise, was made of enchanted bronze that still shone in the spots where it hadn't yet been tarnished by the city's darkness pollution. Unfortunately, Most of the temple's interior had collapsed, but beneath the eaves, they still found more than enough shelter that when black drops of thick, viscous water began to plunge from the sky, Leon's team remained dry and unaffected. Given the way many of the drops sizzled and seemed to flash with power to Leon's magic senses, he figured it was best that they didn't take their shelter for granted. The tale has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. While they waited for the rain to stop, Mari, after ensuring that her Ulta suit had been properly secured beneath the temple's eaves, elaborated on her account of how the Kingdom of the Blue Sky conducted its campaign. She ran through the logistics of the operation, such as how many soldiers the army had, more than 50,000, essentially amounting to all that the Blue Sky had left, plus another 100,000 from the Red Sky. Of that army, fully 10,000 were Ultians. When Leon asked about the name, she explained that Ulta was where the suits were first invented, so the first pilots were Ultians. Eventually, the name became more strongly associated with the suit pilots than the place. After that little bit of explanation, she continued with her explanation of the campaign, going almost day by day. More than a dozen major cities, and hundreds of other settlements of varying size, had been liberated. She explained how morale had soared after the first few successful battles, but then it fell as casualties mounted and the darkness in the environment never seemed to drop appreciably. Morale finally nearly broke before their last assault when scouts reported that the garrisons left behind in the liberated settlements were overwhelmed, either by cultists or simply by the darkness constantly pressing in. It gets worse the closer we get to the center of the plain, she explained. All of this darkness, it closes in on your mind like a vice, pressing in and squeezing until your head feels like a hillcart that's about to pop. Those they left behind in garrisons that weren't killed by cultists or the monsters they summoned, had torn each other apart. Mari couldn't explain exactly why, having not been there. The Blue Skies campaign only continued to that last battle because the two 10th tier mages pushed them into doing so. And in that final battle outside of the kingdom's former capital, the army was broken. Mari saw her father die and ran in the only safe-seeming direction. The king, the prince, and both 10th tier mages she presumed were dead, though she hadn't seen any of it happen. From there, Mari just ran, her Ulta suit the only thing that kept her alive, that, and her intense caution. She avoided all major settlements as she retreated from the Mandian lands. Leon and Teresa's, she claimed, were the first people she'd encountered since that battle. That suit of yours is incredible, to allow you to get so far in such hostile conditions, Leon said with a pointed smile. Mari, from the dour mood their discussion had placed her in, suddenly lit up. Isn't it? She gushed. It's me and my dad's pride and joy. Mind if I take a look at it? Leon asked. I study enchanting when I can find the time, and I'll fully admit to being fascinated by your suit. Yes, yes, yes. Mari eagerly responded as she shot to her feet, grabbed Leon's arm, and practically pulled him over to the Ulta suit. She then launched into a much livelier and more energetic explanation of how her suit worked, complete with taking a few panels off to give Leon a better look at the machine's internals. In short, it was a fascinating piece of magical engineering that Leon knew Nestor would drool to get a hold of, if the man were only capable of drooling. The engine powering the thing was remarkably compact, allowing the torso to house the suit's pilot. So compact was it that Leon thought that it could easily show up some of what the Raven tribe could come up with, though he fully admitted that they were more geared toward larger magical constructs like arcs than smaller things like the Ulta suit. Building the mauls would help, but those were only made practical by the addition of thunder wood to their designs. How are you able to get this thing to move at all? Leon asked in admiration. The engine's so small, yet it shouldn't even be able to walk, let alone fly. My dad's he was a genius, Mari began enthusiastically before her tone turned much darker. Leon laid a hand on her shoulder in solidarity, and a moment later, she was back to what he thought was her usual bubbly self. She explained that the Ulta suit was able to function for a number of reasons, not the least of which because it ran on power supplied by the pilot as well as large magical batteries located in the suit's shoulders. Magic could be supplied from the outside by other mages, but for the most part, the suit was able to absorb magic power from the environment and store it for later use. This meant that when not in use, the suit was usually curled up as it was now to conserve power and continue to absorb magic from all around it. Once she explained that, Leon's jaw hit the floor. He, Zaffin, and the Thunderbird all exclaimed at the same time, "What?" Mari almost jumped backward from the force of Leon's shock. Before she could even ask, Him to clarify, he asked, "You're telling me this suit can take in the power from all around us and use it to charge its batteries?" Yes, Mari confirmed, sounding a little defensive and confused. That confusion was dispelled as Leon clarified, "The magic that's been fouled by the power of a primal devil." She blinked in understanding, then grinned and said, "Yep, Lele. You should see this." She then popped open the shoulder plates to give him a better look at the filter enchantments and the batteries themselves stored within. Leon almost went cross-eyed at the complex filter enchantments he saw. They made even the magic engine look fairly simple. Still, that they were able to purify and use the power of a primal devil was well, it was shocking until Leon located several ancient runes buried deep in the filters. Given their similarities to the runes he and Teresa's were using to ward themselves from the worst of the devil's power, he figured these runes did something similar. "Brilliant," he whispered, "and not just for its use of primal devil power." "I know, right," Mari gleefully agreed. "I only have one small criticism," Leon continued as a look of grave seriousness passed over his face, giving Mari pause. "The gems used for the batteries are inadequate." "What do you mean?" she asked, sounding a little offended. "I used the largest and clearest sapphires anyone's ever seen on this God's forsaken plane. There are no better power storage mediums. My dad told me so." Leon smirked. "Your father was a brilliant man if all of this was designed by him," he said. "But I have something he never did." With an almost theatrical flourish, he produced a fist-sized storm crystal and tossed it to Mari. It was less than half the size of the sapphires stored in the suit's shoulders. "That thing by itself would hold more than 10 times the amount of power that these sapphires will. Now imagine what a storm crystal of comparable size could do." "Storm crystal," Mari whispered as she turned the crystal over in her hands, her eyes growing wider as she studied its every gleaming facet. "And that's not all," Leon continued as he conjured a sliver of thunder wood. "If you're able to integrate this, you might not even have to stop to charge your batteries." Maris' eyes nearly bugged out of her skull when they landed upon the thunder wood. "I need to study these," she declared before turning away from Leon with the thunder wood and storm crystal in hand. She sat down next to the Ulta suit and conjured a stack of blank paper to jot down some notes as she studied these new materials. "I still have a couple questions," Leon began before Mari conjured and tossed him another thick stack of paper, which he quickly realized was essentially the schematics for her Ulta suit. With childlike glee, he began tearing into the schematics, scanning every page, memorizing every little detail. And his heart sank as he read further. The enchantments in the suit could be potentially reproduced given enough time, but the materials listed and their properties weren't familiar to him, not to mention the suit seemed rather light on control enchantments, having surprisingly few placed in the cockpit. When he asked Mari about this, she seemed a little reluctant to tear herself away from what Leon had just given her, but she told him all she knew about the materials and how to actually pilot the suit. The materials amounted to a lightweight metal that she didn't know how to make that lowered the weight of the suit enough that the small engine could power it, overcoming the weight-to-power ratio that had prevented the Ravens from making something like the Mauls until Leon came to them with thunder wood. "As for controlling the suit, it's this," Mari said as she indicated the neckpiece with the black crystal on the back she wore. "It connects to the matching crystal-y thing in the suit, and I can pilot the suit like it's my own body." "Kinda. You've got to be messing with me," Leon said in disbelief. "Nope," Mari said with a proud smile. "Look in the last section, it lays it all out." Leon immediately flipped to the relevant pages and began scanning. "It's not perfect," Mari conceded, "otherwise there wouldn't be a need for other controls in the cockpit. But as it is, it makes piloting the suit easier than snacking on roast jorgaf." She rubbed her stomach with a hungry look on her face for emphasis. As she spoke, Teresa's came over, their spirited conversation having drawn his attention. "It uses devilish magic," the monk growled in annoyance as he peered over Leon's shoulder. "It uses what it needs to, old man," Mari said. "It works and it's safe. These suits are what allowed the blue sky to survive for so long. By Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, standard Ulta suits don't use this devilish magic." Teresa's cried out, "And they're inferior for it," Mari stated with a defiant look. "This looks safe," Leon said as his eyes flitted from one rune to the next. "It's more than safe," the Thunderbird whispered in awe. "It's revolutionary. I've never seen a good mind-to-enchantment interface like this before. Leon, you have to get this to Nestor." "I was thinking the exact same thing," Leon said. His eyes flickered between Mari and Teresa's as his mind came to a simple conclusion. Mari, or at least, Her knowledge had to make it back to Eterna. He wasn't going to kidnap her, but if he had to throw a mountain of treasure and an even bigger mountain of concubines at her to get her to lend his kingdom her skills, then he'd do so. The things the giants could do with something like this, let alone what powerful mages might be able to do, the possibilities had him salivating. And then his eyes slid past the two and fell back upon the city. The rain was clearing up, but pools of thick, inky water remained behind. They wouldn't present much of a problem to any of them, but simply looking at the city drove the point of the predicament home. None of this would matter if they weren't able to find a way off Arknavi. They had to reach Tel Kiran as soon as they could. Chapter 1005. Paradise Lost. After the rain stopped, Leon and his ad hoc team didn't linger in Unok Tor. They avoided the black puddles of water left behind, the aura leaking from the dark water filling Leon with dread. On the brighter side, the darkness in the environment had lessened a bit. Leon and Teresa's still couldn't fly, but they were still able to move more quickly with the omnipresent pressure somewhat alleviated. Given Mara's previous experience dealing with cities like this, Leon knew that it was only a matter of time before the Devil's cult returned and set up another focus, but for the moment, he was happy enough with the lessened magical pressure he felt. To his mild surprise, Mari also walked alongside them, though in her Ulta suit. Had expected her to fly, seeing as the suit was certainly capable of that, but after asking about it, Mari explained that flying was power-intensive and that she could move farther without charging the suit if she remained on the ground. The storm crystal and thunderwood hadn't yet been installed, as that would have required a few days of engineering to make work, though both Leon and Mari were eager to see what they could do if they found the time. The group moved southeast from Unok Tor, following an old road as best as they could. Unfortunately, they encountered another dusty wasteland less than a day from Unok Tor that took 2 days to get through, during which they were only able to navigate thanks to Teresa's familiarity with the local geography and Leon's navigational skills. Mari had simply gone around the wastes to arrive at Unok Tor, though Shed indicated that doing so again would be a lengthy detour, adding at least a week to their travel time. They passed by several other cities as they made their way further into the core of Arknavis civilized lands, including one half buried in the dusty wasteland. For the most part, they avoided these dead and desolate places, even though Leon could sense more devilish foci within them. This meant that the brief respite from the devilish aura permeating the plane they enjoyed around Unok Tor had come to an end, though the pressure wasn't so great as to override Leon's determination not to stop again unless they absolutely had to. So, around the cities they went. They weren't attacked even once during this time, despite signs that they were seen from at least a couple of the cities, as well as a few large monsters living out in the increasingly desolate region they trudged through. This prickled at Leon's paranoia, but he supposed not being attacked was a blessing more than a curse. Still, he knew that the primal devil had seen them after they destroyed the focus in Unok Tor, and he couldn't help but wonder why there wasn't more of an effort being made to stop their advance. After more than a week of travel, they eventually reached a large chain of hills of comparable height and density to those that they had to cross to reach Unok Tor, and there, Teresa stopped to look back, a look of deep melancholy on his face. Leon intended to give the man the time he clearly needed, but Mari was less patient. "Whatcha waitin' for, fake name?" she asked, her Ulta suit looking almost comical as it cocked its head and stared at Teresa's with its arms crossed, two human gestures that put the 30-foot-tall suit's dexterity on display, as well as Mara's ability to control its finer movements with the mind-to-enchantment link her father had designed. Teresa sighed in obvious annoyance. While had been quieter and quieter the longer they traveled and the more they saw of Arknavi, Mari had been rather exuberant the whole time, pestering Leon with questions about Eterna and Teresa's about his monastery. Leon had been happy to answer her questions mostly about the kinds of magical engineering that could be found there, with her line of questioning eventually coalescing around malls, arcs, and golems. Teresa's had been considerably more tight-lipped. "I only wish to see this land from another angle," Teresa's growled. "Mari Ka," Leon said in a reprimanding tone. He didn't need to say anything more than that, with Mari shrugging with her Ulta suit and going quiet. Leon allowed Teresa's as much time as he needed, and thankfully, the 9th-tier mage only needed a few minutes to compose himself and turn back around. "You all right?" Leon asked. "By the mother above, I still have my health," Teresa's replied. "That's not what was asked," Mari complained. Teresa's glared at the bubbly woman's suit and didn't respond. "You've been quiet these past few days," Leon added as they fell back into a good walking cadence. The hills were bleak and devoid of all plant life, as was just about everything else Leon had seen on the plain, but they were also steep and jagged, meaning that the only good way through them on foot was through several wide valleys. Those valleys were largely controlled by local cities and forts, but Teresa's had led them to one of the few that wasn't. A scowl passed over Teresa's face before it morphed into one of deep melancholic longing. "Do you remember what this place was once called?" he asked. Leon cocked an eyebrow, but he didn't need to think hard to recall Teresa's telling him of his planned route to Tel Kiran. He glanced back at the relatively flat plains that began at Yu-Nok Tor and ended at the foot of these hills. "The plains of paradise," he said, before turning to look forward, to the barren hills of rock, dirt, and little else. "The many-flowered hills, and this is the Rainbow Valley," Teresa's bitterly stated. "At the end of this valley, we shall find the twin cliffs known as Wisfaranjan's Gates." He paused long enough to take a deep breath before stating with an almost choking sadness, These places were once beautiful, the favored lands of bright Lucilier and the mothers above and below." He paused again, and when he broke that silence, it was only to mutter a quick prayer that even Leon had to strain his ears to hear. "Mulitan, Lord of Memory, take from me my recollections, they bring me naught but pain." Teresa's halted mid-stride and fell to his knees, cradling his head in his hands. "Please," he croaked. "Give me a moment." Leon looked upon the old monk with pity and gently squeezed his shoulder. "We can spare the time." He glanced at Mari, but even she seemed unwilling to mock Teresa's for his minor breakdown. So, Leon sat down on a nearby boulder while Teresa's did his best to pull himself together. The three remained silent for many long minutes, long enough that Leon turned his attention from Teresa's to monitoring their surroundings for anything, just in case. They may not have been attacked during their trek, but he wouldn't put it past a patient hunter to stalk them until an opportunity to strike presented itself, an opportunity such as one of their number being overcome with grief, and the other two focusing entirely on him. Fortunately, his paranoia remained, at least for the moment, unjustified. "The narrative has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the infringement." Breaking the silence, Teresa said, "Among the many flowers that, by the mother below, once graced these hills, and gave the Rainbow Valley its name, was a certain lily." Leon listened attentively, though he heard a quiet gasp from Mari, who now seemed even more attentive to Teresa's than he was. "Its petals were typically white," Teresa's explained, "and the pistils within were like glowing silver." The monk closed his eyes, and the ghost of a smile graced his lips. "On clear nights, when Annabelle, maiden of the moon, shone brightly, these lilies glowed like stars, lighting up the many-flowered hills until they appeared like the tapestry of the night sky, woven by Mandius, Lord of all in heaven." The people here said that on those nights, Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, had come to meet his wife, the mother below, and that they could be found amidst the flowers and the fields of these blessed lands. On one such night, many millennia ago, the two coupled here, and upon the site of their union sprouted a golden lily, which grew as large as a tree. From the petals of this lily sprang Manja, maiden of the heart, who brought love to the people of the universe. Leon listened, but the Thunderbird felt the need to interject. "Many millennia ago, would have had to have been more than that, as love was certainly around when I was yet physical. I know I partook of love quite a bit." Leon rolled his eyes and kept listening to Teresa's. "Since the birth of Manja, maiden of the heart, the white lilies here have been the symbol of marriage among the people of Arknavi. And the golden lilies that graced these hills only rarely were seen as the ultimate expression of love between partners." Teresa's attempted to continue, but he choked up and needed a moment to clear his throat and recollect himself. "I came to these hills 700 years ago," he continued after a moment. "Manja, maiden of the heart, had blessed me with the love of a woman infinitely better than a man like me could have ever deserved. By the grace of valiant Ashitar and the guidance of Manja, maiden of the heart, I had the courage to accept it. She was the best thing to ever happen to me, my heart and joy, my light, my sun and moon. To me, though it is blasphemous to admit, she was in every way more beautiful even than Manja, maiden of the heart, herself. Sharing this love, we came here to the many-flowered hills to find suitable lilies to exchange." Teresa's paused, though from the smile on his lips, Leon guessed it was because of good memories this time. "We spent many long days here, and longer nights. May Mulidan, Lord of Memory, carve these memories into my very being that I may never forget them. In that time, I searched high and low for the right lily to give my love. One night, Annabelle, maiden of the moon, rose high in the sky, and seemed to shine her light just for me. Just for us. I walked through the fields of flowers feeling like Manja, maiden of the heart, walked with me, guiding me, until I finally found a golden lily. I have never been prouder or happier for anything in my life than the moment I presented to my love that flower, and when she accepted it. Teresa's turned his eyes from the barren hills to Leon and somberly smiled. She kissed me, then cried afterward. She had only found a white lily for me and was disappointed that it seemed so normal in comparison, that it could not match what I had given her. I did not care. She could have given me nothing but her smile and I would have felt like the most blessed man on the plain. He chuckled. For her love, I suppose I had to have been, and I have always been grateful to the gods for the time I had with her. What was her name? Leon softly asked. Nia Louis, Teresa said with the most loving expression on his face that Leon had ever seen. She was taken by the red-eyed one more than half a millennium ago. She never enjoyed pursuing magic, so her life was always going to be short. And she chose to spend her limited time with me. His expression turned a shade darker. I lost myself when the red-eyed one took her. I became someone that just Hellier would condemn. I can only hope that my penitence this past half-millennium can allow us to be reunited when the red-eyed one finally comes for me. That was beautiful, Mari quietly stated. I didn't think ya had that side to ya, fake name. Teresa scoffed and turned away from the almost absurdly heavily armored woman. There was a moment when I thought she had come for me in Unoctor, for what else could that red eye have been but the red-eyed one? I almost wish it had been. Then I could have been with Louis, and I never would have had to see what became of this holy place, of this place of beauty and love. Leon frowned. That I had been a primal devil, not a psychopomp, of that he was certain. What we saw was worse than the red-eyed bitch, Mari spat. May just Hellier overlook this when weighing my deeds, but I agree with you, Mari Ka, Teresa stated, and Maris Heder the head of her suit, anyway snapped around to stare at the old monk in astonishment. Heedless, Teresa's added, I wish for nothing more than to destroy the devil that destroyed this place, may just Hellier overlook my bloodthirst, strong Ashagan, lord of battle, lend me strength, valiant Ashatar give me the courage to do what is needed, and Mandius, lord of all in heaven, give me victory in this endeavor. Trust in your magic, not in the gods, Mari bitterly stated. If the gods were going to help, they would have done so by now. They have sent us Leon, King of Thunder, and others. They have given us a chance. Mari gasped again as her head swiveled this time in Leon's direction. You're a king. Is he being a little lying liar? Is he being a duplicitous deceiver? A falsifying fibster? Prevaricating perjurer? Amazing, Leon stated with a wry grin. Have you a thesaurus in that suit of yours? Mari put the hands of her suit on its hips and stared challengingly at Leon. The effect was enhanced by the faint features and glowing blue eye of the suit's head, though Leon stared back undaunted. Course I do, Mari stated confidently. Best part of my kit. Gotta get people to think I am a cultured bitch, with good words and shit. You may need the aid of all the gods working as one to convince anyone of that, Teresa's growled. Fuck off, fake name. Mari retorted. My name isn't fake, Teresa's shot back. It is the name I go by. That makes it as real as any other I might answer to. It's stupid, Mari stated provocatively. And dumb, and childish. Are you, like, really younger than me? 'Cause that's something that the boys of my home would have thought like really cool. Think of it what you will. I am Teresa's. The name is not fake. What was it before? Mari pressed. None of your concern, Teresa's replied simply, but sternly. It was Maris' turn to scoff and turn away, which she did quite theatrically. All right, Leon interceded. Enough, you two. Teresa's, are you ready to keep going? Any trace of levity in Teresa's body language vanished as he cast his gaze about the hills, and then the plains behind them once more. Yes, he answered. I am eager to get through this place as quickly as we can. I cannot stand to look upon this place any longer. May just Hellier judge me harshly for any lies, but I find myself wishing I had stayed at my sanctuary. I would never have had to see what became of the plains of paradise or the many flowered hills if I had never left. It's better to know, Leon stated as they got moving again. Do you think that way 'cause you're a king? Mari pointedly asked. Didn't think I'd let that one go, did ya? No, I just hadn't found a good way to bring it up, Leon replied with a shrug. But now that you know, there's quite a lot we can discuss. Like what? Maris' voice lowered in pitch as she leaned forward, almost like she was trying to whisper conspiratorially with Leon, though with her 30-foot-tall armor, it looked almost comical. "You're not lookin' for a new queen, are ya? I mean, you're cute, Lele, but you know what? I could be convinced. Ya look like ya know how to use them fingers." "Ha," Leon burst out, "I've never heard any complaints from my wives. Who I am very happy with, I'll have you know." "Really?" Mari responded, sounding almost like a complaining child, though every word carried a playful undercurrent that told Leon she wasn't the least bit serious. "Ya sure we can't work something out? I could really use a crown, ya know. I think maybe silver would go best with my hair. Gold would be best, yeah, but it's too like normal. If crowns can be called normal. Do not try to violate the sanctity of those in godly matrimony," Teresa's sternly warned Mari. "Ya still here, fake name. Good to know, I almost stepped on ya." Teresa's grumbled more and didn't respond. "So, Lele, if you're a king, why don't cha tell us about your kingdom?" After a half-second pause, she suddenly vehemently asked, "Is that, like, where your Ark skyship things are built?" Yes, Leon confirmed. "The empires on Eterna also build some of their own, though if I do say so myself, those built in my kingdom are the best, bar none." As they walked, Leon was happy to talk more about his kingdom, and the tribes and clans that had elevated him to that position. He also decided that telling the two about his Thunderbird blood was fine, though he was certain that Teresa's at least might be suspected something already, given the color and obvious power of his lightning. He didn't mention the power of the Great Black Dragon, but he at least felt better freely talking about the Thunderbird clan, Eterna, and the Thunder Kingdom, as well as his friends and family. If nothing else, it made for better entertainment than quietly navigating the desolate, nearly colorless remains of the Rainbow Valley. Chapter 1006. Black Veil. It only took Leon and his team about a day to reach the end of the Rainbow Valley. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single hint remaining of the vibrant colors that had given the valley its name. Even after hearing Teresa's story, Leon had quietly hoped that maybe a flower or two might be survived, but even in a place as magically strong as the many-flowered hills wasn't immune to the corroding effects of the primal devil's aura. The hills were bare rock and dirt, the sky was overcast with black clouds that barely let in any light, and the ground was hard and dry. Though, Leon supposed it was a mercy that the journey was fairly brief and uneventful. Much like with the Plains of Paradise, their jaunt through the Rainbow Valley had been unfettered by monsters, cultists, or anything else that may have laid in the dark. However, as they approached the southeastern edge of the many-flowered hills, Leon began to find himself instinctively tensing up. He hardly noticed it at first, though his eyes jumped from shadow to shadow as his heart rate slowly accelerated. His paranoia rose at the same time, made worse by the motion he kept thinking he was seeing in the corners of his eyes. He couldn't say exactly when it started, but when he realized how his behavior was changing, he flooded his body with the Thunderbird's lightning, and almost instantly, his mind cleared. Fortunately, Mari seemed unaffected inside of her Ulta suit, though Teresa's had been quiet and surly for a while. They'd been walking in silence for a few hours by then, but when Leon asked Teresa's how he was doing, the monk hesitated a moment before admitting that the darkness in the air was getting to him. A quick shock from Leon was enough to clear his mind, too. "Thank you," Teresa's gratefully stated. "How long have you noticed this affecting you?" Leon asked. "I only just realized myself a minute ago." Teresa's grimaced. "Almost an hour. Don't wait so long if it happens again," Leon ordered with concern. He was armored, and his helmet had additional defenses in place to protect his mind from darkness magic. Teresa's only had the enchantment with the ancient rune Leon had whipped up back in his monastery to protect him. "I admire your tenacity, but you put us all at risk when you don't speak up about things like this." "Yeah, fake name," Mari added, her tone rather uncharacteristically serious. "We had a lot of problems dealing with mood swings brought about by the devilish magic in the environment. It undermined teamwork, made us fight amongst ourselves, made minor disagreements into major conflicts. King Ard Kun was barely managing to hold us together by the end. By Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, relying on Ard Kun to hold an army together is asking to be abandoned by the Brothers of War, valiant Ashitar and strong Ashagan. Prince Ard Nara did a lot of work on that front," Mari explained. "I never spoke to either, but they frequently gave speeches to the Ultian units. Ard Kun was always kind of a tiny little heffu shit, though." "Tell me more of Ard Nara." "His father was blessed in abundance by the gods, and especially by wise Faranjan, but did his son follow in his footsteps? Teresa's asked as they slowly trudged through the blasted landscape. He was hot, Mari said, the smile on her face audible in her tone. I'd definitely jump in bed with him. In a heartbeat. Again, you trespass upon the sanctity of marriage, Teresa's grumbled. Why should NTI? Mari provoked. Not like the gods are doing a thing anymore. And when have you ever heard of a king not taking a mistress or three? Hey Lele, you said you had multiple wives, right? Yes, Leon readily replied. Not wanting to get drawn too deeply into the nuances of his relationships, he simply said, 4 of them. Ha, Mari exclaimed. Manja, maiden of the heart, blesses love as it comes, Teresa stated. So long as the two are joined in the light of the gods, then there's no problem. The problem is when loose, shallow children such as yourself start getting ideas beyond their station. Why would any woman want to fuck ya? Mari rhetorically asked as she turned away. However, after a moment, she turned back to curiously regard Teresa's on. Not for the first time, Leon was surprised at just how well he could read the young woman's emotions just from the body language that her Ulta suit could convey. Man of the uncreative and extremely fake name, when was the last time ya had someone ride your rod? By all the gods, known of your business. That long, huh, no wonder you're such a judgy, wrinkly ball bag. By Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, will you answer my question? Hey, touchy, is this what I should look forward to in my old age? Or are ya actually really young, but your attitude has aged you prematurely? Teresa sighed and looked like he was almost literally biting his tongue to keep from snapping back. Enough, Leon interjected before they could continue bickering. Marika, it would be better to answer his question rather than constantly trying to poke him with a metaphorical stick. Fiend. So, Ardnara, he was a handsome prince. Charismatic, too, like, really charismatic. He led from the front, cutting through the swarms of husks like he was born to do so. Good, Teresa's whispered. His father was blessed by valiant Ashitar, though he was fortunate to have rarely required it. So, ya knew the old king, did ya? I knew him well. Ardkeel was a good man, and a great king. His only failing was in not seeing the worthlessness of his brother. Ardkeel was a distant king who stuffed his face with pastries and rarely left his palace. Or so my father said, anyway. When Regin starved from the devil's magic, he grew fat. It's no wonder he was taken by the red-eyed bitch at the age of 900. He could have lived another half-millennium, but no, he had to be a degenerate. You blaspheme against the gods and now slander royalty, Teresa spat. I only speak the truth, fake name. Your king was shit. Ardkun at least made nice with the red sky and led our armies himself, even if he wasn't in the vanguard. From what my father told me, Ardkeel could barely get off his throne, he was so fat. Impossible, Teresa's muttered. Impossible. Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, close my ears to this nonsense. Bury your head in the sand all you want, fake name, it doesn't change the fact that your beloved king sucked ass. With that final statement, the two fell into a deep, contemplative silence. Leon felt awkward walking between them, but fortunately, the perfect opportunity to get everyone's mind off what had just been discussed presented itself. How close are we to the gates of Farangen? He knew where they were, of course, and Teresa's answer didn't surprise him at all. Why's Farangen's gates? Teresa's corrected. Just beyond the hill ahead of us. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. The hill in question was quite tall, blocking all view of everything beyond it. As with most of the other hills around them, it had quite sheer slopes. They'd stuck to the Rainbow Valley thus far, but Leon decided to change things up a bit. Let's get to the top and see what we can see, he said. Don't expect much, Mari said. I didn't take this route to the Plains of Paradise, but the gates are probably in a similar state of ruin as everything else. Leon nodded, and he took off at a faster clip than they'd been traveling at. The hills were fairly low, and he and his team were either powerful, or operating a powerful suit of armor, so scaling the hills wouldn't be that difficult. However, as they picked up speed, Leon noticed the darkness magic around them coalescing more intensely than before. By the time they reached the summit of the hill and could see what lay beyond, the darkness around them was pressing in quite firmly on Leon's defenses. Much like it did when approaching Yu-Nok-Tor, he silently noted, the accompanying realization sending chills down his spine. However, the words that started forming in his throat died before they reached his mouth as he lay his eyes on Wise Farangen's gates. Thanks to Teresa's, he knew that the gates weren't actual gates, but rather a pass through the many flowered hills formed by a pair of cliffs on either side. There was also supposed to be a colossus of wise Farangian himself carved into one of them, mirrored by a statue of the king that had ordered the colossus construction. In better times, a small town built around a military outpost called Naxar Adel kept an eye on who came and went through the gates. However, Leon saw none of this as he beheld the gates. The cliffs were still there, tainted blacker than the primarily basalt border mountains between the Bull and Talfar kingdoms. The colossi were piles of stone rubble on the valley floor, only a few barely recognizable features to be seen amidst the palea fragment of a face here, a digit or two of a finger there, but most of it was dust and fragments no larger than the palm of his hand. Of Naxar Adel, there was no sign. However, the gates were now much more literal than they were in the past, as now there was a low wall of black stone barring passage, and a curtain of oily black darkness above that extended across all the space between the two cliffs. There was no way through the gates without either blasting through the wall or jumping through the curtain of darkness. Neither, it seemed, was going to be easy, and Leon didn't even need to rely on intuition or guesswork to know that. There were piles of bones strewn about the valley floor, amidst piles of weapons and armor. A quick estimate put the number of skeletal corpses at several hundred, and judging from their gear, at least some of them were of respectable power or station. It initially seemed like some kind of battle had been fought here, though Leon had to revise that assumption when he realized that the armor and weapons were in relatively good shape. Those bodies, he pointed out, they look relatively new. Their armor and weapons aren't as distressed as I'd expect if they'd died violently. There are some creatures conjured by the devils that don't kill with physical touches, Mari explained, fear dripping from every word. As if on cue, a terrible, and terribly familiar, screech filled the air, tearing into Leon's eardrums like nothing had since he was a child, and sending his blood into momentary turmoil. It didn't sound directed, but it conjured enough visceral fear in Leon that he understood completely why Mari sounded so terrified. Far above the curtain of darkness, dipping out of the clouds for a moment, came a huge figure, cloaked in smoky darkness. It had a rotten face with empty eye sockets, emaciated, almost skeletal limbs, and a lipless mouth from which the occasional terrible shriek emanated. The creature was about 50 or 60 feet tall, far larger than a human. Startling Leon, he was far more used to these creatures being much, much smaller. It was a banshee. The banshees he knew were essentially pets of the ice wraiths of the forest of black and white. Nasty things, dangerous even to relatively powerful mages. However, they were small, having been created from a mass sacrifice of children, whose corpses they puppeted. This one, while appearing human in features, was altogether too large to be a standard banshee, and from what Leon could sense, possessed at least 9th-tier power. Shit, he muttered as the banshee scanned the region around the dark curtain, then pulled up and vanished into the black clouds. The banshees he knew were little more than weapons the ice wraiths used against him and his father. This one seemed far more intelligent, though he was sure it was still slaved to a primal devil. "That's a big banshee. Ya know these things?" Mari asked. "The place I grew up was filled with the things, though none nearly so large. This is going to be a problem." "Yeah, these things are the reason the army of the Two Skies lost in our last battle. Or that's what I think, anyway. Whatever the fuck they do when they scream causes magic to get all wonky, and many of our mages were then killed by the husks or other monsters we were trying to fight." "Definitely sounds like what a banshee would do," Leon whispered with a sigh. "Let's find some cover before it comes back. We're lucky it didn't notice us here, as it is." With a wave of his hand, Teresa's conjured a dome of light around them, which distorted the light around them for a moment before everything resolved back. "We're invisible now," the monk said. "Maybe," Leon replied as he scanned the skies for a reappearance of the banshee. "I wouldn't put it past them to sense something like this. I may not be favored by wise Farangian, but I've picked up a few tricks over the past 2 centuries dealing with this devilish curse," Teresa said. "It can't move, but my dome will shield us from sight." Leon held his breath for a moment, but no banshee appeared. Either they didn't care, or Teresa's trick worked. "Fine," he said, "let's strategize, then. We have to get through that curtain. Have either of you seen something like this before?" Yeah, multiple times," Mari said. "Our engineers usually blasted through them. Break that dinky little wall down there and the darkness can be walked through. It won't be pleasant, but the 3 of us will get through just fine." "Just like that?" Teresa's asked skeptically. "By the gods, it can't be that easy." "I never said it was easy, old man. Just that's how we did it. We had to cover the engineers while they did it, and it often took multiple blasts. These black veils are usually heavily guarded, so we'd be attacked the whole time. Mari paused a moment and lowered herself closer to Leon. Whispering conspiratorially, she said, Lele, we should mess with this thing. It's designed to catch armies. We can just go around. Let's climb the cliffs and bypass it. Leon grimaced as another, though more distant, banshee screech filled the air. He did not want to face that thing, even if his power gave him an advantage. He glanced at Teresa's, silently asking the old monk for his opinion. He answered with cold conviction. Wise Farangian's gates have been desecrated. We should not allow this black veil to stand. That's stupid, fake name. And dumb, and suicidal. If y'all want to avenge all the desecrations on Arknavi, you'll die of old age before even getting halfway. Or at your age, maybe you'll only get like a quarter. I am more inclined to go with Marika, Leon stated. If we don't have to deal with this thing, then let's go around. We should not. Leon raised a hand and silenced Teresa's protestation immediately. My priority, he said, is to get to Tel Kiran. We've already bypassed the other cities of the Plains of Paradise even though we knew there were other foci within them. Passing this place won't be any different. Teresa scowled deeply, but he didn't argue. As you say, good. Then let's get ready. Well, peel back a bit, then go directly over the hills. They did just that, retreating through the Rainbow Valley for several miles. Leon practically staring at the sky the whole time. Now that he knew there was a massive banshee flying about up there, he practically saw their eyeless faces in the shadows of every black cloud. But, as with their journey through the valley thus far, they encountered nothing as they swung back around, jumping and climbing their way up the steep slopes of the many flowered hills and taking a more circuitous route to bypass Wise Farangian's gates. With their power and armaments, they moved quickly, moving through the rough hills with relative ease, though still at a much slower pace than they moved through the Rainbow Valley. And in the distance, Leon could see the edge of the Black Veil, and that they were close to bypassing it. They just had to get over one last line of hills. They jumped down a hill and then scaled a cliff across a rocky valley. Once at the top, Leon could see much shallower hills before them, as well as many settlements large and small tucked between them. The largest of these settlements had foci if the purple light shining from within them was any indication. These were the Mandian lands, the center of civilization on Arknavi. Without much further ado, Leon ran forward, intending to jump down the hill and be on the other side of the Black Veil. However, just as he reached the summit of the hill, he sensed a sudden and dreadfully powerful spike in darkness magic. He threw himself back just in time for a curtain of darkness to fall from the clouds above, separating them from the Mandian lands. Shit! Mari yelled as she jerked backward, while Teresa's came to a skidding halt just before the smoky surface of the Black Veil, and it was clear it was part of the Black Veil, for the curtain extended far, connecting to the curtain of darkness that sealed off Wise Farangian's gates. I didn't know they did that, Mari exclaimed. Leon didn't get a chance to respond as an ear-piercing screech resounded from far above them, followed a moment later by another, more distant screech, and then a third. 3 enormous banshees came rocketing out of the clouds, smoky darkness streaming behind them, all of their eyeless faces staring directly at Leon's team. They were going to have to fight their way through, after all. Chapter 1007. Breaking through the veil. A terrible screech filled the air, and Leon's blood boiled in response. Pain racked his body as his magic flew out of his control. The 3 giant banshees, their awful visages trained directly on him and his team, swiftly descended upon them from the black clouds above. With gritted teeth, Leon raised his hand and summoned Iron Pride. The power of his sword and the universe fragment within steadied him even as the banshees continued to shriek. Teresa's was forced to his knees and Maris Ulta suit locked up, leaving Leon the only one able to act. And act he did. He forced his blood to calm, sending bolts of silver-blue lightning coursing through his veins. Then, in an instant, a torrent of magic flowed from his heart, down the length of his arm, and into Iron Pride. The iron needle picked up on his intent and added its power to his, and more than 100 bolts of lightning erupted from Iron Pride's blade. This storm of silver-blue lightning raked across the leading wraith. They'd only descended about halfway when the first of Leon's bolts struck, and the leading banshee let off a different shriek as its descent was arrested. It had the equivalent of 9th-tier magic, but despite that, and the fact that it clearly couldn't be judged entirely on human terms, the shroud of darkness that veiled the creature melted away before the Thunderbird's lightning. From within his soul realm, Leon could sense the pride the Thunderbird had in witnessing her power tear through such a dark creature, but she remained silent. This wasn't the time to distract him by talking. Unfortunately, while the first Banshee was turned back by Leon's display of power, it wasn't meaningfully harmed, and the other two descended even quicker. Leon swung his blade and let off another 100 lightning bolts. The ground shook with the tremendous clapping of thunder, while the hills around them were illuminated like they hadn't been since the sun disappeared behind the omnipresent black clouds. The two other Banshees had to pull back from their dive, though, like the first, neither were fully fought off. Their shrieking ended, however, allowing Leon's teammates to recover Therese's shot back to his feet while Mara's suit unlocked, the magic powering it allowed to flow once again. With hardly a moment to stop and think, Mari launched herself into the air so powerfully that Leon and Therese's were consumed in a dust cloud in her wake. Twin blades of blue light erupted from the wrists of her suit, and she dove straight into her chosen target's mantle of darkness, slicing and gouging all the while. Therese's, meanwhile, raised his arms to his sides, and what must have been thousands of motes of light gently drifted off of his body, as if had been secretly carrying around countless fireflies and was now letting them loose. These motes of light circled him and Leon, their light coming close to matching that of the lightning that continued to stream out of Leon's sword, and then blasted toward the closest unengaged Banshee with immense speed. The Banshee hardly had an opportunity to react before Therese's light ripped into its veil. Seeing Therese's and Mari engaging the two low-flying Banshees, Leon glared at the first one, still higher than those two and still kept at bay by his lightning. Leon continued to let his power flow through his arm and into Iron Pride, fueling his continuous attacks, but at the same time, he carved off a bit of power that flowed through his other arm. Leon took a deep breath and used a single tiny bolt of the Thunderbird's lightning to aid him in clearing his head. He was strong now, and knew for certain that he could obliterate the monsters that had grown up fearing, having done so multiple times to retrieve the Iron Needle. However, that visceral terror that had so often gripped him as a child when hearing their distant shrieks in the forest of black and white was hard to shake, and reared its ugly head now that he was confronting three gargantuan examples of the twisted creatures. But Leon was also much older now, with much more experience, power, and faith in that power. He banished that fear from his mind and focused only on what he wanted. His power resonated with his desires, seeming to take on a life of its own, and silver-blue lightning began to spark around his left hand. Those sparks coalesced into the image of a small bird, but it grew rapidly as more of Leon's power was concentrated within it. In only a few seconds, Leon found himself holding a bird the size of a large hawk made entirely out of silver-blue lightning. With only the barest hint of a command from Leon, that bird took off, shooting straight into the sky directly at the first Banshee. Leon didn't have to keep giving it orders, the bird acted almost entirely on its own. He only had to keep in mind what he wanted it to do, and that was to do as much damage as possible to the Banshee head sent it after. The lightning bird did exactly that, diving and tearing into with beak and talon the Banshee's black shroud. Tendrils of darkness shot out to swat at the bird, but the darkness melted away on contact with Leon's power, leaving his summoned creature unblemished. It shrieked again, and Leon's blood went into turmoil once again, causing the near-continuous stream of lightning from Iron Pride to temporarily cease, but the lightning bird had conjured was unaffected and kept attacking. It had no mind of its own, it was merely an extension of Leon's will, and so mental attacks had no effect upon it. The Banshee shrieked again and again, with less and less power every time. Leon struggled to maintain his control over his power, but he still fired off 200 more bolts, shredding the last of the Banshee's armor of darkness, leaving its wrinkled and desiccated body bare for all to see. It tried to physically attack Leon's conjured bird, but it was far too slow to catch the nimble lightning-based avian. And without its shroud of darkness, it began to fall from the sky, shrieking all the while. Leon's bird ripped and tore into its flesh, easily cleaving through the monster despite the vast difference in their sizes. First, an arm was severed, and then a leg. The other leg followed, and the remaining arm only a moment after. The bird then punched several holes through the monster's torso before darting back and, with an earth-shaking clap of thunder, severed the Banshee's neck, cutting it off mid-shriek. The Banshee fell in many pieces, hitting the ground only a couple 100 feet away. In this short time, Mara's suit locked again as the three Banshee's wails filled the air again, growing weaker with the felling of Leon's chosen target, but not vanishing entirely. She dropped from the sky, hitting the ground with teeth-shaking force. The Banshee above was hurt, as the glowing wounds it had sustained from Maris blades of blue light testified. However, it was still airborne, and still a tremendous threat. It shrieked as dozens of tendrils of darkness formed from the shadow cast by Maris' own suit, binding the enormous suit to the ground. Leon could hear the young woman screaming colorful curses within it, so he knew she wasn't gravely wounded, so he concentrated instead on her opponent. That concentration was all his conjured bird needed to dive after its second victim. At the same time, light flashed as Teresa's augmented his motes of light with bright rays of brilliant white light that carved off whole sections of smoky darkness from his banshee's form. Unlike with Leon's lightning, however, that darkness quickly returned, though not quickly enough to protect it from all of Teresa's follow-up motes of light. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. The banshee took damage, rapidly accumulating tiny cuts, but not enough to immediately impair its combat potential. As Teresa's kept up the pressure, his shadow bent and grew, until it reached out with hands that were almost physical and pulled his arms back, restraining him. His motes of light didn't vanish, but he ceased to make more, at least until light shone from his eyes and underneath his skin, and he ripped himself free of the dark restraints. He growled incoherently as this inner light seemed to concentrate around his head, banishing the darkness around him, and he resumed his attacks upon his banshee with redoubled effort. Leon's conjured bird, meanwhile, busied itself ripping into the second banshee. It shrieked and shrieked, but Leon was already growing used to it and was more and more able to resist its dark power. He grinned behind his helmet, the thrill of facing down such a terrible foe of his childhood, so terribly realized and empowered, and still finding it wanting, was intoxicating. His golden eyes flashed a darker color for just a moment as he glared at the monster. Iron pride extended toward it, and one massive lightning bolt exploded out at it. The silver-blue bolt hit the banshee about as instantly as it possibly could have, immediately tearing away all the smoky darkness it had been cloaked in. Shattering its body, it fell in even more pieces than the previous banshee had a moment before. Leon's summoned bird then turned and focused on the remaining monster while Leon took a second to recover from the exertion. But he only needed 1 second before his lightning was added to Teresa's light, and together, the two carved the banshee like a cake, and a battle that had taken barely more than 2 minutes left 3 ninth-tier equivalent beings smitten on the hills around Leon's team. With their shrieks silenced forever, Maris' Ulta suit unlocked once more, and she forced it back to its feet, cursing all the while. Leon wasn't sure if there was some translation issue or if he just lacked the cultural context to understand, but he was certain she said something about rotten cheesy dicks in regard to the banshees. At least he was confident she wasn't badly hurt if she could still run her mouth in such a way. They didn't get much of a chance to stop and relish their victory, however, as purple lightning flashed in the clouds above, and the darkness magic in the air seemed to grow thick. The Black Veil, Mari suddenly shouted, fear dripping from her voice. This was just the opening bit. It's callin' for reinforcements. We have to break it. Leon needed nothing more than that and launched himself down the hill. They'd tried to bypass the Black Veil out of caution born from their glimpse of one of the banshees. There was not much reason to show that caution now. Besides, now that he knew what to look for, he could still sense the Black Veil preventing them from continuing into the Mandian lands. So, he sprinted for the low stone wall surrounded by decayed corpses over which hung the black curtain looking like an oily waterfall. He ignored everything else, focusing so intently on destroying that stone wall that his conjured bird sped past him and slammed into it like a meteor. Leon slowed for a moment in surprise as the conjured bird exploded, smashing a hole right in the center of the wall and bathing the curtain of darkness in lightning. The curtain survived about as long as one made of mundane cloth would and dissipated. Get through it, Mari shouted, before more of the rotten shits arrive. Leon simply smiled at the effect of his power, and together, the three of them tore through the hole punched through the Black Veil, and burst into the Mandian lands. The Mandian lands were even worse than the plains of paradise in many flowered hills. The air on the other side of the Black Veil was choked with darkness magic, and the landscape was black as pitch, with nothing growing anywhere. The remains of settlements pushed out of the blackened ground like weeds, while Leon saw wispy thin trails of darkness swirling about the ground. The air was so thick with darkness magic that he could barely breathe. Keep going, Mari insisted as her Ulta suit blasted past him. Leon followed, trusting in her experience, and Teresa's followed on his heels. The three ran as fast as they were able, leaving the broken Black Veil behind. Only after they'd traveled for several miles did Mari finally start to slow down, eventually coming to a halt on a shallow hill with a decent view of the surroundings. Shit, fuck, shit, she muttered. By the gods, Teresa's added. Those creatures awful, we have done the universe a great service in ending them, thank the brothers of war, valiant Ashitar and strong Ashagan. There's more where those fucks came from, trust that, Mari spat. There's always fucking more. We still made it through, Leon said. These are the Mandian lands, aren't they? Not anymore, Mari cynically stated. These lands will always belong to Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, Teresa's argued. Open your eyes, old man. Ain't no gods around these parts no more. Hasn't been one here for a while. Teresa's opened his mouth to continue arguing, while Leon was about to jump in to end this before it became more heated, though he quietly agreed with Marifin. All three of them spun around to face something new, a disturbance in the darkness magic surrounding them, which took the form of a cultist wreathed in shadow. This one, however, had two human-sized eyes glowing red beneath the darkness enshrouding their body. Curiously, though, Leon couldn't sense a single speck of killing intent or much power of any kind from the shrouded figure. Interesting, they murmured, their voice warbling and changing in pitch between each syllable, further disguising who they might be. You, I don't know, they said as their red eyes turned to Leon. You must be another interloper. But you, their eyes turned in Teresa's direction. You, I do know. Have you finally come to meet the red-eyed one? I can play that role for you, if you wish. Leon snuck a glance at Teresa's and saw that the old monk wore an expression of deep confusion. Who in the name of the gods are you? The orange-skinned man demanded to know. The hand of just Hellier, the figure replied, come to render his judgment upon all of the universe. The figure turned once more to Leon. Those who sent you will fail. You will die here in vain. But this need not be. The truest of gods wishes to send you home. You have tried to leave before, have you not? Leon scowled behind his helmet as he felt the gazes of Mari and Teresa's fall upon him. Why remain here, fighting for those already lost? Return to your home, return to your life, be free of the troubles of this plane. You need only agree, and you will be on your way. The figure raised a hand and a black sphere with a core of dark blue light appeared next to it. The entrance to a spatial tunnel. One that might send him back to Eterna. Might. Leon almost laughed at the absurdity of it. Instead, he brandished iron pride at the figure and fired a bolt of lightning at them. The bolt passed through the figure harmlessly, they were only a projection and not physically present. The figure audibly scoffed, not even the strength of a universe fragment will save you, now, interloper. The spatial sphere next to them vanished as they lowered their arm. Taking on the problems of others will only get you killed, you know. The figure turned again to Teresa's. Your influence, no doubt. You always were stubborn. Who are you? Teresa's roared. The figure chuckled and disappeared, leaving only one last statement floating upon the breeze. The voice of the one true God, who will usher a new era upon the universe. The darkness surrounding the group thickened even further, and Leon could almost feel his mind being squeezed by the pressure. He flooded his system with silver blue lightning and spared a bolt for Teresa's, who gave him a grateful look. Mari, who seemed unaffected, said, we should keep moving. If them fuckers know we're here, agreed, Leon said. Just where are we to go from here? Doesn't matter. Walk and talk, Mari advocated, and without argument, all three got moving again. And yet, Leon felt no better for it. They had reached the Mandian lands, but with the darkness pressing in around them and the knowledge that they were now apparently being tracked, he felt more tracked than before. It wasn't a position he enjoyed, and he found himself musing on it as he glanced at Teresa's. The old monk looked like he was thinking about as hard as he could be while keeping pace, but their encounter had clearly shaken him. Leon could understand why. This wasn't the time to ask Teresa's any questions, but he vowed that that time would come before the day was done. Chapter 1008. Altering trajectory. The team didn't wind up doing as Mari had suggested, that being walk and talk. Instead, they ran for miles in relative silence, the pervasive darkness around them only growing more stifling with every step. Leon could feel it pressing against his mind, now more obvious and more powerful than it had just outside the black veil separating them from the Mandian lands. So, he called the group to a halt. Staying on the move was smart, but they all needed to regroup, mentally and physically. They stopped on a hill, upon which Leon began carving the runes that would keep the darkness at bay. He moved quick as lightning, setting up the enchantment in mere moments. Our enchantments aren't as effective as they were further from the Mandian lands, Leon said to Teresa's. We might need something a little stronger. He glanced up at Mari. How are you doing in there? Fine, Mari replied, her voice sounding a little strained. It ain't the darkness that'll get me in here. Just the stress and the caring for potential traitors. Leon blinked in surprise while Mari turned to Teresa's. What the fuck was all that, old man? Ya know that culty fucker? Teresa's was quiet for a long moment, his eyes narrowed in thought. No, he eventually said and gave no further comment. That's it, Mari said in disbelief. Ya got nothing more than that. I have lived in a cave on the edge of the plain for centuries. Teresa's growled back. Before that, I knew many people, and was known by many more. Mulitan, Lord of Memory, may not have been courteous enough to erase me from history. Ya should think it over, then, old man, Mari snarled. Enough, Leon interjected, a small part of his mind wondering if this was going to become his catchphrase when dealing with these two. To Mari, he said, let's keep a cool head and not tear ourselves to pieces. Keep in mind the possibility that that cultist was lying to try and sow division amongst us. Keep in mind that we're not going to get far if we're constantly at each other's throats. Mari turned away and didn't respond, but Leon took her silence as agreement. To Teresa's, he said, think harder on this. If this cultist did know you, then you might be known him, too. Rack your brain until you find the answer. Teresa scowled and said, I was already praying to Mulitan, Lord of Memory, for that very information. Maybe you could do something else than pray. Mari asked, still turned away from both Leon and Teresa's. The gods are our salvation, Teresa softly insisted. The gods, if they were ever real, abandoned us a long time ago, Mari said, directly stating the idea she'd been toying with the whole time she'd been with them. To rely on them is to accept death. There ain't no point in praying to them anymore. There is no better time for prayer than when the world is darkest, Teresa's countered. But I shouldn't expect much else from a girl of your age. Fuck you, old man, Mari retorted. Teresa's didn't answer, instead choosing to close his eyes, fall to his knees, and quietly meditate. Leon hoped he was contemplating what had just happened, but after taking a moment to make sure Mari and Teresa's weren't going to come to blows, he turned his attention to what he felt had to be done before anything else. He filled the enchantment to banish the darkness with power. It had worked splendidly in Noctor, but this time, while the runes glowed with his power, the relief they provided was significantly less than before, reinforcing Leon's belief that the protective enchantments Head inscribed for himself and Teresa's weren't sufficient. And that meant the enchantments had to be revised. He considered asking the Thunderbird or Zafin for help, but while they were fairly knowledgeable about most things, neither were trained enchanters. The enchantments Head made had worked far better than Head expected them so far, standing up better than Head expected when in combat. Now that unexpectedly good performance seemed to be over, he thought he might implement some of the improvements that had occurred to him in the idle hours spent running through the blasted hellscape of Arknavi. So, once the darkness was pushed back about as much as it was going to be from the enchantment Head carved upon the hill, he brought out his enchanting tools and began the first draft of the new enchantment. It largely kept the structure of the first enchantment, but whereas that one had the ancient rune doing most of the heavy lifting, augmented by amplification and power regulation runes and glyphs, the new one was more complex, incorporating some of the anti-magic Leon had learned from the Ravens, as well as what Head used in creating his armor. His anti-magic was much less effective than Head hoped for, but that didn't mean the underlying concepts Head used weren't effective if used more efficiently, and besides, Head created his anti-magic weapons before he was even acquainted with the Ravens, and his skills and knowledge had improved quite a bit since then. It didn't take him long to finish his first draft, the creation process drawing a mad grin out of him. However, as soon as the draft was done, he began work on a second draft, as he could much more easily the flaws and mistakes Head made now that the draft was complete. Over the course of several silent hours, he ran through 9 drafts, some with more tweaking and some with less, until he landed upon an enchantment that he felt would work. He quickly inscribed it upon a piece of high-quality spellpaper, pulled the resulting spell into his soul realm, and then conjured it behind his cuirass. It was a simple matter at that point to power it, and as soon as he did, the effect on their environment was dramatic. The omnipresent darkness was driven away, bringing all three some measure of relief from the constant mental pressure placed upon their minds by the devilish magic, even though Mari at least didn't need it. Leon's response was to grin in triumph, leaving Mari to speak first. "Fucking well done, Lele," she exclaimed. "That'll come in handy, won't it?" "It will," Teresa said as he pushed himself back to his feet, a look of sorrow, resignation, and relief intermingling upon his features. And as with this darkness, Mulidan, Lord of Memory, has seen fit to answer my prayers by banishing some of the fog from my mind. Leon's eyes immediately locked upon the old monk. You think you know who that cultist was? As I said before, I can't know for certain, not unless I see his face, Teresa's replied. By the gods, I don't even know if that devil spawn is even a man or not. Then give us your thoughts, whatever they may be, Leon said as Mari turned toward them both to more intently listen. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. In the interest of not drawing the ire of the gods with dishonesty, I shall preface this by reminding you both that I have been in exile for long enough that even the most virtuous people I know could have changed. But not Ard Keel, the fat ass, I guess, Mari growled. Teresa's glared at her and opened his mouth to argue, but closed it a moment later and seemed to rethink his response. To Leon's muted relief, Teresa's decided to simply not acknowledge the comment. Out of everyone that I would suspect turning from the light of the gods to the shadow of the devils, there are a few, though the one I would suspect the most is Layril, the Whispering Lord. Layril's dead, Mari countered. Fucker bitted when the blue sky was first dealing with the cultists. Happened in a big battle my father told me about. Layril was like, no, I don't wanna die cause I am a big bitch with a stupid face so I am just gonna ruin. Fucker got real close to the red-eyed bitch real quick after that. Teresa's frowned deeply. By valiant Ashitar, I wish I was surprised. Layril was never blessed by the brothers of war, valiant Ashitar and strong Ashagan. But he was a man utterly devoid of virtue. Did you know him well? Leon pointedly asked. Teresa's gave him a long, steady stare that eventually slipped into one of profound regret. I did, he confirmed. From what my father told me, knowing that bag of rotten dicks isn't a good thing, Mari pointed out. You're not looking good, fake name. Is that why you're using a fake name? Cause you're secretly a fucking degenerate. Exiled, too, apparently. Too much of an ass for the fat fuck polishing the throne with his fat ass while everyone else starved. I wonder if I actually know you. Have I heard of you and I just don't know it? Teresa's recoiled as if physically struck, but he stated, everything I did, may the gods strike me down for any deceit, was to preserve the peace within the kingdom of the blue sky. The red sky was pressing against our borders and dissidents he caught himself, a pained look crossing his face. I proved myself to be lacking in virtue back then. So I was exiled, such was how it had to be, and it allowed me to contemplate my mistakes and attempt to regain some semblance of virtue, even if it were at the edge of the plane. Ha, so Mari began, but Leon swiftly cut her off before she could tear into Teresa's as she seemed primed to do. What about any others? Leon asked. Other than Layril, I would have guessed Ard Kun, had he not been taken by the red-eyed one already, Teresa said. My apprentice, who succeeded my position after my exile, Po Jun, always had a darker streak to him, though he never had any kind of affinity for devilish magic. My exile was not a secret to the people, though it wasn't widely publicized, thank the gods. Many heard of me and my crimes, though the common people, especially after so much time, are unlikely to have ever heard of me. But of those that have, an army could be raised. Or could have, may just Hellier judge all those who have been taken by the red-eyed one as they deserve. If any were caught up in all this shit, Mari bitterly said, I hope they are thrown to the devils they worshipped in life. They have destroyed too much of Arknavi, and now our last hope is an outsider. To emphasize her point, Mari first gestured around them, her ulta suit raising its arms in an incredibly human way. She then lowered both hands to Leon, who didn't need that kind of reminder of the stakes at play here. Only the grave wardens could prevent the primal devil from getting loose, assuming Zaffin was right in saying that it wasn't yet free of its cage and his only hope of reaching Ambrose was maybe finding something in Tel Kiran that could help him in getting off Arknavi. The barren land pocked with ruined cities they now found themselves in was reminder enough of that, as it was. After the moment of silence Maris' statement left on, Leon asked, what was this place like before it became what it is now? A land of beauty and plenty, Teresa said as he waved his hand and conjured a dome of light around them. The inner surface of the dome resolved into images of the Mandian lands as Teresa's remembered it, with fields of green and gold everywhere Leon could see. It was an obviously bountiful land with extensive farms and great, glittering cities rising out of the earth. The region was fairly flat, and Teresa's illusion showed more than 100 large cities in the distance, showing just how prosperous the Mandian lands were if they could support such a heavily urbanized people. I don't remember it ever looking this nice, Mari said as her Ulta suit's head rotated back and forth, taking in every detail. The East was in marginally better shape last time I was there, and the darkness hadn't quite spread beyond the Mandian lands, but the kingdom of the blue sky has been destroyed, basically. There's barely more than a few miserable piles of brick left that we might call cities, and all of them have been suffering from famine for a long time. It may even be gone by now. If there were reprisals for our expedition, did you have any family back in your home? Any friends? Leon asked. Just my father, Mari replied. No one else. And now that he's gone I have no one, she trailed off, going just as quiet as Teresa's, and Leon understood that their reminiscing was over. Teresa's waved his hand again and the dome of light dissipated. Hoping to galvanize them even just a little bit, Leon said, you two can ask me anything you want. In fact, I'll even invite you two to come and live in the Thunder Kingdom when all this is over and done with. Assuming we don't meet the red-eyed bitch first. Leon chuckled and shrugged. Assuming that, yes. Shall we get moving again? Mari and Teresa's both agreed, and Leon led them onward. Their route would take them a little further east than it should have required, as Teresa's wanted to personally check in on his homeland, if possible. The kingdom of the blue sky sounded dead to Leon, with its king and crown prince having been apparently slain in battle, along with so much of its territory now belonging to the primal devil. However, he knew that if Katagita were to ever fall, he wouldn't give up hope for at least some people surviving until he laid eyes upon the island himself and investigated. Piquing his curiosity, Teresa's called the team to a halt not long after they set out once again. I would like to revise our current trajectory, he said. How so? Leon asked. When planning our route, I sought to make Wise Farangian proud by avoiding the city of Naxxramas, the city where the first ritual that summoned this darkness reportedly took place. I believe I may cause much grief to Wise Farangian by simply stating this aloud. I believe that we should scout the city and see what has become of it. And I believe that if we want answers about this cultist who apparently knows me, then we'll find them in Naxxramas. That's super dumb, Mari stated. We're already heading to Tel Kiran, where this devilish shit is probably thickest, and you want us to walk right into ground zero for the destruction of the Mandian lands. If the gods will lead us to answers, then the destination will lead through Naxxramas, Teresa said. That sounds more like you want to meet the red-eyed bitch instead, fake name. All I want is the salvation of Arknavi, Teresa's claimed. To do that, we need information. Naxxramas, while dangerous beyond compare, will be the best place to try and gather some. That's a flimsy reason, Leon said. It would be faster and safer to bypass this city and all other sand head straight for Tel Kiran. Not necessarily safer or quicker, Mari responded. Lots of black veils got in our way during the Two Skies push. That'll be the case whether or not we head for Naxxramas, though, Leon pointed out, to which Maris Ulta Suit shrugged. I can see the merit, I suppose. We can check the city out from afar and make our decision then. If I judge it's too dangerous, well, swing around and make for Tel Kiran. Understood. Mari and Teresa's both acknowledged his decision, and Teresa's did as had requested and altered their course to put them on the path that would lead them to the place where Arknavis fall began. Great. Any more questions? Not a question, Mari said, but Lele, that lightning bird thing ya did with the black veil was really cool. Leon was still wearing his helmet, so he allowed himself a smile. Thank you. It was super cute, too, especially the way it gouged the darkness right out of those banshees. How did you make it? Leon chuckled and began explaining what he knew about creating autonomous creatures using his power. He wasn't nearly as good at it as Maya or Zafin was, but had been taught enough and was good enough to give her the basics. From the way Mari gushed over it, Leon figured she was going to be making something that might require wisps in the future. Just another reason for him to do his best to keep Heron Tereses alive. He feared he might not be able to save the plane in the end, but he felt he at least had the power to save these two. Assuming they all didn't die when the Grave Wardens made their move, or the primal devil got loose. With that thought crossing his mind, Leon forced all other thoughts of the future out of his head so he could concentrate solely on getting out of this mess and back to Eterna. Everything else could come after that. He just had to get home. Chapter 1009. Sweet offers over the barren plains. Leon's team traveled, steering clear of the settlements all along the way. Now that they were in the urbanized Mandian lands, that meant their path was quite meandering, but Leon still thought it was faster than trying to fight their way through each and every ruined city they came across. Nearly all of these cities had been reduced to dusty rubble, barely recognizable as being places where humans once lived. In the heart of each one of these ruined settlements emanated a purple glow, indicating the presence of a devilish focus that Leon was almost reluctant to pass by. These focuses were important to the primal devil as they directed all the magic of the plane to the devil, but Leon was still convinced that dealing with them was far too risky. Better to continue on and try to find a more permanent solution than trying to deal with every focus in their way, only for the foci to be replaced soon after his team departed the city. More distressingly, on somewhat rare occasions, Leon saw cultists appear on the outskirts of these cities, their large glowing red eyes following his team's movements as they sped across the wasteland. None of them ever did anything to stop them, save for apparently keeping an eye on the team. There were many explanations why they might not want to attack Leon and his team that Leon could make, but without knowing for sure which ones might be causing this strange passivity, his tension just kept ratcheting up as they pressed deeper into the Mandian lands. After several unnervingly uneventful days, the city of xianxia finally drew into view. It had been a large city at one point, with a population in the city limits of more than 5 million, while another 5 million lived in the metropolitan area. There wasn't much left of that wider urban zone, as Teresa's explained that the kingdom of the water mountain that had once ruled this part of the Mandian lands favored wood as a building material, leaving most of xianxia to swiftly rot in the primal devil's power, but there were still large agglomerations of buildings made of brick or stone, though all were in advanced states of ruination. The city streets were filled with gray dust, while the spaces between identifiable sections of the city were filled with little more than barren dirt. There was a lake on the southwestern side of the city that had turned completely black and brackish, the water now almost perfectly resembling tar or oil. Teresa's had heard that the very first ritual that started the fall of Arknavi had been performed in xianxia, and Leon could certainly believe it, now that his golden eyes beheld the ruined city. The devilish aura that permeated the city was thicker than anywhere else on the plane that Leon had so far sensed, with the air itself growing darker and more opaque from the sheer amount of darkness magic in the environment. Leon could barely make out the core of the city, and certainly couldn't see beyond it. This made the bright purple glow from within the city's heart stand out even more. Leon's new enchantments that kept him and Teresa safe from the environment were working well, thankfully, so this denser aura wasn't negatively impacting them too much, other than keeping them from flying. Leon was about to comment on the city as he, Teresa's, and Mari halted on the tallest of the shallow hills surrounding the city when the darkness surrounding them intensified and a voice, soft and unthreatening, said, "I wasn't sure you three would come." Leon's team spun around to face whomever just spoke and found themselves face to face with the same person who had greeted them upon breaking through the black veil and entering the Mandian lands. Whoever they were still wreathed in darkness, their two glowing red eyes calmly surveying all three of them in turn. A lightning spear crackled in Leon's hand, Teresa's fists glowed, and Maris' blue blades of light had been extended from her suit's wrists, but the figures seemed as calm as if they were just running into acquaintances during an afternoon stroll. xianxia is the natural place to go if one wishes to know the designs of the gods, but still the figure's eyes turned in Teresa's direction. "I'd have thought you would have recommended making like a Tercellum and charging at Tel Kiran without another thought. You speak of the gods, yet you have given yourself to the devils," Teresa's growled in disgust. "Begone from this place, heretic, or suffer the wrath of the divine at my hands." "You believe the gods work through you?" the figure scoffed. They paused a moment before continuing, though, and addressed all three of them at once. "I mean none of you any harm, though that may change if you attack first." "Are you actually here?" Leon asked with a wry smile. The figure hardly moved, though from the way they tilted their head, Leon thought they might be smugly smiling. They did not otherwise respond to his question. "What reason do you have for this, then?" Leon asked. "For what?" the figure asked. Leon stared at the figure with a blatant lack of amusement, the darkness around them pressing in against their defenses once again, though with far less success than it did the last time the figure had come to talk. "Coming here, speaking with us. Why? For the same reason I told you before, hatchling, to save your life. The only people who are threatening us are you and yours," Leon said. "You can't claim to be saving us when you're the ones we're fighting in the first place." "I am uninterested in playing word games," the figure replied, brushing Leon's comment aside like crumbs left on a dinner table. "You refused my offer to return you home. Foolish, but I can respect a man with convictions. Now, I offer you something else. a chance to know the gods as the gods know you. A change to set aside all fear, all doubt, all loneliness you have ever experienced in life, and to join with the gods, the true gods, as they bring a new age upon the universe. Leon glanced around at the barren and ruined scenery. If this is your idea of a new age, then I want no part of it. You will see in time how mistaken you were, the figure replied, not sounding at all put out by Leon's refusal. Nothing can stop what will happen. Nothing can stop the gods' return. The figure turned back to Teresa's. You have sought the gods for centuries, haven't you? To atone for the crimes of your younger years. Teresa's glared at the figure and didn't answer the question, though Leon knew that he would have answered affirmatively if had been honest. I have long dreamed of finding you, the figure said, apparently not at all disturbed by Teresa's lack of response. Of the things I would do to you, should you ever fall into my hands. The revenge I would have for the crimes you committed so long ago. But it was the gods that showed me the better way. The figure held out a hand to Teresa's. The gods offer you forgiveness. All you need to do is to take my hand. I will not take the hand of an unknown creature. Teresa's definitively declared. The figure didn't flinch, but after a moment, did retract their hand. The offer shall ever remain open, for the gods are nothing if not magnanimous. Never doubt that. Teresa stared daggers at the figure yet remained silent. But after a moment, a deep frown slowly spread across his face, the light in his hands dimmed slightly, and he averted his eyes from the figure. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. We need not be enemies, the figure said to Leon's team. Consider why you're here, and what you hope to gain. The gods will grant you your heart's desire, no matter what it may be. The figure turned to Mari, staring directly at the suit's torso where her eyes would be. Your father, returned, perfection written in metal. Mari flinched, the massive suit almost crumpling in on itself. How? She whispered seemingly uncontrollably. Nothing can be hidden from the gods, the figure stated. Then, they turned to Leon. Not even the power of the Thunderbird can hide your ambitions from the gods. You wish for your clan to return to the greatness it once enjoyed, do you not? For the gods, all it would take to see that dream become reality would be a snap of the fingers. Leon sneered behind his helmet. And what good would that do me? To have my goals delivered so easily into my hands. What meaning would there be in reclaiming the title of Storm King if it binds me to Dark Masters? I will return my clan to the heights it once stood at, but I will do so with my own hands, not with the borrowed power of a primal devil. Though she didn't say anything, Leon felt pride radiate through him from the Thunderbird. Beside him, Teresa seemed to take some heart from his words. As you say, he said, forgiveness without action is equally meaningless. I must prove myself a better man that's worthy of forgiveness before it can be given. Virtue must be earned, the gods are clear on that. And fuck giving me anything for free like that. Mari shouted, danglin' my father in front of my face is askin' for one of these stuffed up all your fun holes. She brandished her blue wrist blades threateningly to make her point clear. My dad's dead, that's not going to change. The red-eyed bitch doesn't give people back. And as for your other thing, I am going to make the perfect Ulta suit. I will find the perfect fusion of man and metal. What's the fucking point if it's just handed to me, like a coin tossed to a beggar? Ya don't know shit if you think just giving me anything will win me over. The figure chuckled. I only seek your fulfillment. The gods only seek your happiness. The red-eyed one doesn't exist, and so can't argue if the gods give your father back. Shut up, fuckface, Mari growled as she took a threatening step forward. The fuckface in question disregarded her implied threat. All offers shall remain open, they said. I do not wish for you to suffer. I wish only for you three to know peace. What kind of peace? Leon asked. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the shattered remnants of Naxor Amos. Did you give the people who lived there peace? They received the most splendid gift of all, the figure answered as easily as one might answer a question about the weather. Freedom. Freedom from the suffering of mortality. With the gods, they know only joy, and shall experience this bliss. For the rest of time. Monster, Teresa spat. The figure stared at Teresa's for a long moment, then simply said, consider my offers. I shall offer more. With the gods, there is always more. Until then, no peace. The figure then vanished, but the added pressure of darkness pressing against their defenses remained. A reminder that we're being watched, maybe. Leon guessed. What a load of anal leakage, Mari hissed after a moment of silence. There is no merit in considering such offers, Teresa's seemed to agree, though Leon couldn't help but question his conviction given the hesitance he heard in Teresa's voice. However, before he could ask the old monk about it, he sensed a sudden spike in magic power close by, and he spun to face it. Curiously, it wasn't darkness, but rather what seemed to be a combination of fire and water. A huge lion made of steam came soaring through the air above a hill not too far away and barreled toward them. "It can't be," Mari whispered in awe. Shed turned to face this potential threat, too as had Teresa's, but she dropped her guard completely at the sight of this lion-shaped cloud of steam. "It must be," Teresa's responded as he, too, dropped his guard. "What is this?" Leon demanded to know, his guard remaining up. The answer to his question came not from his teammates, but rather from the lion itself, as it dissipated in the air, leaving a man in black armor to land on the hill only about 30 feet away from Leon. The man was respectably, though not overly, tall, with a well-built frame that was tastefully enhanced by his armor. Despite this modest effect on the mont's figure, the armor was magnificent. Even with just a single look, Leon almost cringed at the sheer amount of work it would have required to make. It was made primarily of some kind of black metal, and heavily embossed with dozens of lions. Gold lions further adorned the armor's shoulders and the top of the greaves, though the dents and chips in those areas were some of the most obvious bits of distress the armor had suffered. With another second of study, Leon noticed other dents and even a couple of holes in the armor. The mont's helmet was perhaps the most eye-catching part of his armor. It was open-faced, though with cheek guards that evoked the fangs of a lion, while the golden mane that flowed from the top of the helmet down over the mont's shoulders further exaggerated the look. Additionally, the armor featured a long golden cloak emblazoned with a lion's head sigil. In the mont's hand was a 15-foot-long lance made of gray metal, which pulsed with the same fire and water magic Leon had sensed earlier, indicating that the steam lion had come from this lance. The lance's haft was just as decorated with lions as the rest of the mont's armor, while the lance's blade was wicked sharp and gave off a slight glow. The mont's face was the only thing that could be seen beneath the heavy black plate armor. His skin was a darker shade of orange than Teresa's, with refined cheekbones, thick golden eyebrows that were angled in suspicion, and heterochromatic eyes, one the clearest blue, the other a vibrant gold only a shade or two duller than Leon's. "In the name of the blue sky," he began, his deep voice resonating with authority, "identify yourselves." Mari immediately fell to her knees, the Ulta suit almost shaking the hill from the force of her prostration. "I am Mari Ka, Eminent Star," she declared. The black-armored man nodded imperiously, and then his mismatched eyes turned toward Teresa's. "I go by Teresa's these days, Eminent Star," the old monk said as he gave the man a deep bow. Only then did the man turn to regard Leon. "I am Leon Rame," Leon said with a challenging smirk. The armor he could tell was high quality, and the mont's aura was robust, but it was only 9th tier. Stronger than Teresa's in Leon's estimation, though not by too awfully much. Next to Leon, with his pseudo-adamant armor, true adamant weapon and implanted universe fragment, and 10th tier power, the newcomer's objectively spectacular power didn't seem quite so powerful. Still, though, his curiosity at the deference Teresa's and Mari showed him was strong, though he felt he could already guess the mont's identity. For a moment, it seemed like the man was going to make a bit of a fuss with Leon's less than respectful introduction, though when that moment was over, his light scowl disappeared, and he said, "Why is this place so unusually concentrated with devilish power? Answer me truthfully, or my cloud piercer will gorge on human blood this day." He assumed a more aggressive stance, his lance held with only one hand, while steam gathered at its tip. Leon grinned, about to answer the man with a question of his own, but Teresa's beat him to the punch with his eagerness to sat the mont's curiosity. "A devil cultist appeared, attempting to poison our resolve with sweet offers. You turned the creature down, I trust?" the newcomer asked. "We did," Teresa's reported. The newcomer glanced at all three of them in turn, his eyes looking for any trace of deception. After this short inspection, he relaxed, though his weapon remained in his hand. "Why have you three come here?" he demanded. Before that, Leon interjected as Teresa's and Mari both seemed to jump to provide an answer. "How about we continue our introductions?" "It seems we stopped before they were concluded." The newcomer stared at him with narrowed eyes, while Teresa's took a couple steps forward, not quite between Leon and the newcomer, though enough to seem almost like an intermediary. "This," Teresa said to the newcomer as he held a hand out to indicate Leon, "is Leon Rame, of the Plain of Eterna. He is the king of the Thunder Kingdom, and has come to Arknavi to seek the source of this devil's power." The newcomer's gaze softened slightly, and he remarked, I thought as much. I believe all of our native 10th tier mages have long ago been judged by just Hellier. May they be judged fairly, Teresa's whispered in prayer, to which the newcomer lowered his head slightly. After a moment of silence, Teresa's then addressed Leon while holding a hand out to the newcomer. This, Leon Rame, is Ard Nara, the son of King Ard Keel, nephew of King Ard Kun, crown prince of the Kingdom of the Blue Sky, and the cloud-piecing lion. The newcomer nodded, apparently satisfied with this introduction. Well spoken, he praised. I've almost forgotten what civility is, having spent so long alone. You are Ard Nara? Leon asked, a skeptical look blooming on his helmeted face. I'd heard you were dead. Not quite, though the devil's spawn have tried their best to introduce me to the red-eyed one. But enough of that, Leon Rame. You are from another plane. I am, Leon confirmed. We have matters to discuss, then, Ard Nara said. Of those who came before you, and their fates chapter 1010, Tiranu we have matters to discuss, then, Ard Nara said. Of those who came before you, and their fates Mari Ka has already spoken to me of your expedition, Leon said with a friendly nod sent to the Ulta suit, which the suit's head mirrored in recognition, though I am also quite sure you have context to share that she couldn't. Did she? You and your father were known to me, Mari Ka, your father was known to be a great master, and his loss devalues the universe entire. You flatter me, eminent star, Mari replied, her tone audibly shaking. Ard Nara spared her a brief nod before asking Leon, as the guest upon this plane, why don't you tell me what you know so far, and I'll fill in the gaps you've undoubtedly accumulated. Leon agreed, and did just that, taking several minutes to give a brief accounting of all had learned of Arknavis Fall so far. However, it seemed that as he spoke, Ard Nara found Teresa's to be the most interesting part of the story, even though Leon hardly mentioned the man. When Leon finished, Ard Nara was fully staring at Teresa's, his mismatched eyes staring holes into the man. Teresa's himself seemed completely at ease under such scrutiny, though, judging by your story, Ard Nara said, you came to my plane far to the west, beyond the Mandian lands. Yes, Leon confirmed, and you, Teresa's, you are from the west. A crack finally appeared in Teresa's demeanor, and he seemed to war with himself for a second. He took just long enough to respond that Mari started first, forcing him to cut her off. He's I am from the Kingdom of the Blue Sky originally, Teresa said, his voice remaining steady, but after pausing a moment, his voice hitched. I left for making many mistakes and committing many crimes. Ard Nara nodded, then waved his hand. I shall deal with you in a moment. Do not attempt to leave, else my cloud piercer shall pierce you, as well. To emphasize the threat, the Azarian prince leveled his magnificent spear at Teresa's for a moment. Teresa's bowed slightly in acknowledgement. He wasn't going to run away, Leon was certain of that. Now, Ard Nara continued as he relaxed and turned back to Leon, I will start by confirming the deaths of Queen Larcoina and Alakan Hari. All doubt as to their fates is to be banished, they are dead. I thought as much, Leon replied. Mari Ka indicated that your last battle went quite poorly for everyone involved. Ard Nara paused, frowned, then nodded slowly. It was a hard-fought battle, and one we did not end up winning. The red-eyed one had much work to do that day. If I fail in my task, then she shall have much more work ahead of her. How did you escape that battle? Leon asked instead. He watched the Azarian prince carefully, looking for any sign of deceit, but he only saw a stone-faced prince who answered quickly and readily. The battle turned quickly, Nara explained. My uncle, the majestic star, commanded the army well, but there were traitors amongst us, though not, I think, by choice. The devil's power. Leon wondered as he subtly brushed his hand against his armor right above the spell protecting him from the darkness magic in the environment. Yes, Nara confirmed. Paranoia and madness were afflictions we all combated throughout the campaign, but in a moment, the pressures intensified, and brother slaughtered brother. My uncle was killed by his own best friend. With our heads so cleanly removed, no place we could retreat to with the city's wed liberated falling back into devilish hands the hordes descended upon us, and we were torn apart. Leon listened intently, the prince's story lining up with what Mari had told him thus far. I was in the thick of the fighting, Nara continued. No other place for a prince, and my cloud piercer carved a great many devilish monstrosities to pieces that day. But I could not win the day alone, and my friends and bodyguards fell around me. Even our best Ultian pilots were laid low. I will say that to see you, Marika, alive and well, is a blessing. That the gods show even this small favor is proof enough that we are not forsaken. Thank you, eminent star, Mari replied, her voice wobbling enough that Leon could almost see her blushing. When it was clear that the battle was lost, my retainers gave their lives to buy my escape, Nara narrated. They without the armies of the Red Sky, we wouldn't have gotten as far as we did, and we only had the Red Sky's support because I married the Scarlet Princess. My wife remained behind, thank the gods, and I'd hoped to return to her, to claim my throne and aid my people in surviving this calamity. What I wasn't expecting was to be approached several weeks after my escape by a strange-looking mage with 10th tier power and not even a spark of the gods within him, a man hoping to use me to investigate the Mandian lands. Leon wordlessly conjured the images of the 10 mages sent ahead of him, with Larkoina and Alakan Hari dimmer than the others. Nara scanned the remaining 8 images and raised Cloud Piercer at one image showing a heavily tattooed man with purple eyes, silver skin, and long blue hair. Aluva, chosen of the Lord's 3, Leon identified. Sent from Numith. Aluva, such was his name, Nara confirmed. He appeared from the dark and demanded my aid. Given the situation and the need to solve the Blue Skies crisis, and reasoning that 2 men can move faster and more stealthily than an army, I rendered that aid. I escorted Aluva westward, for Head desired to see the place where the first ritual had taken place. Why would he come here? Leon asked. Did he say why? Why not go straight for Tel Kiran? Leon suspected that the reasons were the same for why Head come to this city, but he only suggested it because Naxor Amos was essentially on the way to Tel Kiran. For someone from the east to come here instead of the seat of Ko Walik was strange to him, despite the potential boons that could have been found. I asked him that myself, Nara confessed. He nearly took my head for it. I did not ask him again, and simply continued to act as the godless Mont's guide. You hardly sound like his biggest fan, Leon observed. His statement must not have translated as well as Head hoped as Nara stared at him in confusion for a moment before blinking and moving on. I did not scream for him, but our goals seemed to align, so my expertise was lent. Where is this man now, eminent star? Teresa's asked. Nara scowled deeply. Vanished into the dark as we made our final approach. Left me without a word. I know not what he did with himself, though I believe the Mont's gone ruby shopping. If you encounter this narrative on Amazon, note that it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Knowledge of idioms wasn't perfect through the rumble stone, but in this case, Leon thought he could parse it. Ruby shopping was something of a euphemism for death. How long ago? Leon asked, his golden eyes turning toward the city of Naxor Amos just across the plain. A few turns of the sun, Nara answered. A lot of ground can be covered in a few days, Leon said. Did you have any way to track him, or were you just hoping to run into him in the outskirts? He disappeared like dew in the afternoon. I could not find him, I only knew where he was going. Why did you follow? Why not just go home? I followed for the good of the Azarean people. If the planar neighbor thought Naxor Amos was worth investigating, then I will investigate it. And while doing that, you found us. I sensed the confluence of devilish power around you and investigated. Leon nodded again. He caused the other images to vanish, but Aluva's remained up. Why come here? He wondered aloud. If we find him, we can ask, Teresa's whispered. No one comes to this cursed city without cause. Or an invitation, Leon growled. How many has that cultist convinced to side with him and accept the primal devil? Even one would be too many, the old monk stated. In that, we agree. Leon sighed and turned again to survey the city. Much of it was hidden behind tall buildings and dark clouds, but the bright purple light in the city's heart was still visible. It seemed straightforward enough to Leon that if Aluva was going anywhere, it would be there, same as him. Any answers to be found in the city would be there, after all, for nothing else save broken stone and brick remained otherwise. I intend to lead us into the heart of Naxor Amos, Leon said to Nara. You may feel free to join us in that endeavor. I figure that's where Aluva might be. I agree with this assumption, Nara responded. But before we do that, there is something I must clear up first. He turned to sternly regard Teresa's. Acknowledge before me here and now the supremacy of the blue sky. Teresa stared at him for only a moment before falling to his knees in a deep bow. The blue sky is above us all, he said as he laid his right hand over his heart and his left hand over his right. It is supreme, the domain of the gods. The royal family is their representative upon this plane. Nara assumed an imperious stance before Teresa's, and the old monk lowered himself even further. Leon's eyes widened in surprise as Teresa's brought himself so low that he was able to kiss Nara's feet, after which he lay face down in the dirt. Leon could only stare as Nara, who himself seemed minutely shocked at how much Teresa's was prostrating himself, then lifted his boot and laid it upon the back of Teresa's neck in a display of dominance. This display didn't even last 2 seconds before Nara withdrew his foot and motioned for Teresa's to rise, which the old monk then did, though only so far as a kneeling position. "Good," Nara said aloud, his voice sounding much steadier than his slightly widened eyes and uncertain body language. "Your humility does you credit. Humility is one of the cornerstones of virtue, eminent star," Teresa's replied. "I strive for virtue, and though I fear I will never achieve it, neither will I ever give it up. Only those truly desperate ever seek virtue so zealously," Nara opined. "Though I hesitate to criticize the eminent star," Teresa's responded, "I might posit to anyone else who made that statement that paranoia and projection of one's beliefs onto others is not virtuous. A prince must take the world as it is, for a king, that goes at least double," Nara declared. "There will always be those willing to introduce us to the red-eyed one, and if that prince or king is not careful, then they may meet the gods sooner than hoped. And if one is too paranoid and allows that attitude to affect their subordinates, then they may just create enemies where friends once existed. If they turn traitor over such petty matters, then they were unworthy of serving a prince. Wise Varangian counsels us to place trust in the goodness of man. Strong Ashagan tells us to never turn our backs on an enemy." "You're both right," Leon somberly interjected. "To various degrees, anyway. What is your opinion, King Leon?" Teresa's asked. "My opinion's irrelevant. Or, this argument is, at any rate. Right now, we need to focus on getting into Naxxor Amos, not on political strategies." Teresa's opened his mouth to argue but seemed to think better of it. "Wise Varangian speaks through you, Leon Rame. If he does, then let him speak your true name," Nara said as he glared down at Teresa's. "You have acknowledged the supremacy of the blue sky. As crown prince, and soon to be king of the kingdom of the blue sky, I order you to give me your real name." Teresa's surprised eyes turned to Nara, and his mouth opened and shut like a fish. "Eminent," he whispered, unable to finish whatever it was he was going to say. "It would take the gods themselves intervening to save you from this question," Nara said, subtly assuming an aggressive posture. Leon even noticed Mari slowly circling around to try and cut off any escape routes that Teresa's might have had. "Your real name, Teresa's." Now, Teresa's closed his eyes and mouth in thought, his face racked with indecision. The moment stretched to an almost uncomfortable length before he opened his eyes again, resignation carving deep furrows in his cheeks and brow. "Tiranu," he said, his tone somber, his shoulders hunched, his head lowered. A mortal could have heard a pin drop in the moment after Teresa spoke. Even the plain of Arknavi seemed to take a break as the wind stopped blowing and the darkness seemed to recede slightly. And then Nara and Mari Ka brought the hells to the physical world. "You!" Nara roared as he walked forward and took Teresa's by the throat, dragging him to his feet. "You, exiled in perpetuity, dare to return. That you draw breath and Makuli does not. Hartun and Jomban." Nara grimaced and halted his castigation, but Mari was all too willing to take it up. "You're Tiranu?" she asked in disbelief and disgust. "The same one who purged half the nobility in the blue sky? Who plunged the kingdom into 50 years of darkness and terror? That Tiranu? I should kill you right now," Nara growled. Teresa's didn't move. Even with Nara's fingers tightening around his throat, he stared back at the other two, shame and acceptance in his eyes. Leon, however, wasn't quite so accepting. He reached out with his power and forced Teresa's and Nara apart, though the darkness in the environment didn't make it easy. "What are you doing?" Nara demanded as he spun to face Leon, his eyes alight with fury. "Keeping you from killing him," Leon said with a nod to Teresa's. "We don't have the luxury to do that right now. We have a certain Aluva to find in a city to investigate. Killing Teresa's or Tiranu, I suppose will not avail us of anything. He's a criminal who deserves nothing but death." Mari shrilly insisted. "He killed most of my family." Leon cocked an eyebrow. Mari was young enough that she would never have met most of those Teresa's had killed since the monk had been absent from the blue sky for centuries. Still, had never met his mother before, but he wanted to find her with a quiet ferocity that put the matter into a more understandable perspective. His golden eyes fell upon Teresa's himself, who had fallen back to his knees after Nara was forced to unhand him. Acceptance was writ large upon his face, his eyes promising no resistance or judgment for Mari or Nara's actions against him. I deserve death, the monk said, confirming Leon's impression. I could spend 10,000 years attempting to become a virtuous man, and I would fail. Kill me, I will not resist. Nara glared down at him, a look of revulsion passing over his face. My father told me stories about you. They kept me up at night in my youth, prayers to valiant Ashitar never far from my lips. I saw your enforcers in every shadow, in every corner. The suffering you wrought in the blue sky is incalculable. Why? Mari demanded. What were you hoping to gain? Teresa's quietly smiled and chuckled self-deprecatingly. That hardly matters now. Do what you will. I have failed to become a virtuous man, despite my long years of study and effort to change my ways. Leon Rame, I thank you for your words, but please don't interfere again. This is a matter for the blue sky, and its king. I submit myself to his judgment. Leon sighed and did as requested. If Teresa's wanted to die, then he wasn't going to stand in the monk's way, even if meant one less pair of hands working to save Arknavi. Fortunately, it seemed Nara had other plans. The crown prince surged forward and slammed his fist into Teresa's face, sending the monk flying across the hill. Nara pursued, beating the hells out of Teresa's on never, Leon noticed, used any kind of weapon or elemental magic. It was an old-fashioned beatdown, and one that was over almost as quickly as it started. After a few good blows, Teresa's hoe, true to his word, didn't defend himself at all, was left bloody and battered, but still strong enough to remain upright when kneeling. Our circumstances are dire, Nara finally said as he cleaned Teresa's blood from his knuckles. That is the only reason you yet. Draw a breath. Thank the gods for that. By the mothers above and below, I thank you for your mercy, eminent star, Teresa's managed to croak out. Turning to Leon, a furious Nara said, we have a mage to find and a city to clear. Let's get on with it. Leon gave him a skeptical look, but as Mari fell in beside him, he decided he didn't need to spend too much time dwelling on this. Besides, some time spent clearing a city ought to help get the violence out of their system. He hoped. Regardless, it seemed he'd have to deal with this drama before the day was out. Finding Aluva and killing these cultists is going to be the easy part of my day, won't it? After the revelations about Teresa's identity, or, Leon supposed, Tyrannu's identity, his team began moving in Naxor Amos' direction. They didn't move that quickly, though, as Tyrannu was still recovering from Ardnera's savage, if brief, beatdown. As they moved across the blasted and barren plain with nothing but dirt and rocks to see aside from the city ruins they were approaching, Nara shifted to move alongside Leon after sharing a few words with Mari and Tyrannu. The latter two fell back a few dozen steps, letting Leon and Nara speak in relative peace. You have my apologies, King Leon, Nara said as he fell in beside Leon. Such a display was unbecoming of any man, let alone a prince. Leon glanced back at Tyr. As a 9th-tier mage, his face was largely healed, though there was still a distant, haunted look in his green and purple eyes, and the light that they usually softly shone with had dimmed. Was all that necessary? He asked the Azurean prince. I don't need to remind you of the position we find ourselves in. Fighting amongst ourselves will avail us of nothing. Thus, my apology, Nara replied. Tyrannu's crimes are great, and had he not been exiled for life, he would have been put to death once his crimes became publicly known. What did he do, exactly? Leon inquired. Nara grimaced. Tyrannu was a close friend of my father. When my father acceded to the throne, he gave certain positions of great power and honor to his friends. Leon deeply frowned. That sounded like a system ripe for exploitation, but he didn't feel the need to interrupt Nara to bleat about good governmental administrative practices. Tyrannu assumed the office of First Minister, Nara continued. He was, in a very real way, limited in power only by the king himself. Only by my father. Nara trailed off, a look crossing his face that suggested to Leon that Ardheal was no great fetter at all, and that Nara was deeply regretful about it. Tyrannu had a vision for the future of the blue sky, and did many terrible things to try and see that vision come to fruition. What kind of vision was this? Leon asked. Nara glared over his shoulder at Tyr before replying. He wanted a more centralized administration, with less power handed to regional governors and institutions. Free cities had their charters revoked, administrative boundaries were redrawn, autonomous regions were forced to accept great central control and adopt standardized governmental administrative structures, and perhaps most consequential of all of our client states were forcibly annexed, bringing the kingdom of the blue sky into direct contact with unfriendly foreign actors. This led to war, and due to Tiraanu's actions, there was no shortage of traitors and defectors amidst our ranks. This led him to pursue purges that escalated in scope. After a few years, the wars came to their ends, almost all simply returning the borders to the status quo, but Tiraanu's purges continued. More than 100,000 were directly executed by Tiraanu's enforcers, and rarely in simple, straightforward manners: crucifixion, burnings, beheadings, all in public, all to send a message. The targets weren't that discriminate, either, with entire families put to death for the actions of individuals. This state of affairs didn't last, though, Leon pointed out. It lasted far longer than it ever should have been allowed, Nara responded. It should never have been allowed in the first place. There are better, more discreet ways of dealing with dissenters that don't involve making them martyrs. Leon's lips twitched upward in a shallow smile with that quiet admission. Harsh measures ought to be indulged sparingly, and with discretion, Nara added. Slaughtering people and destroying the structures they had used to govern themselves for millennia only destabilized the blue sky and left us vulnerable to our neighbors. It was Leon's turn to glance back at Tir, and though he didn't approve of this conduct, he still looked back with far less judgment than Nara had. What was done, and it seemed Tir had been punished for it, so he hadn't much to add. Eventually, the uproar and protests against this state of affairs grew so great that it even reached my father's ears, Nara concluded. Though it pained him to banish his friend, it was all he could do. Everyone else was calling for Tiraanu's head. Exile was the only way to save his life, so that's how my father decided to punish his first minister. You sound like you disagree, Leon observed. Nara scowled. Putting Tiraaну to death then would have saved the blue sky much pain immediately after his exile. People were angry they didn't get the blood they demanded. Riots filled the kingdom, and our foreign enemies stoked the fires of division. The blue sky survived this turmoil, but all that strife was unnecessary and ill-conceived. Leon briefly thought of Iron Striker and nodded in understanding. People tend to resist when their traditions are challenged, he said. Nara hummed in agreement. Are you going to be all right, then? Leon asked. I still need to get to the center of the plane, at least, that's the only thing that I can think of to do. The fate of Arknavi hangs in the balance, and the last thing I want is for 2 9th-tier mages who should be fighting against this crisis to instead fight against each other. Valiant Ashitar gave him the courage to face death, but strong Ashagan kept him from raising a hand in his own defense, Nara stated. There was no fight. I'm not going to argue over semantics, Leon shot back with some irritation. I'll ensure my people remain focused on the task at hand, Nara promised. We won't succumb to such distractions again. Once this crisis passes, then we can revisit other issues. Assuming it will pass, Leon thought. Going up against a primal devil was hardly a winning strategy, but there simply wasn't any other choice if they wanted to survive. Still, their chances of success were long, in his estimation, though he clamped down on those thoughts. Instead, he filled his mind with thoughts of his wives, the family he hoped to build, the kingdom he hoped to rule for millennia more, and so much more. I will return home, he thought with grim determination before turning his attention back to Nara. Let's focus on the here and now, then, he said. What more can you tell me of Iluva and Naxor Amos? Or that cultist that tried to bribe us? Of Iluva and that cultist, I don't have much to add, may wise Faranjan forgive my inadequacies. Of the city, though, I do know some things, thanks to the report of a diplomat who was visiting the city at the time of the first ritual. Leon's ears perked up and he focused as much attention as he felt he could spare on Nara. On a day like any other, the ground suddenly shook and cracked. Nara recited almost like he were reading a book rather than relaying how a city had been destroyed and an apocalypse had begun. The sky darkened with clouds as thick and dark as strong Ashagan's beard, depriving the city and its hinterland of the light of bright Lucilier. A bright purple light was seen filling the air, after which a thick black fog descended upon the city. Those who breathed in the fog were afflicted with waking nightmares, driving them murderously mad, and they took their madness out on each other. And whenever someone fell, their bodies blackened and joined the fight again. The diplomat who relayed these happenings didn't stick around long enough to see what happened next, but I would assume that events continued to deteriorate. If the city before us now is any indication, Leon stared ahead at the broken city and silently agreed. Most of the city was lost, having been made of much less sturdy materials that had long since rotted away, but the most grandiose and well-built districts were still around. though they all bore the signs of destruction by magic, human hands, or beasts' claws rather than only by decay. Strange we haven't been attacked yet, Nara added. I'd say the gods walk with us, but they haven't shown such favor in recent years, and I don't see much reason for them to start now. Leon almost made a joke about his presence incurring some divine favor but thought better of it and kept his mouth shut. Given the situation, he thought the joke might be in poor taste. I find this lack of violence disturbing, too, Leon said. Ture Tiranu and I made it a few streets into Yu-Nok-Tor before the city's resident monsters started trying to kill us, though, so keep an eye out. My army was always challenged on our approach, Nara replied. Approaching a city like this, may the brothers of war watch over us. You haven't ventured into any cities since that last battle? Leon asked. A dark look crossed Nara's face and Leon mentally cringed for bringing up the disastrous loss Ardnera's kingdom suffered. His uncle died in that battle, a man who Leon thought may have usurped Ardnera's position, if his succeeding Ardheal was any indication, so Leon could understand if there were many conflicting emotions that his newest traveling companion felt about that battle. No, Nara said before Leon could say anything more. Aluva was insistent that we make haste to Naxxor Amos, and heading through any cities would have only slowed us down and drawn attention to ourselves. Yes, and as I recall, you said he got violent when you asked why he wanted to see Naxxor Amos. He did. Interesting that he didn't lie, though. In your position, I wouldn't appreciate the attempt on my life, but I would at least be thankful for his being direct. I didn't feel much gratitude with his blade against my throat. Leon nodded in acknowledgement. There was more he felt like he could say, however. They'd reached the surviving outer districts of Naxxor Amos, and the looming ruins and the threats they contained stilled his tongue. The shadows in the city were deep and dark, and as Leon and his team spilled out onto the dusty streets, his eyes darted back and forth, searching for any motion, any indication that they weren't alone. He was greeted by nothing but silence and a strange sense of peace. It felt wrong, like something was building in the background, but Leon couldn't sense anything in the environment that might support that feeling, leading him to conclude that he was just being paranoid. He even sent a few lightning bolts through his head to make sure he was thinking clearly, but he still felt paranoid afterward, so he could only assume that the constant darkness was starting to get to him. Increasing his paranoia and just about making him jump out of his skin, a voice, light as a feather, reached his ears from seemingly all around him. Don't trust him. He couldn't tell if the voice was male or female, but it was certainly creepy as all the hells. Sheet, Mari whispered, while Leon and Nara exchanged looks. The people in the central crystal, Nara identified. I heard those in Yu-Nok-Tor, too, Leon said. They're still alive and reaching out to us. We'd do well to heed their words for the gods may speak through them. Even if not, their own words are enough. Nara grunted in agreement, and the group pressed forward at a fairly slow pace. They passed by quaint buildings and townhouses, all in advanced states of disrepair, with great piles of ash and dust everywhere. The paved street was cracked and extremely uneven, like an earthquake had rocked the city and pushed one half of it several feet higher than the other. It didn't impede their progress at all, but Leon considered it another sign of just what kind of power had rocked the city when the primal devil's ritual was conducted. As they passed a small square with several stone benches, a figure wreathed in darkness appeared, though Leon hardly even noticed until the figure moved. When it did, he drew his blade and assumed an aggressive posture, silver-blue lightning crackling along his body. At the same time, Nara brandished Cloud Piercer, Mari activated her suit's wrist blades, and Tiranu, despite his extremely subdued demeanor since the reveal of his identity, brought up his fists that glowed with power. Leon recognized the figure as the cultist who'd contacted them twice now. He aimed the tip of Iron Pride at the figure and let a tiny bolt of lightning erupt from it, and he wasn't surprised at all to see it pass harmlessly through the figure and splash across a bench behind him. Not taking any chances, huh? He said, his frustration bringing out a bit more of an accent in his Azarean than usual. The figure seemed to coldly regard him, staring at him for a long moment before turning slightly to address the group as a whole. When the figure spoke, they did with quiet confidence, as well as thoroughly androgynous tones. Welcome to Naxxor Amos, they said. My city, the site of the greatest triumph of the true gods. Surrender immediately, or I shall send you to meet the judgment of just Hellier, Nara declared. The false gods hold no power here, the figure replied. Leon could almost see them smiling despite their cloak of darkness obscuring their body just in the way they tilted their head. They never held power here, despite what we told ourselves. Contrast that with what my gods have wrought. Look around you, can you see its majesty? The figure raised their arms and indicated the ruins around them. All I see is death and the graves of the innocent, sent to the red-eyed one too soon, Nara growled. A simplistic and surface-level take, just what I would expect from a member of the Blue Skies royal family, the figure icily replied. I would encourage you to look past appearances, to see what I see. Peace, harmony, a return to the purest state that the universe can exist in. With the gods, all of life, no matter how low or high, can finally be made equal, can finally achieve complete connection, can finally achieve perfect understanding of each other and our place in existence. The people of this city live on in peace and balance. If ya call this peace, like, what the fuck would ya call war? Mari said in a low tone, seemingly only as an aside, not meant to actually receive an answer. And yet, an answer of a sort was what she received. There is no pain here, no suffering, no death, no strife. The city knows peace for the first time since mankind settled here. Ya just killed everyone, fuck nugget. Ya can't do that and call it peace, and harmony, and other fucking words like that. What should I call it, if not what it is? The figure asked. They didn't wait for an answer, turning instead to again address the group as a whole. All that you desire you shall find in the arms of the true gods. Please, I invite you further into my city. Take in the sights and the atmosphere. Once you're ready, let us converse in the heart of xianxia. You all remember my offers, you need only tell me your decision then. With that, the figure seemed to dissolve away, like steam. Leon hardly felt their magical presence even as they used their darkness magic. Once the figure was gone, Leon asked Nara, have any other cultists spoken like this when you encountered them? No, we killed all we came across, and those who surrendered were later put to death. My uncle refused to let them live, and I fully embrace that part of his legacy. Send all cultists into the arms of the red-eyed one, that's my motto. Then let's find this one and do just that, Leon said. No matter what, we can at least say that the guy's lying through his teeth, assuming he even has any. The people trapped in the central crystal are clearly still conscious and capable of feeling pain. Leon's group pressed on, pushing deeper and deeper into xianxia. The figure did not materialize again, nor did any other sign of dark monsters in the city. Leon's tension only ratcheted up higher despite this peace and apparent follow-through on an invitation. He could only envision it as a stalling tactic, a way to get him and his team to halt, putting them at the greater mercy of whatever dark entities the cultist may conjure once fighting inevitably began. With determination to find that figure and destroy them, Leon led the way through the city toward the source of the glowing purple light in the distance, surrounded by numerous high-rises. And through all of this, Tiranu didn't say a word, though he kept pace with the rest of the team. He simply maintained a stony silence as they bore witness to the broken and horrific peace that the cultists had brought to xianxia. Chapter 10-12. Kaji in the city of xianxia was silent, only the footsteps of Leon's team could be heard. There was no wind blowing amongst the tall stone buildings, nor the sounds of any kind of wildlife in the area. Even the air felt thick and stifling. All was still, all was dead. It was unnerving, to say the least. Leon's eyes continued darting from shadow to shadow, searching for any sign that the figure's invitation had merely been bait for a trap they were about to spring. He didn't trust anything about this, and there was a small part of him that was demanding he simply turn around and leave. Investigating xianxia was hardly critical to the mission, after all. However, if there was any way to stop what was happening on this plane, then he thought seeing ground zero for the cataclysm it was undergoing was essential. If he was lucky, then he might even find some way to leave or contact Ambrose. He doubted he'd be lucky. Behind him, the rest of the team was stone silent, save for the muted sounds of their footsteps, seemingly suffocated by the stillness of the city. No one spoke as their tension rose higher and higher. Leon wasn't the only one expecting an ambush. To Leon's surprise, they reached the glowing purple crystal in the center of the city apparently unharmed. The darkness magic that inundated the environment swirled about them in thick clouds, but their defenses, including whatever Ardnara was using to stave it off, held. The center of xianxia had once been a beautiful park if what Leon could see was accurate. He could see the thick black puddles where pools and ponds had once been, as well as the cracked and broken remains of paths through whatever greenery had once existed here. However, there was little left of anything else, and in the center of this park stood a massive purple crystal nearly identical to what had seen in Unoktor, complete with the pile of desiccated corpses trapped within. Concerningly, hovering above the crystal was a red light, only about as large as a human head. It bore some slight resemblance to the eye of the primal devil head glimpsed after destroying the previous channeler crystal, but no more. Leon, after reaching out with his magic senses, saw the magic in the area churning about the light like it was the eye of a hurricane, but oddly, no magic entered or left it. Leon didn't know what to make of it. Standing in front of the crystal upon a raised dais was the figure, cloak of darkness still intact. They turned and laid their glowing red eyes upon Leon's team, and spread their arms in welcome. "You made it!" they cried out. "How wonderful to see you accept my invitation." Ignoring the figure, Leon addressed his soul realm's residents. "What in all the hells am I looking at?" "A closed channeler's rift, but outside of a body," Zaffin said in an odd tone. "This is what remains of a channeler once their body has completely decayed. That used to be some poor fucker's door to their soul realm, the same that lies at the heart of every mage." "Vile," the Thunderbird whispered. "Even at the height of the final war of the Primal Age, the devils never went quite this far." "How is it even possible?" Leon asked aloud. "If the mage is gone, how is their connection to their soul realm still around?" "The soul realm itself should be destroyed. That is a question only the devil itself can answer," Zaffin said in a hungry tone. He may claim that he never used channelers or blood sacrifices, but Leon could tell he wanted to know what kind of magic this was. Leon didn't blame the demon, he wanted to know, too. He was pulled from following that short exchange up with any other question as Nara threw a small pebble at him, ringing his helmet. Leon glanced at the prince, who stared at him and nodded toward the figure. Leon scowled and nodded back. First things first, the figure had to be dealt with. While he was distracted, the rest of the team had fanned out, with several dozen feet between them to allow them to cover more ground. "Join me," the figure called out. "Come and sit up here, away from the dirt and the grime of this mortal plane." Leon snorted. He could sense all kinds of magic at play around the dais. There was no way in any hell he was going to approach under his own power. Mari said it best for the whole team. "Fuck you, your dumbass can come and join us." Her Ulta suit made a gesture that Leon supposed was rude, but he lacked the cultural knowledge to know for sure. The figure chuckled a deep, rumbling sound that echoed about the former park, causing some of the piles of dust to jostle and spread. The figure seemed only 9th tier, but the power to do that with only laughter. Leon redoubled his guard. This cultist, as if it wasn't obvious, was clearly enhanced with borrowed power. A spark of power borrowed from Krithis was enough to make Jorman stronger than Leon in single combat. He didn't want to see what a primal devil might bestow under these circumstances. "Can we not talk as fellow humans?" the figure called out. "Have we grown so uncivilized that such discourse is impossible?" With a mocking sneer, Nara asked, "How do we know that you're even human?" "You cool." Before he finished, the darkness enshrouding the figure dissipated like they were throwing off a coat. What was revealed was a man of about middle age with a skin tone that matched Maris' lighter peach tone than Tir and anus darker orange. He was in remarkable shape, which was shown off proudly as the man wore nothing at all, the space between his hips and his knees covered only by lingering darkness. Most remarkable about his body, though, was that it was covered almost completely in scars. Burns, lacerations, whip marks, and so many more, each one drawing Leon's eye like a beacon. This man had known suffering in battle, that much was clear to his eyes. "You four are on the wrong side," he said as he walked to the edge of the dais. "There is nothing that can stop the true God's awakening. All is in place. To fight against them is to fight against the universe itself. But the gods are merciful. Pledge yourself to their loving embrace, and know peace, know the tranquility of the dark. You plunge my kingdom into war, slaughtering its people, poisoning the land, defiling the sacred sites," Nara whispered. "I will eat my own heart before I surrender to the death you promise." Nara surged forward and thrust Cloud Piercer at the dais. A river of fire erupted from the spear's blade, but it didn't even make it halfway to the dais before a black cloud appeared before it and smothered the flames. The cultist then snapped his fingers and darkness magic appeared around Nara, completely obscuring him from view. So much power was concentrated within the clouds that Leon was almost blinded when he tried to look at them with his magic senses. There was no doubt in his mind now, the cultist was directly channeling the power of a primal devil. Leon's heart rate accelerated and his fingers tightened around Iron Pride. A tiny bolt of lightning danced around the hilt, lending him no small amount of comfort with the reminder that the iron needle and its power were there with him, ready for anything. And Leon was intent on using that power immediately. There was no way he was just going to let Nara be swallowed by this darkness without attempting to stop it. He swung Iron Pride as quickly as his magic allowed him, slashing much faster than the mortal eye could follow. The power in the air seemed to try and slow him down, but with the Thunderbird's lightning surging through his limbs, this attempt amounted to nothing. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Please report it. A torrent of lightning erupted from Iron Pride and surged into the clouds. Thunder boomed around Leon so loudly that the ground cracked and dust exploded into the air. The black clouds melted away before the Thunderbird's lightning, revealing Nara lying on the ground, unconscious. Leon appeared almost instantly beside him, causing a small sonic boom from crossing those few dozen feet so quickly. He conjured a powerful healing spell and laid it upon the fallen prince. Fortunately, he could sense that Nara was still alive, though his body seemed strangely devoid of magic power. Mari and Tir, meanwhile, charged at the cultist. Tir punched in the cultist's direction, firing beams of light from his fists. Mari went for a more personal approach, conjuring her blue light blades and trying to close the distance between herself and the cultist. However, the cultist grinned and snapped his fingers again. A wave of darkness erupted from his body, consuming all of Tur's magic and washing over both the old monk and the young pilot in her massive Ulta suit. Leon reacted instantly. A bolt of silver blue lightning erupted from the blade of Iron Pride, extending the blade by dozens of feet. Leon swung the blade in a vertical slash, cutting the wave of darkness in half around him. A follow-up sweep dissipated the rest, revealing Tir and Maris Ulta suit lying on the ground as insensate as Nara. The blood of the Thunderbird, the cultist said with an audible appreciative smile. The moment you appeared in the skies of Arknavi, I was told of you and your power. So remarkable the kinds of powers that can be passed down in blood, isn't it? He spoke in an eminently pleasant tone, and Leon felt no killing intent radiating from him. But he still assumed an aggressive stance and channeled his power through Iron Pride. The iron needle seemed to vibrate in response, and when Leon raised his weapon high, a titanic bolt of silver blue lightning erupted from the sword and punched clean through the black clouds above. A moment later, the black clouds were filled with purple and green lightning as Leon pushed his power through Iron Pride. The sky belonged to him, and he felt it was about time to reassert his dominance. The cultist laughed as the ruins of Naxxor Amos were illuminated by the flash of lightning and shaken by the boom of thunder. He grinned at Leon but wasn't able to say a word before Leon charged. To attack this cultist in a place that seemed to be a focus of power for his patron was not a wise move. Unfortunately, Leon knew that the opportunity to do anything else had passed the moment Nara raised his weapon against the cultist. Now, there was only one option: kill or incapacitate the cultist and make sure that Nara, Tir, and Mari were all right. Leon moved with all the speed of his element, using both his weapon and his offhand to conjure lightning to strike at the cultist. The cultist laughingly dodged and weaved, often only avoiding injury by the skin of his teeth and the thin strands of darkness that appeared to protect him. He fell back further down the large dais, and Leon hesitated only a moment before following. He felt the dais spike in power the moment his foot fell upon it, however, and he immediately cut his pursuit to fall back away from the dais. "Ah, don't be like that, Leon Rame," the cultist called out. "The true gods accept all who come. There's no need to fear." Leon answered with several bolts of lightning that the cultist attempted to counter with jets of darkness. The darkness magic wasn't much of a barrier to the power of the Thunderbird, but Leon's power was still weakened enough that the cultist was only thrown back with injuries, his arms bleeding from fresh lightning burns severe enough to blacken and split his skin. The cultist growled as he steadied himself against Leon's power. A snap of his fingers caused the hovering ball of red light to pulse with power, and Leon ceased his barrage to fall back again. He used his power to grab Tir, Nara, and Mari, pulling all three back with him. It took quite a lot of power to do so, preventing him from stopping a river of power from flowing from the red orb into both the cultist and the dais. The cultist sighed in relief as his wounds healed and his aura stabilized. The dais seemed to soak up the magic flowing from the red orb, causing the magic to seemingly vanish after flowing into the dais. "My god is with me," the cultist said. "Can any of you say the same?" Leon once again answered with lightning, though this time, a shield of red light sprang into place at the dais edge, completely blocking his strike. "Let's put our weapons down and talk," the cultist again insisted. I think neither of us will get far with the other if we continue to refuse to break words. Leon Zaffin breathed in barely contained excitement. Ask him about the orb. I must know what it is. As much as I hate to agree with the candle, a parley may be of some use, the Thunderbird added. Look for better ways to kill this arrogant fool. Leon softly snorted. He would have done that much whether or not the Thunderbird suggested it. However, he minutely relaxed his stance and took a few steps toward the dais. He kept his blade raised and filled with power, but he made no further attacks against the cultist. Speak, he commanded. The cultist seemed not at all offended by his curt attitude. I only seek peace. Between us, Leon Rame. Peace between the Thunderbird clan and my people. Leon scowled. He hardly wanted to dignify that with a reply. Peace, he believed, was something always worth striving for, but in this case a glance around at the ruined city was all he needed to know about where making peace with this cultist would lead. If you don't desire peace, the cultist continued, perhaps an offering to assure you of my intent. He waved his hand and conjured a cross in the air. Nailed to the cross was the very 10th tier mage that Nara claimed had escorted to the outskirts of Naxxor Amos, Aluva, the chosen of the Lord's Three. He was dead, with his face frozen in an agonized scream. His eye sockets were empty, and his tongue had been removed. Such a strange concept of peace you have, Leon remarked as the crucified Aluva hovered upside down over the dais. You may reclaim his body, as you please, the cultist said with the smug tone of one rendering another a favor. And you may stand the hells down, as you please, Leon sarcastically replied. What are you even doing? Do you not see what's around you? Have you gone blind? The cultist sneered at him before his eyes slid to tear anew. I was happy once, he said, seemingly ignoring Leon's questions. That man there took all the happiness from me, and all for the crime of adultery. My father wasn't the most faithful man in the world, but that hardly demands death, does it? My mother's protests didn't demand her head, did it? The cultist paused and took a deep breath, steadying himself. I held a great deal of hatred in my heart, Leon Rame, hatred that I know you share. Both of our fathers were unjustly murdered. I envy you that you have a chance to still meet your mother. Leon glared at the cultist through his visor, his eyes momentarily darkening to a dangerous red-orange. How do you know this? I know it for the same reason that I set my hatred aside, the cultist said, his tone now markedly calmer. I sought out the gods for aid, for justice, but just Helier was silent, and Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, ignored me. None of the gods of the blue sky answered my plea. So I turned to others, hoping that someone, anyone, would answer me, and grant me the justice that I so craved. He paused again and glared at Tyr anew. Exile. Hey, what a joke. I was once upset that after what that man did, exile was all he was punished with. Truly, the friends of Ard Keel could get away with murder. But when my pleas were finally answered, it was to grant me neither justice nor vengeance. No, Leon Rame, the highest of the true gods reached out to me and offered me something infinitely greater than either. He offered me peace, freedom from hatred, freedom from pain, freedom from the worry and the obsessions of life. And he offers to you, the same. Lay down your weapon and let us talk, Leon Rame. Let me show you what you may gain. Let me show you peace. If I can set my grudge aside, so can you. Your life will be immeasurably enriched by it. Believe me, I speak from experience. Hatred is a terrible burden. It weighs you down, makes you do irrational things, distracts you from more important matters in life. The cultist paused again just long enough to give Leon a knowing look. Matters like family, no matter what your burden may be, the true gods can aid you in lightening it. Leon scowled, his killing intent momentarily spiking at what the cultist was insinuating. He didn't need such things thrown back in his face, but neither could he allow himself to be distracted too much. His eyes flitted between his fallen teammates, and his feet did not move closer to the dais. Instead, he asked, what did you do them? Connected them to my god, the cultist answered. I am showing them the truth in a way that your magic cruelly keeps you from. Thank the ancestors, Leon replied. You're welcome, the Thunderbird replied, and Leon almost burst out laughing despite the situation. Will you stand down, Leon Rame? The cultist asked. Will you allow the true gods to speak to you? Will you let peace into your heart? What's your name? Leon replied. The cultist blinked in surprise, but quickly answered, I am Kaji Yun. Though I am flattered by your curiosity, I can't help but wonder why you ask, just wondering what to put on your tombstone, Leon stated. Though, now that I think about it, I might not bother. Leaving your bones to the elements as you've left so many others seems fitting. He approached the dais, though not in the way Kaji Yun requested in peace, and with a mind open to the primal devil's influence. Instead, Leon approached at the speed of lightning, his sword glowing silver blue, his golden eyes blazing with anger. He didn't see any more point in listening to Kaji Yun. The only thing left to do now was to disrupt whatever the hells was going on in the city, no matter how temporary that disruption may be. With the force of 100 bolts of lightning, Leon surged toward the dais. Iron pride blazed with power as lightning arced between the tips of the guard and the blade. Leon's golden eyes were narrowed in anger and determination as the shadows around the park darkened. Atop the dais, Kajian simply smiled as a curtain of darkness descended over the dais, obscuring him from view so rapidly that even Leon, amped up on lightning magic, was unable to reach the dais in time. With a roar of frustration, Leon sliced into the curtain, letting his built-up power loose. Silver blue lightning shredded the curtain as the thunder Leon brought shattered the dais beneath it. However, the curtain barely dissipated in time for Leon to see a wave of darkness rolling toward him. He raised Iron Pride and let loose with a storm of power, pushing the wave back. At the same time, he projected his magic senses to find where Kajian had gone. He might have still been behind the wave of darkness, but a moment later, Leon detected the cultist stepping out of a shadow behind him. Leon spun about and charged in the same step. The cultist had appeared next to Ardnera, his hand outstretched toward the unconscious prince, his fingers blackened with darkness magic. With tremendous speed, Leon closed with the cultist and swung Iron Pride, firing off a large lightning bolt that struck the cultist, and passed right through. Kajian halted in place just long enough to turn his head just enough to make eye contact with Leon and grin before vanishing. Far above them, the black clouds raged as power built up and fought against Leon as he contested the devil's rule over the sky. Lightning rained down upon Naxxramas, purple and silver blue in equal measure, and every broken and hollowed-out building that was struck was rendered into dust on the wind. The ground shook as the storm grew worse, and the wind picked up and began to blow through the silent city for the first time in what seemed to be decades. Dust was kicked up and blotted out everything farther away than a few dozen feet. But for Leon, little of this made much difference as he scoured the former park for the cultist. When Kajian was not forthcoming, he soon turned his attention to the large crystal in the center of the park, just behind the annihilated dais. Within, the dozens of corpses piled high turned their dry, mummified faces in Leon's direction. "Help us," a voice called out, apparently originating from the crystal. "Free us, please. If he's not going to come to me, then I'll make him come out and fight." Leon thought as his heart beat with some amount of furious resolve. Kajian had seen into Leon's mind to at least some extent, and Leon was not going to let that go unpunished. Leon bolted over to the crystal, his body cutting clean through the dust howling all about him, and stabbed Iron Pride into the crystal. He channeled his magic through the blade and into the crystal, and the crystal shattered. With the sound of shattering glass, everything in Naxxramas went still. The dust froze in the air, and the lightning raining down from the black clouds above did likewise, casting the city in purple and silver blue light. It was like some omnipotent god had simply paused the whole world, with Leon as the sole exception. He looked around with some confusion, but his unspoken question was soon answered as a massive red eye materialized above the suddenly reformed purple crystal. It turned in his direction and glared down at him as the light from the dueling lightning dimmed and the city darkened. A wave of darkness threw Leon back from the crystal, and he landed quite roughly on the stone tiles of what was once a pathway through the park. "Leon Rame," Kajian said, clearly relishing his use of Leon's name. "Defying the true gods is not so easy, but your willpower and decisiveness are to be commended." The cultist's voice came from all around him, preventing Leon from getting a good idea of where it was truly coming from. Making matters worse, the darkness of the city was growing deeper and denser, and the outermost buildings were already fading from view. Leon shot to his feet and called upon his power, but as he raised Iron Pride, nothing happened. No lightning erupted from the blade, nor could he feel any power flowing down his arm. "To stand against a god is no small thing," Kajian continued. "Bravery is something you clearly have in abundance, too." Leon detected motion out of the corner of his eye and turned to confront it. He could feel his power lying dormant within him, but as far as he could tell, the enchantments in his armor were still working properly, so he at least had some magical enhancements to his speed. What he saw when he saw what was moving, however, rendered all that speed useless as he instinctively froze up, his mind locking for a moment in confusion. Elise had stepped out of the darkness, her green eyes flashing with defiance, a smile of pure disdain upon her lips. Perhaps more eye-catching than that was her stomach, which had grown slightly a sign of pregnancy. "There you are, husband," she spat, more vitriol falling from her tongue than sound. "It's about time I told you, we're done. Or more accurately, you're done." She rubbed her stomach. "I have what I wanted, a child of House Rame. My child will rule as the king or queen of the Thunder Kingdom, you will just get in the way. Will you do me one last kindness for the love you have for me, and die as quickly as you can?" Not real, Leon thought to himself even as the words of his wife's shadow, spoken in her sonorous voice, cut him to the bone. He tried to move, but his body refused to obey, forcing him to stand there and listen. To stand there and take the hits. Motion from the corner of his eye drew his attention again, but this time, it was Maya who appeared, in a similar state of early pregnancy. "I'm returning to Saren, boy," she said to Leon. "My daughters will rule the oceans thanks to the power they will inherit from you. Do not look for us, we don't need you. I don't need you." Leon tried to respond, but his throat felt stiff and unresponsive, preventing any noise from passing his lips. He was still frozen in place, and it seemed no exception was made for his ability to speak. It was Valeria's turn to appear, and she did so right beneath a frozen bolt of purple lightning, her silver hair seeming to glow in the same violet shade. Her stomach, in contrast to Maya and Elise, was as flat and toned as ever. "Worthless," she stated as her cold blue eyes locked onto Leon. "How could I ever love someone so powerless? How could I have ever thought someone like you could have helped me find my mother and reunite my family? That is a mistake I will never make again." Her words were harsh, but by now, Leon had hardened his heart, and they rolled right off him about as easily as they could have, which was to say he knew they were fake, but he would dwell on those words in the deepest, quietest parts of the night for the foreseeable future. For now, though, he put them out of his mind just in time for Cassandra to appear. "My grandmother was truly foolish to try and tie you to our family," the blonde princess stated with vehement contempt. "You are nothing, a king, of those pathetic sky devils. They've already abandoned you, and you're going to die alone and unloved, as you've always deserved." She paused as a vicious smile spread across her face. "Consider this our divorce. I need a husband at least strong enough to handle me." A shadowy male figure appeared beside her and swept her off her feet before carrying her off into the darkness, from which only the sounds of her enthusiastic pleasure emerged. Leon knew what was going on. This was a game he'd played before, and beaten. This time, the lock keeping him under was far more robust, but as he called upon his power, he could feel a distant stirring in the deepest recesses of his body in response. A fifth figure emerged, and though he'd prepared himself for it, Leon still felt his heart skip a beat. Artorias stepped out of the darkness. "My son," he intoned, scorn dripping from every syllable. "A failure, and a disgrace to House Rame. Who could have ever placed their hopes in you? You're powerless, worthy only of—" "That's not true," Kajian called out, interrupting Leon's father. Leon himself was so surprised that he momentarily stopped trying to call upon his power. However, he began again even before his eyes started swiveling about, looking for the source of the cultist's voice. He found that source quickly as Kajian stepped out of the darkness opposite Artorias, with Leon in the middle. "You're not worthless, Leon," the cultist softly stated with a welcoming smile. "You are not alone. I am here, as is the true gods. You have value, you have family, you are loved." He strode toward Leon, a familial smile on his face. "Take my hand, my poor, lost brother. Take my hand, let me embrace you as family. Take my hand and never be alone again." Leon felt his limbs loosen slightly as whatever force was keeping them from following his commands abated. Kajian strode right up to Leon, his hand outstretched, not a speck of killing intent to be read in his aura. The cultist seemed completely genuine, or so all of Leon's senses were telling him, but he knew the truth. He opened his mouth and found that he could speak again, to his muted delight. "I see where they got this trick," he said, a mountain of wrath hidden behind his words. Kajian's smile dimmed ever so slightly. "Who?" he asked worriedly. Leon fixed him in his incandescently enraged gaze, his golden eyes darkened to a dangerous red-orange. "Darkness demons," he answered simply before silver-blue lightning flashed overhead, his power finally breaking through whatever barrier had been erected in its way. Lightning surged through his body once again, and he could feel iron pride practically vibrating with excitement in his hand from the blade or the iron needle, he wasn't sure. Either way, power flooded his body, banishing all the vision before him. The twisted images of Elise, Maya, Valeria, Cassandra, and Artorias all dissipated like smoke while the world seemed to catch up in time. The frozen lightning started falling again as the wind picked back up. Even the image of Kajian disappeared, the only part of the vision that surprised Leon, as he'd thought the cultist to be the only real thing in it. As he came to, he found himself once more standing in front of the purple crystal, iron pride raised, the swing he'd levied against it that had started the vision apparently never having been swung. He wasn't sure how the vision had made it past his defenses or his power, but he was determined not to let it happen again. He directed as much power as he could spare to rush through his brain, banishing all traces of that profane vision, while at the same time, he brought iron pride back down onto the crystal. This time, the adamant bit deeply into the crystal, but didn't destroy it in one hit. Leon's power blasted a chunk out of the crystal, and he stabbed into the crystal again. The crystal shuddered again as another large chunk was blasted into powder. The red eye hovering over it coldly and dispassionately regarded Leon, filling him once more with the undeniable sense of futility, as if destroying this crystal would mean nothing, that it would be reversed as soon as he left the city. 5 strikes it took Leon to render the crystal into dust, and once he did, the storm raging in the city immediately fell silent. Leon's power seized control over the sky as the power contesting him fell back. The black clouds parted, revealing the shining silver moon and all the familiar stars of the night sky. The darkness that had consumed the city receded, letting the broken buildings drink in the light of the stars for what was probably the first time in decades. Best of all, the red eye above the crystal lingered for only a second or two more before winking out of existence, leaving no trace of itself, nor the channeler's rift, behind. Behind Leon, he could hear Ardnera, Marika, and Tiranu begin to stir almost immediately after the crystal had been destroyed. The corpses within the crystal, meanwhile, collapsed against each other in their final moment before all turning to dust, leaving Leon with only 2 words. "Thank you." Leon breathed hard, speeding back to the rest of his team, his eyes, still practically glowing red-orange, spun about in their sockets, looking for Kajian. His search was soon rewarded as the cultist stepped out of a shadow on the other side of the park, the nearly omnipresent grin on his face now gone, replaced with a look of disbelief and growing anger. "How? You?" he sputtered. Leon glared at the man just long enough to make eye contact before he charged. This time, however, it wasn't lightning that filled his body, but fire. Black fire burned at the edges of iron pride, and when Leon swung the blade, the weapon brought a firestorm darker than the deepest shadow Kajian had summoned to Naxor Amos. The cultist's eyes widened in shock and fear as all traces of anger and incredulity vanished from his face. He hurled himself back as his body was once more covered in a thick veil of darkness, leaving only his eyes to pierce through with an unnatural red glow. The shroud just barely snapped back into place before Leon's fire swept over him. Leon didn't hear any hint of the cultist succumbing to pain, so he poured more and more power through iron pride, increasing the size of the firestorm by leaps and bounds. Behind Kajian, the building remains melted from the heat so quickly they almost exploded in molten stone. For a protracted moment, Leon lost himself in opening himself up and simply letting the fire and the rage stream out of him, but when the moment was over, he lowered iron pride and ceased the flow of power. When the last embers of black fire dissipated, he was left staring at a long field of rapidly cooling molten stone, and not even the slightest trace of Kajian remaining. But Leon wasn't sure if that meant the cultist was dead or not. He hadn't sensed much during his short tirade, but no matter how much his golden once more eyes across the glowing red sea of molten stone, he couldn't find any answer to the question at the forefront of his mind. "Damn," Zafin whispered. "He escaped before you could ask him about that rift." "He escaped?" Leon asked, unsurprised but still looking for confirmation. "There was a spike of devilish power, so I assume so," Zafin explained. "Didn't you sense it?" "When taken by the great black dragon's power," the Thunderbird said, "it can be hard to see anything beyond the here and now. Welcome back, my boy, by the way. Not just from your wrath, but from the mental intrusion." "Well, not the first time," Leon said as he glanced back at the rest of his team. He kept his guard up, but he figured it was time to see to them instead of looking for anything to kill. "I remember," the Thunderbird said, her voice coming with audible pride. "I had to push you to get out of that situation, as I recall." Leon started walking back over to his team and inspecting himself. His armor was in a fairly good state, though his helmet's mental defenses were going to get a much closer inspection later. The spell that was supposed to protect him from devilish magic was torn, though, which he found much more concerning. He needed a more permanent and less destructible solution on that front before proceeding to tell Kieran. He passed the broken pieces of stone that had once been Kajian's dais on his way back to the team. He could vaguely sense some lingering magic in the dais and penciled another inspection into his immediate schedule after rendering aid to his teammates. Once he reached the other three, he found all in various states of fitful dreaming. Ardnaro was twitching as if he were fighting, while Tiranu was shivering like a naked mortal on a mountaintop. Plastered on their faces were expressions of terror and fury, though with each leaning a bit more toward one or the other. Mari was much harder to ascertain, but her Ulta suit had curled in upon itself, and Leon could sense a chaotic aura emanating from it. Without any further ado, he carefully shocked Nara and Tir with silver blue lightning, and each immediately calmed down. Now, Leon thought as he stared at the Ulta suit, how am I going to get that open? He didn't spend much time searching before he tried just blasting it with lightning and hoping that at least a single spark might reach Mari. He did his best not to damage it unduly, but he figured freeing her from whatever mental prison Kajian and the primal devil might have locked her in might win him some leeway in that regard. Once that was done, he collapsed on the nearest rock large enough to sit on and waited, his mind starting to relax a bit even as he kept himself vigilant. If Zafin was right, then Kajian was still out there, and the primal devil was making its presence known, too, so lowering his guard completely would be foolish. So he just waited for his team to wake, hoping that none of them had any adverse reactions to all that had happened over the past quarter hour. Chapter 10:14. Virtue. The team awoke fairly quickly after Leon's lightning cleared the darkness from their minds. Nara rose quickest of them all, which surprised Leon not at all since he was the strongest. The prince, after opening his eyes and looking about in confusion, sprang to his feet with Cloud Piercer drawn, though he stumbled a bit, his legs appearing still a bit weak. What happened? He demanded of Leon. Is the cultist dead? Leon had been passing the time by studying the schematics Mari had given him for her Ulta suit. If the woman didn't wake even after Leon blasted her suit with lightning, then he'd have to open it and drag her out, after all. Following Nara's question, he spared the prince a stoic look and said, he isn't, though he's gone. Were he not, I'd still be trying to kill him. Nara seemed ready to argue for a moment, but after glancing at the damage Leon's lightning had wrought to their surrounding sand, no doubt sensing the traces still left of Leon's power in the environment and on his own person, he relaxed minutely. The crystal, destroyed, Leon succinctly answered. Good, Nara replied. Then, he stiffened, his eyes locked onto something over Leon's shoulder. He's dead too, Leon said, too mentally tired to put much emotion into his voice. Despite this statement, Nara walked over to where Aluva, the 10th tier mage had escorted to Naxxor Amos hinterlands, lay. Leon had, before cracking open the Ulta schematics, done the dead man the courtesy of pulling his body from the rubble and cutting him free of the crucifix, but aside from laying him as respectfully as he could on the ground, Leon wasn't quite sure how to handle him. Cremation, burial, or taking him into his soul realm and transporting him back were all options to consider. Nara took a long few minutes to stare at the body before slowly walking back over to Leon, a complex look on his face. The prince took another moment to inspect Tiranu and Maris Ulta suit before joining Leon on another nearby rock. Will they wake? He asked after a moment of silence. You did, Leon pointed out. Were you responsible? The prince followed up. I like to think so, Leon replied. My lightning can fight against mind-altering magic. That's convenient, Nara said with a touch of accusation, though his body language was devoid of any threats. Leon cocked his helmeted head at the prince. Are you going to complain? Nara snorted. I am well past that. When in a desert, don't question from whence the rain comes. Leon nodded in appreciation and neither said any more about it, to his silent relief. Tiranu soon after began to stir. Almost a shame he yet lives, Nara said more to himself than to Leon, though Leon decided not to take the statement as rhetorical. Harsh, though I get the impression that it's hardly unjustified. He's still taught as a lesson on how not to run a kingdom, Nara stated. He had a vision for what the blue sky ought to be and pursued it at first with the flawed belief that it would aid the common people. When it did the opposite, instead of changing his opinion, he simply grew more brutal in forcing his ideas onto us. What, precisely, do you think he wanted? Leon wondered aloud. noting what the prince said alongside what Kaji Yun, Mari Ka, and the man himself had claimed. What I have always wanted, Tiranu said as he sat up with obvious pained effort. Virtue. Virtue cannot be imposed, Ardnara stated. No, Tir agreed, it cannot. I should have known that, but wise Faranjan has never favored me with his gifts. The old monk struggled to his feet and his brown and green eyes scanned the battlefield much as Nara had done, but his eyes seemed a little duller than usual. He asked no questions about what had happened and instead turned from Leon and Nara and walked over to a slight depression in the dust and dirt and sat down in it, his back to the others. Nara was apparently fine with this behavior, and Leon thought he knew why. Kaji Yun had attempted to get into his head and had been at least partly successful if the visions Leon had received of his family were any indication. After blasting the others with the devil's power, Leon thought it likely that they had all received visions of their own. Tur's behavior solidified Leon's suspicion, even if Nara seemed to still have his composure. After several more minutes of silence, Leon asked Nara, "What are the burial customs for your people? Are dead or burned, so that the fire might light the red-eyed one's journey to their soul, and then to the courts of just Hellier?" Leon nodded, then jerked his head in Aluva's direction. Low chance of it, but did he ever mention anything in that vein? Nara looked confused for a moment and Leon wondered if his idiom translated well. But after a moment, Nara simply replied, "Number." Leon sighed and reached out with his power, taking Aluva's body into his soul realm. Had brought the stone giants back to their home, he figured there wasn't much reason not to do the same for Aluva. If I ever get the chance, he thought. It wasn't much longer before Mari woke up, and when she did, she didn't take nearly as long to rise as even Tir had. Almost as soon as Leon heard her stirring in her Ulta suit, he heard the sound of retching, and the suit sprang open where it lay, disgorging Mari onto a pile of dust. The young woman barely managed to roll onto her side before emptying the meager contents of her stomach onto the ground. Once it was done, she lay there shivering and gasping for breath, her eyes wide as saucers, her aura as shaky and stable as a cloud. It took her several minutes to compose herself, and when she did, she weakly looked at Leon and Nara and did her best to push herself up into a sitting position, only managing to prop herself up against the side of her Ulta suit. "Fuck," she whispered. By Carfin's curved cock, that was terrible despite the tired and quiet atmosphere. Nara strangled off a chuckle. "Visions?" Leon asked. Mari numbly nodded. "I've been hit by such things before. They're designed to put you in a bad mental state, which will make you more susceptible to other mental attacks. Shouldn't be any adverse long-term effects, though I encourage everyone to tell me if there are." "You mean aside from the sheer soul-crushing mind-fucking I've just had?" Mari asked. "And not the good kind. That you can joke about it is a good sign," Leon pointed out. "It ain't easy to have everyone I've known and loved walk into my mind and be like, 'Hey Mari Ka, you're shit.'" "Hey Mari Ka," Leon said with a wry grin, drawing a look of exasperation from the young woman. "You're not shit." He clapped her on the shoulder as a show of solidarity, and she stared at him for a second before almost exploding with a great cathartic guffaw. She threw her arms around him and hugged him tightly, and he returned the embrace with only a little bit of awkwardness. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. "Thanks, Lele," she said. "You're kinda nice, ya know. Don't tell anyone," he whispered. She laughed again and released him. "Might want to check your suit," Leon added. "Had to shock you pretty good to get through it. Sorry if I broke anything." "Good idea," she said as she walked back over to check it over. While she did that, Leon sighed and glanced over his shoulder at the other problem on the team that he needed to deal with before leaving. Tyr hadn't moved since, all but collapsing into the dust. Leon walked over, making sure to make a bit of noise as he did to not spook Tir, who seemed lost in his own world. He sat down next to the old monk and just waited, hoping his presence would be enough to tell Tir that he wasn't alone. He didn't have to wait long, only a scant few minutes before Tir asked him, his voice strained and choked, "Leon, do the ends justify the means?" "No," Leon easily replied. "So quickly answered," Tir said with a bitter smile. With a hint of sarcasm, he asked, "Does wise Faranjan speak through you? Or is this just the arrogance of youth or royalty?" Leon took a minute to put his thoughts in order before responding. "It's always best to try and accomplish your task with as little collateral damage as possible, and with the lowest expenditure of resources as you can manage. Let's say you're trying to make money. You want to make 1,000, the currency doesn't matter, you want to make 1,000 monies. Is it a success if you spend 2,000 monies to make 1,000? Hardly, TIR stated. Edge cases could be argued, though. Reality will always ruin philosophy, Leon conceded. But I get the impression that your question wasn't meant to be purely philosophical. TIR sighed and seemed to crumple in on himself. After a moment, he glanced at Leon and asked, 800 monies. Is that enough of a cost to make 1,000? In a purely financial sense, I'd say sure. What about 900? TIR asked. Leon shrugged. We're getting into the space of asking about other practical concerns like how much time I would have to devote to make 100 monies, and how much value that actually is. Reality and philosophy. There was a time, TIR said quietly and slowly, that I believed in my heart, as surely as if Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, had told me himself, that the ends always justify the means. Blasphemous though it was, I had a vision of bringing heaven to Arknavy, of turning the kingdom of the blue sky into paradise. TIR paused a moment, and though he had quite a few responses he could make to that, Leon refrained, sensing that TIR was working up to something and not wanting to interrupt him before reaching it. In my younger days, the monk continued, I thought myself blessed. I walked around like I was valiant Ashitar's favored son, like I was exceeded in my wisdom only by wise Faranjan himself. King Ardkiel did much to rein in my ego, but when he gave me power and position my ego ran unchecked. I thought I knew exactly how to build the perfect society. TIR smiled self-deprecatingly. I had already found out the blue sky's fatal flaw, you see, their greatest obstacle to achieving paradise in the mortal world. Can you guess? Leon thought he could hazard a guess, and after a moment's thought, he said, vice. TIR nodded in confirmation. Unchecked greed, lust, pride. I saw it everywhere. I decided to use the power entrusted to me to return the blue sky to the virtuous path. From the rock he sat upon, Nara responded, a dead kingdom is not a virtuous one. And there is the mistake I now see, by wise Faranjan's grace, TIR whispered as his head lolled upwards so that he could stare at the stars. The hole Leon had punched in the clouds was rapidly closing, but it was still quite large and revealed much of the night sky. I believed laws would be enough to enforce virtue upon the people. Those who broke those laws by gambling, by fornicating, by cheating and stealing and murdering and 1,000 other crimes were dealt with permanently. How many? Leon asked, to which TIR seemed about to answer but he choked up before getting the words out. It was Nara who spoke the number. 60,588,311. Leon's eyes just about bugged out of their sockets. That many? He exclaimed. TIR grimaced in shame. Not by my hand, but by order, he said. Entire towns were often discovered to be in violation of the law, to be wanting for virtue. I believed that the threat of punishment would not correct behavior if punishments were withheld, so I stuck by the executions and the tortures and the property confiscations. Every one of them, a pointless waste of resources, Nara grumbled. And misguided from the start, TIR said with a glance back at the prince. Virtue must be pursued but never imposed. It is our choice to be virtuous that matters. If the only reason we behave in a virtuous way is because of a threat of punishment, then are we virtuous in truth? Which is more important? Leon asked. Actions or intentions? If I see a beggar on the street and I give them some money, does it taint the charity if I only give them money because I think they are an eyesore and want them out of my sight? By the gods, I don't know, TIR whispered. Of course it doesn't, Nara said as he practically jumped off the rock and joined Leon and TIR in the depression, seeming almost comical in his eagerness given the fact he still wore his full black lion armor. Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, made the rule clear without any kind of qualification: charity is a virtue. End of discussion. You follow the Iller Conclave's ruling on the matter, then? TIR asked. I do, Nara responded. TIR audibly scoffed. A brutally simplistic view of things that I always tried to steer your father away from. I may be an Illerite, Nara said with pride, but my father always followed the rulings of the Jahar Council. That men are made in the image of the gods, TIR recited. That we are beings of both mortal body and immortal spirit, and that our thoughts and intentions are inseparable from virtue, for it all leaves its mark upon us. That we are still riven with vice if virtuous actions are done for sinful reasons. And that we are virtuous if sinful acts are done for virtuous reasons, Nara pointedly said, to which TIR stiffened. A flawed view, TIR whispered. How can one be virtuous if he destroys what he hopes to save? What is the point of making 1,000 monies if 2,000 are spent? The pursuit of virtue is a worthwhile journey all on its own, as is the attempt to create a more virtuous society, but if that society is destroyed, then what was the point? What is the point of trying to demand virtue if so many are left dead in the end? What is the point if I failed? You failed spectacularly, Nara viciously stated. Not arguing with the prince, Tir added, and I learned nothing. I am still the same man I was then. Nothing has changed. The pursuit of virtue is worthwhile in and of itself, but I have pursued it for half a millennium, and I have never found it, and now it comes back to haunt me. Tir glanced at the broken dais where Kaji Yun had waited for them. My mistakes have destroyed this plane. I am responsible for this, for the release of the devils. I am going to stop you right fucking there, Leon said, clapping Tir on the shoulder hard enough to shake the man down to his toes. You're responsible for your actions and only your actions. That cultist, he momentarily debated with himself whether or not to reveal the Mont's name and claimed history, but decided that this wasn't the moment to do so, even if it might be important in the long run. That cultist owns this. He can't pass the blame onto you just because he thinks you wronged him. Personal losses don't justify destroying entire planes, do they? That's unacceptably extreme, Nara said, but strong Ashagan encourages a revenge killing or two. And bright Lucilier, valiant Ashitar, and dozens of others besides abhor such behavior, Tir stated. Leon almost visibly cringed. A discussion on the morality of revenge wasn't one he thought had come away from looking good. What do you think of all this philosophizing, Tiranu? Leon asked. Or Teresa's? Tiranu, Tir clarified. I am clearly the same man. I clearly lack virtue. Despite the offer, how can I accept any kind of forgiveness when my crimes are so severe? Even if some might absolve me of responsibility for the destruction of Arknavi, I am still responsible for the deaths of so many. Forgiveness is on the wrong party to offer, Leon said. No one else's. Whether or not they choose to offer it is entirely up to them. Whether or not they mean it is between them and their ancestors. Tiranu closed his eyes for a long moment. Leon didn't think his words had much effect on the man, but when he opened them, he at least looked like had regained a bit of purpose. He pushed himself up to his feet. I am feeling better, thank the mothers above and below. Thank you both for the conversation, I needed it. Now, King Leon, Prince Ard Nara, what more do we have to do here? Leon and Nara shared a look. Leon was happy to move on, while Nara seemed like he was more than willing to continue the discussion until it turned into an argument. But they had other priorities at the moment. Let's start over there, Leon said as he pointed to the broken dais. I am relatively certain that the enchantment that anchored the first devilish ritual was located at least partially on that thing. We may find some clue as to how to deal with this primal devil if we study it. All of the cities we retook were studied extensively, Nara stated. We found little information that aided us. Did you ever find an anchor enchantment for the original ritual? Leon asked as he led the group of three over to the dais while Mari stayed with her suit inspecting it for any damage. No, Nara admitted. Then already we have more material to study, Leon said with a researcher's smile. There weren't many pieces left of the dais that were larger than his head, but there was enough left intact. He hoped that studying any magic in and around it in the park would be worthwhile. Hells, might even have to check out the entire damn city, Leon thought as he widened his awareness to include all that he could sense with magic. This is going to take a while, he sighed, not truly feeling that upset at getting the opportunity to study the enchantment work of a primal devil, and got started. Chapter 10-15. Direction. The inspection of the dais was fascinating and altogether far beyond Leon. This was where the first ritual that started the calamity that now gripped Arknavi had been performed. It may have been shattered in his wrathful fight with Kaji Yun, but even the remaining fragments were enough to show him the sheer mind-bending complexity of the thing was at least on par with his transformation enchantment, if not even more complex. It was, after all, doing something he thought to be far beyond impossible, creating a stable connection to a primal devil outside of a living being. Living being humans, to be precise, were integral components of the enchantment, but only that, and the whole thing, if working properly, was supposed to funnel all the magic power of the plane directly to the primal devil. The free-floating channeler's rift was, Leon supposed, what it was supposed to be, though it was now gone, preventing him from studying it alongside the dais. The enchantment itself was spectacularly complex, and Leon quickly realized that it extended far beyond just the dais. He considered him both lucky and profoundly unlucky, for that fact lucky as it meant most of the enchantment survived the dais' destruction, but unlucky in that it greatly increased the amount of work he would have to do to understand it. The dais on its own was not only covered in tiny runic etchings on every surface, but from the way that magic power flowed through it, Leon suspected that the internal structure of the stone had formed runes and glyphs, which made studying them in their entirety now impossible. However, through following the flow of magic, even disturbed as it was without the dais, Leon discovered impossibly long veins of carved stone that only an absurdly powerful earth mage could have placed without discovery before the ritual. These veins were not only intricately etched with runes, but formed runes themselves. I can't study all this, Leon thought to himself with great dejection. Barely an hour after had begun. His meager skill with earth magic and magic senses now considerably less restrained with the purple crystal. Go knew is only enough for him to get a good idea of the scale of the problem. I need help, hey demon, Leon called out to his resident former Lord of Flame. Want to study something quite devilish? Why Leon, whatever's put you in such a fucking generous mood? Zafin cheekily replied, just thought you might want to check it out since you weren't able to study the Channeler's Rift. But if you don't, I never said that, boy. Let me out and I'll do what you cannot. One moment. Leon ignored the demon's indignation before glancing at the Azurian prince who, along with Tiranu, was busy evaluating possible routes through the Mandian lands, while Mari had busied herself by partially disassembling a bit of her Ulta suit and was now frowning at the revealed internals. Hey, Prince Ardnara. Leon called out, drawing the prince's attention. How do you feel about demons? Nara immediately snarled. Vile beings who have no place in human society. Shitty little punk, Zafin grumbled. Let me out. Leon, I need to show this fuckboy who he's denigrating. Leon continued ignoring Zafin and responded to Nara, I know one who can help. He's kind of an arrogant shitweasel, but I need the help with this thing. He gestured at the dais for emphasis, hoping he wouldn't need to do more than that to remind the prince of the predicament they were in. Fortunately, it seemed that was all that was necessary. Nara, still grimacing, stared at the dais for a long moment before his eyes drifted over the broken shell that was once one of the greatest cities on the plain. Can you keep the creature in line? Nara asked. This little sewage gobbler, Zafin spat. I am going to put my foot so far up his ass it'll fry his fucking teeth. Of course I can, Leon said with a grin. After another moment of agonized thought, Nara said, do as you will. The consequences will be borne by you alone. Leon nodded and glanced at the other two members of the party. The brief exchange had drawn Maris' attention, and she now stared at Leon with a worried look. However, a reassuring grin from Leon was all she needed to return to her work, though she was still quite evidently distracted as she stole apprehensive glances at Leon every few seconds. Tiranu, on the other hand, didn't look happy at all. He, of course, already knew of Zafin, though the two hadn't yet met, so this was hardly new information for him. However, he still disapproved of Leon's contract with Zafin, though instead of arguing against it, he simply held his tongue and bowed his head slightly in deference to Leon's decision. So, without another moment of waiting around, Leon pulled on the connection forged between himself and Zafin. For a moment, he faltered as he brushed up against the similar connection he shared with Maya and felt nothing. He knew that the connection had something of a range limit, but at the power he and Maya were at, they would hardly brush up against it so long as they were both on the same plane. The fantastic distance now between them, however, left the connection feeling cold and lifeless, and Leon's mood worsened by no small amount at the feeling. Still, in a moment, Zafin burst from Leon's soul realm, illuminating the entire park with the bright orange fires that poured endlessly from his body, and Leon noticed that they were seeming quite a bit brighter than had gotten used to, with hints of yellow closer to the demon's body. Zafin's eyes, too, which burned yellow hot, were now looking a bit more white than yellow. The demon was getting close to the human equivalent of the 10th tier, Leon could feel it. You fuckwit, Zafin growled as soon as he appeared, his eyes locking onto Nara. You think you can slander Demonkand and just get away with it? Leon blinked in surprise, though he supposed he should have been. Zafin was speaking, in fluent Azurian, and had quite clearly understood what the team had been saying, but Leon hadn't realized the demon had picked up the language. Though, he was a little jealous at the ease with which the demon spoke it. Demons are fundamentally inhuman, Nara confrontationally stated as he rose from the rock he sat upon and turned to face what had at one time been one of the most powerful demons alive in the universe. You treat men like cattle and care not a whit for our civilization. You bring little save death and destruction to mankind. Hey, got some balls on you, kid, Zafin said with some appreciation as he turned to the dais. Now go back to doing what you humans do best, nothing, and I'll tell you little fleshy shits all about it soon. Nara scowled but seemed to think better of arguing with a demon, and returned to discussing possible routes to tell Kieran with Tirthal. Leon noticed he kept Zafin in sight at all times. Just do your best, demon, Leon said a little patronizingly. Did you not just hear me, human? Zafin shot back in annoyance. Why do you think I said it? Leon asked as he took a few steps in Maris' direction. I know you're not an enchantment kind of guy, so just do your best, all right? Let me know whatever you find, however little it may be. He flashed the demon a cheeky grin and then turned his back. Unlawfully taken from Royal Road, this story should be reported if seen on Amazon. Zafin growled something Leon didn't bother to listen to as he walked over to Mari. So, he said as if there wasn't a bright demon now staring at a pile of rubble only a couple 100 feet away, how's your inspection going? Mari stared over his shoulder at Zafin for a long moment before her eyes turned to him. Confusion and fear were both writ large on her face, though Leon was a little gratified to see it was more the former than the latter. Mackin' all kinds of friends in this fucking calamity, aren't we? She whispered to herself before finally addressing Leon's question. Ya fucked me up, Lele, if I were to finally make old Mandy happy and tell the truth. You weren't thinking of being deceitful, were you? Leon asked with an unserious look of accusation. Nah, Mari replied, I am just not that godly of a bitch, ya know. She flashed Leon a quick wink and a nod before waving her hand at her suit. Ya busted one of the batteries, ya know. And some other components were done in, too. Leon frowned and took on a much more serious tone. Apologies. I wanted to be certain that my power could reach you. Maris' expression froze for a moment, her eyes glazing over as if reliving something horrible in her mind. Yeah, thanks for that, Lele. A bunch, really. She paused long enough to take a deep breath. Better a broken battery than a broken fucking mind, right? Depends on the battery, Leon said, his tone soaked in sarcasm. And the mind, I can think of a few people I might trade for a good battery. Mari giggled and lightly socked him in the shoulder. Ow, Leon said, pretending to be in pain. So violent. And here I was, walking over to hand over some materials to try and help you with any repairs, and this is how you're treating me. Are ya really a king? Mari asked as she stifled more giggles. Ya don't seem like one. Leon shrugged. I don't often feel like one, either. But a king the first am, and to help me get back home to my family and my people, why don't you tell me exactly what needs fixing, and I'll see what I can do. Mari nodded and began walking him through the intricacies of the machinery and enchantments in the broken shoulder of her Ulta suit. She may have admitted when they met that the suit was her father's design, but the expertise she displayed made it clear that when she claimed to have built it, she wasn't lying. Leon listened to it all, fascinated. When she was finished and Leon finished taking notes, he pulled out a few raw materials and some of his blacksmithing tools. He had what was needed to replace what needed to be replaced, not to mention what might be needed to experiment a bit. It only took him another couple of hours to create some replacement components and to etch them with the needed runes, while Mari worked on whittling down a piece of thunder wood that would finally be integrated into her suit. When they were finished, Leon used Iron Pride to create a piece of storm crystal that would replace the battery crystal that had broken. By the time Mari sealed the suit back up, the sky had once again been completely obscured by thick black clouds, but it seemed that their little break had been well spent. Everything seems to be working, Mari said as she squinted at a diagnostic console from the cockpit of her suit, though the suit's chest was still open. Better than just working, even. I think those materials and bits ya made are better than what I had, Lele. Your words honor me, Leon said, beaming with pride at his skill in blacksmithing paying off, though he could still almost hear Sid's frustrated screaming at his lack of diligence in practicing earth magic. At least he had the completely valid defense of having been spectacularly busy, though he wasn't sure she'd be as sympathetic as he might hope for. Regardless, the suit was operational if Maris diagnostics could be relied upon. By the time they were finished, Nara and Tir seemed to have finished their own discussions and were quite hawkishly watching Zafin work. Zafin seemed to hardly care, and as Mari closed up her Ulta suit to take it for a gentle test drive around the park, the demon called out, "You done over there, fuckboy? You couldn't possibly be referring to me, could you, demon?" Leon shot back. You couldn't possibly be denying reality, could you, human? Zafin riposted. I think the real question here, former Lord of Flame, is whether or not you're done, Leon sniped as he smilingly walked over to the dais. He took only a moment to relish the baffled looks on Tyr and Nara's faces at their exchange before focusing entirely on Zafin. I've found more than you ever would've, Leon, Zafin proudly crackled. Bold claim, Leon observed. Care to back it up? Zafin responded with a booming laugh. I may not be Nestor and I thank all who may listen for that, but I could read much of this enchantment. Funny, that didn't sound like an explanation. I am getting to it, boy. I can explain the actual mechanics later, but for now, all you need to know is that this enchantment is a more complex version of certain demonic rituals that siphon power. Yes, this stuff is designed to pull all power in the plane's environment and funnel it into the primal devil. Look at you, kid, using all that gray matter between your ears. I am almost shocked. Focus, demon, bah. Anyway, I was able to trace a bit of this power and found quite a bit that was interesting. You three other shits, come over here and listen. Zafin glared at the other members of the team who were undoubtedly already listening despite the short distance between them all and Maris' continued slow testing of her suit. Such a foul-mouthed demon, Nara whispered. And it'll be even more so if you don't pay the fuck attention. Zafin insisted. Now, I know all of you think of me as infallible and perfect in every way. Hardly, Leon whispered, but even I make mistakes sometimes. Yes, I know, try to contain your shock and disbelief, but it does happen on rare occasions. Today, though, I am proud and thoroughly unsurprised to say that this is not one of those occasions. I was fucking right. Zafin proudly stared at the team for a long moment before Leon exasperatedly asked, about what, demon? About what, he asks. Zafin repeated with equal amounts of exasperation. About the fucking primal devil, Leon. I just got done praising you for using your head, don't be in such a hurry to make me take that back. My patience wears thin, demon. Fine. The devil is still imprisoned, and thanks to the channeler crystals, I can trace where the entrance to its prison is. Leon's eyes widened in surprise, and he was vaguely aware that the others were staring at Zafin with an equal amount of shock. Ya gotta be fucking kiddin', Mari whispered. Do not accuse a demon of deception, young human, Zafin crackled. We lie often, but we tend to dislike being called out on it. Where? Nara demanded. Where is this enemy of Arknavi? Where must I go to kill it? Slow down, human, Zafin said. You're utterly incapable of killing a primal devil on your own. Best we can do is try and stop all this channeler shit and slam the door shut in its face. Can we do that? Leon asked. Yes, Zafin confirmed. If we reach the locus of this enchantment, then we can disrupt it. The channeler crystals have been popping back up after you destroy them because they're honestly not that important to the overall picture. The enchantments are already in place that are funneling magic, so it's mostly just a matter of replacing a component. But if we're able to reach the locus of this enchantment, then we can unravel the whole thing, Leon whispered. And if the entire thing is disrupted, then the channeler crystals will shut down. No, Zafin proudly stated, they'll be destroyed outright. All siphoning of Arknavis power will cease, and the primal devil's prison will remain sealed. Where? Nara again demanded. Map, Zafin succinctly demanded, to which Nara practically threw a large world map of Arknavi at him. Zafin easily caught it with his magic and then illuminated a certain spot on it. Right there, Zafin said. Isn't it just fitting? Leon had to agree as his golden eyes took in what Zafin was showing him. A tiny bright spark marked where Zafin claimed the locus of the enchantment lay, and that spot was almost right in the center of the plane right in Tel Kiran. That was where they'd find the locus of this enchantment. That was where they might be able to stop this disaster. And if they were unlucky or lucky in a different way, then they might even find some method for leaving Arknavi in the city, too. The cultists won't be able to set all this back up, will they? Tyr asked. If this enchantment is destroyed, then it'll be destroyed for good, Zafin stated. The enchantments are only here thanks to copious amounts of blood magic. Many were sacrificed to set it up. And now, well, look around you. How many people are left who can be sacrificed? No, such rituals won't be feasible until these lands recover and are repopulated, and that'll take thousands of years. Leon almost felt the sigh of relief from the other members of the team, as well as the much more powerful feeling of purpose they seemed to start exuding. And he shared that feeling. Ever since his silver twig failed to teleport him away from Arknavi, had felt kind of lost, unsure of what he should be doing aside from the general idea of heading to tell Kiran to continue scouting the city out. Now they had a more concrete plan. Zafin could lead them to the locus of this enchantment, to the core of it, and then all they'd have to do is disrupt it. But as simple as it sounded, Leon doubted it would be so easy to actually accomplish. Still, he couldn't help but start to get a little excited. The team now had some real direction to work with. Without much further ado, Nara and Tir led the way out of Naxxramas. Everyone was glad to be done with the city, and to cap everything off, when Zafin returned to Leon's soul realm, he began explaining the workings of the enchantment in all the detail that Leon wanted. Had even taken quite a few notes, delighting Leon further. As far as he was concerned, it was the perfect ending to what had otherwise been quite a trying day. Chapter 10:16. Sea of Dust reached Tel Kiran. No longer a vague hope, Leon and his team now knew that that was where they needed to go. With that information, the team made quick progress after leaving Naxxramas. As with the approach to Naxxramas, they maneuvered around the desolate remains of larger population centers and constantly stayed on the move, save for the rare moments when rest was truly needed. Mari was still only a 6th-tier mage, after all. Thankfully, the Mandian lands were relatively flat. According to Tir and Nara, they had once been quite paradisical, with shallow hills, pleasant forests, and abundant rivers. The climate had been temperate, and the people fairly peaceful. There were wars, but for the most part, they were directed outward, away from the Mandian lands. Leon wished he could have seen the region in its prime. As it was now, all he saw was the same bleak landscape that had seen since entering the Mandian lands days ago, save for more frequent rivers with water so polluted and thick that it flowed like tar. At the very least, there were no more monsters or creatures to stop their advance. Leon found that as curious as he found it comforting, though, the dark aura of the primal devil was growing thicker and more intense, requiring him to reinforce his Inter's defenses as well as spare Nara a defensive ward, too, when his personal defense started to prove itself inadequate, and yet, not a single person or monster appeared to try and impede their progress. When in a desert, ask not from whence the rain comes, I suppose, Leon thought every time he found himself wondering just what in the hell's Kaji Yun and the primal devil were doing, letting them make so much progress. Whatever the case, progress was rapidly made, and within 2 weeks of leaving Naxxramas, they finally started drawing close to Tel Kiran, and Leon didn't need anyone to tell him of that. Tel Kiran had once been a magnificent city if the map Leon had and the stories had heard of it from Tir and Nara were any indication. A city centered on a massive tower not unlike Ambrose's, with majestic palaces, vast forums dedicated to trade and debates, spectacular monuments, and grand halls all spiraling out from the center like the petals of a lotuson with similar coloring, too, with white and pink stone dominating the visual style, though the city possessed all other colors in abundance. All of that was gone. Now, the greatest architectural and artistic achievements of Arknavi were now little more than a sea of gray dust. Ko Walik's tower, however, still rose high into the sky. Leon could hardly see it, though, for the vast structure was surrounded by black storm clouds that occasionally rippled with purple lightning, though the tower's base was still visible enough through the gloom of distance and intense dust storms. The tower was 12-sided instead of cylindrical like Ambrose's and was much wider at the base. Dozens of shorter towers crowded around the base, further widening its footprint. 11 circles of 12 12-sided towers each, with each circle of towers radiating out from the central tower being shorter than the last, giving the structure as a whole a kind of star shape. Ko Walik's central tower was the 12th circle, though it was the only one on its own. The towers themselves were made of smooth bronze without even the slightest hint of green patina. There were no windows or doors that Leon could see, leaving the structure itself somewhat plain, though Tir told him that the towers had once been enclosed with layers of walls that turned the areas between the smaller towers into public parks of great beauty, and that water and multicolored ivy had once spilled from the top of each tower, adding even more color. There wasn't so much as a single dried blade of grass left, though, and no water flowed from the towers, leaving the structure entirely bare. And there the structure sat, its upper half obscured entirely by the storm, its lower reaches surrounded by wild dust dunes stirred into chaos by the storm above. To reach the tower, they'd have to cross the dunes, get through the dust storm, and then find a way inside the towers. From there Leon wasn't quite sure. "What do you think, demon?" Leon asked. "Are we close enough now?" Zafin hummed. "I can still feel the resonance of my power, but it's hard to place. Should I call you out here to get a better read?" Leon asked. Do I look like I am in need of such charity? Zafin testily responded. Give me 2 seconds, I'll get a better read on where you need to go. Leon silently counted to 2. Well, he asked. I wasn't being literal, human, Zafin sniped, eliciting a chuckle from Leon. What's so funny? Nara asked, his tone tinged with the slightest bit of accusation. Having such a bitchy demon that's so easy to annoy living in my soul realm, Leon responded. He needs some time to give us a good idea of where to go other than the obvious only remaining structure in the whole damn sea of dust. Nara frowned, but they had already come to a short stop at the top of the last hill before the dust sea, so he simply conjured a stool and said, then we might as well get some rest now. By the gods, we're unlikely to have another opportunity for a while. The gods have blessed our journey thus far, Tir added, but I am not so bereft of wise Faranjan's gifts to advocate charging in right now. Let us wait to gather all the information we can before proceeding. The gods have always loved the prepared, Nara whispered. The lazy fucks prefer those who ask for the least amount of work on their part, Mari exclaimed as her suit kneeled and entered what Leon now knew to be something of a recharging state. Mari wasn't going to get out of the suit, not with how intense the aura of darkness was around here, but her suit could at least ensure that it had as much magic power as it could contain in such a short amount of time. Thankfully, her suit hadn't run into any power problems the whole way to the Tel Kiran. The storm crystal and thunder wood had proven their worth in spades, as far as Leon was concerned, providing a considerable amount of power to Mara's suit that didn't need to be purified. Leon even quietly wanted to see how it would function in battle, though Mari had only run a few tests and hadn't yet really run the suit through its paces given their unstated time constraints. The ritual to unleash the primal devil would finish at some point. They didn't know when, but if Arknavi was in its current state when the devil wasn't even out yet, then though no one had stated it aloud yet, they all knew that all life on the plane would most likely come to an end if it did free itself. Granted, there wasn't much life on the plane left, but Nara had assured them that human civilization on the plane still struggled on in the regions more distant from the Mandian lands than where Leon had arrived. Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. So, after Tir visibly held himself back from admonishing Mari for her blasphemy, they settled in to wait for Zafin to finish his triangulation. However, they'd only gotten comfortable for a few minutes when a burst of darkness magic had them all springing up and turning to confront the source. The source was Kaji Yun, appearing without his cloak of darkness, with little more than a strip of cloth to cover his nethers. His arms were raised in greeting and a welcoming smile was on his face. Yapoxy ball bag, Mari spat before the cultist had even gotten in a single word. How rude, he said. And here I am, coming out to welcome you four to Tel Kiran. How uncivilized. You insult all of humanity, Nara growled. You speak of civilization, yet you laid so much low. They have gone to join the true gods, Kaji Yun responded, his smile not faltering in the slightest, for the gods are generous and forgiving, and all those that fall in the course of the gods' return are honored in the life after this one. There, they know no pain, suffering, or vice. Leon noted Kaji Yun briefly turned to Tiranu as he spoke, but only for a moment before turning back to Leon. I am disappointed you didn't tell them about me, he said. Leon shrugged as the other three momentarily turned toward him. A name and an unsupported backstory. Thought you were dead, can you blame me? Kaji Yun seemed hardly disturbed at all by this admission. Of course not, but I assure you, I didn't lie at all when I told you my history. Believe me, I am beyond such petty vices as deceit, now. How are you alive? Leon demanded. By the grace of the gods I survived our encounter, the cultist replied. And by their grace, the four of you might be saved, too. All they ask of you is to open your hearts to their light, to their love. He unambiguously looked at Tir, Nara, Mari, and then Leon in turn, saying as his eyes landed upon each, forgiveness. Family, understanding, power, all that you desire, the gods will provide. Is it so onerous that all they want in return is your love? I'd tell ya to eat my ass, Mari shot back, but I get the feeling that you're the kinda bottom feeder that enjoy it. So instead, I'll just tell ya to fuck off. There is certain virtue in stubbornness, Kaji Yun replied, completely unfazed. The false gods you've been raised to venerate might be offended by such language, but not the true gods. Please remember, Mari Ka, the door to the gods' home is always open. They do not judge us for our past mistakes, they only offer forgiveness. The cultist again turned meaningfully to Tir. I will not partake of this devil's offer, Tir said. By the brothers of war, valiant Ashitar and strong Ashagan, by the mothers above and below, by Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, by all the gods, named or not, I will stop you. I hope that you someday change your mind, Kaji Yun good-naturedly replied. I have long wanted to talk to you, Tiranu, about a great many things, the gods, not the least of which. Perhaps, in the life after this one, when we are all truly equal and all our sins have been forgiven, we might finally have that conversation, if you remain resistant to the word of the gods in this life. He turned to Nara. By the two skies, by my father and uncle, by my bride, by my people, I will bring your cult to ruin. I will take your head no matter the obstacles your devil puts in my path. I will ensure that Arknavi returns to peace and prosperity. We have nothing more to discuss, cultist. That is a shame, Kaji Yun said. I hope you see the error of your ways before this life comes to an end. He turned to Leon. Instead of simply letting Leon speak, he instead said, Leon Rame, scion of the Thunderbird and more, besides. Many are the challenges you will face in the future as you rebuild your clan. Those in the Nexus will not just roll over for you to take the title of Storm King. Fewer still will appreciate you, even if you manage to take it. But with the gods on your side, this will not matter. The gods will grant you power. They will grant you victory. They will give you the family you've always desired. And so much more. Leon, for your sake, and the sake of your clan, both past and future, I urge you to consider my offer carefully. Why? Leon asked with a sarcastic smile. Is the offer made to me temporary? You wound me, you truly do. Kaji Yun grinned. The offer will always be open to you, Leon Rame. The gods judge no one, not even the descendants of false gods. Hey, the answer's still going to be a hard no. Ask again and receive increasingly rude answers. Kaji Yun bowed. So be it, he said as he straightened up. He looked like he was about to say his goodbyes when Mari interjected with a question of her own. Why are ya even askin', ya shit? Kaji Yun smiled at her, a wistful look crossing his face. I believe that I can save you for a tremendous amount of pain and suffering. This path I offer you is one of peace, forgiveness, and joy. If you believed you could bring such things to others, would you not consider it your moral imperative to do so? If you had the power to save those in need, to bring salvation to the sinful, is that not what you must do? To do otherwise would be sinful beyond reproach, and though the gods will forgive all our mistakes, all our sins, it is always better not to need those things in the first place. If your gods are so forgiving, then why does anyone need salvation? Leon asked. Kaji Yun cocked an eyebrow and glanced in his direction. Everyone will be saved, in the end, he said. But the sooner we reach the gods' light, the less suffering we must endure. The gods may forgive us all in the life after this one, but that doesn't mean we should not strive to reduce the suffering we experience in the life we currently live. This is not about the destination, my friend, but the journey. Leon's eyes slid past the cultist to briefly survey the wild and chaotic sea of dust behind him, where once a great city that millions called home once lay. You must ignore all the evidence given to you by the eyes and ears. I'd almost wonder if you'd been corrupted by that primal devil, but I blasted you with too much lightning for me to believe that without more evidence. Leave us, cultist, your words will find no purchase here. Leon dismissed Kaji Yun with an imperious wave of his hand, and the cultist sadly smiled, bowed once, and then vanished. As Leon had suspected, and he was sure the others did too, given their lack of action, Kaji Yun had just been a projection. He hadn't appeared before them in person. Fucker can't even talk to us face to face, Mari ranted. Has to pretend to be here. Like a little bitch. I came close to killing him back in Naxor Amos, Leon said. Or at least, I think I did. I wouldn't blame him for taking precautions, even though he seems to want to join his gods more than anything. Leon Nara said in the kind of serious tone that indicated he was interrupting with a much more serious topic. He said that you know who he is. Leon grimaced. Only what he told me back in Naxor Amos. Man by the name of Kaji Yun. He spared Tir a look. Said his parents were caught up in the purge. That was about it, no other specifics, nothing of much value that I could see. Be that as it may, Nara said while Tur's face paled slightly and he averted his gaze, I would have preferred to know this information sooner. Apologies, Leon replied. I was distracted. Were this more immediately relevant information, I would have shared it by now. Of course, Nara said in a strained tone that indicated it was only a diplomatic agreement. The name doesn't tell us anything, does it? Leon asked, his embarrassment over not bringing this up sooner overpowering his pride momentarily. Not to me, Nara responded as he glanced over at Tyr. The name doesn't stand out, Nara said. He said his father was caught up in an adultery case, and his mother protested it, Leon clarified. Many fit that description, Tyr sorrowfully admitted, his eyes turning to the tower. In the distance, what's done is done, Leon stated. All we can do now is move ahead, doing what we think is right. Take what you've learned and make sure you never repeat your mistakes. Right, Tyr took a deep breath and steeled himself. Right, great, Leon whispered as the group quietly went back to waiting for Zafin to finish what he was doing. Did you feel that? A man asked his only companion. I did, the woman replied, her voice hushed but urgent. Felt like that devil-worshipping man who took Japarthi. The two shared a look of concern before turning their powerful senses outward, surveying the sea of dust before them and the broken and barren hills that surrounded it. Beyond the tower they could just barely make out in the dust storm, they could sense the dissipating power of the one they spoke of, only a few dozen miles away. Given the way it interacted with the darkness magic in the environment, it was impossible to miss, even though the four powerful mages they could just barely make out in the distance were nearly invisible in the sheer sea of polluted magic in the air. More cultists, the woman wondered aloud. No, the man replied. One's a 10th tier mage. Maybe he's the last one. The two shared another look before coming to a silent agreement. They set off from the hill they stood upon, both fading from view until they were completely invisible, and began making their way toward this new group. Chapter 1017, New Friends. So how much longer do we have to wait? Mari asked. Zafin, Leon internally inquired. Have some fucking patience, human, the demon testily replied. Patience is a virtue we can't afford, Leon shot back. Learn from your monk friend, then, and be more virtuous. You can afford it, I am sure. Leon scowled. He's being a little bitch. One who can't work under this kind of pressure. Making all kinds of excuses. Publicly shaming me won't work, boy. That would require me to have shame. You have plenty, demon, otherwise, why would you care so much when I do things that may embarrass you? The demon audibly groaned. Just an estimate, that's all we want. Zafin sighed and said, 10 minutes. Maximum. Leon relayed that information, and the rest of the team started to prepare themselves. Mari turned to face Telkiran, while Tyr started stretching and Nara twirled Cloud Piercer a few times, conjuring first water, then fire, and then finally steam. Leon occupied himself with analyzing the magic over the dust sea, for the raging storm had not calmed down at all. Navigating through it was not going to be easy. He quietly projected his magic senses about as far as they could, which thanks to his wards, was about 10 miles. Not quite far enough to reach the tower in the center of the sea, but certainly far enough to get a good view of the majority of that sea. He narrowed the scope of his awareness to increase his sensitivity to changes in environmental magic and began looking for the easiest way through the sea, as well as the worst places to avoid. A few immediately stood out: several sinkholes over what he thought were likely once reservoirs or cisterns, and a raging twister that wasn't moving despite the intensity of the storm around it. Something was keeping it there, and Leon resolved not to go and investigate, despite his curiosity. They hadn't the luxury of time to investigate curious things like that, not when a primal devil was loosening its restraints. However, as he scanned the dunes ahead, he picked up on a few strange eddies of power, the remnants of recent, though subtle, disturbances. Powerful magic, Leon thought, his mind turning to the most obvious explanation. It was like looking at a dust cloud and immediately assuming something exploded. Other explanations were possible, but the explosion was simply the most likely one. He focused his magic senses to scan all of these eddies, only to find that they were concentrated mostly to the south, further indicating that they were unnatural. Something might be out there, he whispered as he pointed in a southerly direction. In response, Tyr and Nara both projected their magic senses while Mari shifted slightly to concentrate in that direction. Before anyone could say anything more, however, a voice rang out over the dunes to their southeast. Easy there, friend. The voice called out. We mean no harm. Show yourself. Leon imperiously demanded. He glared out of the eye slit in his visor, his golden eyes searching for the source of that voice. A moment later, a young man with reddish-brown skin stepped out of seemingly nowhere, his hands raised, his lips turned up in an apologetic smile. He was fairly, though not overly, handsome, with black hair cropped tightly around his head, a clean-shaven face, and soft facial features. He radiated the aura of a 10th-tier mage. This man had barely revealed himself before a curtainer, more literally, a cloak shimmered into view, having been elevated to obscure whatever was behind it. A hand seized the edge of the cloak and pulled it back over its owner's shoulders. That owner was a young woman with a far more bitter expression on her face than the man, her sharp features lined by a furrowed brow and deep frown. She was rather pale, with clear green eyes and blonde hair on the top of her head, the rest having been shorn almost completely off, though she had some stubble growing over those areas. Like the man, she was also a 10th-tier mage. Leon recognized them both, having seen their faces before in Ambrose's briefing. He smiled in a forced welcome despite his face being obscured by his helmet and called out, "Mabana of the Thousand Blades, and Serena, favored maiden of the sea." He waved Nara, Tir, and Mari down, though no one relaxed completely. "You know us?" Mabana asked, his smile growing as he and Serena leapt over to the hill to talk more comfortably. Notably, he spoke Azurian. "As I understand it," Leon explained, "each plane in the Divine Graveyard sent one representative to investigate what happened to Ko-Walik. I was the last sent, and the Grave Warden who sent me also gave me the likenesses of all the others sent before me." "Lucky," Serena observed, also speaking Azurian. "You are from Eterna, then?" "Yes," Leon confirmed. "Huh, and everyone else called you lazy for not showing up," she followed up with a provocative smile. "The rest of us had a good chance to meet before being sent here," Mabana explained. "Most of us were curious why we were sent before getting the chance to meet you, and our grave wardens were silent on the matter." "Aren't they just frustrating like that?" Leon shrugged. "Can be. Perks of being that powerful, I guess." "Yes," Mabana replied, his eyes narrowing slightly in an expression Leon couldn't quite identify. "Having the power to do what one wants is rarely so beneficial to everyone else, is it?" "Where the fuck did you two come from?" Mari angrily interjected. "It's remarkable that you two are here," Nara added, his tone distrustful. "Not so much, in truth," Mabana argued. "We've been here for several weeks now, waiting for any of our friends, as well as scouting out the obstacle ahead of us. You four are the ones who attracted our attention when you spoke with that cultist." "Who are your friends?" Tir stoically asked. Mabana smiled but hesitated, allowing Serena to pick up his explanation. "Not that it's any of your business, local, but we were waiting for 3 of our number who were separated from us on the journey here. When we were sent to this plane," Mabana added, "we were sent as a group. However, the calamity that has befallen it caused us to be scattered all over. Some of us managed to regroup, though in the months since, only Serena and I have managed to stick together." "Who were they?" Leon asked as he called upon his serviceable skills in light magic and once more projected the 10 faces that Ambrose had seared into his mind. He also crossed off Larcoina, Alakan Hair, and Aluva. "Ah, what a figure I cut," Mabana said as his eyes landed upon his own portrait. "Perhaps I ought to go on a diet. Are my cheeks really that round?" This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. "Focus," Serena rebuked as Mabana chuckled. She pointed at 3 faces before turning to the 3 Leon had crossed off. "Dead?" she asked. Leon nodded. The 3 she pointed out were Netulina, Japarthi, and Hujiljair, and Leon crossed those 3 off as well, though in a different color. "You have us at a disadvantage," Mabana stated, interrupting Leon just as he was studying the 2 remaining portraits. "You know us, but have failed to introduce you. Are your friends?" "Apologies," Leon responded. "I am Leon Rame. This is Ard Nara, Prince of the Kingdom of the Blue Sky here on Arknavi." Standing next to him is Tir Anu, and the woman in the oversized armor is Mari Ka. Ard Nara nodded politely while Tir Anu bowed more deeply and formally. Mari, however, squawked, "Oversized. What would you call it?" Leon pleasantly asked. "Exactly as fucking big as it fucking needs to be." Mari scoffed. "Could have even been bigger if we hadn't been too broke for more stuff to build with." "You're an interesting bunch," Serena observed. "Thanks for saying I am interesting," Mari exclaimed. "Not to interrupt when we're making friends," Mabana interrupted, "but should we not stay on topic?" "Are these 3 dead?" Leon asked, indicating the 3 that Serena had pointed out. "We don't know," Mabana stated. "Japarthi was kidnapped by what should we call him?" "That cultist. He told me his name is Kaji Yun," Leon said. "Good. Then we finally have a name to put to the face." "Wait," Tir interjected. You said that he kidnapped your comrade. Why, and how? We were assaulted by black wind, Serena explained. It gave us visions that ought never to be repeated. Kaji Yun spoke to us afterward, asking us to stand down. A short silence followed as everyone waited for her to finish, but when it became apparent she wasn't going to, Leon asked, did Japarthi accept? Leon Mabana said as Serena frowned even more deeply than she already was. Since you arrived late, what did your grave warden tell you to do? He took a few steps forward as his smile turned somewhat conspiratorial. What is the objective you were given? Investigate Ko Walik's disappearance, Leon replied with some confusion. Why do you ask? Ah, no matter, Mabana said as he glanced at Serena. Japarthi, unfortunately, was not given sufficient guidance by his grave warden. Or his father, maybe. No matter which, he gave in to Kaji Yun. One need not be blessed by wise Faranjan to find it strange a 10th tier mage was so pliable, Tir whispered. We were assaulted by visions, Serena repeated. Who knows what he saw? Tir averted his gaze, the comment striking home for him. And the others? Leon asked, nodding to Netulina and Hujuljair. Killed in battle as we fought our way here, Mabana stated. Many natives who accompanied us were killed with them, unfortunately, but we're thankful for their sacrifice. Yet you don't seem that broken up by it, Nara growled. Men die, Mabana replied, his smile not wavering in the slightest. Life ends. No need to get upset over it, especially not when death is in service of a greater cause. Nara scowled but didn't press further. He just glanced at Leon and then turned away, apparently deferring to what Leon wanted to do with these two. After some thought and a glance at the sea of dust that once was the city of Tel Kiran, Leon asked, do you two have any way to escape this plane? We will leave under our own power when the time comes, Serena calmly stated. Leon narrowed his eyes. Are you able to leave now? Not until we have what we came for, Serena said, her tone turning a little colder. Leon sighed. Then I don't suppose you have any way to send a message off this plane. Leon, Mabana said, we need to reach that tower. If it is your desire to escape this plane, then Serena and I can surely aid you in this. But we must first reach that tower. It would be much easier to just tell the grave wardens that a primal devil is almost loose, Leon argued. Mabana blinked in confusion. Leon, listen, my friend, let us first reach the tower, and then we can discuss our next steps. What do you say? Leon stared for a long moment at Mabana, frustrated thoughts turning quickly to suspicion. Keiji, he thought, these two are after something, aren't they? Iron pride was still in his hand, though not brandished, and he squeezed the hilt out of habit. A spark of power transferred from the iron needle inside into his hand, as if the universe fragment were both reminding Leon that it was present and trying to soothe him. But instead, Leon's eyes widened for the shortest possible moment, and he thought, the universe fragment. They want it. He had to admit that had never seriously considered trying to acquire the universe fragment that Ambrose had asked him to find, or at least, never thought about seizing it for himself. As far as he knew, it was an integral part of the wards keeping the primal devils under lock and key, and messing with it might break the seals. Leon finished. Could removing it free the devils? Could using its power reseal them? His eyes flitted back to the tower and he grimaced. When he turned his eyes back to Mabana, he did so only after concealing his suspicion as much as he thought he could. Given that Mabana's smile had nearly died told Leon that his suspicion had been noticed, regardless. Let's get to the tower, and then we'll talk about what to do next, Leon said. Wonderful, Mabana said as his smile returned. Serena's reaction was more subdued, though still reasonably positive. Good timing, human, Zafin said. I know where you need to go. Great, Leon replied. Now we only need to prepare for these two's inevitable betrayal. Hey, call on me if need be, human. I wouldn't mind showing these two the limits of their power. I am sure you wouldn't, Leon responded as he glanced over his shoulder at Tir and Nara. He was going to have to find some way to warn the rest of his team, though he wasn't sure he'd be able to warn Mari. Turning back to the two newcomers, Leon said, why don't we put our heads together and figure out a way through all these storms, then? You two said you've been studying it for some time. Mabana and Serena agreed, and with Leon's team, they revealed how much they'd mapped of the Sea of Dust, focusing mostly on the magic currents and the effects they had. In doing so, they revealed more spots where magic flowed dangerously and kicked up storms, but what Leon couldn't see was a way through. In short, There were 4 circles of dangerous storms kicked up by the magic currents, but only the last formed a full circle at all times, blocking all approaches to the tower. The other 3 had holes that appeared at certain times that could allow progress, but as more was revealed, Leon began noticing patterns in the way the currents were laid out, and that's where we are, Mabana finished. We can use this to find a way through most of the dust, but the last defensive layer has had us stumped for days. Have you tried to get past it before? Nara asked. Twice, Mabana confirmed. Both times failed. When the storm is braved, darkness descends and we find ourselves back here, out in the hills. Strange that it didn't just kill you, the prince stated. Those storms are intense, it can't be, Leon said, hardly listening to what everyone else was saying, his eyes locked upon the map that Serena had made of the magic currents. What is it, Leon Rame? Mabana asked. Is anyone here studied in enchanting? Leon asked, his eyes straying in Maris' direction. Me, Mari exclaimed, though she was the only one who replied affirmatively. Do you know much about ancient runes? Leon asked. Enough to build this, Mari said as her Ulta suit patted itself on the chest. Leon took the map and marked a few points on the map where the storm layers frequently started and died out, where the holes in the layers were that Mabana and Serena had used to move closer to the tower. The storm is an enchantment, Leon said. The whole damn thing. It's an ancient rune with a couple extra bits nailed on. It's an enchantment. Serena burst out. Yes, Leon said, and it can be controlled. How? Mabana demanded, his demeanor shifting into something almost desperate. What does it do? Can it be turned off? It was explained to me that ancient runes can be controlled like stringed instruments, Leon said as he projected his magic power and reached for the currents of power. Pluck the currents of magic power like strings, and if you control it right, then you activate the enchantment in certain ways. Can you control it? Mabana asked. I think I can, Leon confirmed as he quietly thanked Nestor's lessons. It had been nearly 20 years since his encounter with Krithis, as well as the ancient runes that ran through its cage far below the Serpentine Isles. While he wasn't at the point of incorporating ancient runes into his own enchanting efforts, he was confident that had not only properly identified the one at the heart of this massive enchantment, but also that he could activate it properly. He wrapped his magic around one section in the 4th layer of the enchantment, then turned to the others. Be ready for anything, he said. If I am wrong about this, if you can get us inside, then do so. Mabana insisted. I have been ready for weeks, Serena added. I am ready, Leon, Nara stated. You have once again proven yourself favored by wise Faranjan, Leon Rame, TIR said. Not yet, Leon replied with a self-deprecating smile. Save comments like that for if this works or not, and if it doesn't work. Mari hesitantly asked, what if ya got it wrong, Lele? Leon frowned a bit, then shrugged and said to her, then let's hope the gods of this land haven't forsaken it completely. Shit, fuck, shit, Mari whispered. Fuck it, I am ready, just do it, Lele. Leon grinned, and with the confidence of a man who knew exactly what he was doing, he plucked the string of magic that maintained the final layer of storms protecting the tower and hoped that he wasn't killing the entire group in some unspeakably horrific way. He didn't think he was, though, not with the way that light, lightning, and darkness magic flowed through the current. The current vibrated like the string of an instrument, and spheres of darkness materialized around all 6, teleporting them away from the hill they stood upon. Chapter 10:18. 3 days darkness and frigid cold. Leon and his team found themselves immersed in both for a brief moment as they were teleported away from the hill they had stood upon. The tunnel was short, and a light shining in the darkness showed them which direction to move. Leon, Mabana, and Serena all began moving almost at the same time, while Leon called out over his shoulder to the other 3, follow us. Without much hesitation, Mari, TIR, and Nara took off after the 10th tier mages. The tunnel was so short that barely even a few seconds passed before the end was reached, letting Leon's team spill out into a vast chamber, their destination, it seemed. Leon, Mabana, and Serena, having all been in teleportation tunnels before, took their reappearance well, not even stumbling as they reappeared. Maris' Ulta suit, meanwhile, crashed to the ground hard enough to shake it, while TIR and Nara barely managed to remain on their feet. Fucking shit, Mari exclaimed as she sprang to her feet, showcasing her suit's spectacular range of motion. The chamber they found themselves in was massive and utterly desolate. It was 12-sided, with a ceiling that stretched so high that Leon thought it made up the entirety of one of the smaller sub-towers adjacent to the main tower. Hugging the wall was a thick border of dirt, with only a few lonely bits of petrified wood sticking out to indicate what had once grown there. What Leon thought might have once been a magical river even flowed through the chamber, running around the 12-sided platform they now stood upon, though the stone riverbed was now dry and covered in black stains. The walls were likewise stained, while the air was so thick with darkness magic that Leon felt an intense pressure close around his mind. He quickly called upon his light magic and Nestor's lessons and did his best to inscribe a simple shield rune in the air, concentrating fully on repelling the darkness saturating the environment. Much of the darkness was pushed back, it still leaked through the invisible shield Leon had erected like water through cloth. Still, it was better than nothing, and given how quickly Leon had thrown the ancient rune up, he was surprised it was working at all. "Clever," Mabana observed. "You're quite the enchanter, aren't you?" "I have some meager skill in the art," Leon admitted. "And humble, too." "Well, Leon Rame, if you'll allow me to indulge my own humility, you have quite shown myself and Serena up. Our labors over these past weeks haven't availed us at all, and yet you found a way inside in such a short time." "We would have found a way," Serena bitterly growled. Of course," Mabana said. "Now, I believe we're in the reception hall. You know where we are?" Leon asked. Thankfully, the chamber was, aside from the intense concentration of darkness magic, devoid of obvious threats, allowing the group to relax a bit, though Nara, Tir, and Mari all retreated slightly to flank Leon, something Leon took note of. Given the way Serena glared at them, Leon thought she noticed as well, though no one addressed it aloud. "Our grave wardens gave us maps of Ko Walik's palace," Mabana freely admitted. "They were incomplete. These grave wardens do love their secrets, but what we've been given ought to be enough to find what we're here for. We're looking for the core of the enchantment loosening the primal devil's seal," Leon said. "Or more ideally, a way to escape this plane. If it's the latter, you only need to follow us," Mabana said. "After we finish our task, which ought to only take a few minutes, assuming nothing else gets in our way, then we'll head for a private archyard, where a possible escape arc may be located." "How convenient," Leon dryly whispered. "This isn't going to be that simple." Mabana's omnipresent smile thinned. "No, I fear you may be correct. And yet we're here now, and nothing seems to be attacking us. Aside from the air, I mean." The dark-skinned man waved his hand and the air around him pulsed, pushing much of the darkness away. Wind mage, Leon thought, filing the knowledge away just in case Mabana made himself out to be a threat. He just hoped his suspicions turned out to be incorrect. "I was not given such a map," Leon said. "Would you be willing to share yours?" "Of course," Mabana said as he took out a small crystal from his soul realm. "I hope you don't mind a cruder method of sharing information I am terribly ill-versed in using." "Darkness magic. All who strive for virtue ought to spurn the magic of the devils," Tir murmured. "Close-minded fool," Serena responded, eliciting a glare from Tir, which she reciprocated. "Behold," Mabana cut in, drawing everyone's attention just as Leon was about to step between Tir and Serena. The crystal in his hand then created a projection of light on the ground of the entire tower complex. "With this," Mabana explained, "I can move the map around and see as much within the tower as we were given." To illustrate, he manipulated the crystal a bit and the projection zoomed in on one of the towers in the outermost ring, revealing the interior to be one massive empty chamber. "This is where we are now," Mabana said. The projection then moved into the adjacent tower and revealed a veritable hive of passageways and more moderately sized chambers. "Rooms for visiting dignitaries and the like," Mabana explained. He zoomed out again and back in on a tower in another branch of the tower complex, which housed another large chamber just beneath the roof. "The arcpad." He paused and tossed the map crystal to Leon. "Try it for yourself. Are we going to give a full tour or are we going to get on with this?" Serena interjected as Leon caught the crystal and barely managed to keep himself from immediately examining the intricate enchantment work that had to have gone into such a magical device. "The longer we stay here staring at the map, the less time we have before something comes and tries to stop us." An intense burst of darkness magic drew Leon's attention from just outside the range of his shield rune, and a voice emanated from the shadowy cloak that appeared in the air. At the same time, the entire group drew weapons or conjured magic and turned to face the cloak. "Ah, Serena, no one will come and try to stop you here. There would be no point." The darkness then disappeared, revealing none other than Kaji Yun. "I have to admit, all of you getting inside so easily was unexpected, but most fortuitous. Now that you're here, you six can bear witness to the release of the true gods from the front row, so to speak." The cultist spoke as if he wasn't faced with some of the most powerful magics that anyone could witness below the level that most considered divine, and Leon supposed that he probably wasn't facing them currently. To prove his immediate supposition, he launched a tiny lightning bolt through the shield and into Kaji Yun. The bolt hit the cultist and his body seemed to explode into a cloud of darkness, proving him to only be a projection. A moment later, that cloud of darkness reformed into Kaji Yun, still standing there smiling as if nothing had happened. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. We will stop you, monster, Nara declared as he advanced to confront Kaji Yun face to face. My dear prince, Kaji Yun replied, I want you to know that I hope you see the light before the end. If you do not, then we will see each other again in the life after this one. But know that what has been set in motion cannot be stopped. The true gods will be released, that much is ordained and thus, inevitable. You speak with the certainty of a man in a cave who has never seen the outside, Mabana said. You insist the walls of the cave are all there is to creation and refuse to acknowledge what lies beyond. It is you, I am afraid, who does not know the world outside, Kaji Yun smilingly replied. He then stood aside and held out his hand welcomingly. The darkness in the air, as if heeding his gesture, parted, forming what Leon could only think of as a safe corridor deeper into the tower complex. But please, the cultist said, enlighten yourselves. There is still time enough for that, by the grace of the gods. No one moved, all suspecting some kind of trick. What are you doing, blasphemer? Tir demanded. My friend, Kaji Yun replied, I hope that in showing all of you the futility of your actions, then you may more easily accept the true gods into your heart. Is that not what you've strived for all along? I know my gods, Tir replied. They are not gods of shadow and death, but of life and light and love. You do not know the true gods, Kaji Yun replied, his tone still unfailingly pleasant. But you will. Now, please, go about your business, and I shall await you in the deepest chambers. There shall you bear witness to the salvation of the entire universe. I would invite you to take all the time you need, but well, I've been told that we're truly low on time. For that, I do apologize, and hope that you'll come and join me as soon as you can. Goodbye, for now. With that, the cultist bowed and vanished, leaving the group standing there, largely perplexed and a little angry, with the corridor through the thick darkness magic pollution still there. The Archpad, Leon sternly stated. Now, before everything else, the grave wardens can fix this, but only if they're informed in time. And we may not have much of that left. Perhaps that would be best, Mabana whispered. If we retrieve what we're here for, then we can leave, Serena shot back. We go there first. Without another word, she walked into the corridor, though Leon noted that a thin invisible layer of light magic had formed around her, likely to protect against any darkness magic that may linger in the safe corridor. Mabana gave Leon an apologetic look. Well, Leon Rame, that's that. I ought to stick with her, just in case. We have our own way of egress, so if your cowardice demands you abandon this plane, please do not tarry on our account. His smile turned subtly mocking before turning and following Serena out of the range of Leon's shield rune. He hadn't even gotten close to leaving earshot before Mari said, anus liquor. Leon finally turned to the other three and saw that Nara and Tir had paled considerably, their orange-hued skin turning almost ashen in color. We must stop this, whatever it is, Nara said. We must. Let's move and talk, Leon said. Well, find the Archpad and call in our reinforcements. Secure our exit before anything else. Yeah, Mari agreed as Leon used his magic to grab the shield rune and drag it along with him as he began running after Mabana and Serena, though he wasn't intending to follow them. Mari fell in beside him, while Tir appeared on his other side. Nara only took a moment to fall in behind. I am not abandoning my people, the prince declared. And I am not asking you to. Leon shouted back. For now, just move. As he shouted, he manipulated the map crystal, finding the controls to be surprisingly intuitive. Still, he struggled a bit to control it while running, but he was able to get it back to the adjacent tower just in time to practically fly out of the reception hall. Though he had little idea of just how much time they had left, Kaji Yun seemed to be indicating that time was a preciously rare commodity, so Leon did his best to plot out a course on the map through the second tower as quickly as he could, ignoring the sounds of Mabana and Serena getting quieter in the distance as they followed the safe corridor. Leon did not lead his people through the safe corridor, but instead stopped only long enough to reinforce the shield rune head created with another, pushing the darkness back. "Where are they going?" Nara shouted as they ran through the corridors, the darkness coating the walls so thickly that the murals beneath could only be seen in tiny bursts of color only opened by the shield runes as they passed. The floors, likewise, were stained completely black. For a powerful ancient artifact. Leon shot back as he barreled through halls both great and small, ignoring everything but his team and the way forward. "We can follow later. Right now, secure an exit." His tone brokered no argument, not even from a prince, and he and his team ran through the halls as fast as Maris Ulta suit could manage. Fortunately, the tower was grandiose enough that the halls and doors were all sufficiently large enough for the suit to fit through at least, for a while. It was in the fourth tower that the halls started turning less monumental and more human-sized, and Leon unhesitatingly began blasting through with lightning magic, heedless of the damage to the tower he may be causing. The stone around the doors practically disintegrated under the weight of his power, taking him by surprise at how effectively he blasted through. He'd have figured that the tower would have been more heavily warded, but he supposed the primal devil's power might have eroded those wards. "Leon," Zafin piped up as they blazed through the halls, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake as Leon did all he could to ensure Mari could follow without having to bail out of her suit and consequently expose herself to the darkness around them with only her 6th tier power and Leon's shield runes to protect her. "Demon." "In a hurry," Leon shouted back. "As you should be," Zafin retorted, his crackling voice sounding strange. "You haven't much time." "How long?" Leon hurriedly asked. "I think maybe 3 days." Zafin responded. Leon's jaw fell open as the lightning bolt he was about to launch out of Iron Pride almost fizzled out. 3 days? He asked aloud. 3 days what? Nara responded. "He speaks with the demon within him. May the gods protect his soul," Tir explained. "Zafin knows how long we have," Leon explained. "Demon, you said we have 3 days." "Yes," Zafin confirmed. "That's my best estimate, anyway." "It's accurate enough," the voice of the Thunderbird confirmed. "Leon, get off this plane. Heed nothing else. Leave. Immediately. You can feel it here, can't you? The power of the primal devil piercing the walls of its cage." Leon strained with his magic senses as he blasted through another door for Mari. "Not really, Ancestor. I've been sensing the devil's power since I arrived on the plane." "What am I specifically looking for?" "Willpower, direction, intent," the Thunderbird answered. "Origin power," Zafin added. "There's a hint of it here, infesting these halls. Magic of a density you've never experienced before. Based on how it's resonating with the enchantment 3 days at the most is all you have." Leon nodded as the halls began getting so cramped that Mari was really having to squeeze through, slowing their progress down fairly significantly. Fortunately, they were in the 7th tower by now, with only about 13 to go including the largest central tower. With this slower pace, Leon could spare enough attention to reach out with his magic senses again and try to feel what was being described. However, all he could feel was darkness, a deep, unfathomable darkness that threatened to swallow him whole if he didn't turn away from it. But once he saw it, he couldn't turn away, and it drew his eyes to the central tower, and then far below it. He barely noticed himself coming to a stop as his eyes widened and his heart began to beat with an intensity he hadn't experienced in a long time. Darkness filled his vision as he felt something gently scratch against the mental defenses head placed upon his helmet and then slip right past them like they weren't even there. 9 fingers brushed against the defense's head erected in his mind like nails against a chalkboard, and only then did Leon regain his wits and flood his body with the Thunderbird's lightning, freeing him from whatever had ensnared him. Just as the darkness was banished from his vision, however, a single eye opened in the center of that darkness, an eye the size of the sun that orbited Eterna, and the light it shed filled Leon with utter terror and a fear of death so complete that he suspected the only reason he hadn't gone mad was the Thunderbird's lightning. "Eon." He heard dim shouting in a hand on his chest. "Rise, boy." The Thunderbird's commanding voice roared throughout his soul realm. "Get up, Leon." Leon blinked and found himself lying on the floor of a black corridor in the tower, Nara and Tir standing over him while Mari, hunched over to fit in the hallway, looked on. He thought himself imagining it, but he could almost see a look of worry in the suit's one blue eye. "Leon," Tir shouted, "by the mothers above and below, what happened to you? How long was I out?" Leon asked as he shot to his feet, grateful that his body was responding without any problems, any lingering effects of that vision banished by the power head inherited from the Thunderbird. "A few seconds," Tir answered. "Ah," Leon replied, Use discretion with your magic senses. I looked into the central tower and at what lay beneath. Don't repeat my mistake. Now, let's keep moving. Right, Tir responded, and the old monk shared a look of alarm and worry with Nara. Neither was able to respond to Leon, though, as Leon took off running through the corridors again, with the other three barely managing to keep up. Through the halls Leon led them, any doubt as to the impending release of the primal devil now well and truly quelled. They had 3 days to stop this ritual or get off the plane and somehow get a message to Ambrose. If they didn't, Leon could only hope that 3 days would be enough time. Chapter 10:19, One Hope 3 days. That's how long they had. Or, 3 days at the most, Leon thought. Fortunately, the darkness infesting Ko-Walix Tower was thorough enough that they never ran into any problems carving their way through in their quest to find any kind of escape. At their level of power, it didn't take long to reach their destination. They barreled up a large flight of stairs that still retained just a hint of the majesty they must have had at one point, with hints of marble peeking out from under the black stains and what looked like the smooth remains of reliefs carved into the banisters that the darkness had eroded, and arrived on a landing large enough for a group 10 times their size to comfortably stand on. Ahead of them was just one more door, and Leon could sense very little magic warding it against forceful ingress. So, without a thought, he did as he'd been doing for a while now, and launched himself at the door, the desperation of their situation serving to lend him power enough that he cut right through the huge metal doors, lightning racing up and down his body as he did. The doors melted away under the heat of his lightning, and Leon ripped and tore through with relative ease, letting him and his team spill out into the massive chamber at the top of this tower. The sight that greeted him halted him in his tracks, his mouth agape in surprise. By Mandy's wrinkly balls, Mari whispered, she and the rest of the team similarly struck by the sight. More than 100 arcs of varying size, though none even half as large as Silver Spur, arranged in a large grid of arc pads. After that moment of shock, however, Leon realized that the magical darkness that coated seemingly the entire tower had reached this chamber, too, and the hulls of many arcs had turned completely black by the primal devil's corruption. But not all of them. Without a word, Leon shot straight for the closest that didn't look completely ruinate, an arc that might have been classified as a corvette in the Thunderbird clan, being large enough for a crew of perhaps 30. It was still one of the larger arcs in the chamber, and given the sleek, but not particularly aggressive, overall design, Leon thought it was probably some kind of pleasure vessel, like the arc equivalent of a yacht. He didn't let that thought slow him down, though, as he sprinted for where he thought the main ramp would be. Unfortunately, none of the arcs had lowered ramps, and Leon didn't want to treat them the same way that he did the rest of the obstacles in the tower complex for fear of potentially destroying the only way off Arknavi that he had left. How do we get into these things? Nara demanded as he and the rest of the team caught up to Leon. There are supposed to be ramps, Leon answered. Usually there'd be a runic circle or some other obvious way of opening it from the outside. But arcs are usually secure vessels and can be locked from within. If we can't get inside, then if the gods smile upon us, Tir responded, then we might be able to force our way in without compromising the vessel outright. Leon grimaced. That's possible. Let's try everything else before that. But if it comes down to it, arcs should have bulkheads that can seal damaged sections of the hull if need be. I'd imagine these arcs to have them if they were built to any kind of safety standard. In war, many quality guidelines are blurred for the sake of just getting something done, Nara replied. An engineer's nightmare, Mari whispered. Let's hope that these weren't built during wartime, then, Leon said as he jerked his head at the arc they stood beneath. He gave the arc's underside one last inspection before running around it and checking the rest of the hull for any kind of obvious sign of entrance. Then he returned to the underside and began contemplating his options. 3 days, he thought. 3 days he wanted to take his time and do this right. He wanted to respect these enchanting marvels. But they just didn't have the time. They could spend the next few months trying to get inside just one of these arcs, and he didn't even know if any of them were functional. So, he settled on one idea. He once more called upon his modest command of light magic and did his best to inscribe a new ancient rune in the air to join the ones keeping the darkness of the primal devil at bay. This one was a fairly simple open rune, without any kind of specialization that would make it any more effective at what he needed it to do. He envisioned the arc in front of him in his mind's eye, then imagined a ramp beneath it opening, allowing him and his team inside. He concentrated on that image with as much mental force as he could muster, and then concentrated some more. He drowned out all other thoughts and closed off his senses, experiencing the world around him only through the magic that flowed out of his fingers and into the ancient rune, carrying his will with it. The rune resonated with him, though that wasn't too surprising. Had used open runes before, after all, and knew how they worked. His magic flowed along its lines and was then directed upward, into the hulk of decayed metal above him, where it began to poke and prod at the ark's exterior. He could feel his magic teasing through the outer hull, finding every little pore and crack that it could exploit, guided by the open rune. He felt his magic run through the ark, traversing along the near boundless wires and circuits formed by titanstone within the ark until it reached what he thought was the ramp. With redoubled concentration, Leon pushed his magic to do what he wanted it to do, and he thought he could feel something giving way to his will. He pushed even harder and kept pushing until a hand clapped him on the shoulder, pulling him out of his trance. Leon jerked back to his senses, finding Tir standing beside him with his hand on Leon's shoulder. "Leon," Tir said, sounding a little worried, "the ramp is open, thank the gods." Leon blinked, then his head turned so quickly that his neck popped. "Oh, that sounded like it felt fucking good," Mari said. Leon didn't hear her for he was too busy running up the ramp that had opened beneath the ark. The ark had another door at the top of the ramp acting as an airlock, but this one fortunately still had a flickering runic circle next to it, possibly powered by the remnants of Leon's magic, if what he could sense was accurate. Leon wasted not a second before slapping the rune, and the door filled the air with terrible screeching as the weak magic in it just barely managed to get it to grind open, sliding just a bit into the wall. Once there was enough room, Leon darted into the doorway and began pushing the thick door further into the wall. It was only just barely big enough for Mari to squeeze through, so long as it opened all the way. Tir and Nara added their strength to his, and despite the skin-crawling racket, they got the damn thing open, and all four of them got into the ark itself. "Woo," Mari whispered as Leon, Tir, and Nara stood in the ark's main entrance room. It was big enough for all of them to fit, but not by much, and several sealed doors branched into other areas of the ark. "What are we looking for, Lele?" "Power room," Leon said. "Engine room, bridge. Unlikely to be wisps still active in this thing, so here's hoping we can use anything here and that we can actually fly the damn thing." He shared a look of commiseration with the other three, and though he couldn't see Mara's face, he thought all three were sharing the same expression, determination mixed with profound fear. 3 days to save their world, 3 days to save themselves. They at least found something promising, but if they couldn't get it to work, then this tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road. If you spot it on Amazon, please report it. Well, Leon didn't know quite what to do. Follow Mabana and Serena, maybe. Wander around and hope that we stumble upon something that will lead us down to the primal devil, along with a convenient devil-killing sword that we can stab it with. Leon steeled himself. Better not to think in those terms. Better to focus on the here and now and what they could still do. Had run the others ragged enough that they hadn't yet really talked about their deadline, and he wanted them to keep moving so that they wouldn't think too hard about it and get distracted. "We have a way to open these doors," Leon said as he traced another open rune. "Let's explore these arcs and see what we can see. I am not abandoning this plane," Nara shouted as he and Tir ran through the arc pads carrying some parts that Leon had designated for them. "The gods would look unfavorably upon us if we did," Tir added. "They turn their backs on cowards and those who derelict their duty." "No one's suggesting that," Leon shouted back, "but this is simply beyond us. The only ones who can stop this nightmare are the grave wardens. Our only shot of contacting them is to get far enough away from the plane that they notice us. We need this arc." "No one's disputing that, Leon," Nara insisted as they ran around the last arc pad and arrived at their destination. "I just want you to know that I am not abandoning my people. This whole plane is my home. I will save it or die upon it, and anyone who intends to stop me from doing so will answer to my cloud piercer." Leon fought to keep himself from rolling his eyes. A day had passed filled with frantic searching and desperate evaluations of the arcs they'd found even reasonably intact. Of course, reasonably intact in such a place polluted by the magic of a primal devil was graded on a steep curve, with many arcs only having a few salvageable parts. The arc they'd explored first was one such arc, with such a mess having been made of its internal mechanisms that even Leon, with his relative unfamiliarity with arc machinery, could tell that they weren't getting that thing running ever, let alone anytime soon. So, after that realization, they ran out of the arc and began looking at the others. Half a dozen other arcs looked relatively fine from the outside, though only 2 had passed Leon's and more importantly, Maris, the Thunderbirds, and Zaphan's evaluations. Leon had knowledge of Ark engineering thanks to Nestor and the Ravens, but had barely even scratched the surface of what he needed to know. Fixing any of the Arks they found by himself would have been impossible. Thankfully, he had Mari there to pick up the slack. The woman was a damned genius with magical engineering, taking to it like a fish to water. With what little guidance Leon had been able to provide, Mari had declared with no small amount of uncertainty that she could get one of the smaller Arks working if they could only scavenge some replacement parts from the rest of Ko-Walik's fleet. Ever since then, she'd been doing her best to get the Ark's power systems back up and running, and bypassing all of the rot and damage between the Ark's central power storage systems and the engines. Fortunately, there wasn't that much room between them, but it was still a monumental task given the complexity of what they were working with. At least Leon was more helpful in the replacement part regard. He was a skilled enough enchanter to fix a lot of the more general problems with what few replacement parts they found, and the Thunderwood and Storm Crystal he provided from his stash aided Mari greatly in trying to jury-rig something together to provide power to the Ark's engines. "My home will not fall, my home will not fall," Nara repeated again and again as they charged up the Ark's ramp and made for the engine room with their salvage. They were there in but a moment, all of the doors having been kept open after Leon forced them open. The walls were dark and any decorations had eroded away, but there were at last white runes on at least one wall in every room and hall they were using that staved off the darkness. As a result, Mari was able to work outside of her Ulta suit with relative ease despite only being 6th tired suit was left as compact as it could be in the Ark's storage room where Mari could get to it quickly if need be. The woman herself was working diligently on ripping out some gears and other enchanted bits and bobs when Leon and the rest of the team charged in. "What did you get?" Mari asked, pausing in her work to see what they brought back. They opened their soul realms and dropped what few salvageable parts they were able to find. "Shit," Mari said as she took one look at what appeared on the outside to be a L-shaped pipe and tossed it over onto a pile of rejected parts. "Trash, scrap. Wouldn't even use this thing as a riding toy." By the end of her quick evaluation, about half of what they'd managed to find had been discarded, either unneeded or not functional. "How much more do you need?" Leon asked. Mari scrunched up her face and stared at the monstrosity of an engine she was working with. "Thing's not an Ulta, Lele, but I think I am gonna get it up and running with what we got. Just need some." She paused as hints of new magic came drifting in from outside. Leon, Tir, and Nara immediately drew their weapons and summoned their power. "Keep working," Leon shouted at Mari as he shared one look with the other 2, nodded to them, and then led them in a charge out of the Ark, ready to face the source of the aura they could sense. The 3 burst out of the Ark and landed ready for battle. They didn't find something there ready to fight, however. Instead, they found Mabana, the man kneeling in front of their Ark, his eyes torn from their sockets and dangling in front of his face. He was covered in blood and battle wounds, and his aura was shaky. The man groaned a few times before collapsing fully, his attempts to speak stymied not only by his obvious weakness but also by his apparent lack of a tongue. "Stay alert," Leon ordered Nara and Tir as he hesitantly approached Mabana. "Hey," he said as he gently kicked the man, looking to see if the man responded to his words or the light kick. Mabana remained on the ground, unmoving and unresponsive. Leon, after bathing Mabana in his magic senses and looking for any sign that this might be some kind of trick or trap, kneeled next to him and pulled out a few of his strongest healing spells, reasoning that Mabana quite direly needed them. However, as he pressed the spells to Mabana's body, the light magic in the spells resisted healing the man, and Leon had to push much harder than he'd ever had to before to get the spells to activate. As he did, he pulled Mabana's fairly simple shirt off, looking to examine his condition in more detail. As the severity of the Mont's injuries was revealed, however, Leon almost wished he'd left well enough alone, finding ugly black splotches all over Mabana's reddish-brown skin. The man seemed dehydrated, with his skin pulled exceptionally tight, and his veins were bulging far more than Leon thought healthy, and that was in addition to the numerous bloody lacerations, burns, and other signs that Mabana had been in a fight with someone. "Terrible shame," the now familiar voice of Kaji Yun said from over Leon's shoulder. Leon shot to his feet and turned to face the cultist, iron pride brandished with silver-blue lightning arcing across the blade. Nara and Tir responded in kind, though Kaji Yun remained standing there, completely unfazed by their hostility. "He attempted to steal from the true gods," Kaji Yun said in the same tone that Leon Mightve used to comment on the weather. A grave crime, the cultist continued, but not one that the gods are unable to forgive. He ran away from their salvation, but I am happy he made it here. Thank you for saving his life, Leon Rame. What happened? Leon growled, noting Ter's slight twitch when Kaji Yun brought up the topic of forgiveness. Will you let me take him? Kaji Yun asked, ignoring Leon's question. I would like to sit with him for a while. I think I may be able to save his soul just as you saved his life. Fuck no, Leon responded. Kaji Yun smiled sadly. Very well, I shan't bother you any longer, then. The cultist vanished, leaving them about as alone as they ever were. As if he were waiting for the cultist to leave, Mabana gasped, and Leon felt his aura weakly pulse as he projected his magic senses. Mabana, Leon whispered as he crouched down beside the heavily injured man. Can you hear me? Mabana of the Thousand Blades gasped again, sounding barely strong enough to breathe. But after a moment, he whimpered in pain as he pushed himself back up into a kneeling position and grabbed Leon's arm, his eyes still dangling hideously out of their sockets. He mumbled something, clearly attempting to speak, though it was completely unintelligible. After a second try, Mabana showed that he was still fully aware as he mimed for Leon to take off his helmet. By the gods, be careful, Nara whispered. Leon nodded to him before grimacing slightly and pulling his helmet back into his soul realm. The rest of his mental defenses remained raised, but once his helmet was out of the way, he could feel a weak, hesitant probe of darkness magic coming from Mabana. Leon scowled deeply, but Mabana seemed harmless. Silver blue lightning raced through Leon's veins as he prepared himself for the worst, and then tentatively, slowly, carefully opened himself up to Mabana's probe. He felt their minds connect for but the briefest of moments, and though Mabana didn't manage to tell him anything in words, Leon still felt his fear, desperation, greed, and anger. The anger was at himself, for indulging his greed. Leon felt like he could guess the object of his greed. The fear was what awaited him instead of what he sought. The desperation was directed at Leon, though it didn't regard Mabana himself. What it was directed at Leon wasn't sure, but he thought it might be related to the release of the primal devil. The last thought he received from Mabana was the complete map of the tower, including a vast network of subterranean vaults beneath the tower complex that wasn't included on the map head given Leon earlier. Special attention, Leon noticed, was placed on the smallest and deepest vault, located directly beneath the central tower. Where the universe fragment was stored, Leon wondered. He was about to ask when Mabana raised his hand to his own chest and, before Leon could stop him, channeled the last of his magic. Razor-sharp wind punched a hole right through his chest, obliterating his heart and killing him instantly. Leon stared at the man in complete shock, hardly able to comprehend what had just seen. The healing spells had been working, and Mabana could have recovered, despite the severity of his injuries. But it seemed whatever had encountered below the tower had left him without any desire to keep living. And had left Leon with the knowledge to investigate, and a choice to make. Chapter 10:20. Cautious risk. The arc chamber was silent, all sounds seeming completely muffled in the wake of Mabana's reappearance and subsequent suicide. Leon still kneeled by the monk's body, staring at him, wondering just what in the hells he was supposed to do with the information Mabana had imparted in his last moments. May the red-eyed one speed his journey, and just Hellier show mercy for any flaws and reward all virtues, Tir whispered. Nara remained as silent as Leon, though when Leon rose and glanced in his direction, he saw a burning curiosity in his eyes. What did he say? The prince asked. Leon frowned and looked back down at Mabana's body. Let's get him into the ark, first, he said, bending down to pick up the 10th tier mage. However, he hadn't even taken hold of him before the darkness held at bay by his ancient runes surged against the barrier, startling him into darting back, drawing iron pride, and donning his helmet. Tir and Nara, likewise, readied themselves for battle. The darkness surged again, growing so thick in the arc chamber that it became visible to the naked eye. Black mist seemed to rise from the darkness blanketing the ground and flowed up against the rune's barrier. It surged a third time, and the runic barrier shuddered and flexed, and a hole was torn where the mist was thickest. Leon acted immediately, firing a bolt of the Thunderbird's lightning at the darkness, dissipating most of it, while in the moment after, he began channeling light magic to inscribe another ancient rune in the air. Nara and Tir added their magic to his in an attempt to block out the darkness, but the darkness surged a fourth time, and a torrent of black mist rushed into the space protected by the runes. However, halfway through inscribing another shield rune, Leon realized that the mist wasn't coming for any of them, nor was it heading for their arc. It rushed toward him, causing him to take a few steps back, but the darkness halted at Mabana's corpse, wrapping around and concealing it from view. This formed a shapeless black mass in front of Leon, Nara, and Tir, and the latter two attempted to disperse this mass while Leon hurried to complete the rune. The mass, however, sank into the floor, taking Mabana's body with it, before any of them could stop it. As soon as it was gone, the darkness was thrown back by Leon's now completed shield rune, and in the space outside of the runic barrier, the darkness melted away, leaving the chamber as full of darkness magic as it had been for the past day. In all, the entire event barely took longer than 10 seconds. By all the gods, Nara whispered in frustration and audible fear. Mabana's body is gone, taken by the devils, Tir added. Shit, Leon thought, cursing not only what just happened, but also his powerlessness. That was the primal devil's power, Zafin said from within his soul realm. All the darkness on this plane is its power, of course, but that was directed. It was purposeful. Leon's frown deepened. The primal devil personally acting to take Mabana was concerning, to put it almost insultingly mildly. Inside, he growled aloud. Now, he, Tir, and Nara retreated inside the arc, and Leon stuck his hand onto the runic circle by the ramp and closed the ramp using his power. As the arc was still essentially dead, even with the Thunderwood and Storm Crystal, he and Mari had done their best to force into the arc's power chamber. What Mandius name happened out there? Nara demanded as soon as the ramp slid shut and Leon closed the bulkhead into the arc's foyer. Can't say, Leon said. Mabana didn't tell me anything, he only showed me a more complete map of the tower, and shared with me what he was feeling. And what was he feeling? Nara pressed. Leon pointedly looked Nara in the eye and stated, fear. Fear, and something else. Yearning. No, more like desperation. What might it mean? Nara asked, his tone a little less accusatory, but not completely neutral. Leon scowled. Where is his companion? Tir calmly asked. Have the devils taken her too? Or has the red-eyed one taken her instead? I don't know, Leon answered. Share it with me, Zafin demanded. What that human showed you. Give me a moment, Leon said aloud before doing as Zafin requested. Can you make any sense of it, demon? I have no great insight into this kind of magic, but I believe this human was telling you to head down to this underground chamber and investigate it. You've got to be fucking kidding, Zafin. Do I sound like a comedian, boy? Do you want an honest answer to that question? Of course, you're the world's unfunniest comedian. Of all the comedians who've ever comedied, you've comedied the worst. Out of all of them, the worst. Good to have confirmation that you have no taste. Leon rolled his eyes and said aloud, Zafin thinks I should investigate what's going on down below the tower. There are tons of underground tunnels and passages, and I think what Mabana and Serena were looking for is I think it used to be in the deepest chamber. To journey down there would be to spurn wise Faranjan, Tir stated. It killed 1/10 tier mage, possibly 2. Tir looked like he wanted to continue, but Nara held up his hand and silenced him. Nara then stared at Leon with his mismatched eyes, and Leon could almost physically feel the intensity radiating off of him. My plane is suffering a cataclysm that even the gods cannot save us from, Nara said, drawing a look of disapproval from Tir, though nothing more than that. We are now in the Devil's Lair, the place where its power is strongest, the place where we can disrupt its ritual. I must stop it, we cannot take hold of our hats and run. What can we do? Leon asked, that Mabana and Serena couldn't. Try, Nara answered, bringing the tiniest of smiles to Leon's face. Those two have been laid low by their own arrogance. They did not want to stop this cataclysm, they wanted to profit from it. Now they are dead, and the devil is mere days away from release. In my home, mere days away from complete destruction. I will not condemn my people and run away when I yet have the power to stand and fight. I like the way you think, Leon stated, his smile widening. I hate to be the voice of caution, but we are nothing compared to this primal devil. Trust me, I've faced beings of its power before and survived by pure luck. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it, so we just wait here for my world to end. Nara growled, I will not. This arc may not even work. Nara made to open the bulkhead, but Leon interposed himself between the prince and the door. Nara growled in frustration and summoned Cloud Piercer to his hand. Please, Friends, Tir quickly interjected as Leon responded by brandishing iron pride. Just Hellier will judge us all harshly if we descend into conflict now. We can work this out without violence. I am surprised a man like you would say something like that, Tiranu, Nara spat. I own my mistakes, Tir stated. I also refuse to see you two fight each other. I don't want to fight, Leon said. But I will defend myself. Let me pass, Nara ordered, his tone dangerous. You three can run for the grave wardens if you want. I cannot leave. I must stay and defend my homeland, however I can. This place ate 2 10th tier mages, Leon said, his smile returning despite their minor spat. Are you so confident that it'll work out for you? Whether or not I survive means little, Nara replied. The point is that I must try, whatever the outcome. Leon stared at him, his smile stretching his face almost to the point of pain. Silence in the wake of Nara's statement dragged on for what seemed like hours before Leon shouted through the Ark's halls, Marika. What more do you need to finish your repairs? I don't fucking know, Lele. Mari shouted back from the engine room. Gonna have see if any of this shit works, yeah. Need me for anything more. Another few seconds passed in silence before Mari came running into the foyer. The fuck's going on in here? Ya thinking of leaving, Lele? Someone's going to do something stupid, Leon replied. I can't let him do it alone. I did not ask, Nara began, but Leon cut him off. And I am not giving you the choice. Mabana was terrified of something down there. I'd rather not check it out, but if you're going to insist, then I'll go, too. See just what was so damned horrifying about the tunnels that the man killed himself. What the fuck are ya two talking about? Mari loudly asked, her eyes wide and bouncing between Leon and Nara. Tir, Leon said, fill Marika in on everything. Stay with her and help her as much as you're able. By the mothers above and below, I will do this, Tir stated with a slight bow. Marika, if you get this thing up and running, see if you can fly it to any of the nearest planes. Hopefully, you can contact one of the grave wardens and send out some kind of signal to alert them to what's happening here. I can't fly this fucking thing. Mari desperately insisted. I don't know where to go. We'll be back as soon as we see what's what down there, Leon pressed on. You sound almost giddy, Leon Rame, Nara observed. Leon shrugged. Look, I actually do want to see what's down there. I also want to do the safest possible thing. You're right that we should put all of our eggs in one basket. Seems strange to use more baskets than are needed, but to save Arknavi, I'll do what must be done, Nara grimly declared. Leon nodded, then turned and opened the bulkhead. He then looked over his shoulder at a determined Tir and a very desperate and terrified Mari. Keep working. We'll be back before you know it. How about not leaving at all? Mari quietly squeaked. Leon just smiled as Nara pushed past him into the space between the bulkhead and the closed ramp, then began mashing his hand against the runic circle to get the ramp to open again. Stay safe, Leon said once the ramp was open, and then he and Nara quickly walked down it, leaving Tir and Mari alone in the ark. If anything goes wrong, Leon said to Nara as Tir closed the ramp behind them while Mari shouted indistinctly behind him, turn around and run back here. This'll be our fallback point. I'd rather not poke the primal devil itself, but if we're able to find something that disrupts its unsealing ritual whatever then we slam its prison shut, Nara said with grim determination. Then we slam it shut, Leon agreed, and together, he and Nara ran to the door and the stairs beyond. With Mabana's map now burned into his head, Leon knew exactly where they had to go. They moved through the halls almost as quickly as they had when charging to the Ark chamber. Despite their alacrity, Leon still diligently kept an eye on their surroundings, noting the levels of darkness in the environment for any concerning signs of growth. The hallways were largely empty and the wards in the walls decayed, so there wasn't much magic in the air to distract him from this. After a while, as they were passing through a large chamber just as conspicuously empty as all others before had been, Nara said, I apologize for my behavior before. I am trying to hold myself together, but it's understandable, Leon replied. My kingdom was recently threatened, and I did what I could to stamp that threat down forever. I don't know how I would react if our positions were reversed. For what it's worth, I apologize if I seemed at all disinterested in aiding your people. That you're here at all speaks volumes, Nara said. The other two who started the Blue Sky's failed reconquest were uncaring about the cost my people have paid. The red-eyed one took them for their arrogance, I believe, for they pushed us onward in clear disregard for the military reality of our position. Iluva, Mabana, Serena, all of these mages came here for themselves, not to aid us. You may not be here for us either, but I sense that you're not here to enrich yourself. I am here for a favor, as I believe I've explained before, Leon said. My grave warden was concerned about his friend, Kowalik. As soon as he said the name, Leon felt a strange ripple in the darkness magic around them that caused him to come to a skidding halt not far from the door that would lead them into the central tower, and not far beyond that, the hidden lift that should take them into the passageways below the tower complex. What is it? Nara asked as he halted a moment after Leon. Did you feel that? Leon asked as he both scanned their surroundings and the runes that hovered next to him. He shared what had sensed with Nara. I didn't sense that, Nara claimed. Leon scowled. Let's keep moving. Keep your magic senses projected. We don't know what we're walking into here, and as much as you want to save your people, we can't do that if we end up like Mabana. Nara nodded. Leon waved them on, wondering why Nara hadn't been able to sense that ripple of magic. It had been weak, but hardly so unsubtle that the 9th tier mage could miss it if he were alert. Zaffin, what in the hells was that? Leon asked. Instead of the demon of flame answering, it was his ancestor. Something's building beneath you, Leon, the Thunderbird stated with almost uncharacteristic seriousness. I can feel the primal devil in the magic around you. You're being watched. Actively. Yes. Stay alert. Thanks for the warning. It's unsurprising that something's keeping tabs on us, but the heads up is welcome. I am just trying to keep you alive, kid. In that case, the surprise is you not arguing for me to turn around. I am tempted to try, but I want to see what's down there as much as you do. Just promise to turn around before you die. As much of a choice as I'll have in that. Sure. In the space of that brief conversation, Leon led Nara on into the central tower, and then through the halls until they arrived at what might have been a grand office or possibly even throne room at some point, though there wasn't any furniture to clear it up. It was a large triangular room, with Leon and Nara finding themselves at the wide end of the room. There was a raised section on the other side of the room, with steps leading up to it as the room tapered. The corner that Leon and Nara faced was supposed to be a secret door, but it was open, leading into the lift shaft that would take them down into the bowels of the tower. Neither Leon nor Nara hurried over to it, though. The open door emanated thick darkness magic that, as it had when it claimed Mabana's body, streamed through the doorway like a black mist. So complete was the darkness beyond the doorway that Leon couldn't see that far past it, and his magic senses were scattered at the threshold, so the map he had in his head was all he had to know what might be at the bottom of the lift shaft. Ominous, Nara whispered. Doesn't seem to be a lift, either, Leon replied as he gritted his teeth and began slowly, cautiously, walking toward the open shaft. He carved another quick shield rune, though he did it hastily and it was weak. Still, one more, weak as it was better than nothing. He kept all of his senses on high alert as he approached, watchful for any sign of change in the magic that surrounded them. However, it remained remarkably passive, even though he knew they were being watched, per the Thunderbird's warning. He ascended the stairs to the raised section and soon found himself standing in front of the open door, staring into a black abyss, Nara at his side. No lift, Nara stated. Leon nodded at the obvious and redundant observation. The shaft was hardly that spacious, being wide enough for a lift that could carry perhaps 20 people comfortably. But the shaft was so damn dark that even with his 10th tier senses, Leon couldn't see the opposite wall. It's a few hundred feet down, Leon said. We can make that jump under normal circumstances. But getting back up's going to be more of a problem. You sure you want to do this and not turn back? Are you? Nara asked. Not entirely, Leon admitted. I think one would have to be mad to not hesitate here, but if we don't continue, then we give up all attempts to stop this primal devil from being released. We commit ourselves to hoping that Marika and I can fix that arc. I am unwilling to trust that that machine, so broken that strong Ashagan must be crippled it himself, can be fixed in time, Nara stated. Balk if you must, but with all Arknavi on the line, I will keep going. Without another word, Ard Nara, Prince of the Kingdom of the Blue Sky, strode forward and leapt into the empty lift shaft, plummeting down below the ground. Leon sighed, hesitated only long enough to look at the door they'd entered the room from, and followed. Chapter 1021. Abyss. The intensity of the darkness magic in the lift shaft was intense, so much so that Leon almost changed his mind and turned back before had even reached the bottom. He knew from Mabana's map that the shaft was relatively narrow, but the darkness around him was so complete that he felt like he'd jumped through a portal to some world of darkness rather than simply leapt down a lift shaft. So dark was it that he wasn't able to see the ground getting closer, and wound up stumbling enough to be embarrassed about it. When he sprang up, though, he found nothing around him but darkness, no walls, no light above where the lift shaft had opened, and no blue sky prints. Leon's senses were already working at the highest capacity he could maintain, but as he looked around, his heart rate accelerating from slight panic, he devoted more magic power to trying to orient himself. His magic senses, however, remained locked in his body, much like they'd been throughout his journey on Arknavi, but now he couldn't even project his magic far enough to perceive the ground he stood upon, let alone anything else in his surroundings. With gritted teeth, he summoned his light magic and tried to create a light source, but the oppressive darkness around him snuffed out his magic before so much as a candle's worth of light could be shed. Before Leon could do anything more, the darkness magic around him pulsed, and the ancient runes protecting him shuddered and shattered. The darkness rushed in, washing over his body like oily water, seeking every crack and crevice in his defenses and flooding in. Leon stifled a scream, keeping his mouth sealed shut in an instinctive attempt to keep this foreign power from entering his body. He flailed about in complete darkness and silence, feeling like a mortal drowning in the ocean. He couldn't feel anything around him, he didn't touch the walls in his flailing, and he seemed to lift off the ground, leaving him, for all he was able to tell, floating in the deepest, darkest ocean in all of existence. He lost all sense of gravity and spatial awareness, he could no longer tell where he was, where he'd come from, or where he was going. The overwhelming darkness swept him along, leaving him with the barest sensation of motion, but no idea where he was going, or how fast. Worst of all, pressure built against his mental defenses, threatening to overwhelm him and leave him nothing more than a gibbering mess. If this darkness broke past his mental defenses, all that he was would be lost. With a silent roar, his lips still sealed, Leon summoned Iron Pride to his hand, and everything changed in an instant. Silver blue lightning raced along the blade, and the darkness retreated from it like receding water following a flood, finally giving Leon a hint of light to orient himself with. At the same time, the Tau Pearl in his armor seemed to burst with power in response to Leon's desperation, adding its power to his in pushing the darkness back. He gripped the hilt of Iron Pride tightly and called upon his inherited power. The rock feathers hanging off the weapon glowed silver with a blue halo, the thunder wood hilt blazed with green lightning, an entire storm's worth of silver blue lightning raced up and down the blade, and all pressure upon Leon's mind was alleviated as the iron needle responded to Leon's silent plea. The darkness around him was like an endless sea, but with the power of a universe fragment, Leon set his jaw, narrowed his eyes in determination, and pushed against it. Lightning exploded out from him, lightning bolts arcing in every direction. The darkness was hurled back, revealing to Leon that he was lying down on the cold stone floor at the bottom of the lift shaft. The chamber was fairly large, though empty, and the walls, floor, and ceiling were still stained black by darkness magic. But he was back in control again. "Call me," Zafin shouted, and Leon did just that, pulling on their contracted connection. A moment later, the former Lord of Flame exploded into existence in front of Leon, and demon fire filled the chamber at the bottom of the shaft. Demon fire was dark red in color, but it shed light, and with the backing of a powerful demon, the darkness was forced even farther back. "Runes," the Thunderbird called from Leon's soul realm. "I'll hold the devil's power back," Zafin added. Leon, trusting in his ancestor and demonic partner, let his power stop flooding through Iron Pride, and switched to light magic. The darkness pressed in again without Leon's lightning there to push it back, but Zafin's power slowed it down long enough for Leon to kneel, inscribe the shield rune in light, and focus on it. Protect from darkness, Leon thought repeatedly, picturing a barrier of white translucent light through which the power of a primal devil couldn't penetrate. He closed his eyes and pictured that image in his mind's eye so vividly that he could almost see it, while funneling his 10th tier power through the rune. The power of a primal devil pushed back, but with the devil still imprisoned, Leon and Zafin's power won out, and the barrier that Leon strained to conjure manifested, through which the crushing darkness couldn't pass. Leon relaxed minutely, but as he stared out into the abyss his rune held back, for just a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a single red eye, burning with malevolence, staring back. He blinked, and it was gone. He hurriedly inscribed another shield rune and again channeled all of his willpower into forcing the darkness back, and then inscribed a third. He created a dozen such runes before finally falling back, mentally exhausted despite only a few minutes having passed since leaping down. Sloppy, Zafin crackled. Those runes at the end. Might as well not have made them after the fifth. Feel free to do something yourself, demon, Leon shot back as he breathed deeply, trying to still his racing heart. Do you see Ardnara? The arrogant twat is not here, Zafin stated. Where he is, I cannot say. Leon let out something that was half sigh and half growl, then forced himself up to properly evaluate his surroundings. Aside from the hint of lost beauty that the size of the chamber spoke to, the chamber was empty save for him and Zafin. There was no lift, no pieces of furniture, no decorations on the devil-stained walls nor any hints that any of such had once been present. Either the chamber had always been empty, or more likely in Leon's view, everything human had been wiped clean by the primal devil. At the moment, he neither knew nor cared why. Great, he said after his fruitless search for the missing prince. 5 minutes after jumping, and I've already lost the guy the first started with. It was his foolishness for jumping ahead into unknown danger, Zafin stated. You have powers and benefits he lacks, such foolishness was rewarded as it deserves. Fuck what it deserves, Leon spat. Let's find him, let's find this damned universe fragment, let's find fucking Serena, and then let's get the fuck out of here. In stopping this ritual, Zafin asked, his tone deadly serious. Yeah, that too, Leon responded, irritated at how this had gone so far. He glanced up the shaft, noting that he could see the open door through which he and Nara had leapt. He couldn't fly under his own power thanks to the sheer oppressive weight of the darkness magic in the shaft, but he thought he could jump up if need be. Otherwise, he thought he could fashion something in a pinch to fly him, or at least give him enough of a boost to escape when the time came. Which way? Zafin asked, his head turning back and forth between 3 open halls to the left, right, and center of the chamber. There wasn't any indication, magical or otherwise, of which way to go, but Leon had all he needed. Without a word, Leon strode for the central hall, Zafin falling in a step behind him. The runes stayed with Leon, and he monitored them closely as they pressed on. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. The primal devil is acting with more agency down here, the Thunderbird whispered as they moved down the hall. It's able to exert more power here than it could above ground. If that's the case, then how can we stop it? Leon asked. Disrupting the enchantment that's releasing it should still slam the door and cut it off, right? And that's assuming we can even get there. If it were able to exert all of its power, Leon, then your runes would be like a single sheet of paper trying to hold back an ocean. And your runes are quite well mediocre, those first few were, anyway, you rushed most of them. But understand that the primal devil hasn't just magic, but origin power, too. There is nothing that a pre-apotheosis mage can do against that. Nothing, really, Leon asked as he gripped the hilt of iron pride just a little tighter, the iron needle sending a comforting spark of lightning into his hand that did more to calm down than his runes had managed. The Thunderbird hummed in response. I'll take that back, then. Not nothing, but don't even try. If the primal devil were free to act and at full power, even with a universe fragment, you'd stand a snowball's chance in the elemental plane of fire against it. Not to say it's impossible, everyone can die, given the right circumstances, but yeah. I get it, Leon replied. Aloud, he asked, Zafin, can you still pinpoint the location of the ritual site down here? Zafin closed his eyes as they walked on, passing several doors and alcoves that led to other chambers in the dense tunnels beneath Tel Kiran. There is much interference here, the demon stated, but I can tell where the tiny-dicked and royally fucked are bending over and presenting to their devil master. What a picture you paint, demon, Leon joked, his tone shaking slightly. Where? Below, Zafin said as he pointed to the floor. Leon halted and summoned light magic again, using all of his skill and adroitness to conjure the complex map that Mabana had given him. Where? He repeated. Here, Zafin said as he conjured a bright white spark of fire that floated down into the deepest chamber on the map. Of fucking course, Leon said. I figured that was going to be the place where the universe fragment was being stored. It's also where Mabana directed me, I think, or was warning me away from. Whatever the case, he seemed absolutely shit scared of something down there. You were taking us there anyway? Zafin asked. I was, Leon confirmed. Then on we go, Zafin said. They hadn't taken more than 3 steps before a blood-curdling scream reached them from beyond the wall of darkness held back by Leon's shield runes. It was pained and hoarse, the kind of scream that came from deep in the chest. It was also quiet, as if it were muffled not only by the darkness around them but also by distance. Leon and Zafin froze and exchanged looks. "The arrogant blue ball?" Zafin asked. "Sounded like Ardnara," Leon responded. Zafin sighed while Leon looked back at the wall of darkness pressing against his light barrier. He pressed on, his ears straining to hear any more clues as to where Nara was. Leon didn't have to wait long. Barely a minute passed before the man screamed again, this time much closer, causing Leon and Zafin to freeze again and ready themselves for battle. This time, however, Nara kept screaming, and it sounded to Leon like he was trying to say something, but he was too far and incoherent for Leon to make anything out. As he tried to locate Nara using the map in his head, his ancient runes flickered as the darkness outside them surged. Leon snarled and devoted more power to the runes, determined not to let them falter. "Don't get distracted, boy," Zafin warned as the inky black darkness swirled around the light barrier. "We might not survive another wave if it gets through." Leon grunted in agreement as he took a moment to inscribe another rune, devoting much power and attention to making sure the rune was powerful. Throughout all of this, Nara's screams filled the underground halls. When Leon finally looked outward again, he said to Zafin, "We have to find him." "He might as well be dead," the demon said. "He leapt down here without protection. This is his reward. We should ignore the dumb human and attend to our business. We foil the primal devil's plans, and if the blue ball is still alive, then he'll recover. We have little time. In case you were unaware, I know we're on a time crunch, but we could use the backup. How much do we need a man who can't fight against the primal devil? Listen to him, he'll be a burden, not an asset." Leon's snarl intensified, but he didn't immediately respond to Zafin. Instead, his eyes slid out over to the darkness outside the barrier, and his heart almost stopped. Outside the barrier, he saw figures in the darkness, human in form, though indistinct. As quickly as he saw them, however, they vanished, subsumed entirely into the darkness. "This fucking place," he murmured aloud. He started moving again. They were in a hallway, and he was fairly certain that Nara wasn't behind them, so no matter what they decided on, they'd have to move forward anyway. "I'd rather we saved him," he insisted. "Focus, Leon," Zafin instead cautioned. "Focus on the matter at hand. Not on stupid humans." Nara's screams suddenly cut out, and the image of Mabana stumbling into the arc chamber flashed through Leon's head. A 10th tier mage reduced to that state though, as he turned it over in his head, it did bring some questions to his mind. How did he get back to the arc chamber? How did he escape all of this darkness? "Where's Serena?" Nara's screams suddenly resumed, now farther away. As if something could hear his thoughts, another voice joined his, this one much more feminine. "Serena," Leon identified. Serena's screaming came from far behind them, and Zafin crackled a warning, "Do not turn around, Leon. They're lost. Leave them. Concentrate on the task at hand." Leon bared his teeth in frustration and pressed on, moving as quickly as he was able while maintaining his caution and his runic defenses. Screaming alternately filled the air and cut out unexpectedly, and no sign of either missing mage was found. The figure Leon could see in the darkness likewise appeared and disappeared, and always unnerved him considerably. Through the halls they moved, the darkness constantly pressing inward. If their defenses dropped for even a moment, they had Nara and Serena frequently reminding them what their fate would be. Soon enough, they reached a staircase that descended even deeper into the earth, and though all of his instincts were screaming at him to abandon this endeavor and turn around, to focus on the small chance that they could get the ark repaired in the next day or so, and leave this mess for the grave wardens, he kept putting one foot in front of the other, kept pressing on, kept moving closer and closer to the source of all this profane magic. As they descended, the intensity of the darkness magic increased in waves. Thrice Leon had to stop and reinforce their runic defenses as the darkness threatened to overwhelm them. From what he could sense from outside the barrier, which was very little given how the darkness seemed to eat his magic, something was building. Leon Zafin whispered as they reached the end of the staircase, though they had further to descend. "We may have less time than I estimated." Leon's blood ran cold at that admission. "How much?" he asked. "I estimated 3 days at the most. We'd be lucky if we had that much." "How much?" Leon repeated, his voice straining with stress and the primal fear of the malevolent dark. "Hours," Zafin stated. 2 or 3. Leon felt his heart plummet into his feet. Fuck, he whispered. You're sure, he croaked. You're not just saying that to get us to turn around. The follow-up question went unstated, but Leon thought Zaffin knew what he was asking anyway. Zaffin, the normally irreverent demon, gave Leon one of the most serious looks Leon had ever seen. I am serious, he said. Leon nodded. He shared one look with Zaffin, then pressed on. Without a word, Zaffin followed him, deeper into the tunnels, closer to the deepest chamber in the tunnels. As they moved, the figures that Leon thought he could see in the darkness grew a little more defined, while at the same time, the darkness-stained walls seemed to press in, bringing back unpleasant memories of delving beneath the surface of Eterna during the Serpentine Isles campaign. The screaming grew more frequent, while in those times when it faded, Leon thought he could hear whispering, just quiet enough that it cost him some mental bandwidth, instinctively trying to listen in on what was being said, but never parsing even a single word. Leon's paranoia ticked higher as they kept going. He knew that the primal devil was watching them. The Thunderbird had said so, and they were getting closer to the ritual that threatened to free it. How could they not be monitored? But nothing was jumping out to stop them. No monsters, no great floods of inhuman power. Just the darkness, pulsing with greater frequency and regularity. Every pulse hammered on Leon's eardrums, spurring him on, reminding him that the universe itself could depend on his actions over the next couple hours. Soon enough, they drew close to the final chamber. Long hallways and several flights of stairs had been traversed with neither Leon nor Zaffin saying a word, the crushing silence of the darkness broken only by the screaming and the whispering and the pulsing. Finally, they arrived in the antechamber, the final step before they reached the chamber at the very bottom of the tunnels. On the opposite side of the antechamber was a set of monolithic double doors made of stone not yet completely stained by darkness, with smooth edges that hinted at great age. Unlike nearly all of the other doors in the tower complex, above or below, these doors looked like they were so physically secure that Leon wouldn't be able to so easily blast his way through. Here, the darkness was most intense, requiring a great amount of power from Leon to keep the runes active. More distracting, however, was that the antechamber was not nearly as empty as the rest of the underground halls had. Beanbones and blood littered the floor, while the dark figures Leon could still just barely make out in the darkness contorted in silent agony. More pressingly, though Head opted to keep going, Nara and Serena's screaming had never abated, and now sounded like they were coming from beyond the great stone doors. Zaffin Leon breathed, not daring to do any more than whisper. Ready. The fire that covered Zaffin's body momentarily spiked in intensity as the demon readied himself for battle. Yes, he crackled, his voice matching Leon's in quiet conviction. Let's finish this. Let's poke the eye of this damn devil. Chapter 1022. Abyss 2. The question of how to open the great stone doors loomed large in Leon's mind. They were truly immense, heavy, and looked sturdy enough that blasting through would be a time-consuming process. However, as he and Zaffin crossed the antechamber, his boots sticking slightly to the bloody floors, avoiding the bones as best they could, the door groaned and creaked and began to swing inward. Leon halted in place as dust fell from the stone frame around the immense doors, stained black by the omnipresent darkness. The doors moved ponderously slowly, giving him enough time to make his final preparations for whatever might lie beyond the threshold. Beside him, Zaffin did the same, summoning a horde of small fire bats to circle him, ready to fly out at a moment's notice. Taking inspiration, Leon concentrated for a moment and summoned an eagle of silver-blue lightning to fly around him. He was almost ashamed of himself that had neglected the skill, especially as the darkness around him, chokingly thick, abated slightly by this expression of power. Though she remained silent, the Thunderbird watched over him. He could feel her pride in his summoning of an autonomous bird using the power Head inherited from her. The doors continued to slowly swing open, and just as Leon finished his last inspections on the ancient runes keeping the darkness at bay, they finally opened enough for him to get a good look beyond. And his heart sank in primal fear, his instincts screamed at him to turn around and return to the surface, to get back to Mari and Tir and devote the couple remaining hours they had to getting off the damn plane. What lay beyond the doors was an abyss so deep and dark that all light from outside was swallowed within. An intense aura like almost nothing Leon had ever sensed before washed over him, giving him a dreadful sense of vertigo. It was all he could do to remain upright, and for a moment, it felt like recovery was going to be impossible. However, as his fingers tightened around Iron Pride, the iron needle within zapped him with a tiny bolt of lightning, and he was able to steady himself. Zaffin, however, was in a much worse state, as the fires that covered his body dimmed and sputtered to the point of leaving bits of his black obsidian skin visible. The demon swayed in place, his almost white-hot eyes narrowed in pain. When Leon's bolt coursed through him, however, he righted himself, his fire burning with furious intensity. The two partners shared a look, no words needed. Deep breaths were taken, fear was swallowed, and they started walking for the doors, the gap between them widening with every passing second. Nara and Serena's screaming, so pervasive in these abyssal passages, suddenly cut out as Leon and Zafin reached the void-like threshold. Hardly any noise escaped from it, so close to passing beyond, leaving Leon feeling like he'd reached the boundary between the lands of the living and the dead. What lay beyond, he couldn't say. But if he failed, then the universe could become like this. The primal devil could rampage and conquer as it pleased, leaving all it beheld consumed by this terrible darkness. He thought of his family, his friends, and his kingdom. He let these warm thoughts fill him with strength just as his magic filled his body, and he took one more step, passing the threshold into the darkness. Immediately, he felt like he'd submerged himself in the deepest, coldest sea in existence. It felt like all the heat in his body was stolen, and with the lightning coursing through him, he typically ran hot. The darkness pushed against his defenses with new power, and his ancient runes held on by the barest thread. The barrier they projected bent and shrank, until the darkness brushed against his body, only just prevented from sinking below his skin. It felt like countless insects were crawling all over him, seeking any entrance they could find into his body. Instinctively, Leon shut his eyes tightly, pressed his lips together so hard that he tasted blood, and clenched all other orifices that were capable of clenching. It took a few moments for silver blue lightning to alleviate his discomfort, but it didn't leave him entirely. He was, however, able to open his eyes and once more behold the abyss. Before him was a vast world of darkness, a sea of thick black fog that seemingly obscured everything. Zafin's fire might shed some light, but the demon was clearly as affected by this darkness as Leon was, all of his fire bats having been consumed, and most of the fire of his body having died out, leaving only his eyes and heart burning. Leon's summoned eagle, however, remained in play, landing on his shoulder and letting its mere presence further gird him against this strength-sapping darkness. Feeling this, Leon concentrated hard and summoned another silver blue eagle, letting it rest upon Zafin's shoulder. The demon remained silent, but Leon could feel his gratitude through their contracted connection. More importantly, fires once more ignited all along the demon's body, though not nearly as potently as normal. Leon summoned his courage and took another step. Instantly, something changed, causing him to assume an aggressive stance as silver blue lightning crackled all over his body. Though it wasn't much, the darkness receded from him in response. At the same time, the darkness in his and Zafin's path thinned, revealing a corridor of stone vanishing into the distant darkness. "Come to us," Kaji Yun's voice echoed through the darkness. "You are welcome here." Leon remained stoic behind his helmet, but internally, he swore up a storm the likes of which would have impressed even his most powerful ancestors. And he started walking forward. With every step, he breathed, he let his lightning flood through him, and he calmed somewhat. His hand tightened on iron pride, and he conjured two more silver blue eagles, though he could feel that this was his limit. These two eagles circled him and Zafin, keeping them as safe as they could be against this overwhelming darkness at the cost of no small amount of Leon's magic power. The stone corridor stretched on for seemingly infinity, but in a surprisingly short amount of time, Leon and Zafin found themselves at a short flight of stairs, at the bottom of which, apparently submerged in the darkness, was a huge, circular, stone altar. The altar was covered in reliefs and carvings that Leon had no context to understand, but the Thunderbird whispered into his mind, the war that ended the primal age indeed. With that context, Leon could see human figures casting down the quadrupedal primal gods and the cloud-like primal devils. The latter were more prominent, which Leon understood given Ko Walik's duty. However, as he took in everything else, the reliefs seemed inconsequential in comparison. At the top of the altar was a familiar-looking kind of purple crystal, though this one was much, much smaller than what Leon had encountered thus far with his team. Those had been large enough to contain 100 people, whereas this one was only large enough to contain only a single person. That person contained was a man dressed in complex robes that appeared possibly gilded, though the crystal itself interfered with his ability to discern details. The man had a fairly classically handsome face, though his looks were ruined by the scream of pain and determination frozen on his face. He was reaching for something with one hand, and given their location, Leon could imagine only one thing that he might have been reaching for. The universe fragment that Ambrose had asked him to find. However, though such was Leon's assumption, there was no sign of the universe fragment itself. This tale has been unlawfully obtained from Royal Road. If you discover it on Amazon, kindly report it. Standing in front of the purple crystal was Kaji Yun himself. His back was turned to the crystal, a smile was on his face, and his hands were folded in front of him. The altar was upon what was essentially a shallow ziggurat, with a long series of stairways leading up to it from the bottom of the pit. Upon these stairs were countless unmoving figures, held up like puppets on strings, their feet barely brushing against the stairs beneath. Of these figures, a few that stood close to the altar immediately stood out to Leon. Nara, Serena, even Mabana was there, along with the other 7 mages sent by the grave wardens. Of their number, only Aluva was missing, as his body was still in Leon's soul realm. Most of the figures were statue still, but a few, including both Nara and Serena, shifted slightly in a manner that indicated shallow breathing. They're still alive, Leon realized. You have come, Kaji Yun called out, unabashed glee dripping from every syllable. The return of the true gods is nigh. They shall come again and fill the universe with their love and glory. All shall be redeemed in their power. The cultist restrained himself slightly, his smile faltering minutely. I am sorry that Tiranu is not here to see this. I would have liked his presence here. Leon shared another look with Zafin, an understanding passing silently between them. Leon began descending the stairs in front of him while Zafin stayed at the top, ready to leap in if anything went wrong. As Leon continued his descent, Kaji Yun continued his ramblings. This hardly even feels real, Leon Rame. I have prepared for this moment for so long that I almost can't believe it's upon us. When I first conducted the ritual in Naxor Amos, I did so fully believing that the peoples of Arknavi would come together to cast me down. But instead, it only exposed the weakness of their social order. They dithered and did nothing as I spread the word of the true gods around the Mandian lands. I realized the weakness of my faith and did all I could to correct it. To place myself in the arms of the true gods completely. But I'll admit a second moment of weakness, when Ko-Walik himself moved against us. But by the power of the true gods, he was thwarted. The power had stolen from the true gods has been returned to them, and for his sins, the man himself languishes here at the heart of Arknavi. Where once he imprisoned the true gods, now shall he be the key that releases them. Leon did his best to pay attention to Kaji Yun since he seemed to be revealing quite a bit, but when he reached the bottom of the stairs, he reached the unmoving figures. He spared Kaji Yun some of his attention, but he reserved quite a bit for the environment as he crossed the short flat area around the ziggurat, then began to ascend the wide stairs toward the altar. When your predecessors arrived, Leon Rame, I had learned from my mistakes. My faith remained unshaken, and lo, the true gods have delivered them to salvation, despite the sinful, power-hungry reasons for their invasion. They sought to take for themselves that which belonged to the gods. That which Ko-Walik had wrongfully held for so long. But there is reason to celebrate, Leon Rame, for in their hubris, they have been saved. Leon passed the figures silently, his unease growing with every step. He could feel the intensity of the power at play here, even though all seemed still. He could feel more and more power flowing through the ziggurat as he ascended it, growing closer to the crystal that held Ko-Walik, closer to the center of the enchantment that was threatening to unleash the primal devils. An incalculable amount of power was flowing through here, fed by great rivers of magic power flowing from all of the other purple crystals acting as channelers scattered about the plane. A tremendous amount of the magic of Arknavi was being concentrated here, only to vanish into Ko-Walik's crystal, undoubtedly to the primal devil at the heart of this plot. You, too, shall be saved, Leon Rame. Kaji Yun continued, and you, Zafin, when you submit to the true gods, even your position as Lord of Flame can be returned. All shall be as it should be in the universe. All shall bask in the glory of the true gods. The mad cultist opened his arms and Leon prepared for some kind of attack, but instead, Kaji Yun slowly rose into the air, his mania growing with every inch he ascended. It's at hand. He called out, his voice colored by exuberance and triumph. The gods, they're here. There his voice cut out as he froze in the air, the smile of manic ecstasy frozen on his face. Leon felt a spike in power coming from the altar, and he acted. In that moment, as he felt the power in Ko-Walik's crystal surge, he threw caution to the wind. After all, what was his life compared to the apocalypse promised by the primal devils? What were his personal troubles next to the universe itself? In a flash of lightning, he arrived at the top of the ziggurat just as the Thunderbird screeched, "It's beginning. This is your only chance to stop it." Leon darted beneath the frozen form of Kaji Yun and brought Iron Pride to bear, raining blows down upon Ko-Walek's crystal. His 3 silver blue eagles did likewise, raking it with their bright claws, while Zafin made Leon look overly cautious by simply launching himself across the gap between the stairs and the altar. Demon fire was added to the Thunderbird's lightning as they exerted all of the power of a 9th-tier flame demon and a 10th-tier lightning mage against the crystal. And the crystal took every blow, every blast, every explosion like it was nothing more than a gentle summer breeze. Iron Pride, its blade made of adamant, a universe fragment embedded in its tang, didn't even scratch the crystal. The silver blue eagles, their power born from Leon and the power head inherited from the Thunderbird, didn't so much as singe the crystal's surface. Zafin's demon fire, burning with spectacular heat, didn't leave a single burn mark on the crystal. Blow after blow Leon rained down upon the crystal, but all to no avail. The power within only grew, until it eventually exploded out of the crystal. Leon and Zafin were thrown back. Leon's eagles were swallowed by darkness and vanished, leaving only the one on Zafin's shoulder. Zafin himself was thrown right off the ziggurat into the gap down below, while Leon just barely remained standing at the ziggurat's edge. "Leon!" the Thunderbird shouted as he righted himself and began forcing his way forward, though each step was a struggle as more and more darkness poured from the crystal. "Run!" Leon hardly heard his ancestor as the black abyss was filled with the sounds of screaming. All of the figures around the ziggurat belted out the most primal, skin-crawling screams that Leon had ever heard. He did his best to ignore it as he attempted to reach the crystal again, but the Thunderbird screamed in his head, "Run, Leon! Run! You can't stop this! You're not strong enough!" Leon began to himself scream, though his was more frustration and fear than pain. His power, the power head inherited from the Thunderbird, and which was the bane of darkness, could do nothing against this eldritch power exploding out of the crystal. It was only a few dozen feet away, but he could barely take a step without being thrown back, while his lightning was swallowed by the darkness it was supposed to counter. He trusted his ancestor with his life, but he felt like he still had one option left, and he used it without hesitation. The lightning that surged through his body vanished, replaced only the briefest of moments later by black fire. The cold that suffused this deep abyss was banished in an instant, and when Leon swung his sword, a wave of black fire erupted from the blade of Iron Pride and was turned back by the crystal barely halfway between it and Leon. Another strike led to the same result, as did a third. Leon roared as he was again pushed back to the edge of the ziggurat. He couldn't stop this. He was only a 10th-tier mage powerful, but next to something like a primal devil, not much higher than a mortal. He hadn't even yet achieved apotheosis, and without origin power, there was nothing more he could do. Leon turned away from the crystal, his heart spiking as desperation took hold. If he couldn't stop this, then there was only one option left open to him, longshot though it was. He needed the grave wardens. He launched himself down the stairs of the ziggurat, only one thing causing him to hesitate. Nara and Serena were still alive. Fortunately, they were standing right next to each other, and Leon, lightning once again surging through his body and lending him its speed, was able to grab them both and hurl himself off the edge of the ziggurat. He felt extremely awkward carrying the two, but he pulled Iron Pride back into his soul realm to free up his right hand. 10th-tier magic might not be able to scratch Ko-Walek's crystal, but it was more than enough to carry two people, even if Nara still wore his heavy armor. He met Zafin at the top of the stairs opposite the ziggurat, the demon having retreated up them once he realized Leon was also retreating. While it might have been easier for Leon to pull Zafin back into his soul realm, that would have required stopping for a moment, and the waves of darkness pouring from the crystal were growing fiercer and fiercer, pushing further and further out from the ziggurat. They needed to move, so, together, they fled down the stone path that cut through the abyss. It was slowly growing narrower in time with every wave of darkness, and ahead, Leon could just barely make out the stone doors. They were closing. Leon screamed once more in determination as he forced his body to move at the limits of his speed, Zafin only just barely managing to keep up, and they only just barely made it before the doors slammed shut behind them. But though the doors had shut, the darkness in the tunnels was growing deeper. The power unleashed by Ko-Walek's crystal was not contained only to its chamber. The primal devil's prison door was swinging open, and its power was not going to be stopped by stone. Neither Leon nor Zafin halted for even a moment, they fled back through the passages as quickly as they were able. They had to get back to the arcs. That was their only chance. The primal devil was coming, and both knew they would not survive its arrival. Chapter 1023. World in black. Through shuddering tunnels and black stairways, Leon and Zafin raced, Leon still carrying Nara and Serena over his shoulders. The passages below Tel Kiran shook from regular quakes originating far below the surface, kicked off by whatever had happened in the deepest chamber. The primal devil was coming. It was now beyond Leon's ability to stop. His only option was to reach the arc chamber and hope that the arc they'd tried to fix was capable of flight. The passages were still deep and dark, but in Leon's state of desperation, he ignored all caution, plunging through the darkness with reckless abandon. The darkness around them was growing more intense with every tremor, but thankfully, Leon's power and the ancient runes were keeping him and Zafin safe. But Leon doubted that would remain the case for long. He did his best not to dwell, focusing instead on the map Mabana had given him, and putting one foot in front of the other as quickly as he was able. Fortunately, his feet were swift, and so were Zafin's, though the much larger demon had struggled to keep up with Leon, even with Leon weighed down by two other people. With adrenaline pumping through his veins almost as thickly as lightning, it seemed like both an eternity and no time at all before Leon and Zafin emerged in the lift shaft through which they'd descended. Barely more than 2 hours had passed since then, but Leon didn't think about that as he halted only long enough to reach out to Zafin as much as he could with his magic, which wasn't that far with all the devilish power in the air. But their contract was enough to make things relatively easy, and Zafin was pulled back into Leon's soul realm. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Leon concentrated strength and magic power in his legs and leapt with all he had. His target was the open door at the top of the shaft, hundreds of feet above him. An easy jump, let alone flight, under normal circumstances, but as his feet left the ground, he felt the pressure from the darkness around them more acutely than ever. This power had kept him from flying until now, and after it broke both of his wings when Head tried transforming back in the wastes around Tur's monastery, Head avoided transforming again. Now, however, as he barely managed to jump 50 feet up the shaft, he spared enough time only to feel another tremor from far below before he made his decision. His body bulged and bent as feathers sprouted from under his skin. The power of the Thunderbird filled him as he transformed in only a moment, leaving him standing a little more than 3 times his normal height. As delicately as he could, Leon took Serena and Nara in his talons and then spread his wings. The Thunderbird's power flowed through him, lightning flickering amongst his feathers and forming 2 silver-blue eagles to circle him, keeping the darkness at bay. His ancient runes glimmered within his plumage, adding further protection. With his preparations complete, Leon beat his wings and launched himself into the air. The darkness around them thickened and beat against his runic barrier, but the eagles flew ahead of him and dissipated much of it, allowing him to force his way up the shaft with heavy, rapid wingbeats. He didn't have much room, but he powered upward, the open door tantalizingly close. The darkness was unwilling to let him go, sticking to his barrier like molasses, threatening to drag him back down. He could feel the strain in his wings as every wingbeat grew more painful, but he ignored the pain and just kept going. His effort paid off. He reached the door, but his enlarged body was too big to squeeze through. Instead, he mashed his talons against the door, roughly pushing Serena and Nara through with little regard for their comfort, not that they were conscious enough to complain before digging his talons into the stone around the door. He couldn't transform back without falling, so he could only force his way through as he was. Lightning flashed around him as he ripped and tore into the door frame. Another tremor shook the tower complex and the darkness below swelled, crashing against his runic barrier. His eagles dove to alleviate the pressure and both were swallowed whole, leaving only the power in his body and his runic barrier to protect him. With frenzied strength, Leon broke through the door, pushing Serena and Nara forward with his beak as he did. The flood of darkness was almost an aid to him in that moment, giving him some added force as it pushed against his defenses. He was through. He had no time to second guess. He only took a moment to transform back into his human form before scooping the other 2 back onto his shoulders and taking off through the tower complex. "It's not out yet," Zafin shouted, his voice strained in a failed attempt to keep calm. "There's still time if you can get to the grave wardens. Don't think, just move," the Thunderbird shouted in response. Leon was more greatly stirred by the Thunderbird's words and tuned out all further conversation from within his soul realm, concentrating solely on not being consumed by the darkness billowing out through the lift shaft and tearing through the tower complex. He barreled through the familiar passages and chambers with none of the caution he showed coming through the first time. Nothing tried to stop him. Every footstep felt like a lifetime. As the tremors intensified, Leon could hear crashing from above, and he wondered if the towers were falling from the strength of the quakes. His legs burned as he pushed himself ever faster. Nara and Serena grew heavy, though not once did he think to drop them to speed up. They were still alive, thankfully, and he was determined to save them. Within what seemed both like hours and mere moments, Leon barreled out of the central tower and into one of the smaller adjacent towers, where he only had to follow the trail of destruction that had left earlier to make room for Maris Ulta suit. He almost laughed at himself, the panic he felt then seeming almost tame compared to what he felt now, despite the similar circumstances. Wish I had that day back, Leon thought. Should have committed to fixing the ark or stopping the fucking ritual. What was done, however, and after that one self-recrimination, Leon put it out of his mind. He wasn't sure how long it wound up taking him to get back to the ark chamber. Zafin could have told him it had taken him 10 years and He'd have almost believed it. Regardless, He'd made it, and he found that many of the more decrepit arks had collapsed, their decayed landing gear having given out. He also laid eyes upon what might be contributed to at least some of the crashing He'd heard. TIR had blasted a large hole in the side of the chamber that they could use to escape. TIR himself was close to the door, evidently having been torn between following Leon or waiting in the ark. As soon as he saw Leon, however, he rushed forward, all doubt in his demeanor vanishing. He took Nara off Leon's hands, and the two sprinted for their ark. The door was open, Leon charged through, followed by TIR. With what care he had time to give, he laid Serena down on the floor of the foyer. "Tend to them," he shouted to TIR as the old monk shut the ramp, then the bulkhead behind them. TIR immediately began channeling his light magic, but Leon wasn't quite sure what he could do. Leon's lightning had surged through both Nara and Serena, and they were still unconscious. But Leon couldn't think about that, as another quake reminded him. The author's narrative has been misappropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. With frantic alacrity, he ran for the engineering room, finding Mari there looking absolutely terrified. "Leon!" she screamed. "Can it fly?" Leon demanded. Mari froze, terror writ large across her face. Leon took her shoulders and lightly shook her. "Can it fly?" he shouted again. Mari spared her work a quick look. Metal cables, crystals of all kinds, and sparking thunder wood surrounded them in a messy web of jury-rigged engineering. She then looked back at Leon, closed her eyes, and nodded so quickly that Leon was almost worried that her head might snap off at the neck. Without a word, Leon turned from her and shouted over his shoulder as he ran for the door, "Turn it all on. We have to fly." "Yeah," Mari screamed as she sprang into action. Leon, however, didn't see her work as he barreled through the ark's passages. Engineering wasn't that far from the bridge, and he arrived at the ladder in seconds. In the course of doing their best to repair the flying machine, had done his best to familiarize himself with the ark's controls. This ark was, as far as he could tell, the oldest had ever been in, and it had a design lineage that differed greatly from the Thunderbird and Thunderbird-descended arks he was more used to. Even then, had never had much more than a crash course in operating an ark from Nestor and the Ravens. The bridge was much smaller than many others had been on, with the command chair being only slightly elevated compared to the other stations, which were mostly against the wall. He silently thanked fate, the gods, his ancestors, and anyone else who might have been able to hear him for this ark to have been the one to have resisted the corrosive darkness the most, and not larger and more complex arks. Should make flying this thing easier, he thought as a trickle of power reached the bridge, allowing most of the enchantment consoles to illuminate, and then their screens a moment later. No lights turned on, but Leon didn't care. He only launched himself at the command chair and, after some fiddling with the controls, brought up the ark's internal diagnostics. In short, the ark was an absolute mess. There were a dozen micro breaches in the hull that they'd missed, power was at less than 10%, and the vast majority of the ark's systems were non-operational. But what little power they had was getting to where it needed to go, so Leon shot out of the command chair and almost crashed into the navigator's station, where he then frowned at the arcane controls in front of him. Fuck, he thought as he stared at symbol after symbol on the control console. Another tremor shook the tower, and he heard the tower groaning and straining to stay standing, so without much to lose, he made his best guess and did his best to engage the engines and try to take off. He felt the magic power in the arc fluctuate and the frame itself tremble, but the engines began to turn on. Unfortunately, of the arc's 4 main thrusters, only 2 were intact enough to engage. The arc's secondary thrusters were likewise decayed, with most remaining silent as he awkwardly directed the arc into the air. The engine sputtered and whined, and lights flashed over half a dozen consoles that Leon was sure indicated major problems, but the arc slowly pushed itself off the ground. Under normal circumstances, the arc pilot would use dozens of instruments telling them where they were and where they were going, but Leon had none of them, having to rely on nothing more than the screen in front of him showing the outside of the arc. He'd have to pilot the arc using nothing more than a front-facing view that wasn't even complete. The light-capturing enchantment for this view was on the top of the arc, so the arc's body obscured his view of the ground. Regardless, his fingers slid across the control console as he coaxed the arc into moving forward. A little extra power flowed into the engines, indicating that Mari was doing her best to keep them moving. The arc slowly approached the hole, its nose poking through into Arcnavis' bleak outdoors. However, just then, the tower shook again as another tremor struck it, and the arc was battered hard enough to throw Leon out of the navigator's seat and another half-dozen red warning lights to flash across the bridge's consoles and for alarms to sound throughout the arc. But Leon hauled himself back into the seat and pushed the arc further out of the hole. With his limited view, he was unable to correct when the hull scraped against the rim of the hole, filling the air with a horrendous screech as the arc's heavily decayed engine struggled to push it clear of the tower. Leon directed every spark of spare power into the engines, and the arc managed to push itself free. However, almost as soon as it hit the open air, new warning lights on the navigation console went off, and the arc began to glide downward. "Fuck," Leon shouted as he did his best to steer clear of other towers in the tower complex. He wasn't sure how to correct their downward trajectory, but he was fortunate that he wasn't alone. Thanks, he presumed, to Mari, more power suddenly flowed into the arc. It wasn't much, but it was enough that he was able to get the engines to do what he needed them to do, and the arc's nose tilted up as the main thrusters engaged with all the power Leon could. Feed them. The arc pulled out of its shallow dive and began to crawl upward. It slowly accelerated, and Leon was confident enough that it would continue to dart over to the engineering console and begin shutting bulkheads, sealing off all of the arc's compromised compartments. In the end, nearly all of the arc's compartments were sealed, save for the bridge, engine room, foyer, and the halls connecting them. A moment later, Mari came running into the bridge. "I've given all I can," she shouted. "I don't know how long it might last. It'll have to do," Leon shouted as he ran back to the navigation console. "Monitor the arc's status," he added as he pointed back at the engineering console. Mari responded, "Yeah," and took Leon's place at the indicated console. The arc's frame groaned and creaked as they rose higher. There was a terrible screeching sound coming from the engine, causing the arc to dramatically shake. The darkness outside pressed in, tarnishing what little remained of the arc's untainted hull and putting greater downward pressure on it than it would have otherwise experienced. Despite all of this, the arc continued to climb through the sky, and Leon was able to spare enough time to find the controls to open one of the arc's rear-view enchantments. As the screen came alive, he saw the tower, now with dreadful black smoke pouring from out of multiple holes in its exterior. The shaking had already brought down 3 of its 12 wings, and given how badly it continued to shake, Leon knew that the remaining wings were standing on borrowed time. Sure enough, only a few seconds passed before the wing that had housed the chamber came crashing down, sending dust and smoky darkness billowing over the complex surroundings. A moment later, another wing came down, and the central tower collapsed. In less than a minute, the entire tower complex had fallen, and black darkness thicker than any storm cloud billowed out of the hole. As he watched, transfixed, he saw the darkness spill out over the land, covering everything it touched, until the remains of Tel Kirin had been completely submerged in deep, opaque darkness. Shit, Leon thought, his heart racing madly. He understood what this could mean. If he couldn't reach the grave wardens in this arc, if they weren't on the lookout for anything strange on Arknavi, then he could be witnessing the inciting incident for the end of the universe. The arc, thankfully, continued to rise, and Leon tore his eyes away from the rear-view enchantment to risk tilting the nose further upward, putting more power into rising than simply flying away from Tel Kirin. As they pushed through the darkness and ascended, the downward pressure that darkness exerted on the arc lessened, allowing them to accelerate faster. Leon had no idea how far Ko-Walik's defenses of Arknavi extended, or if they were even still active. He just kept the ark moving as quickly as possible with no regard for the fragility of the frame. A new, loud screech tore through the ark, followed by a horrible metallic bang, and one of the two remaining main thrusters died. Leon was almost thrown from the navigator's chair again, but he managed to remain seated and directing the ark upward. Hold together, he thought. Just a little further, you can make it. Just hold together. He could hear Mari quietly praying, to his surprise, though he didn't judge her in this trying time. They'd risen dozens of miles, and even with a single main thruster, continued to climb at a good speed. Leon spared the rear view enchantment one more glance and paled as he saw Tel Kiran completely lost in a sea of darkness. That sea was rapidly spreading across the Mandian lands with no sign of slowing, and a great pillar of darkness miles high had formed directly above where Ko-Walik's tower had been, and it, too, was growing. And then another metallic bang came from the engine room, and all external view enchantments went down. Leon contorted his face in a silent scream as he checked and rechecked that their last remaining thruster was still engaged. Fortunately, it was, and they continued to rise. For how much longer they could keep going, he didn't know. How much more time they had, he didn't know. If anyone would find them before their last main thruster inevitably died, he didn't know. He could only keep them pointed upward and hope that that was enough. Chapter 1024. Whirled in red for long minutes, the only sound that could be heard throughout the ark was the screeching of metal and machinery being pushed to its limits. No one could see outside as all exterior view enchantments were dead. They were flying with only a single thruster, and no one knew how long it would last. Leon heard none of that screeching, though, as the sound of blood rushing through his head overpowered all other noise. His eyes remained locked on the control console in front of him, though his fingers no longer danced across it. He had done all he could, and save for the occasional course correction to keep them rising as quickly as possible, he could do nothing more than wait for the final thruster to die. Once it did, if they weren't high enough to have reached the void, then they'd fall back to Arknavi. They'd undoubtedly land amidst the expanding darkness brought about by the release of the primal devil. He didn't know what might happen to them if that happened, and he wasn't keen on finding out. So, stare at the console he did, and silently pray to his ancestors that the repairs he and Mari had made would be enough. As they pushed upward, his heart slowly calmed, letting him hear the deeply concerning sounds coming from the ark itself. Maybe we'd be lucky enough to just fall apart before hitting the ground. He morbidly thought. How long do we have before the engine gives out? Leon asked Mari, who still sat at the bridge's engineering console. I've got no fucking idea, Mari replied, her voice strained by desperation and fear. Leon sighed and sat back in his seat. He closed his eyes and focused on what he could sense, and found that his magic senses were much less constrained than they had been only a few minutes before. They'd reached high enough altitudes that the darkness was rapidly thinning. The ark was barely holding together, but that meant that its defensive wards didn't get in Leon's way as he projected his magic senses as far as he could. They scattered before reaching the ground, but he kept his magic senses projected as he sought any potential observers around Arknavi. Their one thruster propelled them ever upward, the creaking mercifully quieting as they left the plane's atmosphere and the darkness polluting it behind. Eventually, all sound from outside the ark ceased, and then the ark was rocked by another loud metallic bang, and the last thruster finally gave out. They were moving only by momentum now, but Leon thought that they were likely high enough that that would be enough. Gravity was a strange thing, largely affecting only those things around a plane, though one affected always fell away from the nexus in the center of the universe. In the void between planes, gravity was negligible. Mari, after the thruster finally died, sprang up and ran out off the bridge. She didn't have to go far to reach the engine room, where she evaluated the damage and shut down the machinery that was still operational to ensure no additional damage was done. When she returned to the bridge, Leon had barely moved. He still sat in the navigator's chair, his magic senses projected as far as possible, searching for anything that could help them. Engines down, Mari croaked as she collapsed on the command chair's shallow dais. Permanently, Leon asked. I can turn the fucker back on, but I'd recommend not doing that, she replied. Might explode. What will explode? Tir asked as he walked onto the bridge. Hopefully nothing, Mari stated. Right, how are the two I left with you? Leon asked. Tir scowled and took a moment to think before answering. Beyond my skill to treat. All physical wounds have been healed, though in both cases, neither had many wounds to heal. Mental, then Leon whispered, unsurprised. I hit them with the Thunderbird's lightning, and that didn't work. Maybe it'll work now. Worth a try, Tir responded. I can do no more. If you are similarly powerless, then Ardnara and Serena are in the hands of the gods. Leon nodded and got up. He kept at least a little focus on their surroundings, but with their arc hurtling farther and farther away from Arknavi, their chances of being discovered were slimming. Unfortunately, a quick jaunt down to the foyer to blast Serena and Nara as harmlessly as he could with the Thunderbird's lightning was fruitless. Don't touch them any longer, the Thunderbird warned him after his attempts failed. If something is powerful enough to repel my lightning, then it's beyond you. Figured as much, Leon replied. Any suggestions for waking them? They're unlikely to wake, the Thunderbird bluntly stated. The primal devil has invaded their bodies, they're unlikely to have minds left. Leon scowled, then made his way back to the bridge. Tir and Mari had remained there while he checked on Serena and Nara, and they'd done so entirely in silence. Despair had set in, tears flowed freely from Maris' eyes, while Tir stared unblinkingly at the wall. His scowl deepening, Leon realized that he'd have to do something. Their situation was dire, but it wasn't over just yet. Even if they only had minutes left to live, he wanted them to focus on finding some way to survive. He wasn't going to meet his death willingly. All right, he said as he looked around at the still active consoles and the multitude of emergency lights that still flashed throughout the bridge. We still have at least a bit of power. Let's see if we can do anything to further fix this can. Impossible, Mari immediately stated. We've done what we could. We're fucked. Old Mandy himself could appear, and he'd still be powerless to help us. Leon was a bit surprised that Tir didn't immediately jump into the conversation after that blasphemy, but he supposed such was the point they'd fallen to. It was hard to think about anything other than what was taking place on Arknavi. Has it been freed yet? He silently wondered. Is the primal devil out? Has Arknavi already been exterminated? We're only done for when we find ourselves amongst our ancestors, Leon insisted. As much as I'd love to see them again, I am not ready to face them just yet. If I am ever to die, I'll die surrounded by my wives and a horde of children. Good for you, Mari growled, saying no more. Tir remained dead silent. Hey, Leon shouted, his voice sounding particularly loud in the confined space, especially with the absolute silence outside of the Ark's hall. Mari almost jumped to her feet, she was so startled, and Tir visibly recoiled as if struck before focusing on Leon. Get it together, you two. This is bad, I won't deny that. But it's not over. The grave wardens would be foolish not to be watching Arknavi. We're going to be discovered. And if we're not, then we're going to have to find a way to make them see us. Then, once they learn of what's happened, they can go on down there and deal with that primal dick and save Arknavi. A remote chance, Tir dejectedly stated. We could shine like bright Lucilier, it would make no difference. I'd rather take a remote chance than sit around and wait for death, Leon shot back. He was about to continue before halting and looking at Tir with a slowly growing smile. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a book on basic ancient runes and flipped through it with practiced ease, having read it more than once. This time, however, he was after reference material for a rune he hadn't yet memorized. When he found it, he bookmarked the section and then dramatically snapped it shut. Bright as bright Lucilier, was it? He said to a rather bemused Tir. I think we can do that. See if we can anyone's attention. He focused on an image in his head and then began carefully inscribing a new rune in the air. It took him a few tries to get right, but once he did, he leaned back and inspected the exterior of the ark with his magic senses. Had inscribed a light rune, though it was different from an ancient rune referencing the light element. This one's purpose was simple: make the exterior of the ark shine as brightly as possible. And indeed, now the ark's hull shone like a star, acting as a beacon for anyone or anything that may be watching. We're not done yet, Leon stated with more confidence than he felt. Let's let death work for its pay. Nothing's inevitable until it happens. Now get up and let's get to work. Tir looked unenthused, but Mari, despite looking even more unenthused, struggled to her feet. Fine, she stated. Fuck it, if I can't die with a fucking wench in hand, then I'll die with a fucking wrench in hand. Leon grinned at her, and the three, Leon having to almost drag Tir a ways before he fell in beside them, ventured down to the engine room to see what could possibly be repaired. They may not have much time left before a primal devil was fully unleashed upon the universe, but they could at least busy their hands. Stolen story, please report. They'd barely started before the arc shuddered. Something large had taken hold of them. Mari looked about ready to burst into tears and Tyr began to openly pray. Leon, however, sensing that the power was concentrating mostly around the bridge near the top of the arc, ran back there, leaving the other two in the engine room where they might be marginally safer. As he ran, he donned his armor and drew iron pride, readying himself to fight his last fight. Had barely reached the bridge when the greatly stressed hull of the arc buckled. Leon, in a moment of frantic clarity, managed to inscribe a floating ancient shield rune, designing it to keep the air and warmth of the arc inside. If he didn't stop it, the void would rip all atmosphere out of the arc, killing him and the rest of his team. 10th tier though he wasn't yet tough enough to stand the rigors of the void for long. The rune was only just completed when the top of the bridge was torn right off as if by some terrible, monstrous beast. Leon gritted his teeth and channeled the Thunderbird's power, preparing to leap at whatever was waiting to devour him. Instead, what was revealed was a man in splendid regalia, his body covered by thick flowing robes that looked like they'd been spun from threads of an actual rainbow, and an elaborate golden headdress of almost comical size atop his head. He was dark-skinned but appeared to have many colorful tattoos over most of his exposed skin. The aura pouring from him was overpowering to the point Leon felt rather sick just trying to get a good look at the man with his magic senses. More striking was that the hull revealed they'd drifted off course a little, giving Leon a better view of Arknavi. And what he saw was almost as striking as the man who'd just ripped the hull away from the bridge. Arknavi looked completely normal, not a speck of darkness could be seen marking the face of the plane. Defenses are still up, then, Leon noted. Leon, be careful, the Thunderbird whispered. To him, I am on it, he replied. The newcomer floated in, his arms spread, his legs still, his face completely impassive. Leon, deciding he wasn't going to waste any time, shouted, I am Leon Rame, the mage sent from Eterna to scout Arknavi. Before he could add any more, the newcomer's eyes fixed upon him, and the Mont's aura squeezed him hard, silencing him immediately. For a moment, Leon thought that he was about to die, that this man had guessed was another grave warden was going to kill him for some unexplained reason. However, the man turned his head slightly, and Leon felt a burst of magic that almost had him dry heaving. Hardly a second passed before a sphere of darkness with a core of deep blue sprang into being on the bridge, and out of it stepped Ambrose, his face twisted with concern, though lightening somewhat when he spotted Leon. Leon! He shouted, his aura rising to counter the other Monts and relieving the pressure placed upon Leon. The colorfully dressed man didn't seem at all put out by it, and he drifted a few feet away to watch and listen. What happened out there? What's going on? Ko Walek's dead, Leon immediately reported, and any trace of levity or delight in seeing Leon again vanished from Ambrose's face, while the other Mont's expression finally changed, becoming one of abject shock. Continuing, Leon informed them, his universe fragment is missing. A primal devil is almost released. Its cage door is swinging open right now. Another black and blue sphere appeared around the other man, taking him elsewhere. Ambrose stared at Leon for only a moment longer than that before panic set in and he said, wait here. He then vanished, too, leaving Leon alone on the bridge with nothing but his shield rune to keep him company. A few seconds passed with Leon not moving a muscle. He could hardly believe what had just happened. He just stared out the hole in the hull at Arknavi, knowing that his part in this was over. He could do nothing more. Ambrose had been informed, Leon had fulfilled the Grave Warden's request. But still, could they move in time? Could they prevent the primal devil from being released? Leon wasn't sure, and as the arc drifted further out into the void, it seemed he'd be sitting there watching what happened for a while. When he managed to finally process what just happened, he walked over to the command chair and flopped down in it, exhaustion catching up to him, though since Ambrose now knew where he was, he felt himself beginning to relax. At the very least, he trusted Ambrose to send him home once all of this was over. Assuming he survives, Leon thought as fear once more reared its ugly head. As if on cue, 11 bright lights began to shine between him and Arknavi. They were arranged in a circle, and the power they exuded was beyond description. It was like the power that Leon possessed was a grain of sand on a beach, and this power was the entire ocean washing over him, threatening to sweep him out to sea and never be seen again. This power focused downward on the plane, and only a moment later, a hole was blasted in Arknavis' defenses, revealing the desolation beneath. Most notable was the massive patch of darkness so deep and opaque that it didn't even look real. Almost as soon as this hole appeared, magic began raining down upon this patch of darkness, every attack easily able to destroy Katagita itself. Bolts of lightning that made Leon's power look tame, fists of fire as bright as Arknavis' sun, motes of light that unmade all matter they passed through, gusts of wind that made the deadliest hurricanes look like a pleasant summer breeze, palace-sized shards of ice with constellations of crystals orbiting them, and more all fell upon Arknavi. Such destructive power was beyond anything Leon had ever seen or truly comprehended before. The majesty of mages powerful enough to act as the guards for some of the oldest and most powerful beings in existence was put on full display for what seemed like him and him alone. And none of it seemed to matter. Every kingdom-destroying attack was swallowed by the sea of darkness below and vanished. Leon hoped they might be able to adapt or have some other plan. His hopes were rewarded when an enchantment of mind-bending intricacy suddenly appeared above the plane utilizing 3 dimensions instead of just 2. This sphere of intense power exploded with power, and then a dome of light began to spread across the sky of Arknavi. At almost the same time, 11 enormous arcs suddenly appeared behind the grave wardens, each one shining with power. Leon wasn't sure what they were going to do, and it didn't seem like the primal devil was willing to give them the chance. The enormous pillar of smoky black darkness rising out of the ruins of Ko-Walik's tower suddenly elongated and smashed into the blue dome with tremendous force. The dome shook and then shattered. The force of its breaking sent the grave wardens and their arcs scattering. Concerning Leon even more was that the shockwave didn't reach him or his arc, indicating a terrifying level of control. A long tendril of darkness rose from Arknavi, its base in the black expanse that was Tel Kirin. It reached upward, winding with deceptive speed through the grave wardens and their arcs, angling, it appeared, toward Arknavis moon. The tendril grew with every passing moment, even as more magic sliced and cut into it. One of the grave wardens even conjured another enchantment array that seemed to try and slice the growing tendril off where it had broken through the previous blue barrier. None of this seemed to have much effect, and to Leon's rapidly growing horror, 9 smaller tendrils erupted from the end of the main tendril fingers, he realized. The tendrilth arm of the primal devil extended toward the moon, its 9 fingers wrapping around the sphere like Leon's would around a handball. And then, despite the grave wardens doing all they could to stop it, the devil's fingers squeezed. The moon, though only about 5% the mass of Arknavi, was still massive, but all that mass availed it not as it shattered almost immediately once the primal devil exerted pressure. Leon was unable to do anything but watch in terrible dread as the moon exploded between the devil's fingers, revealing at its core a comparatively tiny core of red light. The grave wardens intensified their assault, their magics crashing into the smoky darkness of the primal devil's form so thickly that Leon could barely see past it. They brought all they had to bear, so much power that the waves of magic kicked up by the clash melted some of his arc's hull, and tore off many of its outer plates. His arc was sent careening away, breaking his direct line of sight to what was going on, though he could still just barely monitor what was happening with his magic senses, which he did, as sick as witnessing such power made him. The primal devil's smoky darkness consolidated around the sphere of red light within the shattered moon, removing itself entirely from the surface of Arknavi. The sea of darkness where Tel Kirin had been dissipated, the primal devil was released, the source of that dark sea now far above the plane's surface. Despite the attempts of the grave wardens to stop it, despite the apocalyptic magics fired at it, the darkness formed itself into a vaguely human shape. It looked like a pitch-black cloud with lighter clouds outlining it, keeping it visible even against the blackness of the empty void. The sphere of red light began to shine like a new star within the vague suggestion of a head the cloudy figure possessed. Leon closed his eyes even as his arc spun further and further out of control. He held onto the command chair with all he had, concern for the rest of his time flickering through his mind. But when the cloudy figure, the true body of the primal devil, he realized, turned that single red eye in his direction, all of that vanished from his mind. It filled his awareness, utterly dwarfing him. He was like an ant floating in front of Eterna's star, blinded by the red light he saw. He could feel himself screaming, though when had started, he couldn't say. He could feel his eyes burn, his eyelids either flying open or burning away entirely. All he could see was the red light of the primal devil. Malice slammed against his mental defenses, the strength of a being so powerful that Leon, for all his power, was insignificant next to it. All he saw was red. He tried to summon the Thunderbird's lightning to protect himself, but his power didn't respond to him. Another power was filling his body, preventing him from exerting any control over himself. All he saw was red. Pain became his entire existence as he felt his mental defenses put up about as much resistance as his hopes and dreams against this devastating power. His muscles seized as his entire being was laid bare. And all he saw was red. Red light, all he could focus on, all he could see, all he could be. No, 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 he silently screamed, his body no longer obeying him. The primal devil had him, but he couldn't allow himself to die here. He saw Elise in his mind's eye. He saw Valeria, Maya, and Cassandra. He saw Anzu. He saw Marcus, Alcander, Gaius, and Alex. He saw Anshu, Helen, Anna, and Tikos. He saw Iron Striker, the Jaguar, Nikolaus, Sar, Singer, Exalos Ados, and all the other elders that had sworn themselves to him. He saw Artorias, the Thunderbird, and Zaphon. Get out, he silently roared. This was not going to be his end. It simply couldn't be. He had too much to accomplish, too much yet left undone. His clan, his mother deep beneath his mind-shattering terror, wrath blossomed, watered by desperation, determination, and sheer spite. The primal devil would not end him here. He refused to allow it. Wrath burned away his fear like fire in dry leaves. His wrath burned its way through him, starting in his heart, already beating so hard that he could feel his ribs straining to contain it. From his heart, its heat spread upward, through his chest, neck, and head. His wrath, burning hotter than any fire had ever summoned, hot enough to vaporize iron in an instant, hot enough to cut through a plane with ease, hot enough to cut through the universe itself, concentrated in his eyes. All he saw was red, but that red took on a slightly different hue, a hint of orange appeared in the corners of his vision. Leon lashed out. He would not meet his end here. He felt the power around him, the power invading him from every angle, suffusing his being and raiding his mind, recoil, surprised. He lashed out again, his eyes feeling like they'd turned to fire. The power of the primal devil shook, it was becoming dislodged. He lashed out a third time, feeling himself melt away in this wrath, becoming a simple being, all thoughts blending together until all he could think about was to crush the source of the power before him. And in response, the power before him flinched. This power pulled away, leaving him. All he saw was red and orange. But once the power had pulled away, all that Leon was crumpled. He thought no thoughts and spoke no words. He felt like he ceased to be. The only thing telling him he wasn't yet dead was a vague sense of self-awareness. Utterly spent, Leon shut down. All color faded from his vision as he slipped into the sweet oblivion of unconsciousness. Not even aware enough to wonder if he'd ever wake up. And all he saw was black. Red. On the whole, Leon didn't think he liked the color that much. He never had much of a favorite color, but after the past few weeks, red was certainly his least favorite. So, as he slowly returned to consciousness, he was more than grateful to see above him trees, leaves, and a cloudy sky. Or rather, as he realized a moment later, not the sky, but the mists of chaos. He was in his soul realm, yet not in his mind palace. He remained still, opening his senses to all around him. He made no noise, and even closed his eyes again, hoping to get a better feel for where he was and what was going on around him before having to deal with it. He heard the crackling of fire, though not nearly as intense as it usually was around Zaphon, so he figured the demon wasn't nearby. The forest was still, no wind blowing through his soul realm. Were it not for the fire, everything around him would have been completely silent. He felt the ground beneath him, soft and loamy. Grass poked through it, forming a nostalgic bed that reminded him of his youth. He felt like he could go right back to sleep if he laid there for too much longer, the comfort of his facsimile of the forest of black and white almost overwhelming him after the past few weeks. But that would be foolish. Not only was he unsure how he got here, the last thing he remembered was trying to flee Arknavi, but he could also sense a presence, something large, powerful, and much closer to him than he would have hoped for. This presence was neither Zaphon nor the Thunderbird. Has my soul realm been invaded again? Leon wondered, his heart momentarily stopping from the horror of the question. Open your eyes, bastard, a gruff, masculine voice commanded. I know you have awoken. Arise now and greet your elder. Leon scowled, his fear replaced with irritation. He recognized the deep, almost resonant voice, and he wasn't thrilled to know that its owner was here again, even if it meant that his soul realm was more likely than not free of primal devils. He opened his golden eyes and took his time pushing himself off the soft earth. He ignored the enormous man standing imperiously on the other side of the black fire burning in the middle of the clearing they occupied. Instead, he occupied himself with looking around at their surroundings, noting that they were, indeed, in his soul realm. They were about 50 miles away from his mind palace, in a wide valley filled with purple grass and the darker trees of the forest of black and white. "Insolent child," the man growled, his eyes narrowing in anger. Leon almost chuckled provocatively until he noticed a detail that had him momentarily freezing. The man's eyes were the exact same shade of gold as his own. The last time they'd spoken, the man's eyes had been bright red-orange. Other than that, his appearance was unchanged, still the same dark skin. His arms and the skin around his eyes glittered with scales as black as night, and his body was covered in animal furs. He was still enormous, standing at more than 7 feet tall, with long, wild hair loosely tied back, and a look of utter dismissiveness on his face. Although, as Leon studied the man further, he realized that there was one more difference. His chiseled jaw and chin, which had been smooth and hairless the last time they'd met, was now covered in black stubble. "Ancestor," Leon said, noting these changes in the great black dragon's appearance while taking a proud stance, determined not to appear at all servile before this being that had so long spurned him. "Is that how you acknowledge your elders?" the dragon inquired. Leon shrugged. "I've taken your attitude to heart, ancestor," he said. "You want nothing to do with me, so nothing is what you'll have. That includes respect." The great black dragon stared at him for a long moment, his face impassive. Then, he softly snorted and growled, "At least you have sufficient pride." He went silent for a long moment, then slowly circled the fire until he stood before Leon, an arrogant smirk spreading across his face. "I will give you one chance, bastard. Bow before me and acknowledge me as your highest elder. Pay your respects to me as the highest of your ancestors. Swear your allegiance to my blood as your greatest power. Do these things, and I shall acknowledge you as my descendant. I shall legitimize you as a member of my clan, removing from you the stain of bastardry. I shall then send someone to pick you up and take you to your proper place at the heart of the universe, with the rest of my clan." Leon's mood grew worse with every word spoken. The great black dragon was dead, yet here he was, demanding Leon swear obeisance to him, when Leon was, himself, a king. But he controlled himself despite his fury almost reaching his tongue. "How did we get here?" Leon asked, ignoring for the moment the dragon's demand. "Answer me, boy," the dragon responded. "You first," Leon shot back. "Where is the Thunderbird? Where's Zaffin?" A dragon pays no mind to lesser creatures. It was Leon's turn to snort, though his was far more derisive. "Your demand," he began, "what does that mean for me? I'm the head of the Thunderbird clan already, heir to one of the most powerful beings to ever grace this universe. I have a kingdom, and those who follow me do so because of their loyalty to my blood." His aloof and arrogant ancestor sneered and repeated in a more dismissive manner, "A dragon pays no mind to lesser creatures." "Lesser or not," Leon said through clenched teeth, "I would appreciate some specificity." The great black dragon rolled his golden eyes and said, "The lowest member of my clan is higher than even the greatest king. Disregard your lesser titles and weak vassals, a dragon has no need for either." Leon blinked in surprise, the great black dragon's arrogance still shocking him despite the answer being perfectly in line with what he'd been expecting. "Perhaps a dragon can fuck off, then," he said, unable to help himself. In an instant, the great black dragon's demeanor changed completely. Where he'd been standing imperiously, now he loomed ominously over Leon, his golden eyes darkening to their more familiar red-orange hue. "Keep your loyal worms, then," he spat. "Be always scorned by my clan. Never shall you be accepted." "Choke on my indifference," Leon responded with a grin even as his heart began to race. "I've craved your acknowledgement. You can't take away the power I already possess. It's a part of me, beyond your control. And why should I care about your clan, anyway? A dragon pays no mind to lesser creatures, right?" The great black dragon's eyes began to glow with greater ferocity, and Leon could hear a high-pitched whine growing in the forest. Before he could get concerned, however, the great black dragon disappeared, the black fire burning in the fire pit and the high-pitched whine vanishing with him. "Fine," his voice said as if spoken from a great distance and only barely reaching Leon's ears, "a bastard you are, and so shall you ever be." "I don't need you," Leon growled back, unsure if his words could be heard, yet not letting that uncertainty stop him. "Keep your scorn and your acknowledgement. I am Leon Rame of the Thunderbird clan, and that will never change. I will find my mother, and if I ever desire any kind of acknowledgement from your clan, I will gain it myself. I have no need for the regard of the dead. Naught answered him but the silence of the forest. He cast his gaze around, searching the shadows for any sign of the great black dragon. When no sign presented itself, he gave the blackened remains of the fire one contemptuous glare, snapped his fingers to incinerate the remaining wood with black fire, and then rose into the air. Since this was his soul realm, he knew exactly where he was and where his mind palace lay, so he began flying there with all haste, thoughts of the great black dragon fading in favor of all that had happened over the past day. He was grateful to be alive, and as the memory of the pain he felt before falling unconscious slowly returned to him, surprise joined his gratitude. That he yet lived wasn't something he would have expected had he the spare capacity for thought in those final moments when the primal devil turned its baleful gaze upon him. He wasn't sure why he was alive, nor if anyone else with him was alive, either, but he intended to get some answers. And then he was going to go home. He wanted to curl up with his wives and sleep for a week, he wanted to train with his friends, he wanted to do his duties as a king and lead his people to the Nexus. Fuck giving them up, Leon thought with a deep snarl. They're my people. Fury burned within him, but he quieted it as best he could. Replacing it was a more complex blend of emotions, which had him frowning deeply as he landed in the center of his mind palace. There, he found Zaffin and the Thunderbird waiting for him, a look of grave concern on the Thunderbird's face. Leon, she whispered as she sprang forward and embraced him. After a moment, she pulled back and began fussing over him. Are you hurt anywhere? Did that flying lizard do anything to you? Are you all right? I'm fine, Leon growled. I'm fine. You look about the entire breadth of the elemental plane of fire away from being fine, Zaffin observed. I'm fine, Leon insisted. He knew he was lying, but he would deal with that later. What happened? The Thunderbird hesitantly began before cutting herself off and thinking over her words more carefully. The primal devil attempted something. Whatever it was, it seems to have failed. It fled under the pressure of the grave wardens. After that, the great black dragon appeared here and took you from your throne. This seems to have caused you to pass out. He then took you out into the forest. Leon scowled. He didn't pass out because his draconic ancestor had taken him from the throne, he could remember that much. He just did that, he asked. I followed him fully intending to teach him of lightning's heat, but he swore that you would return unharmed. He was polite. Strangely so. He wasn't polite when I awoke, Leon stated. Let's talk about this later. Right now, I need to get back to everyone else. I'll watch over you, Leon, the Thunderbird said, to which he nodded gratefully. Knowing she'd be here was a balm to his frayed nerves. So, as he sat down on his throne, he set the matter of the great black dragon aside, at least for a little while, and focused on the matter at hand. The primal devil, it escaped fled, apparently after it attacked him. He wasn't sure what it did, but he remembered how it affected him, and he wasn't eager to experience that again. As he closed his eyes in his soul realm, he came to consciousness in the physical world. This time, he didn't wait around trying to get a feel for the situation, he simply opened his eyes and sat up. He found himself in a bed in a room made of stone bricks. The floor was tasteful hardwood, and simple red and blue tapestries hung from the ceiling around the walls. It was a comfortable place, though sparsely and simply decorated. A coldness seeped into his eyes, and he had to rapidly blink to keep from tearing up. The longer his eyes remained open, the colder they felt. Eventually, he simply closed them again and projected his magic senses, using them to perceive the world around him as he struggled to his feet. His legs were shaky, almost causing him to collapse as he rose from the bed. Weakness pervaded his body, to the point that just crossing the room to the door was a struggle. When he reached out for the door, however, it flew open, revealing Mari standing there looking quite haggard and stressed. Lele, she shouted. That guy wasn't fibbing. She threw her arms around him, almost sending them both crashing to the ground. Leon grunted and did his best to remain upright while patting her on the back. Marika, he said, where are we? What's going on? Mari released him and backed up to give him some space. Her expression was fairly grim, and she opened and closed her mouth several times as if searching for the right words. Let's go find Tiranu, yeah. I can't explain this for shit, so let's get that fucker to do it. She bounded off down the hallway, and Leon, a frown spreading slowly across his face, followed. Much like the bedroom he'd awoken in, the hallway was sparsely, though comfortably, decorated. However, out here, the hardwood floors had been replaced with cold stone with thick carpet. They didn't go far, the door on the other end of the hallway opening into a fairly large dining hall. The table was simple, and there were chairs for a dozen, though only 2 were filled. Tir rose to greet Leon as he walked in, while Ambrose merely nodded respectfully. Leon, Tir exclaimed, thank the mothers above and below, you're awake. Allegedly, Leon replied as he banished his brown and plastered a smile on his lips. I still feel half dead, honestly. Better half than full, Ambrose said with a smile as he finally rose. As he did, Leon noted that Tir paled slightly and backed off, giving Ambrose all the initiative in the conversation. It's good to see you up and about, Leon. Good to see you. I regret deeply sending you to Arknavy, though I will not demean us both and ask for your forgiveness. Leon stared at the man for a long moment, all that had happened since being teleported to Arknavy rushing through his head. His thoughts lingered especially long on the breaking of Arknavy's moon, and the appearance of the primal devil around the red orb that had been encased within. Given the seriousness of the situation, Leon said, I understand your insistence. How long has it been? What's the situation like now? Ambrose's bright smile dimmed. He tried to speak, but caught himself and sighed. Eventually, he was able to ask, how are your eyes? Leon, his eyes still closed, thought about giving some vague platitude. However, he figured that Ambrose had a reason for asking, and so decided to be more honest than he was inclined to be. They're cold, he said. Any pain? Ambrose asked. Leon frowned in thought and shook his head. Good, Ambrose whispered. Good. Why ask? Again, Ambrose hesitated to answer immediately. Tiranu, Marika, would you two be so kind as to give Leon and me the room? Apologies, I simply wish to speak with him completely freely. Apologies. Tir bowed and made for the door, while Mari stayed just long enough to whisper to Leon, be careful with this one, Lele, he's got a real look of mischief about him. I can handle a bit of mischief, Leon replied, grinning at her. She returned the grin and followed Tir out of the room. Silence fell upon the room for an uncomfortably long moment, and Leon almost repeated his question. However, he knew that Ambrose hadn't forgotten, and simply waited for the answer. After the battle, Ambrose eventually stated, I found you. I found you. Your eyes were gone. What? Leon thought, his face freezing too quickly for him to ask the question aloud. Gone. Absent. My eye sockets were empty. It took him a moment to fight through the anxious smile that appeared on his face to ask, what do you mean by, gone? They were gone, Ambrose repeated. You had no eyes. They had to be healed. They had to be healed. Leon stared at him disbelievingly, though his eyes remained closed. Are they functional? Ambrose asked. There can be some complications with such complex restoration, but I had the best of the best help me. Leon cracked open his eyelids, and immediately, the air upon his eyes felt frigid, but all in all, his eyes seemed otherwise fine. He told Ambrose as much, and the grave warden walked over to inspect him a little more closely, peering directly into Leon's eyes. They look normal, he stated. They look normal. Just wait a little while and they'll acclimate. If you have any problems, be sure to let me know. Leon hesitantly nodded even as he wiped the tears from his eyes, resolving to see some of the best healers on Katagita as soon as he could once he got home. So, he said as Ambrose took a few steps back, a thoughtful look on his face, what in all the hell's happened? What do we do now? The latter's easier to answer, so that's what I'll start with, Ambrose replied. For you, nothing. You go home. You go home. I've asked enough of you. I can ask no more. I can ask no more. That primal devil got away, didn't it? Leon asked, wishing that the Thunderbird hadn't been right. He did, Ambrose confirmed. He fled before we could stop him, to my great dismay. And Arknavy, intact. My friends and I are working to ensure that all traces of our ancient foe are expunged from the plane. The people who call it home will have a chance to recover. Leon nodded, happy for that, at least. None of the other prisoners escaped, did they? No, but what we do now will be difficult to answer. I have some thoughts on the matter, but I must confer with my friends first. Leon nodded. When you decide on a course of action, let me know, yeah. At this point, I'm kind of invested. Will do. But before we discuss matters further, why don't you tell me all that happened? I must know. Leon nodded, but asked instead, where's Ardnera and Serena? They are still recovering in these halls, Ambrose answered. Leon sighed and nodded. That they were still alive was quite the silver lining, he supposed. A primal devil escaped, and he was unable to stop it, but he at least saved 2 people. That was something. So, he settled in to tell Ambrose all that had happened. He suspected it would take a while, after which he had more questions he wanted answered. Chapter 10:26. Growth of the Pride. That's quite the story, the Grave Warden stated as Leon finished filling him in on all the delightful and light-hearted adventures Head had on Arknavy. I apologize again for all that you had to go through. I should have given you contingencies for if my method of escape failed you. Apologies. Apologies. No need for that, Leon said with a dismissive wave of his hand. I get it. After seeing all this, I get it. That primal devil should never have managed to escape. I couldn't stop it. That is no fault of yours, Leon, Ambrose consoled. I threw you into a situation that was way over your head. Not to knock your skills, of course, but I should have done more. I should have done more. As I recall, you indicated to me that you'd already done all you could. That's why you sent me. I could have ignored the rules my friends and I have set and come here personally. Given the severity of the situation as it stands now, they would have forgiven me. Hindsight's perfect, isn't it? How about we focus on what we do now instead of what we could have done better? Reflection's rarely bad, but there's a primal devil on the loose in a missing universe fragment that's probably in its possession. Shouldn't that be more of a priority? Indeed, indeed. Ambrose sighed and closed his eyes for a long moment. When he opened them, Leon could see more determination there than had been there a moment ago. That primal devil was one of the worst who could have escaped. Ko-Walik hid his heart deep within his moon, but that clearly didn't stop him from retrieving it and reforming around it. If we don't find him before he's recovered completely, then there won't be much anyone will be able to do to stop him. Who was he, for you to be so afraid of him? Only one step removed from the primal devil's king. His power was nearly unmatched throughout the universe, though the great Lord Khosrau got the better of him during the Great War. This devil was known as Planerend. When populations of humans grew too strong or numerous, he would come and destroy the planes they lived upon, in the vain hope that none would rise from human ranks that could challenge the hegemony of the primal beings. That seems to have worked out quite well for him, Leon said with a wry smile. Ambrose, however, stared Leon in the eye and remained completely stone-faced. I am in no mood for jokes right now, Leon. No mood for jokes. I don't know how we're going to stuff Planerend back into his prison, or if that's even possible. I don't know where he is or what he may want to do. I only know that he's out there. He was at least injured and weak from his imprisonment and our attempts to stop him from fleeing, and that hell inflict great suffering upon the universe should he not be stopped. We must stop him. We must stop him. How are you going to do that? Well, think of something. Well, think of something. We have time to plan. For now, Leon, I'd rather ask you something. Hit me. I'd rather not. You might not survive. You were a bit light on the details, but how much do you remember of Planerend's final action against you? Right before you lost consciousness. Leon froze in his seat as he thought back to that moment. He remembered the primal devil turning its gaze upon him, filling his perception, causing him to see nothing but the creature's eye or heart, or whatever the hell's that red orb was. He then felt heat and strange power coming to him in his desperation, and then the color red-orange. He had some suspicions about what happened, but he wasn't going to share them with Ambrose. He'd save those for the Thunderbird and Zaffin. I don't remember much, Leon stated. It looked at me, and nothing much after that. I thought I wasn't going to wake up. Ambrose stared at him for a long moment, and Leon carefully schooled his expression to keep his thoughts hidden. He squirmed a bit since Ambrose's aura was overwhelming, but other than that, he didn't think he gave anything away. Then there's no problem, Ambrose eventually said, his voice quiet and subdued, as if he were speaking only to himself. There's no problem. His reaction, however, told Leon that there was a problem, and it probably meant his suspicion was correct. His mouth remained shut, however. Now, Ambrose continued, please turn over Aluva's body to me, I will ensure it returns home. Leon complied, grateful that Ambrose was going to take responsibility for his repatriation. Let's speak later, Ambrose said as he took possession of Aluva's body. For now, I must speak with my fellows. Ambrose rose from his seat, and Leon hurriedly followed suit, concern flashing across his face. What about me? Leon asked. Where are we and when will I be able to return home? We're still around Arknavy, Ambrose explained. This place was built to be a temporary gathering place while we stabilize the situation around Arknavy and ensure that Waylick's charges remain where they are. As for when you'll be returned one day. One day, Leon sighed, having hoped that he wouldn't have to wait that long. However, he supposed one day wasn't that bad. It would give him plenty of time to rest, at least, and to wrap up his business with the team head built on Arknavy. In that case, he said, I'll go and find some of the others. Good luck with your business. We will speak again soon, Leon Rame. We will speak again soon. With that, Ambrose smiled, bowed, and vanished in a flash of blue-tinged darkness. Great, Leon sarcastically bemoaned. A day, fuck. All right, he sighed again and cast his gaze about the sparsely furnished dining hall. He appreciated the minimalist decor, but he had more furnishings in his portable villa, and there was one piece of furniture in particular that he wanted to use, a mirror. So, he pulled one out of his portable villa and held it up with his magic, relishing the fact that he could do that at all without the primal devil's power interfering. Holding up the mirror, Leon peered at his reflection, noting that he looked remarkably pale. Nothing else stuck out to him, though. He paid more attention to his eyes than anything else, but they were the exact same shade of gold as they'd been before the confrontation with the primal devil. There wasn't a hint of red or orange in them, giving him some amount of relief. He didn't consider himself a particularly vain person, but he really liked his eye color and his own power tainting that would not be appreciated. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. As it was, though, he was fine, apparently completely restored. He pulled the mirror back into his portable villa in his soul realm and exited the dining hall through the door that Tyr and Mari had used a few minutes prior. The door opened out into a large oval atrium. The ceiling was open to the sky, putting the night sky on full display. 3 other doors led to other wings of this gathering place, but Leon ignored them in favor of walking over to Mari, who'd been sitting on a stone bench with her eyes trained on the sky. She sprang to her feet as soon as she noticed him, however. Lele, everything all right? Everything's just fine, Leon said with a jovial smile. Well, that's not true, everything's still pretty fucked, but it's no longer our job to fix it, so I'd say that makes everything just fine. Mari chuckled. Despite everything, that's something to be grateful for, isn't it? Let some other fuckers take care of all the shit, right? Leon nodded, and they shared a laugh. When they went quiet again, Leon asked, how have you been doing? Lots have happened over the past few months. Maris' expression immediately fell. That's I don't know, Lele. I kinda don't. Leon softly laid his hand on her shoulder and pulled her into a loose hug. She buried her face in his shoulder for a long moment, and he pretended not to feel her shaking or to hear her sobs. He also pretended not to notice the wet marks on his shoulder when she pulled away, nor her bloodshot eyes. She laughed in embarrassment and said, hey, Lele, you're actually kinda nice, ya know. Hey, you keep that to yourself, Leon said with mock anger. King's errand nice. If this gets out, I might be humiliated. Mari softly punched him in the shoulder. Sure. To answer your question, I can't. I mean I can't. I don't know how I am doing, and I don't know what I am gonna do now. My father's gone. Most of my friends were conscripted into Ard Kun's army, and they're gone, too. I don't really have anywhere to go, ya know. I know, Leon replied. I spent the first 16 years of my life in a place that I can no longer return to. I mean, I can go back there, but without the people who used to live there with me, it'll never be the same. That loss, it'll never fully heal, but it gets easier to handle with time. That doesn't help much, Lele. Leon shrugged. Then let me try something I hope will be a little more helpful. Why don't you come back to Eterna with me? You know that we have machines like arcs and golems, and we'd love for you to share your knowledge with us. It'll ensure you're well compensated, too. Mari hardly gave the matter any thought before a smile broke out across her features. I'd love to, Lele. Leon grinned. Not even going to haggle a good price. I am eager to get some of the Ulta suit magic engineering added to my people's canon of knowledge, and I'd pay quite well for that. You're trying to scam me, Lele? Mari asked. No, Leon answered with a hint of confusion. I trust ya. I don't think you're going to fuck me over with compensation, so why waste the time with haggling? I know some people who'd be mortified that you didn't at least try it, Leon said. And not even because they're greedy, they'd just think that you're hurting your own position by not trying to get a better deal. Fuck em, Mari replied with a shrug. They don't like it, they can eat my ass. Leon snickered in response. Then, something occurred to him. You're going to have to learn the local language. Fortunately, I have just the solution for that. He pulled the rumble stone out of his soul realm and allowed Mari to use it. Ah, fuck, shit. She cursed as she held her head. That's unpleasant, a small price to pay for something so useful, though if ya say so, fuck, guess I'd better get practicin', huh? Mari nodded, but before she could truly start, Leon asked, I'll come and get you when it's time to leave, but it's going to be at least a day before that happens, to make any preparations you need before then. Do you know where the others are? I'd like to check in on the other three. Mari pointed to one of the doors on the longer side of the atrium's oval. Leon thanked her and entered the door, finding himself in another hall that appeared to be set up as some kind of hospital. Why he hadn't been recovering here he wasn't sure, but he supposed he appreciated the solitude. That solitude was evidently denied Serena and Ardnara, for both were lying insensate on little more than cots. Tyr stood vigil above Nara and acknowledged Leon's entrance with a shallow bow. Tyr knew, Leon exclaimed as he walked on over. I have half a mind to call you Teresa's just for old time's sake. I'd hardly classify a few weeks ago as old times, Tyr replied as he put on a gentle smile. Well, we just faced down a primal devil and survived. We've experienced more in these past couple of months than most do in their entire lifetime. Tyr conceded the point with a quick nod of his head. So, Leon continued, what are your plans for the future? Tyr took a long moment to think before answering, his eyes lingering on Leon before shifting to Nara. I have spent most of the past day praying to the gods for insight into that very decision, Leon. Wise Faranjan has yet to bestow upon me any insights into the future. Leon quietly nodded before slowly, hesitantly, asking, you know you can come with me back to Eterna. I would give you a place in my kingdom, should you want one. Tyr smiled and chuckled self-deprecatingly. He didn't immediately answer, so Leon gave him some time to think. By Mulitan, Lord of Memory, I once said to you, Leon Rame, that only the virtuous can be trusted to wield their powers responsibly. And you followed that up by stating that no man is virtuous. I would like to revise that statement. Tyr fixed Leon in a serious stare. You have proven yourself virtuous, Leon. Hardly perfect, only the gods shall ever be so, but you have virtue in abundance. Humility, honesty, and integrity. There are few that I would trust with power, but you are one of them. I appreciate the words, Tyr knew, but to be honest, I can be pretty damn arrogant if the situation calls for it. I can lie if need be, and well, I try to have integrity, but I am not the best judge of that, so I'll say no more. From what I've seen over the past couple months, Leon, you would be a king that I would gladly follow. I would sleep well knowing that I serve a worthy king. Leon almost smiled, but he could hear the sadness in Tyr's voice, and he could almost physically feel the but coming. But, Tyr continued, I cannot follow you back to Eterna. Arknavi is my home, I will live and die upon it, and now that the devilish power is being banished by the grave wardens, my people will need my help to rebuild. I will never be free of my past, of all the blood I spilled, but that doesn't mean I can't try and make the world a bit brighter before the red-eyed one finally comes for me. Atonement will never be achieved, not in the truest sense, but perhaps just Hellier will smile upon me when I am brought before him if I give all the time I have left to my people. Leon smiled bitterly and said, I won't hide my disappointment, but I understand. Thank you for aiding me as long as you did, my friend, and I hope you find the peace you seek. May the gods aid you in your future endeavors, Leon Rame, Tyr responded. Leon reached out and clasped the other mont's arm, and then they parted. He took a moment to inspect the other two, noting that the cots they laid in were heavily enchanted and were doing an admirable job expunging their bodies of darkness magic. He figured he could have added some of the Thunderbird's lightning to the mix, but he decided not to for fear of disrupting what already seemed to be working. He supposed he'd just have to hope that Nara would wake up before he left if he wanted to share some last words with the prince. Leon then left the hall and returned to the room he'd awoken in. It was a comfortable enough place, and he had a lot of business to attend to. First and foremost, he checked all of his gear. So much exposure to the primal devil's power couldn't be good for his sword and armor, even if they were powerful pseudo and real adamant. However, when he made his quick check, he found that little was wrong, save for a powerful need to clean his armor at some point in the near future. He'd enchanted it to be self-cleaning, but it was a small enchantment, and spending 2 to 3 months traversing a desolate darkness-soaked plain was a bit too much for it to handle. Iron Pride was in even better shape, the adamant and iron needle within ensuring that even the power of a primal devil couldn't so much as tarnish the blade. Once that was done, Leon got comfortable in the bed and cast himself into his soul realm. It was time to have a chat with the Thunderbird about just what in the hells happened between him and Planaren that left him without his eyes, and, he suspected, may have aided the Grave Wardens in injuring the primal devil to the point of driving him off. When Leon opened his eyes in his soul realm, he found the Thunderbird and Zaffin both waiting by his throne. So, he said as he rose, "Primal devils. How bad is it that one is now loose on the universe?" Spectacularly, Zaffin immediately answered. The primal devils were always crueler than the primal gods. They created demons. That's all the proof anyone needs of their malicious intent toward the universe, the Thunderbird added. In my day, I only rarely had any interactions with the primal devils. They aren't social creatures, and this is practically a distinction without much difference for those beneath them. I would argue that they are more indifferent than they are malicious. They spare no thoughts for those caught in their power, only what use they can extract from others. Leon scowled. That's not encouraging to hear. Planaren seemed to take a personal interest in me, focusing on me instead of 11 grave wardens showering him in deadly magics. Never a good thing to attract the attention of something with such an over-the-top name like Planaren, Zaffin quipped. Right, Leon agreed. Where's the primal devil named, helper of puppies or protector of all the cute and cuddly things? Dead, the Thunderbird said without a shred of irony. Primal devils who weren't strong and willing to employ violence were killed during the final war. Any idea why Planaren avoided that fate? Leon asked. Power, the Thunderbird simply stated. She gave Leon a deadly serious look and added, as I've told you many times, power is the key to everything, whether you agree with that or not. Become strong, seek power, and all else will fall into place. Have you seen me slacking in my training? No, but I repeat myself to keep you from becoming complacent in the first place. Leon lightly frowned but stated without any sarcasm, thanks. I suppose it's better to be annoyed than to fall behind. That's the attitude that'll take you to the Nexus, my boy. The Thunderbird reached out and ruffled his hair a bit with a silent laugh. You'll need that strength, Zaffin added, for when Planaren comes for a second round. You think he'll make some move against me? Zaffin averted his gaze for a moment in favor of staring out into the mists of chaos. He stood there thinking for a long moment before turning back to Leon, his orange-yellowish eyes burning with deadly severity. Yes, you will never be completely safe so long as Planaren yet exists. He took an interest in you once, and that interest will not go away. Honestly kind of makes me wonder why he ran away, Leon said leadingly. If he's so powerful as to present such a danger, how was it that he was fought off in the first place? Don't play dumb, boy, it's unbecoming, Zaffin crackled. Leon shrugged. I have my suspicions for why it left, mostly having to do with the Grave Wardens, but I find it difficult to believe I did anything at all that might have compounded that threat. Even if my suspicions are correct, it would still be unbelievable. Yes, the Thunderbird agreed. But unbelievable though they are, belief will not change reality. So let's state it clearly. You utilize the power of the Great Black Dragon. Not black fire, but that old lizard's destruction power. Silence fell upon the three as they contemplated what that meant. The red light emitted from the Great Black Dragon's third eye was deadly, able to shred matter with extreme ease. It was the ultimate form of destruction, and in the public histories of the 7 dragon clans, none but the Great Black Dragon himself was ever able to use it. At least, not publicly. And yet, Leon recalled a strange power welling up from within him as the primal devil turned its gaze upon him, and it had apparently left him without eyes. So it was this power that destroyed my eyes? Leon asked. Yes, the Thunderbird confirmed. I'd have thought that power I used, no matter how instinctual, wouldn't have affected me like that. Power without control is a dangerous thing, especially to the mage wielding that power. A common mistake to make, Zaffin mused. I wouldn't be surprised if the leading cause of death for powerful mages was overestimating their abilities and getting in over their heads. Arrogance, power, and age are quite the combination. Case in point, Leon murmured barely audibly, though Zaffin was more than close enough to hear him. Fortunately, the comment went unremarked upon. This power, Leon continued with greater gravity, was strong enough to fight off Planaren. Despite the vast distance between us, Or was it just a distraction that Planerend couldn't get through in time with the Grave Wardens applying pressure? Both, in all likelihood, the Thunderbird answered. And you'll want to see if you can use that power again, Zaffin advised. Planerend took an interest in you once, he'll do so again. You don't think the Grave Wardens are going to hunt it down and return him to his box? Fuck no, boy, these Grave Wardens have, so far, proven themselves to be highly incompetent. Planerend may not wind up being our problem to deal with in the end, but he will certainly be a problem that the Grave Wardens struggle to deal with without abandoning their other duties. And since he took an interest in you, for some unfathomable reason I mean, you do host a Lord of Flame, but other than that, why would a primal devil spare you so much as a single glance? You're not powerful or threatening or interesting enough for that. Thanks, demon, Leon said, his words dripping with sarcasm. Please, boy, such thanks are not necessary, for I but speak the truth. Enough, you two, the Thunderbird interjected, which Leon found just a little uncharitable. It wasn't like he was the one levying insults, good-natured though they may have been. The fact of the matter, Leon, is that Planerend had many reasons to take an interest in you. Your attempted thwarting of his plans, your rather unique biology, your transformation, thank all who will listen that you did not fall into his hands. You would have been ripped apart and put back together countless times to satisfy Planerend's curiosity. Or perhaps simply killed, Zaffin countered. The primal devils weren't shy about getting rid of any perceived competition that wasn't able to defend itself. The Thunderbird tilted her head in acknowledgement of the demon's point. I'll see if I can practice using that power, Leon stated, but I don't have much hope. I don't know how I used it and the circumstances were certainly extraordinary. And on top of that, let's not forget that that power melted my fucking eyes. If the price of learning to use this power is my eyes every time I try practicing, I may just make do without it, as I have done until now. I will try and find some way to help you practice safely, Leon, the Thunderbird said. Leon nodded to her in thanks. He then loudly exhaled and sat down on the steps in front of his throne. He ran his fingers through his hair with one hand while rubbing his eyes with the other. Fuck, he exhaled, his voice packed with all the frustration of the past few days. It's over now, the Thunderbird said as she sat down next to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. You're safe, my boy. No you're not, and don't delude yourself into thinking you are, Zaffin responded, eliciting a reproachful glare from the Thunderbird. Until Planerend has been found and captured, you will never be safe. Though your meager talent may make this goal unattainable, Leon, your first and highest priority from here on out should be to achieve apotheosis. You need that power. I would tentatively agree with Candle, the Thunderbird added, though making children with your women should still come first. Then training. Leon chuckled. Here's hoping. What are the chances that any of them are with child? You'll find out tomorrow, the Thunderbird replied. Yeah, I suppose I will, won't I? So long as Ambrose sends me directly home. And so long as Planerend doesn't hunt you down, Zaffin stated. Not much I can do about that right now, is there? Leon retorted, his tone only partially serious. Then train, you moronic fuckboy. Getting quite passionate about this, aren't you, Candle? Zaffin exhaled deeply, sounding to Leon like he was on the verge of losing his patience. As you said, demons are the creations of the primal devils. We secured our freedom at the end of the primal age. While I hold no great love for many of my fellow demons, I do not wish to see my entire race enslaved again. That's an interesting thought, Leon said as he fixed his eyes on Zaffin. Might Planerend head out to the distant void and try to seize control over the elemental planes? To do so would provoke all the lords, and might even get the princes off their fat asses, Zaffin crackled. Planerend on his own might not be able to do so openly, but in secret, he also probably has a universe fragment, Leon mentioned. That too, Zaffin whispered. A tremendous amount of damage can be done in my home if Planerend were to visit. That devil will do damage no matter where he ends up, the Thunderbird stated. Leon, I agree with Zaffin that you must train, but dealing with Planerend is not your duty. Your duty, as much as it can be called such, ended the moment the Grave Wardens arrived to try and fail to clean up this mess. Let them deal with the mess of their own creation. Focus instead on your own family, on your own power, on your own people. If Planerend comes after you, then be ready. Leon sighed. I get it. I'll focus more on training when I get home. Might temporarily delegate some of my duties to the elders. He paused, tears face flashing through his mind. A good king doesn't abandon his people for personal power, though. I can't just ignore my responsibilities. A good king is strong, the Thunderbird shot back. Strength is the most important aspect a king can have. If a king is weak, then the kingdom is weak. I disagree with that, Leon said. Ha! Zafin cried out. You, a man so young you're practically a newborn, have the temerity to disagree. Have you learned nothing in your 4 decades of life? I've learned enough, Leon testily stated. I've learned that while strength is of great personal importance, a kingdom is more than its king. A kingdom can be strong without a strong king. The burden of strength would simply fall upon others in that case. And those others would make for better kings, the Thunderbird said. If they are strong, then they'll act as kings themselves, in the stead of the true monarch. Has it not stood out to you, Leon, Zafin said, that the rulers of kingdoms are always the strongest in their kingdom? That makes a lot of sense, though, Leon responded. The ruler will have access to the best resources, and the personal power to kick anyone else down who tries to usurp them. And if a successful usurpation takes place, it was because the king was too weak, the Thunderbird added. No usurpation would happen if the king was strong enough to prevent it. Leon scowled briefly. The logical conclusion of that line of thinking is that the sun wouldn't rise, the stars wouldn't twinkle, and the nexus wouldn't explode every 100,000 years if a king is strong enough to prevent it. Like that, you prove my point. If you don't want to worry about usurpations and challenges to your authority, your greatest protection will be personal strength. Don't try and deny this, Leon. Humans yearn to be ruled by the strong. If they believe you to be strong, then they won't act against you. They want to follow the strong and will follow you if they perceive you to be strong. Simply being of my blood won't avail you forever. I have no intention of lazing around, as I feel like I've said 100 times by now. I just disagree on a philosophical level that the king must be the strongest mage in his kingdom. I'll concede that it would certainly make his rule easier, but it's not necessary. And in that, you're wrong, Zafin argued. Strength is a king's greatest virtue. Should he lack it, then the people he thinks to rule will replace him. His enemies will think him vulnerable. The shitbirds who covet his land and resources will feel emboldened to act against him. And having a strong army doesn't factor into any of this. Leon asked with a roll of his eyes. Why would an army follow a weak king? Zafin asked. Bureaucracy, Leon suggested. Because they're well compensated. Compensation does little to assuage the ambitions of powerful mages, the Thunderbird cautioned. It takes a certain amount of ambition for a mage to reach higher tiers. Those who reach those higher tiers you'll be more inclined to place in positions of authority. But they're also going to be the ones most disposed toward acting against you. Leon closed his eyes for a moment and thought over his passengers' arguments. They weren't wrong, he knew that. But he also didn't want to get into a long political and philosophical debate on the subject when, in the end, he'd just wind up agreeing with them that his position would only be strengthened if he grew stronger. That much, at least, was not in doubt. He said so aloud again, and then prepared himself to get some rest. It had been a long few months, and the rest he'd gotten in the wake of the escape from Tel Kiran was not nearly enough. So, with the events of that flight running through his mind, he returned to his throne and got ready to pass out. Even though he didn't need sleep, sleep still sounded like just the thing he needed to properly rest his mind and pass some time before Ambrose would send him home. The last thing he wondered before slipping into the land of dreams was what had happened to the ark that had gotten them off the plane. Leon's sleep was blissfully dream-free, though he didn't get quite as much as he would have liked. He was awoken by a soft, though insistent, knock at his door. He rose from his bed, blinking sleep out of his eyes, and answered his door, finding Tir standing there looking apologetic. I hope I did not pull you from the embrace of Rethel, bringer of dreams, the old monk said. I only wished to inform you that Prince Ardnera, by the grace of the gods, has woken up. Leon's eyes widened in surprise and relief. He'd wanted to speak with Nara before leaving, and he was happy he had the opportunity to do so. By his estimation, he'd been asleep for 10 hours, so he still had many hours left until it was time to leave. Let's go, then, Leon said with a grin as he gestured to the hall behind Tir, and the old monk quietly escorted him back to the hospital hall. When they entered, Leon found that Serena was gone, but Ardnera was propped up in his bed by what seemed to be dozens of pillows, his heterochromatic eyes only barely open. They did widen slightly when Leon and Tir walked in, though, showing that the prince was at least aware of his surroundings. Leon pulled up a chair to sit next to Nara and asked, "How are you doing?" Tyr, on the other hand, bowed in their direction and then exited the hall, though after closing the door behind him, he merely stood next to it, clearly giving them some measure of privacy. Nara groaned and said, his voice so weak that Leon had to strain to hear it, "Bad, I'm sorry to hear that," Leon said. "I'd offer to try and help, but to be honest, I'm not sure what kind of help I could provide that hasn't already been given." Nara summoned the energy to wave his hand dismissively before closing his eyes in concentration. Leon felt the prince's aura shift slightly as power raced through Nara's body. After a moment, Nara opened his eyes, a bit more vim and vigor visible in the mismatched orbs. "I'm feeling better than I was," he gasped. "I'll recover, your determination does you great credit." "It had better," Nara choked, "I don't have many other virtues." Shouldn't have, jumped down there, stupid, you were thinking of your people," Leon said consolingly. "As far as such mistakes go, I think this one is fairly reasonable. You'll see your people again, you'll get to go home." Nara closed his eyes and leaned back on his pillows. "That sounds nice," he whispered. "I don't envy the task you face, rebuilding a kingdom. But if you keep your people in mind, you'll do just fine." Leon's previous conversation flashed through his mind, and he gave the prince a shallow smile. "Keep training. Ensure a disaster like this doesn't happen again. I'll be cold and dead before I allow that," Nara declared with a surprising amount of strength. His aura was continuing to stabilize, too, and Leon figured that if he continued like this, he might even be on his feet before Leon's time to leave came. "Speaking of rebuilding," Leon said, "will there be any place for Tyrannu in your kingdom?" An ugly snarl passed over Nara's face, though it was gone almost as soon as it appeared, replaced by a look of subtle distaste. "All who wish to help rebuild shall be welcomed," he said. Some though, will be watched. Exiles can be lifted, but forgiveness, trust, will be hard to come by. Tyrannu will never have the influence over the kingdom of the blue sky that he once did. But to turn down help, the gods would turn their backs upon me if I did this without reason." "I'm glad to hear that," Leon quietly said. "Personally, I think he's an honorable man who deeply regrets the mistakes of the past. I think he'll prove to be an asset for you going forward. He'll be useful. He won't ever be allowed back into the halls of power." Nara's eyes closed, and while his aura didn't drop in intensity, Leon could sense that Nara's attempts to aid his own recovery were starting to falter. "It's good to see you awake," he said, "but don't push yourself too hard. We'll talk at least once more before I return to Eterna, so get a bit more rest." He smiled and stood up, intending to return to his bed and get at least a few more hours of shut-eye. Before he could do so, however, Nara grabbed his hand. His grip was fairly weak and Leon could have broken out of it easily, but he allowed the prince to arrest his departure. "Thank you, Leon Rame," Ardnera whispered. Leon turned back and nodded to the prince. "I'll accept your thanks, though I think it's better reserved for those who gave more than I did. I only wish that we'd succeeded in our objective and not had a primal devil wandering the universe." Now, Nara paled and his grip strengthened. "What?" he croaked. "It escaped. Ah, Tyrannu hasn't filled you in, then?" Nara shook his head. "By the gods, tell me. What have I missed?" Leon gave him a pained grin before settling back into his seat. If Nara wanted to hear this instead of resting, Leon supposed he could oblige. He launched into his second long explanation of the day, though he at least only had to start at the point of Nara jumping down the lift shaft leading to the passages beneath Tel Kiran and their subsequent separation. The rest, he figured, shouldn't take too long. True to his word, Ambrose returned to the stone villa after only a day. Leon had long since finished his chat with Nara by then, and after having left the man to continue resting, had taken to exploring the villa. It was a remarkable building, having been constructed on a tiny plain amidst the divine graveyard. Leon found it surreal to stand on the edge of the plain, his toes curling around the lip of the island, his eyes staring out into the endless abyss. Stars in numbers beyond counting dotted the void, each one orbiting its own plane. An uncountable number of planes existed out there, too, though bereft of such light. How many times has the Nexus undergone reconstitution? Leon wondered. How many pieces of former Nexuses have been blasted out into the void and now exist as planes? The future of his clan lay out amongst these stars. 100,000 years sounded like an immense amount of time, and it certainly was, but the foundations of a powerful clan were laid in the plains. A long-lasting clan could hardly be built in a place that periodically destroyed itself. And yet, it was to the Nexus that he would first take the Thunder Kingdom. That was where they would find their legs amidst the universe. It was there that they would find the resources they would need to return the Thunderbird clan's hegemony to places like Tyrans, Kypros, and Minnows, the most important planes in the former clan's domain. It was all out there, in the void. With a single step, he would be amidst it all. "Be careful over there," a voice said from behind. Leon didn't turn around. He knew who was there, and he also knew that the man was unlikely to take offense if he remained standing where he was. "I'm quite sure-footed," Leon replied. "Be that as it may," Ambrose said as he took a position at Leon's side staring out into the endless black void, "it would be damn hard for you to return if you were to slip." "Damn hard. I think I could find a way," Leon stated. "You have not even yet achieved apotheosis," Ambrose replied, his tone a little chastising. "You do not even know what lies out there." "I've done well so far," Leon stated. "I now have the support of many powerful and competent people. How much can they help if they're far away?" "How much?" Leon smiled and didn't directly answer. "Have you any advice?" he asked. "For being out there, I mean." Ambrose's brown eyes scanned the void, undoubtedly seeing it in ways that Leon could not yet. "It is chaotic," Ambrose stated. "Millions and millions of planes, many with men and women living upon them. Many more with all kinds of monstrous beasts hostile to human life. Interplanar wars are common in more densely populated planar clusters. Most planes of any significance owe at least nominal allegiance to some power in the Nexus, though most retain some level of autonomy. So long as their tribute flows, the powers that be don't generally interact with them much, focusing instead on the problems found within the Nexus. We are relatively isolated here in the Divine Graveyard. Despite our proximity to the Nexus, we are not oft disturbed. I prefer things this way, keeping a deep buffer between my home and the problems of the rest of the universe. I much prefer this state of affairs to the alternative." "Understandable," Leon stated. "Any news about Planarend?" "None," Ambrose replied with a scowl. "None. We have no idea where he's fled." "None. And out in the vastness of the universe, he has no shortage of hiding places." "How will you search for him?" Leon asked. "Your duties demand you remain here, don't they? I and some of my counterparts have apprentices. All have achieved apotheosis, so they will venture out into the void and seek our errant prisoner. He will be found. He will be found." Leon slowly nodded, quietly hoping that Planarend would be. He had enough on his plate without worrying about a primal devil coming after him, too. Though, for some reason, he doubted that he would get off that lucky. "So," he said after a moment's silence, "what now?" "For us, I mean. Now," Ambrose replied, "I return you and your people to your homes. Oh, and take this." He retrieved another silver twig from his soul realm and gave it to Leon. It was small, more akin to the one Leon had been given during the 5 days he was given before heading to Arknavi. At that thought, he couldn't but feel some guilt. He wondered if he could have found some way to prevent Planarend's release if he'd had another 5 days to work with. With a sigh, he banished the thought. What was done. Not much point in dwelling upon it unless there was a lesson to be learned there, and he couldn't see one other than using it as a reminder not to waste time. If only I was a prophet, he sarcastically thought. He focused instead on the future. He had a monumental task ahead of him, which the Grave Warden helpfully reminded him as he elaborated on the twig. "I will return you to Eterna, and you can go home to your kingdom. Use that twig to come back to my tower, and we can speak at your convenience about my promise to take all of your people to the Nexus. I fully intend to follow through on that promise. Fully intend. When you're ready, no matter if you wait 5 years or 5 centuries, I will follow through on that promise. Just snap that twig and come to my tower whenever you want." "Just snap that twig." Leon nodded and said, "Thanks. Might be a while, though. Take all the time you need." "All the time." Leon pulled the twig into his soul realm and turned back to the void. Ambrose studied him intently as the silence between them stretched. "Is something on your mind, Leon? Your thoughts seem heavy." Leon smiled bitterly. He glanced at the Grave Warden but didn't answer until his golden eyes turned back to the void. "What would you do, Ambrose, if someone dangled something in front of you, something that you'd craved all your life? But this someone demeaned you, rejected you in the past, and demanded that you give up things you love in order to take this thing you've long craved." "Quite the hypothetical," Ambrose replied. "Quite the hypothetical. I suppose my response would depend on the exact circumstances, but I know my place. I wouldn't lower myself, debase myself, just to acquire what I want. I do not think I am a proud man, but I still have pride. And my pride, scant though it is worth a great deal to me." Leon's eyes lingered a moment on a red star twinkling in the sky. "My thoughts align with yours. It would offend me if someone were to dangle a prize in front of my face, only to snatch it away when I don't immediately bark on command. Still, if it's a real shiny prize, there might be some regret in not obtaining it." "Keep your chin up, Leon," Ambrose said. "In my long life, I've suffered many indignities. In the end, a prize you've earned, even if it's more modest than one you haven't, will always be worth more than a prize only given to you. So whatever might be offered, I would recommend you to not take it if there are strings attached. Don't take it, earn it yourself. Take it from this old man. The path to the least regrets and most happiness is to be your own man, not to sell yourself to those who don't value you. Turning something you may desire down may hurt, but if it comes at a cost too great to pay, you'll be happier in the long run for not taking it. Much happier. It seems that we are still of the same mind about it," Leon said as he finally took a step back from the edge of the plane. "I'm ready to go home, Ambrose. How is this going to work? Marika will be coming back to Eterna with me." "Ah, wonderful, wonderful. My plane will only be richer for her presence." "Richer. Well, let's head back to the Great Hall and we'll speak on the subject more." Ambrose turned on his heel and led Leon back into the villa, heading back to the dining hall where Ambrose had first welcomed Leon after he'd regained consciousness. The other three still in the villa were already there waiting, with Mari standing there looking equal parts eager and nervous, Tiranu seeming rather calm though with an undercurrent of anxiety, and Ardnera standing as firmly as he could, though he was leaning on the table for support. "Lele," Mari called out as they entered, her face lighting up in excitement. "Marika," Leon answered as he walked over to the group. "Ready to see Eterna?" "Yep," she answered, though her voice wobbled slightly. Leon clapped her on the shoulder and stated, "We'll be working on arcs, and when we reach the Nexus, we'll have access to greater resources. In other words, Marika, you'll be able to return to Arknavi in the future. This isn't goodbye forever." Mari visibly relaxed. Yeah, thanks, Lele, I don't mean to be an ungrateful bitch about this, think nothing of it." Leon looked around the hall, his eyes narrowing slightly at not seeing something rather important. "Do you have your Ulta suit? It didn't get left behind in the Ark, did it?" "No, I have it," Mari said with a laugh. "The Ark's fucked, though, I ain't getting back in that fucking thing." "The Ark is quite valuable," Ambrose cut in with a good-natured smile. "It flew with the great armies of mankind as they threw off the yoke of the primal gods and devils so many millennia ago. It may be severely damaged, but my friends and I took it into our possession. It will fly again, it will fly again. To allow anything else would be unthinkable for such a venerable machine." "Good luck repairing it," Leon said. "We weren't gentle with our treatment of it." "Neither was Parnavi," Ambrose said. It's no matter, it's no matter." Leon nodded gratefully, then turned to the other two in the hall. "How are you doing, Ardnera?" "Better than I was a few hours ago, Leon Rame," Nara replied. "Ready to return to my wife and my people. I have been too long absent. A king ought not be absent from his people for long." "Indeed," Leon agreed. He held out his arm and said, "Though our acquaintance was short, it was an honor to fight alongside you, Ardnera." "Likewise, Leon Rame, should the gods smile upon us, we shall meet again." Nara clasped Leon's offered forearm. "I would like that." When they released the other, Leon turned to Tiranu. "The same goes for you, Tiranu. I should like to see you again, if possible." "May Mandius, Lord of all in heaven, will it so," Tir stated. "I will pray for you and your people, Leon. Though, they may not need it, if the quality of their king is anything to go by." Leon grinned and outstretched his arm to Tir. The old monk clasped it as Nara did, and Leon said, "You're a good man, Tiranu." "No, I'm not, Leon. Not yet. I may never be a good man, but I will never stop trying to be one." They released their forearms with one more respectful nod, and Leon turned finally to Ambrose. "By the way," he said, "where's Serena? I couldn't help but note her absence. She didn't die or something, did she?" "No," Ambrose confirmed. "My friend who acts as the warden for her home plane simply took her home early." Leon slowly nodded in thought. "That's, well, none of my business, I suppose. Still, I might have liked to wrap things up with her. Get some closure." The universe may conspire to allow you two to meet again, Ambrose stated. It may not, too. The future cannot be seen. If only it could, then we might all live without regrets, Tyr said. If only it could, Ambrose repeated. Now, I'm sure you're all eager to return home. You're all eager. Allow me to send you all on your journeys. Leon gave Tyr and Nara one final nod of respect before, with a snap of his fingers, Ambrose sent them home. Spheres of blue-tinged darkness surrounded them, and when the spheres dissipated a moment later, the two men were gone. Ambrose then turned to Leon and Mari. It was their turn, now. Where will we find ourselves? Leon asked a little, nervously. I will return you to your palace, Ambrose stated. Where else would I put you? Where else? Can you send us to Elder Hall? I would prefer to give my people at least a little bit of warning that I'm returned instead of just appearing in their midst. Ambrose agreed, though Leon had to give him more specific directions to Elder Hall, as he wasn't entirely familiar with all the various buildings around Stormhollow. Very well, I'm ready, Ambrose said. Prepare yourselves. Leon glanced at Mari, who, despite still smiling, had gone rather pale. You'll be welcomed, he said. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. Thanks, she said. I think I'm gonna worry anyway, Lele. He softly chuckled. I get it, new place. Will take some time to adjust. Mari hummed in agreement, and Ambrose asked, Are you two now ready to head to Eterna? Are you ready? Yes, Leon replied. Sure, yeah, fucking of course, Mari stated. She might have continued if Ambrose hadn't snapped his fingers, causing two more spheres of blue-tinged darkness to appear around them. All around Leon went dark as he felt the cold and the pressure of being sent into a teleportation tunnel. It was an easy thing for him to travel to the other end, and in a flash of light, he appeared standing right in the center of the Elder Hall. He breathed deeply, noting that Mari wasn't yet there. But above him were the frescoes of the Thunderbird and the 10 tribes, while around him was the hall he'd become familiar with. The benches around the dais were empty, but the trees around the silver and blue magic lanterns were active, and there were a few guards near the door. These guards zeroed in on his position almost as soon as he appeared, and sprang into action. They drew their weapons and lunged forward to contain the intruder that he assumed they thought he was, only to halt in their tracks after a moment, recognition dawning on their faces. In a moment, they fell to their knees while in a flash of light, Mari appeared next to Leon looking decidedly uncomfortable. Fuck, that was unpleasant. She complained before noting their surroundings and the armed guards who looked like they were conflicted about whether they should confront her or continue kneeling to their king. In Eterna's common tongue, Leon told the guards, Please inform your superiors that I've arrived. Marika here is no threat. The highest ranking of the guards immediately replied, Yes, your majesty. The guards sprang to their feet to follow his orders, while Leon smiled at Mari and said in Azarian, Please be patient. There's a lot that's going to happen now, but just bear with me. Yeah, that can do, Mari said in Eternan Common, her lips still struggling a bit with the language despite having as perfect of an understanding of the language that Leon could give her with the rumble stone. She took a deep breath and crossed her arms across her chest while Leon shifted his attention. Now that he was back on Eterna, then that ought to mean, all it took was a cursory look at his soul realm, and he felt the connection he had with Maya. Already, he could feel her attention upon him, and as he sent her his love, he could already feel her magic senses, and those of dozens of others in the city, washing over Elder Hall. I'm back, he said to his river nymph empress. Give me a couple minutes and I'll come straight home. Maya didn't so much respond in words as she did in feelings. He could feel intense excitement and deep relief, both emotions strong enough that it seemed Maya was at a complete loss for words, and sending the emotions was simply faster. At the same time, Leon projected his magic senses. His power pulsed out over the city, and he could see it all. The tribal districts, the districts, for the city's residents, and his palace. He could see the Heaven's Eye Tower that was taking shape, already about 50 feet tall, and he could see several relatively small units of the Central Army training on the assembly fields to the city's south. Within his palace, though, were the people he most wanted to see. Most of his friends were there, as were all of his ministers. Iron Striker, the Jaguar, and Ipadameni were there as his chancellor, marshal, and steward respectively. But of them, he focused on 5 people. He could see Anzu painting under the guidance of an instructor. Maya was standing on the edge of the large pool most of her lesser nymphs had taken up residence in, all of the emotions she'd sent to Leon reflected in her expression, Valeria was with Nestor studying enchantments, and Elise and Cassandra were in a meeting with several diplomats who appeared to be from the mainland. Almost all of them had noticed his return, and just to make it clear, Leon reached out to their minds with a simple message. I'm home. Chapter 1029. The Lion's Pride. Leon led Mari out of the Elder Hall and onto the spacious porch. He'd hardly been back for more than a few minutes, but he could already feel the city starting to light up with excitement and movement. He decided to give everyone at least a few minutes to get ready, so he stood out in front of the Elder Hall with Mari, gazing out on Stormhollow. The city was no Ilion, certainly, with its almost unbroken urban landscape all down the Scamander River, and many forests of golden towers, nor was it like Evergold, which was almost more forest than city. Still, Stormhollow was grand in its own way, with many estates and palaces from wealthy merchants and tribal holdings. The unique architecture of all 10 tribes was represented here, from the large communal housing of the Hawks to the wider open spaces of the Lions, giving Stormhollow a unique feel among all the cities that Leon had ever lived in, even including Oculara. Of course, all of the city's grandiosity paled in comparison to the splendor of the palace that had been built for him not too far away, and he could see that it had only grown even more magnificent in the time he'd been gone, as murals, frescoes, and reliefs were added to the wings that hadn't yet been completed when he'd moved in. As he stared down at the palace, he could see the Tempest Knights already assembling an honor guard in the front courtyard, while most of the various bureaucrats and tribal elders and chiefs in the city were hurriedly gathering there, as well. At the same time, the guard detail for Elder Hall had assembled a group of 20 guards around him and Mari, though they were keeping a respectful distance. So, Leon said in Eternan Common, "What's your first impression of my city?" Mari responded in the same language. "It is, finest city I have ever seen." Leon grinned. "I'm happy you think so. I never saw city, I have never seen a city that was not affected by devils," she continued, still struggling with the language though her pronunciation was already improving. Leon nodded in thought. He was a bit ashamed to admit it, but the fact that Mari was still a young woman, possibly 20 years old at the most, had slipped his mind a bit. Arknavi was already in an advanced state of decay when she was born, thanks to Planarend, so this was likely her first time just breathing in untainted air, seeing an untainted city, and absorbing untainted power from her environment. Untainted by a primal devil, at any rate, Leon revised. "So many people," Mari whispered in awe. However, her demeanor fell slightly as something appeared to cross her mind. She frowned lightly before turning to Leon and asking in Azarian, "Where will I stay?" I don't wanna. It looks easy to get lost down there. Lele, you can stay in my palace for as long as you wish," Leon stated in Eternan Common. "There are hundreds of rooms available that are meant for visiting dignitaries and other guests, let alone the attached barracks for the Tempest Knights. I'll have some rooms set aside for you that you can stay in as long as you like. We can also discuss compensation later so that you can find a place of your own, if you wish." "Thanks you," Mari replied in Eternan Common. Leon smiled and nodded before turning his eyes back toward his palace. He'd given everyone enough time and he figured it was time to head over. "Want to see something cool?" Leon asked Mari. "Always," she responded with an expectant grin. Leon returned the smile and took a few steps away. Once there was enough room between them, he activated his transformation enchantment, turning into his silver thunderbird form in a moment right in front of Mari, who shrieked in surprise and almost fell back in her haste to give Leon even more room. "What the fuck?" she shrieked, switching once more back to Azarian. "You're an ascended beast." "No," Leon replied mentally, noting that she twitched a bit as his magic connected with her. "Or, well, I suppose it would be a matter of academic debate, wouldn't it? I'm a human who can transform into a beast, whereas ascended beasts can transform into humans. I was born and raised as a human with an inherited bloodline, though, and only gained the power to transform more than 20 years after my birth." "Ah, I see," Mari stated as she slowly grew more relaxed, though not quite to the degree that she'd been only a few seconds before. "Learnin' something new every fucking day, I guess," she whispered. "Didn't think this was even possible. It wouldn't be without the unwilling aid of a primal god, but that's a story I can tell another time. For now, are you good to fly?" "Another time, huh, just gonna brush that off, Lele. Now I'm curious, but I'll stow my curiosity and say that yes, I am ready for flight. Or I will be in a moment." With a wave of her hand, Mari conjured her Ulta suit, still curled up in the same pose that Leon and Mari had stowed it in back when they were still fixing the ark to escape Arknavi. With swift feet, Mari bounded over and jumped in. In but a moment, the Ulta suit was hovering above the ground, and Mary's voice from within said in Eternan common, "Ready now." Leon nodded again, then with a single wingbeat, took flight. Mari, followed by the score of guards watching them, followed him into the sky. Leon didn't set that quick a pace, but even then, his palace was close enough that they were on their final approach in only a few minutes. As had become almost a tradition for him, Leon circled the forecourt 10 times before coming in for a landing. Mari and the guards followed him during his laps before landing just behind him. The whole time he was circling, more than 1,000 people below who'd assembled in the forecourt shouted, stamped their feet, applauded, and did all they could to welcome their king back to Stormhollow. Leon, though he was happy to be back home, spared a moment as he transformed back into his human form to take a good look at the massive column of porphyry still standing in the center of the forecourt. The beautiful purple stone was to be his clan's totem, and in the time he'd been gone, work had begun on carving it. The Thunderbird would be at the top, as was proper, while an image representing him would be on the bottom, in the most important place. Others that were important to his lineage would also be added, including his father, grandfather, and Demetrius, the son of Jason Karanos, who was the progenitor of House Rame. Notably, Jason Karanos himself was not going to be added to the totem. Leon was rather critical of the man's decision to invade Eterna and didn't feel like honoring him on the clan totem. His attention, however, was snatched away from the column when he noticed a certain beautiful blonde hurtling toward him like a speeding arc supercarrier. Given her power, Leon was barely able to open his arms and take a single step back to brace himself before she flung herself at him. Cassandra crashed into him with such force that Leon was forced to take several steps back, spinning her all the while to bleed off her excess momentum. Leon was momentarily concerned about her doing so in public, but the watching crowd only cheered more loudly at the sight, so he relaxed and let himself enjoy having one of his wives in his arms again after many weeks' absence. For her part, Cassandra held him just as tightly as he held her, and though she didn't say anything, Leon could feel her shaking. So, he wrapped his arms around her tight waist and held her as close as he could as he started walking toward the grand stairs leading up to the front of his palace where the rest of his family was waiting. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Though he tried not to make too many assumptions, he noted that Cassandra, Elise, Maya, and Valeria were all just as fit and trim as they'd been before he left. He'd been gone less than 3 months, of course, and he was at least aware that it took time for any potential pregnancies to start to show, but he at least noted that Cassandra didn't have any objections to having his arms tightly wrapped around her waist. At the same time, none of his other ladies were quite so vigorous in their greeting, as they were waiting closer to the palace, so a small ember of hope ignited in his heart, despite his best attempts to temper his expectations. As he walked, he reluctantly released Cassandra to walk at his side, hand in hand, though she gave him quite a cute pout when they finally parted. Just behind him, Mari followed, though she remained in her Ulta suit, drawing quite a few inquisitive looks from their onlookers. The guards that had accompanied them from Elder Hall, meanwhile, returned to their post after completing their 10th circling of the forecourt. The first people that Leon ran into in front of the palace stairs were the Tempest Knights, led by Alcander and Alex. Led by their commanders, the entire force that was present kneeled before him, while Alcander and Alex each flashed him welcoming smiles, which he returned in full. "Everything been going well, I trust?" he asked. "Hells yeah," Alex immediately chirped. Alcander, meanwhile, grinned enthusiastically and added, "I look forward to giving you our updates, Leon, for I've always loved sharing good news." "I'm looking forward to it, too, my friend," Leon stated as he passed them and the rest of the kneeling knights. The knights rose as he passed and added their shouting and roaring to the rest of the crowds. Just behind the Tempest Knights were Leon's 3 highest ministers, followed by the more important people in their branches of the bureaucracy. Led by Iron Striker, followed by the Jaguar, and then ending with Ipadameni. "Welcome home, Your Majesty," Iron Striker stated. "The kingdom has sorely missed you. As have we all," the Jaguar added. "And it balms all of our aged hearts to see you return hale and hearty," Ipadameni said. "As it balms mine to see that everything seems in tip-top condition," Leon answered. "I will speak with you 3 soon, and if what I can already sense is anything to go by, I'm sure I'll be pleased with how the kingdom has been in my absence." "As is your will," King Leon, Iron Striker accepted. Your Majesty must be tired, so we'll make sure the kingdom remains silent while you rest. Leon nodded to him gratefully. Then, the three ministers bowed, allowing Leon to pass them. Following them, Leon saw and briefly spoke with dozens of other higher ministers who had been filling out the ranks of his bureaucracy, nearly all of whom were tribal elders. However, he was pleased to find that there were about a dozen of the new praetor judges he'd appointed before he'd left for Arknavy there to greet him, too, none of whom had bloodlines. He fought through all of the greetings as best as he could, making sure to have at least one exchange with everyone in his path before continuing. However, as important as these people were, he wanted to be home, and to him, that meant finding his friends and family and disappearing into the depths of his palace with all haste. Fortunately, the people between him and the rest of his people weren't endless, and he soon found himself standing at the top of the stairs surrounded by the people he'd most missed. Marcus and his squire Lucianus, the son of the paladin Roland. Marcus was as strong as ever, and it seemed that Lucianus was getting stronger too, to Leon's delight. Anna was there with Irene, both looking not only quite happy to see Leon back but also happy with each other. Helen was also at Anna's side, looking and smelling like she'd just gotten done experimenting with some truly terrible concoctions in her alchemy lab. Gaius stood nearby, a soft, dignified smile playing at his lips. Red was far more aloof, sitting on the edge of the roof overlooking the forecourt in her human form. Leon didn't mind her not coming down to greet him, deciding that her simply being there was enough. Anzu, his clothes, hands, and even a bit of his face splotched with bright paint, looked happier than anyone Leon wasn't romantically attached to, and when Leon released his grip on Cassandra's hand, it was only to pull his brother into a tight hug, completely disregarding the possibility of staining his clothes with paint as unimportant. Notable for his absence was Anshu, and Leon quietly vowed to ask about him later. However, for the moment, his attention was seized and held by four others. By the time he'd released Anzu, Cassandra had rejoined Maya, Valeria, and Elise, and all four ladies were staring at him with varying expressions. As was the river nymph's wont, Maya's was the most straightforward. She stared at him hungrily, heat in her eyes and love pouring through their connection. Leon could guess what she wanted and he wouldn't be shy in admitting that he wanted it, too. Valeria was more reserved, though Leon had known her long enough to recognize the yearning in her gaze, the way her eyes wandered over his form, quietly inspecting him for any sign of damage. Cassandra, having gotten her initial embrace out of the way, was more relaxed, though she still watched Leon with a contented smile on her face as she idly played the end of the long braid that most of her hair had been pulled into. Elise's expression was the most complex, being a mix of joy and unease. There was a hesitance in her expression, as if she was afraid of something now that he'd returned. Leon had to once more fight his urge to make assumptions, but he could practically feel the ember of hope in his chest eye. As he smiled at her, Elise's hesitance vanished, and she took a few steps forward, took his face into her hands, and pressed her lips against his. The crowd thundered its approval, and Leon and Elise lingered like that for a long moment, simply reveling in having each other back. Once they parted, Elise whispered, "Welcome back, my love." "How could I stay away?" Leon whispered back, "The thought of getting home and seeing you all of you again kept me going. But we can talk about that later." "Yes," Maya insisted as she practically pulled Elise and Leon apart so that she could take Elise's place. Later, Leon and Maya gave the crowd a repeat performance of Passion, to similar results, and when they parted, Leon gave Valeria a questioning smile. She subtly shook her head, and he was both disappointed and relieved. They'd get their passionate reunion, but that was for them alone and wasn't going to be shared with the kingdom. "I see you've brought company, husband," Elise said as she turned her emerald eyes to Mari, who was standing about as awkwardly as she could in her Ulta suit behind Leon at the top of the stairs. "Ah, yes," Leon responded, "everyone, we can do more personal introductions later, so we can make this brief. This is Marika, an exceptionally talented magical engineer I met on Arknavy. I offered her a chance to come and join this kingdom, and she accepted. For now, she'll be staying here with us, so be sure to give her a warm welcome. I'll speak with the seneschal to arrange proper quarters and storage options for that, golem." Gaius said. "Ulta suit," Mari replied. "Yes, that," Gaius said with an apologetic grin. "Speaking of golems," Leon said as he glanced around the forecourt, noting a few more absences. "Nestor and the giants, where are they?" They moved north to be closer to the Ravens Mountains, Elise explained. It's made getting them Thunderwood Amber more of a pain, but it's still sped up the process for getting the giants into their new bodies considerably. At this point, we've almost gotten 1,000 of the giants out of Reikos and into their new frames. Already, Leon said, amazed. They're certainly working fast. Nestor has been complaining about needing to get them working on other things, Valeria stated. He's impatient and wants to focus on other research. I'll go knock a bit of sense and caution into him later, Leon said. Until then, how about we all head inside? No need to have everyone out here burning up in the sun all day. Before we do that, Elise said, I need to warn you that we have some guests inside from the mainland. Dignitaries from the empires. That's not surprising, Leon said. I half expected the Lord Protector and Grand Druid to be here. They sent full ambassadorial delegations, Elise responded, but they're not the ones I wanted to warn you about. Leon cocked an eyebrow in interest. Oh, who, then? The Sunlit Empire sent an ambassador seeking your permission to set up an embassy, Elise stated, and the Sentinels have also sent an ambassador, though they haven't quite so far as to say that they want an embassy, just yet. The Keeper sent someone here, Leon whispered, almost amazed at that turn of events. I was rather expecting him to find some excuse to continue being surly and hostile. This is fantastic. Yes, fantastic, Maya interjected. Sex now, other stuff later. She grabbed Leon's arm and began steering him toward the doors. Just got home and already putting me to work, are you? Leon teased as the rest of his family fell in behind him, while with a jerk of his head, Leon ordered Gaius to follow through on seeing Tamari. You consider laying with us to be work now? Cassandra responded in faux outrage. Leon shrugged noncommittally, then said, I'll show you my real thoughts on the matter soon, princess. Promises, Cassandra replied. Though he made something of a show out of complaining, Leon didn't once try and fight Maya leading him to their private residential wing of the palace, and in fact, was enthusiastic enough to almost lead her instead. He supposed he should have seen this coming, though, a simple glance to his ladies was all he needed to see that as. Tired and happy to be home as he wasn't going to get any rest anytime soon. Chapter 1030, 3 months with a long, contented sigh, Leon slid beneath the surface of the pool-sized bath. The water was almost scaldingly hot, with steam rising from the water's surface. But to Leon, its heat was delightfully comforting, heating him down to his core and relaxing his muscles until he felt like he was nothing more than a puddle of flesh at the bottom of the bath. He didn't stay beneath the surface for long, despite how comfortable he found it. He stayed below for long enough to admire his ladies, who were largely relaxing closer to the shallower edges, and then returned to float on the surface. The bath was in the center of a small private courtyard, with the water open to the sky. The area was, as was only right and proper for his palace, heavily warded against unwanted observers, so he and his ladies could bask in the light of the sun in peace. And he did just that, having spent months on Arknavy, where getting a glimpse of the sun was incredibly rare. But as if the city was rejoicing in his presence once again, the weather had been nothing but warm and sunny in the 2 days since his return. Of course, until heading out into the bath, Leon hadn't seen much of the sun. He'd spent most of that time alone with his ladies, resting and recuperating after all that had happened since leaving Eterna. In that time, the issue of heading back out into the world and participating in society again was raised a couple times, but Leon largely brushed it off. He wanted just a few days alone with his family before having to deal with anything else. Of course, what he wanted and what he got wasn't always that similar. As he surfaced, he felt the water ripple with power, and he was dragged back over to where most of his ladies were waiting. Cassandra, Elise, and Valeria were all sitting there. Elise and Cassandra were as naked as Leon, but Valeria had wrapped her body in a towel while as he came to a halt, his head coming to rest just above Elise's thighs. Maya appeared beneath him, an impish grin on her face. You're not getting away that easily, my dear, Elise said as she let her arms drift across Leon's chest and arms before tightening around him in an embrace that told him he wasn't going to be drifting away from her again. Only an idiot ignores politics, Cassandra added, her voice surprisingly soft for how reprimanding her words were. Politics abhor being ignored. Leon wanted to snipe back at them both about how that's why he had ministers, but he knew that was a mistake. He was a king, and he wanted to take that duty seriously. As much as he enjoyed spending time with his family, he was getting a bit antsy about seeing to his duties. Before we get into all that, Leon said, how's Marika settling in? Valeria answered. Gaius left a report earlier today. She was introduced to Nestor and the giants via calm lotuses. They've spent the past 2 days endlessly discussing her suit, and I think there was a suggestion that Nestor was going to fly back to Stormhollow to see it in person. Figures that's why he would come back, not to see me, Leon said without a shred of bitterness. He understood. One of the biggest things pushing him to get back out into the world was the promise of further study into enchanting and magical engineering. He had a lot to share with Nestor, too, such as the enchantments that Tyr had shown him beneath the monastery, which Leon was sure Nestor would get quite the kick out of. So, Elise said after silence fell for several seconds, are you finally ready to hear what you've missed? Leon frowned but nodded. He'd been far too busy either telling them of Arknavir or taking at least one of them to bed to listen to anything more than a brief overview of what had been happening on Eterna in his absence. All ears, he said. I hope you'll be at least a little bit tongue, too, husband, Elise replied with a gentle smile. Dealing with diplomats in your absence has been trying, and though we've been doing our best, there are still many issues that need your input before they can be resolved. Then let's start with the most pressing, Leon said as he shifted around to lean against the edge of the bath with his wives, lover, and mate. The most pressing is the diplomat from the Sentinels, Elise informed him. He has a message that's meant for your ears only. He's been quite insistent on that, and refuses to leave it with any of us, or to leave it all until he could gain a private audience with you. Odd, Leon stated. Any idea what he might want? Tell him your theories, Elise said as she turned her emerald eyes toward Cassandra. I was going to, bitch, Cassandra replied without a shred of heat in her voice. Elise yelped a moment later, but not due to anything the Imperial Princess did, but rather because Cassandra punctuated her statement by pinching Elise somewhere Leon couldn't see. You two seem quite comfortable with each other, he observed as Elise gave Cassandra a faux outraged expression and splashed some water at her. It's been a long few months without our dear husband here, Cassandra responded in a playfully mocking tone. We've had no choice but to console ourselves in your absence, Leon cocked an eyebrow and grinned at the implication. He ran one hand over Elise's body and reached for Cassandra's, only for his hand to be lightly slapped away. We still have work to handle, my king, she sternly said. There's a lot of work that involves this, too, that we should handle, Leon said with a suggestive tone, though he already knew what the answer would be. Elise gave Valeria a look over his shoulder, and a moment later, all the water around him froze solid. He gasped in surprise at the sudden chill, though with nothing more than a frown sent at his silver-haired lover over his shoulder and a quick channeling of fire magic, her ice rapidly melted. Business first, Valeria said, then pleasure. You make it sound like the two are separate, Leon quipped before turning back toward Cassandra. But you're not wrong. So, what's the keeper doing? My grandmother has informed me that there have been some curious movements amongst the Sentinels lately, Cassandra explained. Ever since the wars that saw your clan removed from power here in Eterna, the Sentinels have controlled your clan's old capital. Leon silenced her with a stern glare and a raised finger. Our clan, he corrected. Right, Cassandra said, looking a little embarrassed. Right, have to keep that in mind. Spouses don't generally join houses in the sacred Golden Empire, Elise elucidated for Leon. She will one day bear strong, powerful, and wise members of the Thunderbird clan, Leon said, reaching out for her once again though with less lascivious intentions this time. If that doesn't make her a member of my clan, then I don't know what would. But even if you don't, even if my wife is all you ever are, then I'll still always consider you a part of my clan. You're a part of my family, full stop. Cassandra smiled at him as she drew his hand down to her abdomen. In the almost 2 days since his return, Leon had confirmed with his ladies that none of them were yet with child. He'd done his best to contain his disappointment when learning that, especially with all the preparations that they'd made before he left to try and conceive, but it had been hard, and he was sure some of it bled through. Part of the reason why he'd holed up in the palace for so long was to try and make it clear that whether or not they had kids, he still loved them all. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it, we'll make it happen, she said, to which Leon nodded. But to get back on topic, the Sentinels have always considered the ruined capital to be absolutely off limits. No one's allowed there, and if they find that anyone's trespassed, they are publicly executed. Harsh, Leon stated. I can't help but wonder how many clan artifacts remain to be discovered there if the capital has been protected from looters. We might get a chance to find out, Cassandra continued. The Sentinels have apparently been preparing some kind of expedition into the capital, or so we think. My grandmother thought that the Keeper was abandoning his principles to try and get his hands on Thunderbird equipment, but then the Sentinel diplomat showed up on the Thunder Kingdom's shores, and opinions changed. The current assumption is that the Sentinels are preparing to grant you access to the site. It won't come for free, Valeria cynically stated. Nothing ever does, Elise added. Stupid humans, Maya grumbled as she poked her head above water for a second. Should just head over and take what you're looking for. If only it were that simple, Leon said. He knew Maya was only expressing frustration and not actually advocating for some kind of conflict with the Sentinels over access to the site, but he would be a liar if he tried to claim that he'd never at least considered just going there and seeing what the Keeper might do in response. For now, though, he was content to let the Keeper decide if and how to answer Leon's request for access. After all, he had his kingdom already working on everything of critical importance, to the point that he was sure even Nestor's needed wisp repair tools had a good chance to be replicated within the next century with the dead man, the ravens, and Mari all pooling their knowledge, so he didn't think there was anything he specifically needed from the site. He'd love to get any cultural or historical information from the site that he could get his hands on, though, I'll speak with the Sentinel diplomat first, then, Leon stated. I'm now very interested in hearing what he has to say. Other than him, Elise said, the other 3 empires have also sent diplomatic missions, all asking for permission to establish embassies. That can be easily arranged, Leon said with a smile. He could understand the 10 tribes' desire to remain aloof and disconnected from the goings-on of the mainland, but this kind of international recognition was invaluable. This kind of diplomatic interaction would help to ensure that their new peace would last. It has also been brought to our attention, Elise continued, that the Pegasi states have been badgering the Sunlit Empire to back them in making reparation claims against our kingdom. Leon sighed again, this time a little more exasperatedly. He could understand their anger, too. 80,000 years of war weren't so easily erased, but he was reluctant to pay any kind of reparations. His kingdom would need all of its resources when he led it to the Nexus, and he doubted any of the Pegasi states would act against the Thunder Kingdom without the backing of at least one of the empires. And even then, I can't see any of them moving without 2 or more empires in their corner. Ignore that for now, he said. Maybe if they try and make some claim with his directly, then we can address it. But until then, just pretend that we don't see them pressuring the Sunlit Empire to press their claims. Not like the Sunlit Empire can do much to pressure us, anyway, Valeria stated with an almost vicious grin that was quickly mirrored on Cassandra's face. The Sunlit Empire, Leon knew, was far from stable. Archaean remained in power, but he'd yet to lay claim to the imperial title. As it was, there were quite a few competing factions that were forming in the empire's power structure, and without a clear emperor there to manage them, these different factions were starting to object to Archaean's continued control over the government. Leon wasn't worried, though, since Archaean still had strong international support. Keeping the Sunlit Empire down was in everyone's best interest, and he doubted Ilion or Evergold would allow Archaean to ever be put out of power when he'd proven fairly amenable to their interests so far. He just hoped that the man would reach the 10th tier soon, as that was essentially the only roadblock he was facing to declaring himself emperor. There were a few distant relations to the empire's imperial family, but they were all extremely magically weak, and none of the factions were backing them, which Leon found quite notable. No one in that empire wants to support their previous emperor's extended family, he noted. Consequences of being a shit monarch, then, isn't it? He silently vowed to take the lesson to heart. Sunlit was such a terrible emperor that without him being there, exerting his will with his 10th tier power, the people practically turned on his family. What about Heaven's Eye? He asked, addressing the final foreign power of much consequence. The Bull Kingdom, of course, had an embassy already in Thunderhaven, but they were so far away and so comparatively weak next to Heaven's Eye and the empires that he hardly counted them. My mother has been having quite a bit of success recruiting locals into the new branch, Elise said, almost glowing with pride. The tower is rising ahead of schedule, and we think there are only a few months left until we can have our grand opening. Heaven's Eye will be doing business on Katagita before the year's out. They're moving fast, Leon observed. As well they should. Have we had any word from the director lately? He's been sending us regular updates on most Heaven's Eye operations, Elise explained, but there hasn't been much of anything of concern in those reports. No news is good news, Valeria stated, to which Leon was tempted to agree. Has there been any news about Anshu? He asked, which drew a frown from Valeria. No, she said as her sapphire eyes narrowed in concern. We've not had any communication from him at all since he departed before you left. Nothing, Leon asked, seeking clarification. Not even a letter or call on a calm lotus. Nothing, Valeria confirmed. I can ask my grandmother if there's been anything coming out of the Raj that might indicate he ran into some trouble, Cassandra offered, though from her tone Leon knew she didn't think that would turn up much. We should try and look into this, Leon said. Anshu was already punctual with his updates when I had him infiltrate the saltwater road. If he's not updating us now, I'll put out the word of what we're looking for, then, Cassandra said, and Leon nodded in gratitude. As for the rest of the retinue, Leon continued, I'll be speaking with them all individually later, but has anything come up in the time I've been gone that I should be made aware of? Anna asked Irene to marry her, Valeria said, and Leon's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Irene said yes. No wedding has been scheduled, but you should keep that in mind. Wow, he said. Anna did tell me that she was thinking about this, but I thought she would wait a while longer. Good for her. For them both. Alkander's going to need paternity leave soon, Valeria added a little hesitantly as she sent looks of concern to Leon's other three ladies. Of the five of them, she was the only one not yet trying for kids, though she was still sensitive to their feelings on the matter. Sophia's due in about 4 or 5 months. Good for them, Leon said a little more flatly, though he meant the words. Alkander can have all the time he needs. I wish them both luck in raising their kid. Maybe they can save a little for us. Elise responded, the quiver in her voice betraying her true thoughts despite her otherwise light tone. Leon smiled at her and held her closer, while Cassandra snuggled up on the other side and Maya rose out of the water to plant herself in Leon's lap, her back pressing up against his chest. Leon held them close, then gestured Valeria closer to join them. Any other pressing concerns? Leon asked. None that spring to mind, Valeria said. Helen's been working hard at something, but I'm not sure what it is. It might be worth going to her first out of everyone else. She's been burning through materials like crazy, Elise said. The cost exceeded even Nestor's experiments before he ran off with the ravens to make more golem frames for the giants. Leon's eyebrows shot up. That much? Huh, wasn't she working on refining Hesperidic apples into concentrated juice? I think she'd get angry if you were to phrase it so crudely, Elise said, but I think that's what she's doing, yes. Huh, the Thunderbird whispered from his soul realm. Trying to recreate ambrosia, unlikely to succeed, but maybe. What's that? Leon asked. Just what she's trying to make. Refining the power contained in Hesperidic apples into the single most delicious beverage in the universe. Does wonders for gaining strength. If you had 100 bottles of the finest quality ambrosia in the Nexus, you'd be guaranteed to achieve apotheosis, Leon. Of course, the finest bottles are extremely rare, but if you could establish a way to make ambrosia before you even left this plane, even if that ambrosia is low quality, then you'd be in a fantastic position to rapidly gain ground once you reach the Nexus. Sounds like Helen needs some support, Leon replied. He quickly relayed what the Thunderbird told him to his ladies, and excitement began to grow regarding the promise that Helen's research held. Talk even turned to possible information regarding ambrosia hidden away in the clan's old capital on Eterna, since the Thunderbird clarified that all great clans had their own infrastructure for brewing ambrosia, and hers was no exception. In other words, there was even more incentive to try and gain access to that palace complex in the near future. With that excitement buoying them, Leon and his ladies got out of the bath. There was some temptation to drag them back to bed, but Leon refrained. There'd be time for fun and making children later. Right now, it was time for him to head back out into the world and actually be a king. Chapter 1031. Status of the Kingdom, Your Majesty, Iron Striker formally stated as he gave Leon a straight-backed bow. Your Majesty, Ipatameni repeated as he, too, bowed to Leon. Your Majesty, the Jaguar stated with a wry smile as he followed suit. Enough of that, Leon growled as the three men stared at him with some amusement. This was his first real day back as king, having spent the previous 2 holed up with his family in the private wings of his palace. But now he was rested and ready to return to work. And that meant meetings, lots of meetings. This one was the most important, though, as it was a general meeting with all of his top advisors in the city that he'd put in charge of his royal bureaucracy. That meant that there were no elders present to represent their tribes. This was a meeting purely about royal issues. The room, the Meeting was held in was an almost depressingly boring conference room, though the walls were intricately carved with reliefs of the Thunderbird clan, while the roof was clear glass, letting the light of the sun shine down upon them. Leon's advisors all sat at a U-shaped table in front of him, while he sat at a table all on his own upon a raised dais. He would have preferred a more standard conference table, but this was what the tribes wanted their king to be, so he supposed he could live with it for just this meeting. His chancellor, marshal, and steward all took their seats, but they were not the only members of his top advisory council. Clear Day, the Tauhid taken into his service, had been appointed his first praetor, the head of his judiciary, so he was present. Alcander was present, too, as the commander of his Tempest Knights. He also had several other ministers of lower rank who were specialized in more specialized branches of the government, as well as some of his higher minister's top subordinates. The last minister of note was the Axe Bringer, who was the de facto mayor of Stormhollow. And, of course, there was a veritable army of secretaries and notaries accompanying everyone, including Gaius and half a dozen other secretaries for Leon alone. Would anyone else like to annoy their king by sticking to court protocol? Leon drawled. Clear Day then bowed and stated, "Your Majesty." Leon rolled his eyes as everyone else then did the same before taking their seats. "All right," he said once all asses were polishing their assigned chairs, "now that we're finally through all of that, let's get right down to business. How has the kingdom fared in my absence?" Iron Striker, as the senior most of his ministers, was the first to answer. "I'm proud to report that you have returned to a thriving kingdom, Your Majesty. We're finally starting to reach a point where we ought to slow our recruitment of soldiers and bureaucrats for fear of overstretching the treasury. While I'm not quite at the point of saying that we have an adequate central bureaucracy, what has been built is proving itself a considerable force acting for the benefit of the people of Katagita." Leon nodded as Iron Striker went into much more intricate detail regarding those who had been hired for his royal bureaucracy. Accountants, lawyers, tax officials, statisticians, and so many more. In total, the central bureaucracy had grown from being almost completely non-existent to more than 30,000 strong. An impressive cohort, but the Thunder Kingdom had a population measured in the billions, and Leon knew that a few tens of thousands of officials weren't going to be enough to manage all the affairs of his kingdom. Fortunately, each of the tribes had its own administrative structures to handle their issues, relieving much of the administrative burden that Leon's bureaucracy might have had to handle. After Iron Striker's report came the Jaguars, and he elucidated for Leon the expansion of the Central Army, the fleets, and the Ark Armada. The Ravens were building at a prodigious rate, and a great deal of the money Leon's government was collecting in taxes was going right to the Ravens to fund the construction of new arks. "But that runs us into a deep problem," the Jaguar said as he finished his report on the arks. "Share it with me," Leon commanded. "Our supply of Titanstone is inadequate for our purposes," Leon's marshal stated. "There is only so much I can, as most of our Titanstone comes from the common lands." Leon grimaced. The commons' lands were just that, common, which meant that it was land ostensibly owned by everyone on the island. In practice, the administration of the region was rather chaotic and mostly dominated by the bears since they were the closest tribe to the region, and the spiders since their people comprised the majority of the miners. The only reason that Leon could see why the common lands hadn't completely devolved into anarchy was because the region was very sparsely populated, with the only towns around springing up around the Titanstone mines. Otherwise, it was a dangerous territory filled with many dangerous beasts that the bears enjoyed hunting and capturing. The bigger problem that Leon could see was that all the tribes had their own stakes in the area, and all of the Titanstone mine there was brought back to their respective tribal lands for refinement. It was a needlessly complicated supply chain, but if he were to try and alter it, Leon could see that he would anger many people. Titanstone was the single most valuable resource on the plain, after all, and all the tribes wanted their cut from the common lands. "As much as it pains me to admit," the Jaguar said, "we need to fix this situation. If we don't, then expanding Ark production will be impossible. Doing that will be enormously expensive," Ipatameni stated. "We can't just move Titanstone refinement facilities. If we are to simplify this process, then we'll have to build new refinement facilities somewhere." "Just so," the Jaguar agreed. Leon sarcastically grinned, suspicion picking at him in the back of his mind. "That sounded almost rehearsed," he stated. "Should I assume the two of you, if not more, have been discussing this problem?" Picking up on his displeased tone, the Jaguar grimaced and said, "We didn't wish to waste your Majesty's time." And as this is a problem that affects us both, we have discussed it before. It was only when we realized that we hadn't the authority to fix the problem that we agreed to escalate it here. As you should, Leon stated. He considered adding more, but as he looked around the room, he wondered if he was right in being annoyed. He didn't like being led around, and he didn't want his position as king to become nothing more than a rubber stamp. And yet, what was the point of putting competent people in charge of these bureaucratic apparatus if they couldn't talk amongst themselves or solve problems on their own? If he had to make all the decisions, then there wasn't much point at all. Still, it irked him greatly that they'd already decided on a single course of action that might fix this problem and expected him to just agree. He did agree that such expansion of the titanstone industry was warranted, but he scowled in displeasure at the situation, but he realized what he needed for this particular problem. Before we do anything, I'm going to create a new administrative division. The common lands need to be better administered. I will appoint a governor to oversee the region and ensure that any decisions we make regarding Titanstone are carried out. Stricter royal control over the common lands would trample on tribal rights, the jaguar protested. We have shared that land for thousands of years, and we will work to ensure that anything seized is fully compensated, Leon said. I will also ensure that all tribes remain involved in the area. But as you've said yourself, we need to increase our production of titanstone to keep up with demand. It's a critical resource, we need a better system to acquire that resource. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. The jaguar still didn't look convinced, so Leon added, we'll work with the tribes. Strive for the best of both worlds, tribal benefits, and greater efficiency. The jaguar bowed his head slightly in response, though Leon could tell the man still didn't like it. I'll speak with him later, Leon vowed before ordering them to move on. Sensing the tension in the room, Ipatameni focused entirely on their financial situation. Leon wasn't heavily taxing the tribes, but his treasury still had high revenues. In fact, a full third of the treasury's income was coming in from taxing Stormhollow alone. Another third came from taxing the tribes, and the final third came from taxes and tariffs levied against certain intertribal and international trade. Since Heaven's Eye was still getting set up and relations were still frosty with many mainland states, international trade was dreadfully low but was projected to increase dramatically as tensions cooled. Leon was already planning on meeting with all of the foreign delegates over the next few days to help ensure that relations improved and trade increased. Following Ipatameni came Clear Day's report on the work the praetors had been doing. Thankfully, most of the cases they'd been handling had been solely in Stormhollow, but there had been a few intertribal disputes. Fortunately, those disputes had been fairly clear-cut and easily resolved, but Leon knew they wouldn't always be and he'd have to step in personally. As it was, the smaller Stormhollow cases had shown a light on a few contradictions between established laws that Leon quickly resolved. Alcander reported glowing news about the recruitment and training of the Tempest Knights. They already numbered about 10,000 strong, and he was hoping they could recruit more. Leon, however, was wary of increasing their numbers. Perhaps 20,000, putting them on par with a full-strength Bull Kingdom Legion, but that was a hard cap. What was more, he was also reluctant to allocate more than just a few mauls to the Tempest Knights. As far as he was concerned, the Tempest Knights were to be an elite fighting force that would act as his bodyguards and personal agents. He didn't want them to become an armed force that would have parallel responsibilities with the Central Army and compete with them for resources. As a result, Alcander was fairly disappointed, but the Jaguar's mood improved, at least, and Leon suspected that the 9th-tier mage might have been planning on confronting him privately about the Tempest Knights. This seemed to mollify him a bit, especially after Leon's decision regarding the common lands. His final bit of important business was with the Axe Bringer. He formalized the man's position as mayor of Stormhollow, which the man accepted. He would still have all of his traditional responsibilities, but his de facto responsibilities were now de jure. In all, Leon agreed that his kingdom was doing quite well, though he'd be following this meeting up with one-on-one meetings later. For the moment, though, he had a lot to check in on, so after finishing up his important business, he called this meeting to an end. They'd already been there for a few hours, and everyone was eager to get to work. Any further business they might have with Leon could get hammered out later. Interesting choice with the common lands, Gaius said as they left the meeting room, everyone else rising and bowing as Leon departed. Have anyone in particular in mind for who to send as governor? Marcus, Leon immediately replied. Man's been getting antsy, hasn't he? High time he was given more personal responsibilities. So I'll have him be my first exarch. Or whatever I'll decide to call my governors. Gaius softly chuckled, already getting the blueprints for conquering new territory established, is it? Leon grinned back, only part of the reason. The common lands do need to be put in order, and favoring any one tribe over the others would only cause them greater anger. Better I take the place over and just get the job done. I'll defer to your wisdom on that one, Gaius responded. A sure way to lose big, relying on my wisdom, Leon quipped. He and Gaius shared another laugh as they strode through the palace's halls, the rest of Leon's secretaries following closely behind. The meeting had left him tired, but now that it was over, he was finally going to handle some business that he was far more interested in. Leon couldn't help but study the small box in front of him, his magic senses scouring its every surface, taking in every detail. The box was made of glossy black glass, with rounded edges. Its exterior had been intricately carved with thousands of tiny runes, and deep within it, Leon was assured there were half a dozen calm lotus petals. Finally, the table upon which the box had been mounted connected it directly to the palace's magic power supply, allowing it to draw on a tremendous amount of power. In all, this box was the latest development in calm lotus research, and one Leon was surprised had been created by calm lotuses grown by Tico's lesser tree sprites rather than Tico's itself. This, more than the box if Leon were being honest, excited him, as it showed how much his people were increasing their capabilities. If Tico's lesser sprites were able to multiply their numbers, then Leon expected calm lotuses or at least magical devices utilizing calm lotuses might even be made available to everyday citizens of his kingdom. But while he was very interested in how the box operated, he was more looking forward to what was about to be shown to him. The runes covering the box illuminated as power flowed in. The box, in accordance with the instructions the box's operator had given it, connected to another box far to the north, and from the top sprouted a large screen of light. An image resolved on that screen, Nestor standing in front of a half-finished golem frame. Behind him was Reikos, still in its massive stone form. Behind Reikos stood dozens more giants, now inhabiting golem frames thanks to Thunderwood Amber. Nestor, Leon called out with genuine excitement. Leon, Nestor responded with considerably less enthusiasm though not none, which Leon noted. You have returned. Glad to see you yet possess the power of sight, Leon responded. Reikos, how are you back there? Reikos rumbled in the language of the stone giants, quite well, Divine One. My people are growing used to their new circumstances, and rejoice in finding service with the gods once more. How many of your people have been given new bodies? Leon asked. 200 so far, Reikos replied. The rest have returned to bodies akin to what they inhabited before the migration. At least there's that, Leon said. 12,000 giants there were. Scaling up production of their new bodies wasn't going to be easy, especially since more would always be needed as the giants reproduced. We'll build more bodies for your people as quickly as we can. Reikos deeply bowed, its stone form looking quite unstable as it mimicked the human expression. Nestor, Leon continued, have you been in contact with Marika? The girl you found on that other plane? Yes, I have. I'm quite eager to inspect her work. I heard you were planning on heading back here to inspect it personally. That is something we've discussed. No plans have been finalized yet. Finalize them, then, Leon commanded. Get back here. There's more than just Marika's Ulta suit to inspect. Oh, Nestor responded as he cocked his artificial head. Have you found something else interesting? Quite. Leon summarized his experience on Arknavi for his dead kinsman. A primal devil unleashed and in possession of a universe fragment, Nestor murmured, his voice packed with apprehension that Leon was unused to hearing from the dead man. That is terrible news. I'm aware, Leon replied. This is why I'm interested in studying the runes that protected me from Planaren's magic. I picked them up from the monastery where I met Tiranu. Show me, Nestor impatiently demanded. Leon considered getting offended at being interrupted, but he decided not to make a big deal out of it and showed off his improved skill with light magic by creating another darkness-banishing ancient rune in shining white light next to him. Interesting, Nestor murmured. This was a part of a larger enchantment scheme, wasn't it? Yes, Leon replied. I was in a hurry and cut the most powerful rune out of the scheme as it was simpler, but the whole enchantment it was used in was complex. I took detailed notes that I wanted your assistance in analyzing. An enchantment that can resist the power of a primal devil is something I would be very interested in studying, Nestor stated. I'm only needed for supervision back here, which means I'm not needed at all, so I'll return to Stormhollow immediately. Might some of my people accompany you, Lord Nestor? Rakos inquired. Ask the king, Nestor replied. Leon didn't even wait for Rakos to do just that, saying, as many of your people can return as are able. Rakos bowed again. 12 of our number have expressed interest in joining these Tempest Knights. Others are more intrigued by the idea of piloting other bodies. We are most excited, however, at the idea of serving our creators in any way we are needed. We'll see what work we can put you up to, Leon replied. And like that, Nestor and several dozen giants began the days-long journey back to Stormhollow. Leon couldn't wait until they arrived. Studying enchantments and exploring what the giants might be capable of sounded significantly more interesting to him than dealing with politics. Unfortunately for him, politics wasn't quite done with him, as he still had numerous foreign dignitaries to meet with, not to mention Heaven's Eye. It's going to be a long day, he lamented as he ended the call with Nestor. He lingered in the room for only a few more seconds as he rejuvenated as much mental strength as he could before rising from his seat and returning to his duties. Even as mentally tired as he already was, he wasn't going to ignore his duties. Chapter 1032, Rivalries and Promises. The latter half of Leon's first day back fulfilling his role as king had him meeting with the foreign dignitaries that had arrived in his absence. Fortunately, they only numbered 4, not including any aides they'd brought, each representing one of the 4 empires on the mainland. That much I can deal with, he thought, though the idea of creating a diplomatic corps of his own was already starting to appeal. One man could hardly manage all of a kingdom's foreign relations by himself, especially if he divided his time with domestic issues, too. He started the meetings off easy with the envoy from the Sacred Golden Empire. In that, however, he found himself more than a little surprised at just who was sent. He'd asked Cassandra to join him to ensure the meeting went smoothly, but her relatively subdued agreement should have had him questioning things right then and there. The reason for her lack of enthusiasm, it turned out, was because the Sacred Golden Empire had sent her older sister to treat with them instead of anyone else. Leon didn't immediately recognize her since her hair had been magically dyed midnight black, and whereas Cassandra typically wore her hair in a way that framed her face, her sister wore hers pulled back in a tight bun, putting far more of her face on display. The sisters shared their ruby-red eyes, but Leon wasn't given much time to speculate before the relation was made clear. When Cassandra's sister was called into one of his small, though comfortable and intimate meeting rooms, she strode in with all the confidence an imperial princess ought to possess. She was dressed in the relatively revealing Evergolden style, with bared shoulders, arms, and back, and a low cut in the front. Her stern features were completely impassive, however, precluding any thoughts Leon might have had about seduction attempts. Most eye-catching was her robust 8th-tier aura. Accompanying her were several assistants, while Leon had Gaius and a handful of secretaries of his own sitting at desks around the edge of the room. "Your Majesty," Cassandra's sister said as she gave him a deep, though merely polite and formal, bow. Leon was about to respond when she straightened up, turned to Cassandra sitting next to Leon, and said, "Sister." Leon was struck mute for a moment, just long enough for Cassandra to reply in kind. "Sister." Leon's golden-haired wife then turned to him and politely, if a bit coldly, introduced, "Leon, this is my sister, Andromache, first princess of the Sacred Golden Empire, and my mother's heir." "A pleasure to meet you," Leon replied with a wide, diplomatic smile. "I was unaware that you were acting as the Sacred Golden Empress envoy, else I would have met with you sooner." Andromache simply nodded, as if Leon making special arrangements for her was only to be expected. "How has your stay in Stormhollow been?" Leon asked. "Adequate," Andromache neutrally stated. "I have been looking forward to meeting you for a while, Leon Rame." "King Leon," Cassandra coldly corrected, and Leon could feel her tensing up slightly in anger. "King Leon," Andromache acknowledged, to which Leon gave her a strained smile. There was a lot more going on here than he was expecting, especially since Cassandra hadn't ever spoken much about her siblings. Both Andromache and their brother had been adults when Cassandra was born and had rarely been in her life. From what Leon had been able to put together, Cassandra had been raised almost as an only child, with her siblings off fulfilling official duties elsewhere in their empire, while she was back in Evergold being trained and pampered by her grandmother. Cassandra immediately jumped in. "You are in a powerful court now, sister, and should show your host all due respect." "I thought I was merely following the customs of this land," Andromache replied with a tone as light as a feather. It was my understanding that my honorable brother-in-law prefers informality in private situations. Private though this situation is, Cassandra retorted, you are still here representing mother and grandmother. Do not immediately assume. It's fine. Leon immediately jumped in, hoping to diffuse whatever was going on between the sisters. I have no great need to be referred to by title, my name is more than enough. As is your will, Leon Rame, Andromache said, and Leon caught the ghost of a smirk sent Cassandra's way. Cassandra, meanwhile, sat back in a huff. All of you, out, Leon ordered, casting his gaze about the room at all of the secretaries. Gaius and his subordinates immediately stood, bowed, and left, while Andromache's assistants lingered until the imperial princess herself nodded to them to wait outside. Leon waited until everyone had departed, leaving him alone with the sisters, before glancing at the two and demanding to know, is there something going on here? Whatever could you be asking about, brother? Andromache politely inquired. Yes, Leon, Cassandra stated as she turned to face him, a dangerous smile frozen on her face. Are you implying something untoward has taken place? Leon wasn't deterred, however, and sat back, crossed his arms, and held his wife in his golden gaze. Your sister makes the long journey to Stormhollow, across the Argonaut Sea and the Misty Vale, and all I'm not told who she is. That's my sister for you, Andromache stated with a smirk. Proud, strong, beautiful, and utterly dismissive of her duties. And that's my sister for you, Cassandra shot back. Proud, strong, beautiful, and a jealous bitch. Should I apologize for being mother's firstborn? Andromache asked in an almost mocking tone that Leon took to be bait. Bait that Cassandra, unfortunately, immediately took. You have always tried to tear me down, sister. Ever since I was little, on the few times you saw me, you were always more concerned with putting me in my place than being my sister. And you were always more concerned with sucking up to grandmother than doing anything productive. Andromache fired back. You are a princess of the sacred Golden Empire. Not that anyone would have ever known that from looking at you. The little princess that wanted to play adventurer. You could never get over how much more grandmother loves me than she does you, Cassandra stated. Over how much stronger than you I've always been. Leon projected his aura as both women looked intent on ramping up their argument. His aura settled around them, and even the ninth tier Cassandra froze in place, let alone her weaker older sister. That's enough, he growled lowly, though more than audibly. Though he didn't intend for it to be so, his voice came out rumbling like distant thunder, and both ladies went slightly pale. After a silent moment, Leon rose from his seat and retracted his aura. Princess Andromache, he said, indicating that she ought to rise, too, which she quickly did, it's a great pleasure to meet you. Please convey my dearest regards to your mother and grandmother. However, given the current circumstances, I hope you won't be too upset if we call it here and meet another time in a few days. This tale has been unlawfully lifted from Royal Road, report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. That, Andromache said, her voice trailing off as her ruby eyes darted in Cassandra's direction. Leon almost thought she'd refuse him, but instead, she stated, I would be delighted to enjoy your hospitality for a few days more. Until I depart your kingdom, Leon Rame, I am at your service. Without another word and certainly without waiting for Leon's formal leave, Andromache departed. As soon as the door shut behind her, Leon flopped back into the sofa he was sharing with Cassandra and stared at her accusingly. What the fuck? He demanded. What the fuck what? Cassandra asked, sounding almost like a scolded teenager who didn't think she'd done anything wrong. I should have been told that your sister was here, Leon scolded. This shouldn't have been the moment I learned of it. And what's more, you should have told me what your relationship was like with her. I didn't call her here to meet just so the two of you could exchange barbs. No, Cassandra defiantly agreed, you called her here to get her out of the way, thinking that my empire's envoy would be easily dealt with. Cassandra crossed her arms and turned her head, and Leon sighed in frustration. But he held his tongue for a moment. In a softer tone, he said, let's talk about this later. Let everyone cool their heads. I still have a ton of people to meet, and while I'd love to blow them off so that we can deal with this, I'm sure Elise and Iron Striker and everyone else would be quite upset if I did that. Cassandra's defiant scowl turned into a more serious frown, and she said, yes, you're right, Leon. I'm sorry, let's talk later. Leon nodded, and Cassandra rose from the sofa and followed Andromache out of the sitting room, though not before shooting Leon an apologetic smile. Unlike her sister, She left the door open, letting Leon call Gaius and his secretaries back in. Is there any official business we should record from this meeting, Your Majesty? Gaius asked, ever the professional. No, Leon simply replied. Gaius nodded and took several papers from the other secretaries and disintegrated them with light magic. Leon sighed and sat back on his sofa before his eyes drifted to the clock on the wall. This was certainly not how he'd expected what was supposed to be his easiest meeting to go, but he'd deal with it soon enough. For the moment, he had to focus on the remaining dignitaries. Another half-hour later, Leon met with the representative from Ilion. Fortunately, this meeting went much more smoothly than Andromache's, with the envoy introducing himself as the Ilion Empire's new formal ambassador. Leon was thankful that his introduction was all he was there for, as well as to get Leon's confirmation that he was setting aside some land for embassies. After that came the envoy from the Sunlit Empire. Unlike the Ilion envoy, the Sunlit envoy wasn't there to stay, but merely to confirm a pact of non-aggression, which Leon was more than happy to sign. He also gave Leon a letter from Archaon, who yet remained in power back in Thunderhaven. The letter was filled with flowery and flattering language expressing Archaon's hope for continued peace between their people, but buried within were additional assurances that despite lobbying from the Pegasi states, he wasn't going to press any reparation demands. Peace, he claimed, was enough for him. Leon, however, was far more worried about the factionalism that seemed to be setting into the Empire, and he asked in as roundabout way as he could if the envoy thought this was worth worrying about. The envoy had few words on the matter, merely stating that the Empire was still looking for a proper emperor. To Leon's ears, it seemed like Archaon was going to have some trouble keeping hold of power in Thunderhaven, so after the envoy gave him his regards and left, Leon noted with Gaius to make sure that the Jaguar wasn't getting complacent with sea and air patrols around the veins of vigilance in the Argonaut Sea. He couldn't give Archaon any meaningful support for fear that it might wind up weakening his position, but he was at least confident that Ilion and Evergold's regard would be enough foreign support for him to remain in power. Whether or not he might manage to ascend to the throne was another matter, unfortunately. And I still have to speak with the director about that Titanstone foundry in the Sunlit Empire, Leon mentally noted. He hoped for many reasons that the Sunlit Empire didn't further destabilize, and any potential Thunderbird salvage that might be gained from that Thunderbird foundry was near the top of that list. Following Thunderhaven's envoy came the final Imperial envoy that he was expecting, and the one that he'd saved for last under the assumption that it would be the most contentious he'd have to face that day. The spat between Andromache and Cassandra made him reevaluate that assumption, though he still knew this meeting might be one of the most consequential of the day. The envoy, Leon noticed immediately upon his entrance, was one of the 9th-tier mages that had attacked his villa in Oculera with the Keeper all those years ago, and his expression immediately fell in displeasure. The envoy, however, pretended not to notice and bowed upon his entrance. King Leon, he intoned in a slightly high-pitched and nasal voice. I am 9th Guardian, my thanks for this meeting. 9th Guardian, Leon noticed, came unencumbered by assistants, secretaries, or any other form of notary. He was dressed in plain brown robes that looked made of burlap, had a shaven head, and a serious expression carved into his face. My thanks for coming so far to my kingdom, Leon stated, his tone rather chilly. I hope you found not wanting in my hospitality. With great kindness and respect have I been treated since arriving at your shores, Your Majesty, 9th stated. Nothing more could I ask in that regard. Leon breathed deeply and nodded to the sofa opposite him. I am pleased with our two peoples remaining at peace, he said. I hope your visit to my home will end differently than it did the last time you paid me a visit. I intend nothing but to follow the Keeper's directive, 9th stated as he took a seat. No directive I have been given ordered me to attack you or your people. Fantastic news, Leon stated almost sarcastically. Then what directive is the Keeper instructed you to carry out? To deliver this letter, 9th stated as he retrieved a letter from his soul realm and held it out for Leon to take, and to carry with me his hopes for a long-lasting peace to take shape over Eterna. Peace is a wonderful thing, Leon declared as he took the letter. I have no intention of breaking what has been achieved without being given sufficient cause. Did the Keeper tell you anything specific about how he intends to handle relations with the Thunder Kingdom going forward? He intends to watch over the Sky Devil's hell closely, 9th explained, drawing some withering glares from Leon's Thunderman secretaries. Should any sign of aggression be noted, he told me, then he will take all appropriate actions. Delightfully vague, Leon said as he examined the sealed letter in his hand. Be sure to tell him that I'll be watching him like a hawk, even though I hope for nothing but peace and prosperity between us in the future. Enough blood has been shed over the millennia without us adding to it. Unlike the other envoys, Leon didn't even entertain the possibility that Ninth would be staying for long, let alone as a permanent ambassador. If he'd even tried to claim as such, then Leon would have flatly denied him. He truly did wish for peace between himself and the Keeper, and between the Thunder Kingdom and the Sentinels, but he wouldn't tolerate someone who attacked his home and put his family in danger to remain in his capital without so much as an apology. The letter has been delivered, fulfilling my directive, Ninth said. I will now ask for your Majesty's permission to depart from your lands. Granted, Leon immediately agreed. I will have an escort prepared for you as I believe you came alone. Ninth merely nodded, bowed, and left the room. Leon sighed as the door closed behind the man. Then he glanced at Gaius, and without even saying anything, Gaius ordered one of the other secretaries to take a message to the Tempest Knights to arrange proper transport for Ninth Guardian. Only once that happened did Leon finally turn his eyes to the letter in his hand. He momentarily considered burning it without even opening it, for what could it contain when borne by a man that the Keeper had brought to try and kill him and his family? Sending Ninth Guarding here felt to Leon like an implicit threat, and he doubted the letter would be any different. Still better to read what the man has to say for himself, if only to know for sure, Leon thought with a deep scowl. With a quick swipe of his finger, the letter was opened. It was short, but the more Leon read, the more pleasantly surprised he became. To King Leon Rame, surprise and jubilation fill me the longer our truce lasts. I intend to ensure it lasts as long as possible. Though I shall watch you, know that I shall do no more, and that you have given me hope for a peace that I have never before felt. To ensure good relations between the Sentinels and your people, I wish to formally invite you to Memoria, where we might further discuss your request to access the Sundered Lands. Please come at your convenience, though I hope to hear from you before then. Regards, the Keeper of Memory. A smile spread across Leon's face. He was hardly averse to accessing his family's old property surreptitiously, as he had Argent Palace back in the Bull Kingdom, but he'd hardly dared to hope that his clan's capital on Eterna would be freely open to him. This was not an opportunity he could ignore. Gaius, he said, we have some calls to make. Chapter 1033. Weighing risks. With the capabilities given by Tico's calm lotuses, getting in contact with the director was quite easy. The only real obstacle was whether or not the director was immediately available. Fortunately, almost as soon as the magic from Leon's call went out, it was answered. The screen of light hovering in front of Leon illuminated, resolving into an image of the director and Penelope in his office. Both the director and his daughter were sitting on the edge of his desk, though they both straightened up as the image clarified, likely in response to them seeing him. Leon, the director warmly intoned as he spread his arms in a welcoming gesture, you've returned. I did, Leon stated with a smile and a nod, a little surprised that Emily hadn't yet warned him. Though he supposed he hadn't met with her yet, and he wasn't sure what their communication pipeline looked like. Regardless, it wasn't a big deal and he put the issue out of his mind. A balm to my old and worried mind it is, to see you hale and hearty, the director stated. It would have made achieving our goals complicated if you went and disappeared, Leon, Penelope added. It wouldn't have meant good things for my goals either if I had vanished, Leon agreed. But I'm back. A bit too much went down while I was gone, but thankfully, everything here on Katagita has been running fairly smoothly. As it has here in Heaven's Eye, the director stated. Our revenues have been soaring over the past few months as our supply chains have finally fully adapted to the exclusion of the Sentinels in our trade network. Speaking of, Leon said with a wry smile, the Keeper himself sent me a handwritten letter that I read less than an hour ago. He said nothing about Heaven's Eye, but he did invite me to Memoria to negotiate my entrance to my clan's old capital. Wonderful news, the director said, his tone indicating that he thought the opposite. But, Leon leadingly responded, but the Keeper has spent most of his political capital, the director diplomatically stated. He's tried to directly murder you once, Penelope added. And he provided the former Sunlit Emperor with material support in his war against you. Not that it amounted to much in the end, good men and women likely died because of that support, the director countered with a didactic look sent his daughter's way. Soldiers on both sides who might otherwise be here, had the war ended earlier or never been started at all, had the Sunlit Emperor lacked the Keeper's support, he may never have launched his invasion of the sword. He would have come no matter what, Leon said. His pride demanded it, his arrogance demanded it. It was a war he waged for personal reasons, not for political or strategic gain. Right, the director agreed. His ludicrous claims of being your clan's patriarch, those don't matter anymore, he's dead, and his line ended with him, Leon responded, relishing the reality of his statement to no small degree. But right now, I'm more interested in the keeper's offer of negotiation. When the war ended, he seemed quite unwilling to allow me to visit my clan's palaces in the Sundered Lands, though he at least promised to consider the request. It's been barely half a year since then, but he sent this invitation quickly enough that it was waiting for me upon my return. There hasn't been much contact between anyone and the Sentinels, Penelope informed Leon. If it's revealing at all, the Sentinels haven't mobilized their armies, nor have they sought out foreign support from places like the Menominee Valley to the east. Notable as the normal harvest period for Hesperidic apples is looming. Leon grinned. The last batch of Hesperidic apples from Tychos had come just before he'd left for Arknavy. That meant they were about halfway through another batch, with the next to come in only a quarter of a year at most. Aside from a few small groves in the south of Baloran, the Menominee Valley was the only place where the apples could be grown outside of Tycho's care, and they measured the time between their harvests in decades, not months. The apples were valuable materials in short supply, and yet the keeper wasn't putting pressure on the Menominee city-states he neighbored to acquire some in their upcoming harvest. Do we know why? Leon asked. The empires always receive a certain percentage of the harvest, Penelope stated, amounting to perhaps half of the total harvest. Gifts, to keep them from seizing control over the groves, the director explained. They then typically compete over much of the remaining apples by showering the rulers of the Menominee Valley with gifts and treasure, Penelope continued. However, this harvest seems like it'll be without much contest. The Sentinels haven't been negotiating to acquire any, and the Sunlit Empire is too volatile to worry about external issues. Ilion and Evergold, Leon asked. We haven't seen much evidence of them trying to take advantage of this lack of competition, Penelope said, her tone one of both worry and confusion. Might be that they're relying on Leon, now, the director speculated. Perhaps easier to suck up to the man who's promised to take them to the Nexus than squabble about an inferior product elsewhere. They could still use those apples, Penelope argued. Leon's apples are leagues better than those grown elsewhere, but they aren't grown in large enough quantities to completely replace them on the market, and likely won't for centuries at the current rate of growth. If we're still in centuries, then we've all failed, Leon quipped. Agreed wholeheartedly, the aged director said. Leon sighed, then stated, I'm not worried at all about the Menominee Valley, but the keeper does occupy my thoughts. I very much want access to my clan's old palaces, if only to explore the place. Even if there was no possibility of any practical gain, I would still want to visit. And now, after stiff refusals, the keeper is offering potential access. This concerns me, makes me suspicious. What might he want in exchange? The director mused, his yellow eyes drifting in his daughter's direction. That, I can't answer, Penelope admitted. Your eyes haven't heard anything at all about this offer. Were it coming from anyone but you, Leon, I wouldn't believe it. But we do know that there's been some movement in the Sundered Lands. Leon asked. We do, Penelope confirmed. But that movement has been small, not exceeding expeditionary levels. There hasn't been any sign that the Sentinels are gearing up for any kind of true exploration or exploitation of the Thunderbird clan ruins under their custodianship. The keeper still sent a letter to Leon that we hadn't heard about, the director pointed out. I would agree with Leon and say that this offer is suspicious on its face. I would recommend ignoring his offer at least, for the time being. That would be the safest option, Penelope agreed. I detest. The safest option, Leon murmured, only partly in jest. Stolen from its rightful author, this tale is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings. Are you considering accepting? The director asked. I am, Leon stated. Maybe not in Memoria, but if he agrees to a meeting somewhere more neutral, like Argos, then I'd be much more inclined to agree. I would advise against this course of action, the director insisted. Right now, the unity of our cause rests solely upon your shoulders. If you die, then who knows what will become of your kingdom. Besides, our mutual interests will be dashed. And the arcs that the director had transferred to the Ravens would also be lost, though that part wasn't said aloud. Leon still heard it clear as day. After a soft chuckle, Leon said, believe me, I'm well aware of my position. And I'm only considering all of my options. And the rest of my advisors will be informed and given a chance to pass on crucial information. My answer will only be decided upon after I know all I can about the situation and what resources are available to me. So be it, the director whispered. I wish you nothing but wisdom in this endeavor. To discuss another matter, Leon said, drawing the director's attention back to him, how has the search for the Titanstone foundry been going? Not well, Penelope said after her father silently prodded her to answer. We have a number of surveyors out in there, but that region of the Empire is close to the Chiron Steppes, and is rather sparsely populated. The surveyors don't have much infrastructure that they can take advantage of to speed up their work. And they have found some valuable minerals, such as gold, but they have yet to find any trace of Titanstone in the region. And how concerning is that? Leon asked. Were we looking for a new mine? I'd say quite, Penelope answered. There will usually be faint traces of the material within 50 miles or so of where it's more concentrated. We haven't found these traces despite our search. That doesn't mean there's nothing there, just that if there is, then we haven't found it. What I find is more of a mitigating factor, though, is that we search for a Thunderbird industrial facility, not for a new mine. So, our usual methods of surveying the land might not be accurate. This facility would have to have been buried by time, but if it's otherwise intact, then there might be no leak of its stocks, which would mean we can't then detect it with land surveys. And that's assuming there was any remaining stock, to begin with, the director pointed out, and Leon had to agree. If he led any of the Thunderbird clan's vassals at the time of Jason Carano's death, he would have done his best to loot any valuable material he could before leaving, and Titanstone would be near the top of that list. For all he knew, the foundry had been picked clean and its shell left to rot in the wake of his clan's fall. This foundry and the clan's palaces are the only Thunderbird sites that might still be untouched, Leon murmured. Keep searching, even if you find nothing. There may be nothing remaining there, but the potential gains are too great to ignore. We need Titanstone more than any other resource right now. In that, we can agree, the director stated. Understood, Penelope said. Good, Leon breathed. Now, is there anything else going on that I ought to be made aware of? The director smiled and he and Penelope began informing Leon of all that Heaven's Eye had been doing over the past few months. For the most part, however, Leon largely lost interest, as he wasn't too interested in the guild's day-to-day affairs, and the larger projects hadn't advanced much in only 3 months. The one piece of information that he was actually interested in, however, was that Ajax was being recalled to Oculera from the Bull Kingdom. Leon was momentarily concerned until the director added that Elise's uncle was being promoted, not punished. Thankfully, the update didn't last long, and soon enough, the call ended with the director and Penelope promising to look more into the Keeper's affairs and to continue their land surveys in the Sunlit Empire's western regions. When the call ended, Leon glanced at Gaius, who'd been taking notes in the corner throughout the whole call, then exhaled, releasing as much stress as he could. Tired? Gaius asked. Perfectly awake and energized, Leon responded, not entirely telling the truth, though getting close enough to it. Just makes for a stark contrast dealing with kingly duties and fighting for my life on Arknavi. The latter was terrifying and exhilarating, and I would never want to return to that plane, but being a king isn't as exciting. Gaius asked with a knowing smile. Leon just groaned and waved his hand like he was dismissing the conversation. He slouched in his chair a bit, closed his eyes, and lounged for several wonderful seconds. Then he sprang to his feet, his lips widening into a bright smile. Now, though, he said, we can get to the fun stuff. Leon inhaled, the rich aroma of countless medicinal and alchemical herbs filling his nose. It was almost intoxicating, almost to the point of being a little unpleasant, though Leon rather liked it. He, Gaius, and several other secretaries had traveled to a relatively small part of his palace where Helen had set up her alchemical lab. The last time Leon had been in Helen's lab had been in his temporary palace when he'd ripped through it looking for any kind of solution for the uncontrolled soul realm expansion he'd suffered after eating a Hesperidic apple while the Iron Needle was in his mind palace. The lab she'd set up here looked much the same as that one had, though a bit larger and filled with a few more tools and workstations. Helen, as always, tended to work alone, though she had stacks of correspondence mostly with Hearts, Bison, and Heaven's Eye on a nearby table, as well as another table covered in reference material. The notes she had regarding her current projects covered several boards and filled dozens of tomes on another table, though Helen herself was busy standing in front of a huge, covered iron cauldron staring at various rune-powered meters and gauges, slowly turning several small valves. Whatever she was doing had so taken her attention that she hadn't noticed Leon's entrance, nor the knocks he'd made against her door. She did, however, notice as he loudly walked over, his aura poking at hers to get her attention without startling her. "Leon," she said with a grin as she turned one last valve and stepped away from the cauldron. "I didn't notice you there. How's it going?" "Well enough," Leon said, and they exchanged a few more pleasantries. "You have quite a lot going on in here," he observed after their greetings had finished. He cast his gaze around at all the glassware, some of it filled with crushed and minced plants, others suspended over bright flames and filled with molten metal. There were other workstations there, too, but Leon hadn't the alchemical knowledge base to truly know all of what Helen had in her lab. "Just some side projects," Helen said as she sent a dismissive look to most of what had filled her lab. "I'm surprised there aren't stacks of healing potions and whatnot in here," Leon said as Helen led them over to the one relatively clear table in the room, though there were no chairs. "Handed those off when we moved the lab," she explained. "And ever since, the ancestral hearts have taken over production of a lot of the potions and salves I was making. Frees me up to focus on other projects." "I've heard," Leon said with a wolfish grin. "One in particular has caught my interest, fermenting Hesperitic apples, you mean?" Helen asked as a matching grin spread across her face. When Leon nodded, she extended a hand back at the covered iron cauldron. "I'm on the last of the spare Hesperitic apples from the previous harvest and haven't managed to concentrate or magnify its power, but I'm making progress. I think having a few dozen more apples to run tests on will yield great results." "Interesting girl," the Thunderbird whispered from Leon's soul realm. "So little time and materials, yet she's so confident she can make ambrosia." "So soon?" Leon asked, echoing the Thunderbird's statement. "The Thunderbirds told me about similar products in the Nexus ambrosia, made from refining the apples into juice. I've had some success starting with recreating the process of fermenting apple juice into cider," she explained, "though I've had to speed that process up quite a bit with magic. A lot of aficionados would weep tears of blood if they knew what I was doing in here. Letting fermentation take a natural course, unmodified by magic, is usually seen as superior." "Is that true, or are they just being snobs?" Helen shrugged. "Both, I guess." Leon took a few steps toward the iron cauldron, attempting to see inside with his magic senses. However, Helen laid a hand on his arm and said, "Be careful, Leon. The process is delicate, and I don't want to disturb it overmuch." Leon smiled at her and retracted his magic senses. "Fair enough." Still, his eyes lingered on the cauldron. "Were the next few harvests dedicated to your research?" he said. "How long would you think it might take to refine this process?" Helen scrunched up her face in thought before telling Leon, Maybe if I had 20 more apples I could work something out. More than that would increase my chances, but I think that I could make some ambrosia before the next harvest." "You don't sound as confident as I would like." "That's because I'm not, Leon," she chided. "I don't want to sound confident. Putting that many Hesperitic apples into my hands is a lot of pressure. Everyone else needs those apples. Maybe carve off a few for my research and keep using them yourselves." Leon softly chuckled. "I think I'd rather have this ambrosia faster than that." He laid a hand on Helen's shoulder. "I trust you to see this through. Our harvests have been more than 20 apples for a while now, so I'll be sure to give the entire batch to you next time. If you don't make as much progress as you hope, then we can go back to giving you the spares. But don't worry too much about this. The apples are mine, given to everyone else to aid them in their growth. They shouldn't be made dependent on them, and if I have to give up one whole batch to see where this research takes you, then so be it. We all train for a reason." Helen gave him a strained smile. "I'll do my best, Leon," she said. "That's all I can ask for," Leon replied. And with that, he left. Once he was out the door, he breathed a long sigh of relief. That was his last meeting of the day, and though it was for something exciting, he was mentally ready to return to his own projects and studies. Besides, Nestor and the Giants were going to return to Stormhollow soon, not to mention potential plans to meet with the Keeper. He still had much to do, and he had to be ready for all of it. Chapter 1034, An impossible question. The private training room in the palace felt rather empty to Leon as he walked in. Most of his retainers were off doing other important things, leaving only a mere handful of people left to fill the space. Valeria was there, as she was essentially in charge of his retinue, though the number of people she was responsible for had shrunk considerably. Marcus and Lucianus were there, too, as were Red and Anzu, but everyone else that made up Leon's retinue was gone, now, off seeing to their other duties. Alex and Alcander were in charge of the Tempest Knights, Anshu was off somewhere in the Indra Raj, Gaius, duties as Leon's top secretary meant he usually trained on his own, and Anna was training her war beasts with Irene. Running the household, meeting guests, managing Leon's official relationship with Heaven's Eye, and organizing alms were full-time duties that Elise took to with gusto, while Maya had her pod of lesser nymphs to manage. Cassandra, finally, typically acted as Leon's unofficial top diplomat, though the way she took her sister showing up as the Sacred Golden Empire's envoy had him rethinking matters. Regardless, those that he could count on as being part of his retinue had become so few that he was tempted to stop thinking about them in those terms, especially since he was about to shrink it even further. Marcus, Leon called out as he entered the training room. Marcus had been busy monitoring Lucianus' sword forms, but as soon as Leon called out, Marcus ordered the younger man to keep going without him and ran over. "King Leon," he said with a respectful and incredibly formal bow. Leon glared at him. "What's this? Getting crusty and traditional in your old age?" Marcus smirked as he straightened up. "Just trying to set a good example for the kid." Leon nodded as he glanced at Roland's son. "How's he doing?" Sir Roland made sure Luke had a good foundation to work with, but he's no great major swordmaster yet, but I can see his potential. Give him a decade or two, and he'll be a real terror on the battlefield, if given the chance. "Good," Leon said appreciatively. Lucianus was still only third tier, though, so it would be a while before he could be anything on a battlefield where Leon was present. Still, hearing that he had potential from Marcus was as good of a recommendation as Leon would ever consider. "How've you been, Marcus?" Leon asked, his tone lightening as his posture relaxed, a subtle signal for Marcus to relax, as well. "About as well as can be expected," Marcus replied with a slightly downturned tone. "Bored?" Leon inquired. "I guess you could say that," Marcus admitted. "I understand. Seeing everyone else getting positions must be frustrating." "It's fine," Marcus hurried to state. "I'm not jealous, I feel like I can do more." "I know you can. There's no need for you to prove yourself." "Not to me, anyway." Leon gave his retainer a comforting smile, but it was clear from Marcus's expression that he considered the words to be little more than platitudes. But before that thought could really sink into the scion of House Aeneas' head, Leon continued, "But if you ever wanted an opportunity to prove yourself, then one will soon present itself." "Oh," Marcus whispered, his eyebrows rising as he locked his eyes on Leon. "I'm all ears, Your Majesty." Leon sighed at the use of his style, but let it slide. Aloud, he stated, "I've given orders for a new government position to be created, one I'm sure you'll be familiar with from the name alone, Exarch." Marcus's eyes widened even further. Would these exarchs possibly be like those back home? Of course they would, Leon confirmed. The common lands in the east are going to be put under royal management. The land is quite sparsely populated, but most of the island's titanstone quarries are found there. The way that titanstone is extracted from the earth, refined, and added to Katagita's market is chaotic at best. The exarchate I establish in the common lands will have one overarching duty: streamline the acquisition of this critical resource. I've seen maps of the common lands, Marcus whispered almost to himself as he scrunched his eyes up in thought. It's true there are few large settlements and most of the rural population is engaged in mining titanstone, but these settlements are spread out and not connected by many roads. Add to that the dominance of the booming brown bears in the region, and keeping those lands organized will be a serious challenge for anyone you appoint. Good thing I'm sending someone I trust, Leon said. As I said, this is your opportunity. I am considering no one else for this post but you, so I'm going to be put out if you turn me down. I'll have to put together a list of candidates and weigh the pros and cons of each and maybe even interview them before making a decision. Don't make me do that. I don't have the time or patience for that. Leon finished his plea with a sarcastic smile, to which Marcus responded with a quiet chuckle. Don't worry, my king. Your knight is here to relieve you of the horrors of paperwork. Marcus gave Leon an exaggerated genuflection, and though he typically hated to see it, Leon still laughed. In all seriousness, though, Marcus continued as he straightened up again, I'd be honored to receive the offer, and I would most certainly accept. Leon clapped his friend on the shoulder and gave him a wide smile. Fantastic. What about Luke? Marcus asked. Take him, too, Leon stated, his tone almost disbelieving that Marcus thought it needed to be asked. He's your squire, isn't he? Unless you're sick of him. No, no, Marcus hurriedly stated as he looked over his shoulder at the still training Lucianus. I was more worried I would have to leave him behind. He needs his training, and I don't like leaving a job only partway finished. Then it sounds like we have a plan, Leon said. Expect a formal offer for the position within a month. I'll have to work with the elders and my ministers to codify the position of exarch, but I don't think it'll take much longer than a few weeks. Maybe if the tribes pitch a fit, but I think I can bring them around quickly enough. I'm ready when you need me, Marcus confirmed. You people spoil me, Leon said as he laid a hand on Marcus's shoulder and started pulling him further into the training room, intent on getting in a little bit of sparring time. How can anyone else hope to enter my service if they have to live up to your example? They'll just have to content themselves with the knowledge that they're just inferior, Marcus replied, readily taking to Leon's game. Leon grinned and continued the exchange for a little while longer before he and Marcus began their training spar. He didn't push himself too hard, though, especially since he wanted to have a good fight with everyone else in the room before leaving again, but by the end, both his and Marcus's desire for a good fight had been sated. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. Leon sighed in contentment as he once more found himself sinking into the bath. It had been a long day, but he was much more relaxed now than he'd been the night before. He might have preferred to delegate his responsibilities, but now that he'd taken care of quite a few of them, he had far less weighing on his mind. But, of course, the day had given him new worries and concerns, and of his 4 bathmates, one of them was the focus of one of his new concerns. However, it wasn't Leon who first broached the subject, as he'd been more inclined to wait until the steaming hot bath had relaxed his ladies before gently bringing the issue up. Instead, Elise was the one to bring it up, while he immersed himself in the water hot enough to have been quite uncomfortable to a mortal. Elise, Cassandra, and Valeria, the latter of whom wore a towel around herself, were sitting on the edge of the bath soaking their feet and calves in the water, chatting about their day, while Maya swam around the large bath quickly enough to give it a gentle current. A few pleasantries were spoken, small complaints about people they'd had to deal with were aired, and Valeria expressed her approval of Marcus's upcoming appointment as Leon's first exarch. And then Elise asked her question to Cassandra. So, you finally met with Princess Andromache. How did the meeting go? Cassandra froze for a moment as her expression rapidly morphed from relaxed contentment to panic, then anger, and finally settled into neutral with a slight hint of bitterness. As well as I'd expect dealing with that bitch, she growled. Leon's heart sank as he heard the brief exchange. As subtly as he could, he returned to his ladies at the edge of the bath. Business was hardly handled, Leon said before any further questions could be asked. He could tell Elise knew more about the exchange than her earlier statement let on, and that she wasn't happy about it. The last thing he needed, though, was a fight between his official queens. I was a bit blindsided by the reveal of who'd come, he continued, sending both women a reproachful look. Apologies, husband, Elise said with genuine contrition. I'd thought to leave it for Cassie. Cassandra clicked her tongue in displeasure before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. When she opened them again, she'd crossed both her arms and legs and looked like she would have rather been almost anywhere else. I should have told you, she admitted. As if it excused her oversight, she said, I don't like thinking about her. Is your relationship that bad? Valeria asked, her sapphire eyes crinkling up a bit in confusion. You've never said anything about this. Andromache has hardly ever been in my life, Cassandra stated. I've rarely brought her up because she's practically a stranger to me. She's family, but on the few times we've interacted, she's always been the bitchiest bitch who's ever bitched. We've not had a single conversation where she hasn't reminded me that she's mother's heir. She paused and huffed, a look of unrestrained anger racing across her face. Leon, Elise, and Valeria remained silent, while Maya just kept nonchalantly swimming, hardly seeming to pay any attention to the conversation at all, even though Leon could feel her attention. Breaking the silent moment, Leon said, sounds like you have a lot of thoughts about this. Cassandra practically snarled. She comes all the way here, stick firmly lodged so far up her ass she's coughing up sawdust, and still acts like a superior bitch. She's the one who's going to be empress, so why does she have to come here to remind me? You know, Elise quietly stated with a mischievous look in her emerald eyes, she's only a princess, but you're a queen. You outrank her, now. I know that, Cassandra exclaimed. And it means nothing to her. What do you want from Andromache? Leon asked. Cassandra scowled and remained quiet for a long enough moment that Leon continued. We never did get around to whatever business brought her here, though I don't think there was much aside from a simple introduction and reiteration of our non-aggression pact. He gave Elise a questioning look, and she nodded in agreement. He wasn't wrong in his assumption. She didn't mention sticking around as a full-time ambassador, so, we've had our introduction. She can leave now, if you want. Cassandra's look of anger softened into something more contemplative. It would be fun to kick her out on her perfect ass, wouldn't it? Maybe it'll dislodge that stick up. Here a bit. Have you always been stronger than her? Valeria asked. Well, no, Cassandra admitted. But I surpassed her when I was 26. Not long before we met, actually. I reached 8th tier before she did. I always excelled in martial arts, but she was the perfect little demure princess, being all good and smart and attractive, and she was never around because mother always had her assigned as a druid, governing a city or province. I was 12 before she was recalled to Evergold to finally meet me. That's terrible, Elise said as she rubbed Cassandra's back. I can't imagine a family forcing siblings to be so distant. Leon quietly agreed. He, Elise, and Valeria were all only children, and having any siblings at all would be, or maybe. Leon silently thought as he considered that he was nearing 40. He was still an infant when his mother had been taken. 40 years was a long time, long enough for anything to have happened to his mother. Maybe I do have siblings. After a moment's consideration, though, he scowled and shook his head, forcing the thought to leave. Artorias and Serana loved each other. He didn't want to think that his mother might have abandoned them. But, he scowled again, and by chance, made eye contact with Valeria. She was in the same boat as he was, and he could tell that his thoughts were echoing in her head, too. He quietly reached out and took her hand, and they gave each other a reassuring squeeze. No use getting worked up over something that may or may not have happened, over something that was nothing more than an idea. Together, they turned their attention back to Cassandra. There's no reason for us to host Andromache for long, Elise stated. I'll meet with her tomorrow and handle whatever business she has, and then make her see that she's no longer welcome. I don't want to just kick her out, Cassandra complained. She'd just make a big deal about it to mother, and then I'd have to hear about it. Leon reached out with his free hand and laid it on Cassandra's still crossed arms. What's the worst that'll happen? He asked. Endure a lecture. You're a queen now, you can use any excuse you want to get out of it. And if your mother tries to pressure you into staying for her lecture, I'll head to Evergold myself and challenge her to a duel. Get her right off your finely shaped ass. Cassandra stared at Leon for a long moment, her expression slowly softening, before a look of pride crossed her gorgeous features and she said, I do have a nice ass, don't I? One of the best, Leon definitively said. Cassandra shared a look with Elise, and both of Leon's wives turned over, giving him quite a view of their rear ends. A little shuffling gave them the perfect lighting and posture for derriere appreciation, and Leon almost pulled himself up against the side of the bath to get a better glimpse at their physical perfection. And then, Cassandra asked him a question that sent ice running through his veins and any potential arousal growing within him fleeing for the hills. So, Leon, whose ass is best? Leon's smile thinned, and Valeria answered his look of panic with a wink, then leaned over and peeled her towel back enough for him to see just a hint of her flawless assets. With a look of betrayal, Leon pushed himself away from the edge of the bath, exclaiming, That's a trap. I will not take this bait. All three ladies lost themselves to a fit of giggles before pushing themselves back up. Cassandra laughed harder than all of them, and when she stopped, she looked like she'd come to some kind of resolution. If I must, she stated, I will, bury my animosity for Andromache. We won't be interacting that much, anyway. No, fuck her, Elise said with a dismissive flick of her radiant red hair. If she's going to come here and condescend to our family, then she's unwanted here. She gave Leon a look that stated this wasn't up for debate, though since Leon agreed, he didn't care about the look. Cassandra threw her arms around Elise and whispered, Thanks. Your mother and grandmother can find someone else to scrape for our approval, Elise continued as she returned Cassandra's hug. What we have to offer them is too valuable for them to just ignore us. And the next time I see them, I'm going to give them a real piece of my mind for how they've raised their children. I'd love to see that, Cassandra said as she lost herself to another laughing fit. Leon was about to agree when he found the water surging underneath him. He recognized Maya's power, and while he was curious as to what she was doing, he didn't try to stop her. He almost immediately regretted not interfering when he was almost thrown out of the bath. He caught himself on the edge of the bath, his legs still submerged, but everything above his hips was hanging out to dry. Surprise kept him hanging there for a second, but by the time he was about to move again, Maya rose out of the water until her face was mere inches away from his rear-facing cheeks. Her lake blue eyes wandered over his naked form, taking in his highly defined back muscles down to his sculpted and somewhat prominent backside. "Yours is best," Maya stated before sinking back into the water. The other three ladies once more all but exploded with laughter, becoming almost more hyena than human. And Leon, though mildly embarrassed, almost joined them as he sank back into the water. Chapter 1035. Royal Beastmaster. It wasn't hard for Leon to find who he was looking for. All he had to do was follow the sound of roaring. Even in his palace, with all its defensive wards and privacy enchantments, two large wyverns made a lot of noise. A large part of his palace had been set aside as a stable for war beasts. For the most part, horses and pegasi were the only residents, though there were quite a few other exotic beasts there, too. Of those exotic war beasts, though, none compared to Anna's beasts. Her oldest was Layden, the Attican snapper that had hatched from the egg that Leon had taken almost 20 years prior during his first journey to Oculara from the Bull Kingdom. It was also perhaps her weakest war beast, struggling to get past the 6th tier. This was something that Leon knew she found particularly frustrating since while beasts could gain sapience at the 6th tier, it was extremely rare the majority of those beasts that achieved it were 7th or 8th tier. Her two wyverns, Nadur and Astar, were more promising. They had each reached the 5th tier, and at a much younger age than Layden had, each being about 7 years old. Their magic had manifested, their coloring had come in, and while neither had reached human levels of intelligence, Leon could tell that they understood more going on around them than most beasts did. Anna's final beast was the manticore that Leon had helped her bid for a couple years ago. While he was still young and not that much smaller than a fully grown lion, Leon could tell that the manticore was going to be powerful when it reached maturity. He was 2nd tier already and brushing against the limits of the 3rd, and while he was displaying no unusual signs of intelligence, Leon couldn't help but remember the manticores in the proto-forest where he'd recruited Ticos and found the Thunder Wood. Those beasts were strong and possessed of great intelligence, enough so that they'd been able to resist Ticos, parent, for dominance of the forest. When Leon arrived at the stables, he found many people running around seeing to their duties. He'd received quite a few war beasts during his brief reign. Some were gifts, though most had been given to Leon as taxes levied upon the booming brown bears, and he employed more than 100 beastmasters to handle them all. In the future, he figured, they'd make for good mounts for his Tempest Knights. Naturally, this was where Anna and Irene could be found on most days, taking care of Layden, Nadur, Astar, and the manticore whose name Leon couldn't remember. Oftentimes, Anzu and Red could be found here, too, though in Anzu's case it was more because he liked socializing with the small number of other griffins in the stable. In Red's case, it was more drooling over the possibility of devouring the entire stable. All of them were present when Leon and his attendants entered the stable. Most of the beasts were in their cells, with Anzu in his griffin form pacing in front of the handful of other griffins. Anna and Irene were with their war beasts out in the nearby yard. Red was lying on the roof watching these exercises, her yellow eyes rarely leaving Nadur and Astar. Leon strode over to Anna and Irene, largely giving those beastmasters who bowed to him a friendly smile as he passed, but no more. When he reached the two women, he found them focusing mostly on the wyverns. Layden was soaking up the sun on its back, apparently asleep, while the manticore was busy chewing on a bone, not unlike a dog. Nadur, on the other hand, was roaring and whining as continually demanded him to fly a lap around the yard, while Astar was much quieter and obedient, following Irene around like a puppy following someone with a treat in their hand. Leon found it a little funny that the golden wyvern was the more obstinate, while the blue one was more obedient. Both, however, frequently cast looks of apprehension at the much larger form of Red looming over them, almost casting the entire yard into shadow. "King Leon," Anna called out as she ceased ordering Nadur to move, to the young wyvern's relief. "What brings you here?" Leon smiled at her and waited until he was much closer and out of earshot of the other beastmasters in the stable before verbally responding. "Need I a reason to visit my favorite beastmasters?" He spared a glance Irene's way to include her. noting that the woman wore a new and eye-catching gold bracelet set with topaz and sapphires and embossed with dozens of images of wyverns. His eyes turned back to Anna, his smile growing. "Fine then," Anna said with faux frustration, "keep your secrets. No king needs to explain himself to little old me." She flashed him a quick, cheeky grin. "How are things here?" Leon asked. Anna sighed. "About as well as I think anyone might have expected. To be honest, I've kind of given up on Layden ever ascending to the 7th tier, and Maurice is still too young to train too hard, but Nadir and Astar are doing quite well." Nadir whined again, a high-pitched sound that was almost impossible to ignore. Anna glared at the wyvern in response. "That baby face isn't going to fly anymore, Nadir," she shouted at the wyvern. Nadir now had a wingspan of several dozen feet, and even when lying on the ground, his long neck held his Anzu-sized head more than 15 feet off the ground. He towered over Anna, yet as Anna's tone sharpened, the wyvern shrank back a little, looking slightly chastened. "If you want a treat, then you have to train. Look at your brother. He's so obedient that he'd be fat if we weren't constantly making him run and fly." Leon spared the blue wyvern a glance, as did Nadir. Seeing a wyvern run on all fours like a bat was kind of comical, though Leon knew from both Anna and Red that this was a valuable exercise, especially since wyverns liked making their homes in caves. Flying everywhere simply wasn't going to be feasible, so learning to move on all fours was a necessary part of a wyvern's life. With that thought, Leon turned his golden eyes upward, and Red turned hers downward, as if sensing his gaze. "How are they doing in your estimation?" Leon called up. Red huffed, smoke and embers flying out of her massive nostrils. Fortunately, Leon's home was primarily made of stone, and even if it wasn't more warded than most fortresses, it wasn't all that flammable. "Were they my whelps, I would be much harsher," she growled into their minds, her words coming with a distinct undercurrent of scorn and derision, though buried beneath both Leon could sense a kernel of fondness. "They ought to be happy they're not with their kin, else they would have been eaten long ago. Laziness is not tolerated amongst my kind. Hear that, Nadir?" Anna shouted, the gold wyvern bowing its head even more after Red spoke. "Wyverns shouldn't be lazy. You have to get up and train, or else your brother is going to leave you behind. You don't want that, do you?" Nadir whined again, but as Irene ran past, Astar following closely behind, Nadir pushed himself up and began shambling in Astar's wake, though not, to Leon's eyes, particularly quickly. "That boy," Anna sighed. "Always looking for the easy way out of work." She clicked her tongue before turning back to Leon. "They're strong enough to fight, I'd say, but I wouldn't recommend it. Nadir's still lazy and Astar's too much of a good boy." "Astar won't kill?" Leon asked with surprise. "Stolen from its rightful place, this narrative is not meant to be on Amazon, report any sightings." "I wouldn't say that," Anna corrected. "Only, that even when he participates in combat training, I rarely sense much killing intent from him. I think that he doesn't want to, or at least doesn't know what this training is meant for." "He's dumb," Red added. "The kind of dumb that would have been weeded out at birth, were he to grow up in the mountains. A wyvern who doesn't kill is a wyvern that is killed. You could help too, you know." Anna shouted back. "I'm always open to learning how to manage my boys better, and you're the only other wyvern here." Red huffed again. "Your boys need tougher love. Take them to the mountains and pit them against the monsters that make men squeal. They will either die or come out with the proper attitude. I don't want to traumatize my boys." Anna shouted back. "You then prepare them for failure," Red responded. Anna groaned and turned back to Leon. "Sorry, we've been having this discussion for years, now. There's some wisdom to be found in Red's words," Leon quietly stated. "Nadir and Astar are wyverns. I won't demand that they fight in any wars, but I think that they ought to be prepared for the possibility of it. They're gentle souls," Anna fondly said as the wyverns in question bounded after Irene, the woman occasionally tossing large chunks of meat behind her. "I won't tell you how to raise your war beasts," Leon said. "If anything, I'm here for the opposite." Anna hummed before properly processing Leon's words. Her eyes turned to him in confusion, seeking further explanation. "Look at all this," Leon said as he nodded to the rest of the stables. "More than 200 horses, nearly as many pegasi, a dozen griffins, and more besides. We've hired a number of beastmasters to take care of them all, but the current hierarchy is a bit muddled and haphazard given how quickly we had to implement it when the war beasts arrived. In other words, I don't have a stable master, nor do I have any higher positions open for those who can manage other royal stables. And given how quickly I'm building up herds of war beasts, I'm going to need those higher positions. So, Anna, what I'm saying is that I need a royal beastmaster. Someone who can keep an eye on all my war beasts. And when I realized that, well, there was only one name that popped into my head. He gave her a meaningful look as what he was saying sank in. Her smile faded for a moment as she turned over his offer, and she gave him a serious look. Just to be clear, she said a little hesitantly, you're asking for me to fill this position. This isn't like some kind of prank, is it? Ancestors, no, Leon exclaimed, I'm offering this position to you. And with it will come greater privileges and a much greater salary. Please don't turn this down, I don't have the patience to evaluate other candidates. Anna thought it over a moment longer before bursting out laughing. Ha, Leon, I'm almost tempted to turn it down just to see the look on your face. Leon scowled, but she pressed on before he could make any pithy quips. I want to agree immediately, but I have someone else to consult with. And, to be clear, if I take on this position, what about Irene? Leon cocked his head. This will be a more bureaucratically important position, so there'll be people who say that letting her be your subordinate would be a conflict of interest, but I'll turn a blind eye in this case. She can stay on in whatever capacity you want. She can continue training only your war beasts, or she can be given an official post. Your choice. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Anna exclaimed as she threw her arms around Leon's shoulders in a tight hug. She then released him a moment later, a look of abject embarrassment crossing her features. In an almost exaggeratedly serious tone, she said, I mean, yes, Your Majesty, I'm very grateful for this opportunity, I will give it all due consideration. Leon nodded, his eyes drifted in Irene's direction, too, who was now running a little slower as she watched them, curiosity and concern warring for dominance on her face. How are things with the two of you, by the by? He asked. Anna gave him a glowing smile. Well, you said I should talk to her about my concerns about her following us to the Nexus. It was a long talk, but your offer to bring her family with us really helped. And, in the end, I asked her to marry me. Suddenly bashful, Anna averted her gaze. Should I take that impressive piece of bling on her arm to mean that she said yes? Leon asked. Anna gave him one of the most radiant smiles he'd ever seen grace her graceful features before, telling him all he needed to know. That's wonderful, Leon responded. He clapped his retainer on the shoulder in congratulations. Anna began to laugh uncontrollably as her joy overwhelmed her. But she still found the strength to fight through it and thank Leon for his congratulations. We don't have any plans for what's going to happen, though, she said. Right now, we're going to take things kind of slow and get used to the idea. So no weddings to look forward to in the near future, Leon said. Got it, got it. Still, congratulations again, I can't wait to shower the two of you with gifts and good wishes. And we can't wait to receive them, Anna said with another cheeky grin. An almost bird-like squawk from Nadir and Astar drew her attention. The two wyverns had crashed into each other as they followed Irene around the yard, and had started play fighting instead of continuing their training. Shit, Anna said, I have to take care of this. I'll get back to you about that offer, but I think I'll be able to take it up. Confirmation in the next couple of days, I promise you. She waved as she ran to aid her soonish-to-be wife, leaving Leon standing there with a warm feeling from simply basking in the glow of her happiness. Another huff from Red drew his attention, though, and he asked, how about you, then? Red, making any progress? A low growl escaped Red's maw as her lips drew back in displeasure. What progress can be made? One leaves for the west, the other is never here. Leon nodded in sympathy. The enormous red wyvern had singled out Anshu and the jaguar as men she was interested in, but the jaguar was busy in his capacity as Leon's marshal, while Anshu had left to handle his personal business in the Indra Raj. He could sympathize with Red's frustration. Has either of them expressed any interest before? He asked. Red gave him a startling approximation of a human scowl given her wyvern form. I have given both mating calls and circled their homes while breathing fire into the air. I have made myself clear. Neither have responded. Maybe you should use your words, Leon suggested. Wyvern signals aren't going to get through to them. They might attract their attention, but if you're burning something they care about, they might just be annoyed at your attempts to get their attention rather than aroused or romantically interested. Your human culture is needlessly obtuse, Red complained. If a wyvern expresses interest in another, there is no deliberation, only acceptance or rejection. This flying in circles around the point, never quite roosting on it, is the height of human inefficiency. Such is how we are, Leon agreed. We like to communicate and make many ceremonies around it. If you want to be direct, though, I'm sure the jaguar at least would appreciate it. You could find him and make your intent known, in no uncertain terms. Red's head turned in the direction of the largest mustering field around Stormhollow, where the jaguar was overseeing field exercises being conducted by several thousand members of the Central Army. She looked about ready to immediately take off before Leon realized he needed to add more nuance and clarification to his statement if he wanted to spare everyone a lot of embarrassment. Wait, he said, freezing Red in her place. Hang on, let me explain a bit more. Go to him in human form, speak in human words, be direct, and approach when he's not in public. Visit the jaguar tribal estate before he falls asleep, and ask for a private meeting. Explain your feelings, and if he turns you down or asks for time to think, be gracious and give him that time. Wait for him to then make the next move. If you make any move on him in public, it will put undue pressure on him, perhaps even embarrassing him in front of his subordinates. That's not a good way to get what you want. Red clicked her massive teeth in clear disapproval, but she said, I will defer to you on this, Leon. I will seek him tonight. And if he turns me down, then I will await the other one. Leon quietly snorted at how she referred to Anshu. He had his doubts about Red's chances, but he nodded to her and said, May your ancestors aid you in your quest. May they stay dead where they belong, Red growled in response. The dead have no place amongst the living. As you say, Leon replied a little awkwardly. Red put her head down on the edge of the roof and turned her attention back to Nadir and Astar, and Leon took that to mean that she was no longer interested in conversation. He didn't force more conversation and decided to return to his other business now that he'd made his offer to Anna. He wanted to see how Mari was settling in several days in, and prepare her to deal with Nestor when the dead man arrived. They'd be meeting face to faceplate in only a couple days, now, and while they'd conversed extensively with calm lotuses, he wanted to make sure the Azarian was ready to deal with Nestor for more extensive periods of time. More than that, he wanted to make sure that he was ready to deal with Nestor again, as he intended to launch right back into his enchanting lessons. Now that things were settling on Eterna, he was looking forward to carving out more time for studying enchanting, smithing, and anything else that might pique his interest. He smiled in anticipation. Time to pursue his interests. That was exactly what he needed. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.